On an early sunny day, the main character, Jack, gives flowers to his girlfriend, Junia, whom he has been dating for a month. However, Junia is not impressed by Jack's gift, and she coldly prepares to say something to him. Junia tells Jack that they are breaking up, without much change in her expression. An expensive convertible with a richly dressed guy behind the wheel pulls up to Junia. The guy wishes Junia a happy birthday, taking off his sunglasses and apologizing for being late. Junia jumps into the arms of the newly arrived gentleman, saying that she was afraid that Jake would grab and tie her up, to which he invites her to an expensive restaurant and promises to buy her gifts. Hugging Junia close, the guy turns his gaze to Jake and says with an evil grin that relationships require a lot of money. As he turns and leaves, he adds that, judging by everything, Jake hardly seems worthy of this. As Jake's car drives away with his now ex-girlfriend, people start whispering behind his back, saying that he is the most notorious suck-up in school, and that he worked like crazy from morning until night to earn money for a gift for his girlfriend. Jake falls to his knees, indignant that his sincerity could be rejected in an instant, simply because he is not rich. Jake asks why he spent so much time currying favor with his girlfriend if he got nothing in return. A mysterious voice sounds in the protagonist's head, informing him that he is registered in a system in which he has 2 cash accounts. Based on the data the voice told him, his personal budget is $138, and the budget for some counterattack is $1 trillion. The voice explains that Jake can only spend the money from the counterattack account on any girl, and everything related to his personal calculations is paid from his personal account. The voice adds that 1% of the money spent on girls will be returned to his personal account, thereby inspiring him, ready to spend huge sums on all sorts of nonsense. The protagonist stands up, holding a card in his hand, and says that the counterattack begins right now. Jake goes to the mall, thinking that he should find a girl first and try out this card. Jake finds Junia's classmate named Audrey, and a voice in his head tells him that a high-class girl has been found and gives him her details, saying that if Jake's infatuation level reaches 100%, he will need to find a new target. Jake approaches Audrey asking for a moment of her attention, and a voice in his head adds that Audrey's current level of infatuation with him is negative. Audrey suggests that Jake needs help with Junia again and advises him to give up, since she has already found herself a rich boyfriend. Jake says that Audrey is wrong and he just wanted to offer her some tea, thinking about trying the card on her first. Audrey is perplexed, saying that she doesn't understand this proposal, considering that they don't even know Jake. After this, Audrey adds that the cafe where she is sitting serves a special tea that costs a lot of money, and she doubts that he can afford it. The line behind Jake is starting to get annoyed that he's been standing in one place for so long doing nothing. Jake approaches the saleswoman and asks how many glasses it will take to fill the entire line, to which she replies that it will take about 180 glasses. Jake announces that he is buying all 180 glasses at his own expense, claiming that Audrey will treat everyone, shocking the vendor with his unprecedented generosity. Audrey warns Jake that all this will cost several thousand yuan and asks him not to act up, but Jake takes out his gold card and asks to pay him. Having paid a considerable sum, Jake asks that the guests be served tea as quickly as possible and not kept waiting. The crowd thanks Jake, very surprised by such generosity, actively expressing admiration for the protagonist's actions. Jake approaches a stunned Audrey, asking her to help him with a task. After some time, Jake and Audrey arrive at one of the richest shopping centers in the city. On the pedestal stands a very expensive luxury bag, attracting the eyes of buyers with its brilliant appearance. Next to her stands Junia and her new boyfriend, who says that he would like to buy her this bag, but his mother says that he spends money too carelessly, and they have already bought enough today. The guy suggests that they eat first and then discuss everything else, to which Junia agrees, but says to herself that without this bag, the whole set of gifts seems incomplete. Suddenly, Junia's attention is drawn to Audrey, calling Jake and walking with an expensive limited edition bag, asking if he would mind if she bought it. Jake looks closely at Audrey's bag while Junia asks in surprise what they are both doing there. Junia verbally attacks Jake, saying that he seems to be playing along with Audrey to make her jealous, and asks if he doesn't realize they broke up. Jake grimly replies that he doesn't care about Junia and is simply buying a bag for someone else. Junia is perplexed why a poor man like Jake would come to a premium store and doesn't believe a single word, while the voice in his head tells him Junia's details, just like it did with Audrey recently. Jake tells Junia that since they broke up, he doesn't have to explain anything and is free to go wherever he wants, adding that he is no longer the same as before. Junia laughs at him, not understanding how he managed to get out of poverty and become a millionaire in a few hours, and her boyfriend says that if Jake was really rich, he would have bought this bag a long time ago. Jake grins evilly, saying that he really can't afford that and will have to refuse. However, he immediately shocks those around him with a loud statement that buying one bag is not enough and calls a store consultant for help. In front of the amazed public, Jake confidently asks everyone to pack all the things in the store for him. Everyone watches in disbelief as Jake packs up all the goods in the store. The salespeople approach Jake, informing him that the total amount to be paid is 11,320,000 yuan, and present him with a card payment machine. Junia's boyfriend laughs in disbelief, saying that if Jake buys all this, he will eat a portion of shit, while Junia herself says that Jake has gone crazy. However, the protagonist's magic gold card successfully pays for the purchase without any problems. The vendors thank Jake, and he turns to Junia and her boyfriend, saying that he didn't know he had such talent and that he would be happy to see it. The unprecedented generosity shocks Audrey, causing her to become embarrassed and blush. Junia and her boyfriend are left in incredible shock, as are the other customers in the store, not believing what Jake just did. Audrey cuddles up to Jake, telling him that he is the best, and he replies that he is not like the others who pretend to have deep feelings, but in reality are not ready to spend a cent. Junia's boyfriend tells her that he knows much more than ordinary people, and that only complete fools who want to ruin their fortune would brag like that. He adds that, as a real rich kid, he needs to be discreet when attracting the attention of an old lady passing by. The old woman recognizes him, shouting his name, to which he turns around in surprise, not expecting to see her here. An old woman slaps a guy, accusing him of cheating, saying that it was she who bought him expensive clothes, a watch and a car, calling him a runt. The guy kneels before the old woman, saying that he was wrong and it was all because of Junia, asking for forgiveness. The old woman says that she will not forgive him, but she can give him a chance if he gives Junia 2 slaps. Otherwise they will break up right now. Without thinking twice, the guy gives Junia a hard slap, leaving a red mark on her face. From the force of the blow, Junia loses her balance and falls to the ground, looking in fear at her now ex-boyfriend. The young gigolo rips off her necklaces, saying that she is a selfish guy who steals other people's boyfriends, and that he bought her all the jewelry. Getting to her feet, Junia tries to hug Jake, pushing Audrey away, trying to tell him something. Jake, however, turns away and pushes Junia away from him, not wanting to listen to anything. Falling to the ground again, Junia looks sadly after Jake, unable to find words. Junia runs away, starting to cry. And a mysterious voice in Jake's head tells him that the level of her infatuation with the main character has only increased, causing him confusion. Audrey says that she didn't expect things to turn out so sadly, and that she feels very sorry for Junia. Noting to herself, however, that Junia is a big bitch, and wondering if that will make things any easier for Jake. Jake says that Junia is selfish and doesn't deserve sympathy, and suggests that she forget her friend and see if she wants anything else for herself. Audrey is secretly glad that Junia is out of the game and says that she doesn't know how to respond to the protagonist's kindness. Jake suggests that they could become closer by increasing his level of infatuation with Audrey, to which she flirtatiously calls him a jerk. Audrey says that to avoid being rude, she will also spend money on Jake, surprising him with this arrangement. Jake asks Audrey if she would really spend money on him, to which she, smiling cheerfully, nudges him into the clothing store, directing him to the fitting room. After choosing some nicer clothes for Jake, she tells him that if he doesn't know how to dress properly, people will underestimate him. After choosing all the clothes Jake needs, Audrey goes to the checkout and pays for everything he chose. Jake emerges from the fitting room, transformed beyond recognition, attracting the attention of those around him with his new style. Audrey says to herself that she couldn't imagine how good Jake would look in normal clothes, saying that he is a real treasure, becoming more and more attracted to him. Jake looks in the mirror, amazed at how much more handsome he has become, and not understanding why Audrey spent money on him, even if it was small compared to his expenses. Evening comes and a contented Audrey returns to the girls' dormitory, humming romantic melodies. Entering the room, Audrey finds Junia sitting on a chair, drying her hair with a hairdryer. Audrey lets out a startled breath when she notices the bruise on Junia's face, asking if she's okay. Junia replies that she is fine, saying that thanks to Jake she saw the real face of her ex-boyfriend, otherwise she would have continued to live in dreams. Audrey replies that she hopes Junia will be more selective with guys from now on, hiding behind her new handbag, asking Junia about it, to which she replies that Jake bought it for Audrey, so she should keep it. Audrey hugs Junia, saying that she was afraid that she would mind, to which Junia replies that since they are friends, she cannot mind. However, Junia is wondering to herself how Audrey dared to interfere in her relationship with Jake, and Audrey doesn't understand who prevented Junia from staying with him and not falling for the swindler. Jake returns to the boys' dorm, wearily wondering if he should spend more money on kissing up, or if perhaps he should change his method. On his way to his room, Jake meets his friends who are watching some girls stream and says hello to them. One of his friends, named Dismas, says that Jake's clothes are very expensive, while the rest of his friends suspect that he bought fakes to look rich. Dismas puts his arm around Jake's shoulder, saying that he heard about what happened today. In his opinion, Jake spent too much money on courting Junya, who still rejected him and suggested that he donate to female streamers, who at least show more attention. Jake's friends say that no matter how much you spend on a streamer, she will still love everyone, and even an ordinary guy can afford it. Jake takes Dismas's advice to heart, saying that donating to streamers is the perfect plan. Jake smiles and places his hand on Dismas's shoulder, thanking him for his valuable advice. As Jake leaves, his friends say they are surprised that Jake thanked them for the advice, even though they were making fun of them. After entering his room and relaxing on his bed, Jake logs into the Leopard's Fang app. Jake decides to register under the nickname Beggar, and decides to watch the broadcast for the first time. Jake remembers that the guys mentioned the name of the streamer Chai Chai, and enters it into the search bar. Following the link to Chai Chai, Jake is taken to a stream of a skimpy dancing girl, who is the subject of numerous loving comments. Jake finds the streamer attractive, and wonders if he can launch a counterattack on the person on the other side of the screen. A voice in my head says that appearance must be above 80 points, otherwise the counterattack will not be possible, but streamers often use filters, so determining their appearance will be problematic. Jake says it's a well-thought-out system, but he thinks Chai Chai's looks are over 90 even without the filters, so it doesn't bother him. Meanwhile, a top donor named Reynold joins Chai Chai's stream and gives the streamer 5 golden leopards, which is equivalent to 10,000 yuan, earning Chai Chai enthusiastic reactions and gratitude. In the chat, Reynold announces that a competition between streamers Chai Chai and Pun Pun will soon begin, and asks if everyone is ready, to which Jake asks Chai Chai how to send her a gift and how much money she needs to transfer to become top 1. Reynold is embittered by such impudence and asks Chai Chai to ban the new user. Chai Chai thinks that she can only win this competition thanks to Reynold, and the newcomer will most likely not send her a single gift. So she asks the moderator to kick Jake out. Jake is immediately banned and stares at the screen in surprise, not believing what's happening. However, without thinking twice, he decides that if he was banned from the Chai Chai stream, he will go watch Pun Pun. The competition begins, and Chai Chai tells Pun Pun that he is worried about her, because she does not have a single top donor, and offers her to give up right away in exchange for a more lenient punishment. Pun Pun, dressed as a cat, says that she has plenty of good donors, so instead of chatting, it's better to start the competition as soon as possible. The competition begins, and the participants begin performing various actions that their donors ask them to do. The competition continues, and streamer Pun Pun is lagging far behind in the number of donations. Chai Chai's spectators irritably egg Pun Pun on, ordering her to keep dancing and not to waste time on nonsense. Suddenly Pun Pun receives the most precious gift in the form of a golden dragon. Reynold rises from his chair in shock, surprised that someone would shell out for such an expensive gift, equivalent in monetary terms to 15,000 yuan. Streamer Pun Pun thanks user Beggar by leaning forward and making a heart sign. Shocked by what's happening, streamer Chai Chai realizes that this beggar is most likely the same user they just banned. Jake finally figured out how to connect the card to streaming services and found the most expensive gift. Jake continues to send out golden dragons, surprising viewers and streamers alike, quickly closing the gap between Pun Pun and Chai Chai. Streamer Pun Pun tries to warn Jake that the first round is about to end, and since sending dragons is expensive, he should wait until the next round. Reynold realizes that this is most likely the same newbie they recently kicked out and gloats about how Jake, in his opinion, does not understand the rules, and spent all his savings on the losing round. However, Jake continues to pelt Pun Pun with golden dragons, sending them flying by the hundreds. All the viewers of the stream, including Jake's friends, cannot believe what happened, looking at their screens in shock. Chai Chai, realizing that victory is slipping from her hands, her face changes, and she looks sadly at the counter. Jake buys more and more golden dragons, the counter of which already exceeds 1,500, increasing the Pun Pun donation counter beyond all reach. Reynold, horrified, counts the number of dragons sent, recalling that during his year of watching, Chai Chai sent her a total of 3 million yuan. Chai Chai counts the total number of gifts, realizing that Pun Pun's account has just been replenished by 24 million yuan. Pun Pun puts on cat gloves and jumps in place, thanking Jake for the golden dragons. After this, Pun Pun turns to Chai Chai, telling her not to sit idly by and to move on to her punishment. Chai Chai begins to fulfill Pun Pun's requests to the accompaniment of boos from his followers. While completing Pun Pun's next task, Chai Chai admits to herself that she is very angry at Reynold, because if it weren't for him, these 1,600 golden dragons would be hers. To everyone's adoration, Jake writes that Chai either bans Reynald or he leaves himself, after which Reynald leaves the chat. Pun accepts congratulations and rejoices at the victory, once again thanking Jake for his help. Jake receives a lot of messages on his account, among which he notices an apology from streamer Chai. Chai writes to the main character that she saw that he lives in the city where she is going the day after tomorrow for a photo shoot, and asks if they can meet somewhere. Jake decides that the fish caught in his net will be excellent compensation for his work, and answers Chai that a meeting is possible. Chai is happy that the meeting has been scheduled, and kisses the phone with happiness, replying that he is really looking forward to the meeting. The next day, Jake wakes up in a great mood, noting to himself that he has never slept so well. Jake's friends get dressed to go out, inviting Jake to go have breakfast with them. Jake refuses them, telling them to go without him because his girlfriend will bring him breakfast. Jake's friends are worried about him, thinking that something is wrong with him, because he chased after the only girl for 3 years, and yesterday he was so calm after a breakup. Students are standing at the entrance to the women's dormitory, discussing that everyone has come to give breakfast to Junya and Audrey. Dismas approaches a group of students, saying that they are no different from heels, and being like Jake is not the answer. When asked aptly what he brought in the box, he replies that it is sweet milky French macarons, costing 600 yuan each, adding that courting a girl requires real money. Waking up, Audrey and Junya are walking down the stairs, talking about something. Students meet girls, showering them with gifts, trying to please them with their courtship. Audrey coldly accepts the sweet macarons from class president Dismas, dryly thanking him for the gift. Turning around, Dismas notices Jake and his friends and roommates walking by. Dismas calls out to Jake from the crowd, drawing his attention to himself. He asks him if Jake brought breakfast for Junya, although he probably won't need it since she dumped him. According to Dismas, since Junya had already ordered delivery today, Jake had no chance, and he should come early tomorrow. Audrey approaches Jake, asking if he had breakfast, to which Jake replied that since she offered to have breakfast with him, he skipped breakfast. Jake's friends can't believe that Jake's new girlfriend is Audrey and express their surprise out loud. Dismas and his friends are very surprised by what they hear and fall into a stupor. A courier comes to Junya and gives her a bag of food, saying that her delivery has arrived. Audrey says she brought him some milk macaroni, and a voice in Jake's head says his crush level has gone up 7%. Jake is delighted with the pasta, surprised that Audrey made him breakfast, and her affection continues to grow. Junya approaches Audrey and Jake, saying she bought him a natural breakfast for 368 yuan. Junya tries to win Jake's favor by saying that he has done a lot for her over the past 3 years, and that she is very touched, and will now always take care of him. Jake is unimpressed by Junya's apparent concern, and realizes that as soon as he starts to fawn over her again, she will start to shy away from him. Jake turns away from Junya, saying that she doesn't need to cuddle up to him since there are a lot of her other fans around. A voice in Jake's head tells him that the level of infatuation between both girls has increased, while each of the girls thinks that Jake's actions are motivated by love for her. Jake is perplexed by this turn of events, and tries to understand why the level of their infatuation is constantly growing. The students sincerely do not understand why Junya and Audrey are fighting over Jake, despite the fact that they are best friends. Junya and Audrey surround Jake, each trying to persuade him to eat her breakfast. Junya sits Jake down on a bench and feeds him breakfast while Audrey looks on indignantly. Dismas doesn't believe that Audrey and Junya can fight for a man, especially a man like Jake, and he wonders how he managed to do it. Jake gives Dismas the middle finger, saying that yesterday that finger tapped the screen over 1,600 times, but now there are those who will take care of it. The girls continue to hover around Jake, looking at his bruised finger. Audrey hands Jake some pasta, telling him it's delicious and inviting him to try it. Dismas and his gang continue to be upset that Audrey is feeding Jake his pasta. The main character says that the pasta tastes good, but he doesn't like the red ones. Audrey looks at the macarons and corrects Jake, telling him that macarons are actually pink. Junya gets angry, telling Jake to eat his breakfast and not look at Audrey. Audrey stands up, whispering something inappropriate in Jake's ear, causing him to blush. Dismas can't stand the heat of the moment and his nose starts bleeding. Jake's friends are reading the newsfeed on social media and saying that Jake is now in the news and they want to interview him. Jake, not wanting any more attention, runs away, leaving his friends alone. Audrey and Junya blame each other for Jake leaving, saying that Junya is a gossip and that Audrey provoked Jake with her lewd behavior. Jake is hiding from the reporters, hoping they won't follow him, when suddenly his phone rings. Streamer Chai writes to Jake, saying that she is arriving in the city at 7 p.m. and asking him to meet her. Jake is delighted at the new opportunity to spend money and is looking forward to meeting Chai. That evening at the airport, Jake looks around for the streamer, suspecting that she turned on the filters and turned out to be an old woman in real life whom he doesn't recognize. Suddenly he hears one of the fans grab the streamer Chai by the hand, offering to walk her home and give her a ride. Seeing the girl struggling, Jake realizes that this is the same streamer. Jake stands up for Chai, telling the fan to get his eyes checked, because the expression on her face shows that she doesn't want to go with him. Chai recognizes Jake, saying that his clothes are the same as in the description of the social network on which they corresponded. Chai thanks Jake for his help, saying that if he hadn't arrived in time, the fan would have kidnapped her. Chai says that she didn't expect Jake to be young and handsome, because she imagined that such a rich man would be much older and uglier. A mysterious voice in the hero's head says that the counterattack mode against Chai has begun, showing her enthusiasm level at 30%. A well-dressed rich man appears in the crowd, waving Chai and calling out names. Chai recognizes the man, calling him by his name Damien, asking how he ended up there. Chai introduces Jake by naming his nickname on the platform, saying that this is the same rich man with the nickname Beggar. Damien is surprised that the famous rich man is so young and asks Jake what he drives. Jake says he drives a small scooter instead of a car, stunning Chai. Damien offers Chai and Jake a ride, packing his scooter onto the roof of his expensive car. As he drives, Damien reflects on the fact that Jake looks no older than 20 and wears fairly inexpensive clothes. Chai also doubts Jake's wealth, wondering if this man is really that rich. Damien's car stops near an expensive hotel. Chai opens the door and greets everyone, blinding everyone with a bright smile. Chai's guests greet her, saying that she has become even more beautiful since her last public appearance. Jake guesses that all these apologies and invitations to the bar were a way to gather all the top donors in one place. Jake notes that as a famous leopard's tooth streamer, Chai is obviously very intelligent. The guests sit down at the table and discuss business, while one of the donors asks if Jake really came to meet them. One of the men says that if Jake had enough money for 2,000 gifts, then his income is clearly at least 10 billion. The man moves closer to Jake, saying that he knows a lot of people in the city. However, as he notes, he has never seen Jake or his parents on the lists of the richest people in this city. The guests begin to suspect Jake of pretending, saying that he probably deceived Chai. According to the mysterious voice in Jake's head, not responding causes his level of attraction to TT to drop by 10%. Chai remembers that she looked at his phone on the way, so she has no doubt that Jake is who he says he is, which means he is most likely still taking revenge on her. Chai places her hand on Jake's thigh, saying that according to her rumors, Jake's family is one of the 3 richest families in the capital. Jake replies that he doesn't know the people Chai is talking about, but he clearly has more money than they do. The guests at Chai don't believe Jake, saying that if he has more money than the family they mistakenly thought was Jake's family, then he probably has a couple of cars hidden away and isn't showing them. Jake puts his arm around Chai, holding her close, saying that he doesn't have a single car. Jake asks Chai which car she likes the most because he can buy her anyone right now. The guests are indignant at Jake's frivolous use of his hands and tell him that he is a show-off in all his glory. Chai sweetly responds to Jake, saying that she really likes the Ferrari F-A60, but according to the voice in Jake's head, her level of infatuation has dropped again by 15%. Jake understands that she is only happy on the outside, but disappointed on the inside, and this performance will drive him crazy. Jake says he understands, gets up from the table and leaves. Half an hour later, Chai and his fans come out into the street, assuming that Jake must have chickened out, and is disappointed to think that he turned out to be a liar. Suddenly, the bright light of headlights and the roar of engines blind everyone, and the guests, along with Chai, cover their eyes with their hands, not understanding what is happening. It turns out that Jake has driven a huge pile of luxury supercars of various brands to the hotel. Jake apologizes for blocking the guests' cars, explaining that Walter, the owner of the auto repair shop, brought in all the cars he had chosen at once, and Walter, in turn, says that Jake's identity is confirmed by a special diamond card. Guests can't believe their eyes, saying that to receive a black diamond card, the owner's net worth must be at least 1 billion. Jake says the car Chai wanted cost 15 million yuan, which is too cheap for him. According to Jake, Walter said that Chai would like the LF model, so he decided to take the initiative and buy her the car. Walter tells Jake that the car costs 32 million yuan, and without further ado, he swipes his card at the cash register to pay for it. Chai blushes, surprised that Jake actually bought her a car for more than 30 million yuan. All the guests stand rooted to the spot, saying with heaviness that they were wrong to just make fun of Jake. While Chai is looking at the new car, Jake talks to Walter, saying that he wants to buy a more expensive car than the most expensive one in his showroom. Full of gratitude, Chai tells Jake that she has always dreamed of driving this model of Ferrari. Jake replies that he has so much money anyway that he needs to spend it somewhere. Chai is impressed that Jake didn't take advantage of the situation or demand anything in return, and a voice in his head tells him that her level of attraction has increased by 50%. The guests apologize to Jake, saying that they were wrong to doubt his power, and one of them says that he has the largest fleet of cars in the city at his disposal, and if Jake wants to buy one of them, he will be given a big discount. Chai approaches Jake, says he wants to try out the car, and asks him to join him. Chai hints in Jake's ear that she thanks him for big gifts, and since his gift is too big, she will thank him several times when they are alone. Jake thinks to himself that now he understands why she makes so much money from streaming, and now she has piqued his curiosity. Having got into the car, Chai presses the pedal to the floor, and with a loud roar the car takes off and drives off into the horizon. Chai gives Jake a marker, asking him to sign it on her thigh. Jake lifts up Chai's skirt, which has an apology written on it. Chai says that this is one of her thanks, and every time she thanks him, he can leave a mark on her thigh. Chai turns on the stream, saying that unexpectedly for her, Jake bought her a car without further ado, and she is very touched by this. While Chai is chatting with his followers, the owner of the car park talks to Jake, saying that there is a club of rich people in the city who really want to meet him. After accepting the invitation, Jake receives a call on his phone, and is informed that students from his school have organized a reunion, and he is invited there. Jake is also informed that a beautiful girl from the literature class named Astrid will be coming to the party, and Jake says that he will definitely come. Jake arrives at the appointed place on his scooter, looking around carefully, saying that the 5-star bar looks very rich. Jake is called out by his classmates, whom he asks about parking, to which they reply that they came on foot. Suddenly, Jake's scooter starts to skid and breaks down completely. Jake remembers that yesterday Damien asked Jake for his scooter so he could go for a ride somewhere. Jake says that it was probably Damien who broke it, and that he should be asked to pay for the damage. Suddenly, an expensive convertible with one of his classmates driving pulls up to Jake. A classmate named Fox asks Jake what happened to his car. Fox laughs, saying that when he chose the meeting location, he didn't expect anyone to show up on a scooter. Fox tosses the doorman his car keys, asking him to park his car, to which the surprised classmate says that a parking space here would cost several million, but he is told that Fox owns this bar called Meriden, where the meeting is being held. Jake says he'll find somewhere to park while the others go explore Meriden. While Jake is driving his broken scooter, his phone starts ringing. It turned out that Audrey was calling him, asking where he was and offering to go somewhere together. Jake tells Audrey that today won't work because he's at a class reunion, to which Audrey replies that she can tomorrow, but won't be able to in a couple of days. Jake silently assumes that Audrey is starting her period in a couple of days and won't be able to go on a date, so he tells her to drink warm water, slightly increasing her enthusiasm. A voice in his head tells Jake that Audrey's infatuation level has reached 91%, and that counterattack level 1 has been passed, meaning that 10% of the money spent on her has been credited to his personal account. In addition, the voice informs Jake that all of his stats have been increased by 1 level, and several skills have become available to him. Jake gains the ability to appreciate cultural heritage, use 5 electric whips, and rap, which leaves him somewhat disappointed due to the lack of practicality of these skills. Jake returns to Meriden, thinking that it's time to buy himself a car, but unfortunately, he can't spend the counterattack budget on himself. When Jake arrives at his classmate's room, there are only 2 seats left empty. Jake asks if Astrid has arrived yet, to which Fox haughtily asks why it matters to him, since she is a literature student from a difficult family. Jake wonders if Astrid's family is very rich, to which his classmate remarks that her family is very intelligent and does not talk about their wealth. Fox says that Astrid's family opened a museum in the city, so Jake and she are on completely different levels, because only Fox has enough money to look after her. At the same time, the door of the room opens and Astrid enters the room, apologizing for being late, saying that she was stuck in traffic. According to the voice in his head, Astrid's appearance rating is 94. Which pleasantly surprises Jake. Fox invites Astrid to sit next to him, but the only free seat left is next to Jake, who also tells her that she can sit next to him. Astrid accepts his offer and sits down next to him, saying that she hasn't seen Jake for a long time. Jake is surprised, saying that he thought she had already forgotten his name, to which Astrid replies that she remembers the names of everyone in her class. His classmates are surprised to see Astrid sitting with Jake, while a mysterious voice in his head shows him Astrid's characteristics. However, the conditions are now changed, and if the degree of infatuation with Jake reaches 100%, the card will no longer belong to him. Fox is annoyed that Astrid did not accept his offer and curses Jake for his insolence. He gleefully asks Jake why he didn't bring the girl he'd been dating for 3 years to the meeting. Jake responds to Fox by saying that he broke up with his girlfriend the day before yesterday, to which they yell that he is only saying this because he needs Astrid. Jake's classmates continue to press him, saying they didn't expect him to become such a jerk after college, despite his insistence that he's not lying. The senseless buffoonery about himself causes Astrid's level of infatuation to drop by 1%. Jake is surprised by this, trying to figure out what to do in this situation. Fox decides to try his luck again and approaches Astrid, telling her that he recently bought a Late Maria by Da Vinci from a collector in Shanghai. Astrid turns to look at the painting behind her, and Fox invites her to take a closer look. Astrid walks over to the painting to get a better look, and Fox walks around the table, stopping next to Jake. Fox puts his hand on his shoulder and whispers to him to know his place, calling him a beggar and threatening that if he tries to suck up to Astrid again, he will destroy his entire career. Fox begins to tell Astrid how much he loves the painting, and that there will be an auction in town in a few days, where another similar painting will be sold. Astrid is surprised, saying that she didn't know Fox was interested in Renaissance artists, to which Fox meanwhile privately states that although he spent a lot of time studying her interests, he doesn't find them interesting at all. Jake rises from his seat and says that he is also very interested in Da Vinci's paintings. Smiling, he says that they can certainly look at the painting together, while a voice in his head activates the artifact appraisal skill. Fox agrees to Jake's proposal, thinking to himself that this fool is about to embarrass himself. While Jake is looking at the painting, Fox asks him to share his opinion about this painting. Without thinking twice, Jake concludes that this painting is nothing more than a fake. He explains that in his later works, Da Vinci favored the technique of thin overpainting, with each brushstroke having a translucent effect, and he also liked to shade the corners of the eyes and mouth. Astrid listens attentively to Jake's analytical reasoning, her mouth slightly open in surprise. After finishing his analysis, Jake says that unfortunately, Fox bought a fake. Fox, gritting his teeth, says that a non-professional might have believed his words, but he immediately saw that he had picked up some half-bad expert skills on the internet. However, Astrid stands up for Jake, saying that she has studied Da Vinci's paintings and agrees with the conclusions expressed. Fox and his other classmates can't believe what's happening and stand frozen in amazement. Astrid turns to Jake, wondering where he got such expert knowledge. Jake replies that he has been trained since childhood to appreciate cultural relics and art objects, because his goal is to buy all of China's cultural artifacts and return them to their homeland. Fox laughs, saying that he almost believed Jake's bravado about being able to buy back all the valuable artifacts, to which the protagonist says that as long as he has a certain amount of money, there is nothing that he cannot buy. Everyone bursts out laughing, saying they don't believe his schoolboy boasts about his wealth. Astrid dryly notes that she had the same unrealistic dreams as a child, but the degree of her passion increases by 5%. Jake confidently replies that the statement about a dream is too far-fetched, and it is simply a goal that he will definitely achieve. Astrid sits down in the same seat next to Jake, making Fox angry at him. Fox gradually becomes enraged, thinking to himself that he needs to show the poor man his rightful place for his attempt to steal Astrid from him. It's time for lunch, and the guests are amazed at how delicious and different each of their meals are. Fox replies that his chef decides what to serve because he used to work in a 3-star Michelin restaurant, and so the dish depends on his mood when he cooks it. Looking at Jake's dish, Fox grins that unfortunately he was out of luck. Fox laughs at Jake, asking how he liked the chef's steamed buns, adding that if he doesn't like it, the dish can be replaced, but it will take several hours. Jake doesn't really notice Fox and his cheap taunts and continues to communicate with Astrid, continuing to irritate him. Jake shares more of the art knowledge he's downloaded into his head, further increasing Astrid's infatuation. Suddenly, Jake's phone starts buzzing and he receives a message that Damien is inviting him to the Princely Millions chat. After entering the chat, Jake decides to spend some money and finds a chat user named Smiling Marie, sending her 18 million yen. One of the chat users says that his name is Fox, and he is the young owner of the Meriden bar, and invites him to his bar, saying that he will pay for everything he orders there. Jake notes to himself that this is an incredibly wonderful coincidence, and agrees, to which the other chat participants say that they will also come to Meriden. Fox is happy that he has made another rich and influential friend, and when everyone arrives he will easily get rid of Jake. According to his plan, all that would need to be done would be to complain about him in the presence of influential rich people and his new powerful friend. In his dreams, everyone will immediately take his side and throw Jake out of town, preventing him from working anywhere. Fox gets up from the table, inviting everyone to the karaoke room, saying that he has arranged a meeting with the rich people so that everyone will have the opportunity to mingle with high-class people. After some time, the first rich people begin to arrive at the karaoke hall for the meeting, talking with Fox. Fox introduces Astrid to Mr. Shu, who is the main property owner in the city, to which he says that he knew her father. Astrid greets her politely, and Mr. Shu says that he heard that Mrs. Astrid is unusually beautiful, and this turned out to be the absolute truth. During the conversation, one of the bartenders approaches Fox, asking for a minute of his time. According to the bartender, Jake would like to order a bottle of Aurora Russo sherry wine, and he is not sure whether he should open it for him. Fox is surprised out loud, asking Jake if he really wants to order that bottle. Jake's classmates warn him that the wine costs thousands of dollars, and he clearly doesn't know how expensive it is. However, Jake, without a shadow of a doubt, replies that he really does want to order it, saying that one of his rich friends will pay for it. Fox is happy, thinking that this is his chance, saying that if Jake really does have a rich friend, then he can open the bottle. Fox opens the bottle, telling Jake that one of them costs $250,000, and if his friend cannot pay, then the main character will have to mine coal to pay off the debts. Jake says he doesn't really know much about wine, noting to himself that he thought the price was directly related to the length of the name. Fox responds to Jake by saying that he will be more careful when his hands are dirty, and then he will think more before buying something. Fox glances around the karaoke room, saying that everyone is almost there, but his new acquaintance nicknamed Rich Man is still nowhere to be seen, despite the fact that he reported that he was in Meriden. One of the guests reports that Bogach wrote in the chat that he was already in the karaoke room, while the door opens and the last guest enters the room. The final guest is the owner of the largest car park in the city from a recent meeting with Chai Chai named Matt. Matt runs past Fox without even saying hello. Matt greets Jake, apologizing for being late and declaring that he will drink 3 glasses to him. Everyone in the room is frozen in amazement, trying to comprehend what they have seen, while Fox cannot even turn around from shock. After a short pause, everyone except Matt and Astrid, who is not very interested in what is happening, shout out Jake's nickname, not believing their eyes. Fox turns his head towards Jake with difficulty, his mouth hanging open in surprise, saying that this is impossible. Jake, smiling slightly, replies that it is certainly possible, and it really is him. Jake is surrounded by rich people, admiring him for being so young and rich, asking if he has a girlfriend. Jake's classmates are baffled by the fact that he is so rich that a bunch of tycoons are sucking up to him. Fox screams that this is all some kind of deception, because he knows Jake's parents, and they are simple workers, and he is an ordinary poor dog. Matt scolds Fox, telling him to shut his mouth immediately, and that he is the worst of the whole group. Matt reminds Fox that he is the same uneducated and incompetent member of their club who spends nothing but the hundreds of thousands of dollars a month that his parents give him. Matt also adds that he lost money on stocks without making a penny, which is a disgrace to their group. Matt concludes his speech by not understanding how Fox can even laugh at swearing at Mr. Rich. Everyone decides that the only way out and punishment will be Fox's exclusion from the Princely Millions Club. However, Jake saves the situation by saying that nothing terrible happened. And besides, Mr. Fox said that he will pay all his expenses for today and asks to serve the most expensive drinks. Jake adds that guests can order anything they want and everything will be free for them, making them happy. After some time, evening comes and Mrs. Astrid's car drives up to Meriden. Astrid says goodbye to everyone, saying that she is going home. Jake and his classmates watch her go, commenting on how, despite being very rich, Astrid doesn't flaunt it. Jake thinks about her, thinking that she is a real lady who has been part of high society since childhood, and was not at all surprised by Jake's wealth, not even increasing her degree of infatuation. In Jake's opinion, she is the perfect object for spending his money. Matt approaches Jake and tells him he has found him an $80 million car. Matt adds that there are only 10 such cars in the world, and they are not even in China, to which Jake replies that he likes the car and is buying it. Matt says he'll take care of it, and in a few days the car will be here and running off to do its business. Jake checks his personal account balance, finding that it only has 1 million yuan, thinking that it would be better to spend a lot of money on the next counterattacks. Late in the evening, Jake returns home, notices Junya sitting on the street, and asks her what she is doing there. Junya looks very scared and upset, happy that Jake is finally back. Junya says her father had a heart attack and is in the hospital, adding that the operation costs 800,000 yuan, which is an unaffordable amount for her family. Jake doesn't believe Junya, saying that after 3 years he already knows all her excuses, and she will probably spend those 800,000 on something, so he won't give her a penny. Junya hysterically reproaches Jake for spending more than $10 million on Audrey, but now he cannot lend her 800,000, to which he says that she cannot tell him what and who to spend his own money on. Junya continues to reproach Jake, telling him that they broke up less than a week ago, to which he replies that thanks to that, he started having a normal life, and he does not want to ruin his mood by talking to her. Junya says that Jake can't do this to her, and a voice in Jake's head tells him that her crush level has dropped by 20%. Jake reflects that despite his hopes, she hasn't changed a bit, and he still doesn't intend to spend any more money on her. The next morning, Jake walks near his university and reads his messages, learning that Chai invited him to dinner. Logging onto the streaming platform, he contacts an assistant, receives a notification that Chai is broadcasting, and an offer to make an exclusive gift to order. Jake likes the idea and decides to think about what gift he wants to give. When Jake joins Chai's stream, a notification appears in the chat, and Chai greets him along with the rest of the viewers. Jake gives Chai a gift from the God of Luck, which is custom-made to his order and costs $880,000. Jake continues to shower Chai with money, buying dozens of these gifts. Jake only stops when he gives Chai a total of 300 million yuan, raising her infatuation level by another 20%. Embarrassed, Chai says he will do whatever Jake wants, but he leaves the broadcast without asking for anything. Chai doesn't understand why this happened, and stands motionless for a moment in surprise. Jake is happy to know that 10% of the 300 million spent on Chai has been transferred to his account. Meanwhile, Chai is tormented by the thought that Jake did not ask for anything in return, and makes a bold guess that Jake might be in love with her. Chai pushes these thoughts aside and tells herself that men are unreliable, and he is just her wallet, so she shouldn't fall in love with him in return. Jake approaches the school and takes out his phone when he suddenly hears someone swearing outside. A group of guys stop Junya, ripping off her mask, telling her not to even think about leaving them. Junya casts a helpless glance at Jake, but he walks away indifferently, abandoning her. Junya tells the guys that she has no money right now and asks them to give her 3 more days, but they only get angrier. One of the extortionists reminds Junya that she said that her boyfriend would lend her money and asks where he is. The extortionists begin to mock Junya, saying that since her boyfriend did not come to her aid, he is a weakling and a scoundrel. The extortionists decide to kidnap Junya, grabbing her by the arms and surrounding her, ignoring her attempts to escape. Junya tries to escape again, but the extortionists grab her and gag her before she can scream. Junya looks towards the only witness, pleading with her eyes for help, but he runs away. As her captors drag her into the car, Junya thinks about Jake, saying to herself that she doesn't blame him for leaving her. According to Junya, it is all her fault, and if she had not been so selfish, she would not have found herself in this situation. The kidnappers close the car door and prepare to leave. Suddenly, someone breaks through the car window with their hand, hitting the driver hard on the cheek. Junya's savior turns out to be Jake, who opens the car and orders the kidnappers to get out. Junya is overjoyed at her rescue, and her level of infatuation increases by 40%. The hooligans jump out of the car and, shouting that Jake is apparently tired of living, rush at him with their fists. Jake takes out thick wads of money and hits each of the hooligans on the head, knocking them to the ground. The bullies try to get up as Jake stands in front of them with a bag full of money. Jake tells them to take their money and get out, giving them a dirty look. The kidnappers pick up the money in the bag, counting the bills and asking Jake if he is Junya's boyfriend. Jake gives the villains a negative answer and reminds them to get lost as soon as possible. The criminals throw Junya out of the car, saying that Jake will have to pay for the fight he started. The minivan's door slams loudly and the car drives off, leaving Jake and Junya alone. Junya sits down on the sidewalk, saying that she is truly sorry that everything turned out this way. Jake responds indifferently that if she is truly sorry and believes she is wrong, then she better not bother him anymore. Jake walks away, and Junya thinks to herself that she doesn't deserve him, and promises to atone for her guilt and all the pain she caused him during this time. Jake takes a taxi to a meeting, watching another streamer, and attracts the attention of the driver, who tells him that some rich guy recently sent 300 million to one streamer. Jake replies that he saw it too, continuing to point at his phone with interest. A message appears on the taxi driver's built-in screen informing him that a user nicknamed Beggar has just sent 100 million rubles to another streamer on the Medusa platform. Jake muses out loud that he should check how much money he has left, and the driver doesn't understand why the protagonist watched the broadcast and got out after just a few minutes. The driver assumes that Jake is doing this for the bonuses for visiting the platform every day, and advises him not to spend money on broadcasts, as this could lead to poverty. Suddenly the driver notices another news item about the beggar just sending another 100 million to another streamer, after which he turns to Jake and sees him commenting out loud on his decisions. The driver twitches, barely able to stay on the road, realizing that he is transporting the man with the largest fortune in the world in his car. Jake arrives at the meeting place while the driver is confused about the fact that he was driving the same rich man. Jake is happy that he successfully spent another 300 million, thinking about how it pays to throw the bait everywhere to get a big catch. Jake walks down the street, looking at landmarks to figure out where he needs to go. After a long journey, Jake arrives in Namjong village and looks for the place where Audrey invited him to have dinner. Arriving at the right address, Jake sees Audrey greeting him, happy that he has finally arrived. Jake is confused by the sight of Audrey's loungewear and is briefly stunned, but she quickly grabs his hand and leads him inside. Jake enters Audrey's apartment, looking around with interest. Audrey smiles sweetly and asks Jake if he likes what he sees, meaning his apartment. Jake replies that everything looks great, referring, however, to Audrey's clothes. Audrey sits Jake down at the table, telling him that she cooked dinner herself and asks him to try it. Jake enjoys dinner while Audrey tells him that he is the first guy who has been in this apartment and eaten something she cooked. Audrey also shows Jake the lilac flower, to which he replies that it is a great honor for him. Audrey tells Jake that she decided to buy it because she found out that he really likes the smell of this flower. Jake is surprised by Audrey's behavior, thinking that he did not expect such tenderness and care from her, expecting from her the same selfishness as from Junya. Jake puts his hand to Audrey's forehead, asking if she is okay and if she has a fever. Audrey takes Jake's hand and says that because of her parents' early divorce, she grew up to be a very insecure person. Audrey shares personal experiences, saying that she grew up with the idea that people were very fickle, and only money gave her a basic sense of security. Audrey hugs Jake, saying that she never thought she would feel so comfortable with him because he is so different from the guys who usually chase her. Audrey confesses to Jake that she is in love with him, and although she always tried to protect herself before, now she is not afraid of anything. Jake recalls that Audrey's infatuation level is 91%, meaning she is in love with him, thus explaining her kindness and tenderness. Deciding to take advantage of the opportunity, Jake lays Audrey down on the bed, hovering over her and pressing his body against hers. Audrey whispers languidly that her clothes are a little bothersome, hinting that Jake should continue, but they are both distracted by a loud scream from the street. Jake recognizes the voice of his friend Harry in this scream, and goes to the window to check what is happening. Jake sees Harry walking after his girlfriend Nana, asking her not to leave and admitting he was wrong. Nana slaps Harry hard, knocking his glasses to the ground. She starts yelling at Harry, shaming him for yelling and drawing people's attention to himself. As she leaves, she adds that now, since everyone already knows about it, he can continue to shout. Harry bends down to the ground, trying to feel for his glasses. Jake approaches his friend, asking what's going on and handing him his glasses. Harry starts to tell Jake that he and Nana were dating, but is distracted when he sees Audrey approaching Jake. Harry is very surprised to meet Audrey and her appearance. Jake brings Harry back to his story, saying that they were going to have dinner together, and asks him to continue. Harry shares details, saying that they were supposed to go to the cinema with Nana, but she got angry at him for refusing to buy her an anti-wrinkle kit because Harry didn't have any money at the time. Audrey looks over Jake's shoulder at Harry and says that she heard that Nana recently got a rich boyfriend. Jake and Harry don't believe what they heard, and Harry says that Nana couldn't betray him. Audrey notes that despite the fact that they don't believe what they hear, the news from her friends usually turns out to be true. Jake offers to help Harry and asks Audrey to ask her friends if they have seen Nana's new boyfriend. Jake invites Harry to test the true nature of his ex-girlfriend. Fox, tormented by heavy thoughts, nervously smokes while lying in his bed. His girlfriend hugs him, asking him the reason for his worry, to which he replies that his life may never be the same. Fox says he was almost kicked out of the influential club, but luckily Jake helped him and he was able to stay. However, now no one is paying attention to Fox's messages, and if this continues, he will fall into the depths of hell. Suddenly, Fox's phone starts buzzing, and he decides to check what happened, but he quickly starts dialing with a shocked expression on his face. It turned out that Jake had asked in the Princely Millions chat if anyone owned a shopping mall, to which Fox replied that he had just the right one, thereby getting a chance to restore his reputation. The next day, Fox and his girlfriend are driving in the car and say that they will pick up Jake to discuss the plan and explore the area. Fox pulls up to a small outdoor cafe, saying that they have arrived and Mr. Rich must be around here somewhere. Fox's girlfriend is inspired by the idea of meeting the legendary rich man by looking for him in the crowd. They find Jake at one of the tables, calmly eating breakfast in ordinary clothes. Fox's girlfriend is surprised that Jake looks completely plain, while Fox watches him with admiration. Fox and his girlfriend greet Jake, surprised that he is having breakfast in such a cheap cafe, to which Jake says that it is very tasty and recommends this place, after which they set off, discussing the details of the plan. After some time, the plan comes to fruition, and Harry asks Nana to wait at the gate to check if she really was secretly dating another person. After some time, an older man approaches Nana and kisses her, causing Harry to fall into despair. Harry approaches Nana and her man, screaming that he can't believe Nana would betray him for some old man. The man mocks Harry, saying that he must be the poor guy Nana was talking about. Harry tells the old man to fuck off, to which he continues to mock and calls a guard to throw him out. The guard approaches Harry asking him to leave, to which Harry tries to explain that this is his girlfriend and she is cheating on him. Nana hugs the man, calling him Walter, saying that he is her boyfriend. Harry falls into despair, telling her that he does not believe that she would betray them for the sake of a 6-month relationship for the sake of some old man from nowhere. Nana says that Walter is a VIP client of the club and a millionaire, and she is not going to suffer by being his girlfriend. Harry can't believe his ears, looking at them dejectedly, saying that this can't be. Suddenly, Fox drives up to the group in his car, stopping not far from them. Walter says he knows Fox, calling him the owner of the mall, much to Nana's delight. Fox walks towards Walter and Nana, and she tells Walter that they probably want to say hello to him. However, Fox passes by them and gives Harry a friendly hug, asking him if he was there to check out the shopping center. Fox expresses hope that Harry will reconsider his investment, because he has 2 more shopping centers to develop, and he is looking forward to working with him. Nana and Walter stare at Fox and Harry, not believing that Harry could be such a big investor. Suddenly, Fox's girlfriend appears from the crowd and, calling Harry, coquettishly accuses him of making people wait for him for so long. She quickly approaches Harry, snuggling close to him, cooing sweetly about his promise to buy him a new bag from Bali from the exclusive spring collection. Nana doesn't believe her words, saying that Harry couldn't even buy her cosmetics for several thousand, to which the girl replies that she doesn't look worthy of Harry buying her anything. Harry turns around and sees Jake in the crowd, leaning against the wall, watching closely. Harry is glad to himself that Jake brought all these people who helped him in this difficult situation. Harry says he was supposed to check out the mall, but Walter stopped him by threatening and bullying him. Fox theatrically becomes enraged, telling the security guard that this is degrading the dignity of his shopping center, and asking him to call a top manager to revoke Walter's VIP status and fine him $2 million for breach of contract. Walter, without thinking twice, throws Nana away, apologizing to Harry and saying that it was all a misunderstanding and he didn't know anything about it, asking for mercy. Harry and Fox mock Walter and Nana, telling the manager to permanently blacklist the 2 from the mall. Walter and Nana fall to their knees, begging Harry not to do this. Harry mimics Walter, saying that at his age, if he falls, he might not be able to get back up. Walter says his company is known throughout the city, and besides Fox, he has many other connections. When Walter tries to leave the shopping center, expensive sports cars pull up en masse, preventing them from leaving. The members of the Princely Millions Club get out of their cars and greet each other humorously. Nana and Walter are surprised by what is happening, not understanding what some of the richest people in the city are doing here. The rich people surround Harry, playing along with him and Fox, feigning upset that only Fox helped Harry, to which Harry tells them that the cause of the problem was this man, pointing to Walter. The crowd turns to Walter, giving him a dozen menacing looks. Walter falls into despair, realizing that it's all over for him, and thinks to himself that now he's completely screwed. Harry thanks Jake for his help, to which he replies that gratitude is unnecessary, because he is his friend and was obliged to help. Harry asks Jake where he got so many rich acquaintances, to which he tells a hastily made-up story about them all being actors running errands for Fox. Harry and Jake say goodbye, and Harry promises to bring Jake his favorite food from the cafeteria that evening. The rich people of the city stand and watch Jake in admiration, but one lady with green hair and a blue dress stands out from the crowd. Jake warmly thanks all the participants for their help and offers to treat everyone to hot and spicy food. Fox hugs Jake, offering to take him up to his bar on the 7th floor, while the crowd offers Jake to pay for them, to which he calmly agrees. The group settles down at a bar and discusses how Jake donated 100 million each to 3 streamers, thereby doubling the number of registered users. During conversations about Jake, one of the rich men turns to the green-haired woman, calling her by the name Marie, and asks why she is silent and continues to drink. The man tells Marie that her project is too expensive and technically complex, so she should listen to her father's advice. Marie puts the glass on the table, angrily saying that the word surrender is not in her vocabulary. According to her, since her friends cannot lend her money and are all afraid of her father, she will be forced to turn to Mr. Jake. Meanwhile, the rich try to invite Jake to their events, offering him their own nightclubs, yacht parties, or poker. Jake listens to their proposals without much enthusiasm, with poorly concealed boredom on his face. Jake politely declines all offers, citing that he prefers spending money to gambling. Marie hears Jake's words and approaches him, saying that if he enjoys spending money, then that's very good. Marie places her hand on Jake's chest, asking if he can invest in her. The guests scold Marie, saying that she is up to her old tricks again, and asking Jake not to listen to her because her startup is a failure. Jake, however, shows interest in Marie's proposal, asking what he should spend the money on. A mysterious voice in Jake's head reads out Marie's familiar details, while she tells him that she creates industrial chips. The rich men approach Jake, again warning him that Marie's idea is just a pipe dream. Marie replies that her idea is not impossible, and they only need to solve a few technical problems to achieve a breakthrough. Marie asks Jake again what he thinks about investing in her project, thinking to herself that he will most likely refuse. Jake responds that industrial chips are a great idea because the US is ahead of China in this area, and investing in this area will help in the fight against the Americans. Marie is surprised by Jake's sudden agreement, asking if he is going to research her company to find out the likelihood of success. Jake replies that he doesn't need to do any research, so he'll just wire her $500 million. Marie checks her phone, where a notification about the money received arrives. Jake adds that even if the project fails, he will not make any claims. Marie is inspired by Jake's belief in her project, increasing her own passion for it by 20%. The guests are surprised by what happened, suspecting that Jake has fallen in love with Marie and is trying to buy her smile with these millions. Marie is left shocked by Jake's generosity, while he decides to quickly slip away from the event. Running out of the building, Jake tells himself that this is all too expensive, because he would have to spend money from his personal account, and besides, he didn't really want to treat them. The next morning, Marie tells her friend what happened, saying she still can't believe it. Marie's friend turns out to be Astrid, who congratulates Marie on solving the biggest financial problem of her business career. Maria recalls how her father forbade her to run a business without even listening to her, threatening to block her card. She also remembers how all her relatives refused to help her because of her father's order. Filled with determination, Marie tells herself that she must succeed, and Astrid tells her that she believes in her. Marie tells Astrid that she talks too much about herself, and asks her how her high school reunion went. Astrid replies that the meeting was supposed to proceed as usual, but she was surprised by one of her classmates who demonstrated a knowledge of art that rivaled her master's. Marie and Astrid joke about their interest in the unexpected men who have appeared in their lives. The conversation between the two friends is interrupted by Astrid's mother, who enters the room and tells her that it is time to go. Astrid's expression changes, instantly darkening and letting out a sad sigh. Astrid's mother reminds her that Mr. Mark represents his family, who are the future shareholders of this museum, so she needs to get closer to him. Astrid listens sadly to her mother's instructions, telling her that she understands everything. That same morning, Jake comes home to his dorm and hears the call of his friend Wu. When Jake asks what happened, Wu replies that he has caught a cold and asks him to cover for him for a day. Jake agrees without any problem, asking where his uniform is and opening his closet. Jake puts on his uniform and remembers that Wu works as a security guard on the night shift at the museum. Jake leaves, jokingly asking Wu not to go far. Arriving at the museum a few hours later, Jake notes that there are relatively few visitors today and decides to spend some money on streamers. Suddenly, an expensive car pulls up to the museum, and a rich man gets out, accompanied by his assistant. The museum's secretary greets Mr. Mark, saying that Astrid's family is already waiting for him upstairs. The group passes by Jake, who doesn't notice them, sitting on his phone and watching streamers. Mark greets Jake rudely and loudly, startling the secretary with his suddenness. Mark throws a tantrum, asking if they really hired a blind man to work at the museum, adding that Jake didn't even stand up to greet him. Jake apologizes to Mark and stands up to greet him, while the secretary explains that Jake is only a temporary worker and a college student. The assistant mocks Jake, saying that judging by his face, he has no future except working as a security guard, and Mark adds that his apologies seem insincere. Jake says you shouldn't just look at a person's appearance before judging them. Mark loses his temper again, telling Jake that he is a loser, and therefore cannot say such things to him, demanding from the secretary that Jake should not be here tomorrow. The secretary says that, unfortunately, they are already short-staffed. Mark rudely interrupts him, telling him to remove Jake immediately. Mark goes upstairs with his secretary and his assistant, while Jake remembers that this museum most likely belongs to Astrid's family. Astrid's entire family welcomes Mark's delegation, saying that they have been looking forward to seeing him. Mark and Astrid's father shake hands, and the father thanks Mark for wanting to contribute to preserving history. The father of the family asks Astrid to show Mark the museum, to which she agrees without much enthusiasm. As Astrid passes her father, he whispers to her that Mr. Mark's investment is very important, and he is counting on her. Astrid calmly approaches Mark, asking him to follow her, adding that she will show him the treasures of this museum. Astrid and Mark approach the painting, and she tells him that it is the only surviving painting with the calligraphy of the god of poetry. Inspired by what she saw, Astrid says that if you look closely at the painting, you can even feel the emotions of the poet who wrote this poem in the brushstrokes. Not really listening to Astrid's story, Mark frivolously puts his hand on her shoulder. Mark apologizes to Astrid, saying that she is so beautiful that he couldn't resist, to which she yells that Mark obviously has no interest in these artifacts. Mark replies that he spends money on whatever he wants, and he doesn't need any interest for that. Astrid says that if Mark had even a little understanding of this, he would have known that these artifacts were not worth the money. And she wonders why her father even agreed to his investment. Mark tells Astrid's father that he is not thrilled with the museum, but will buy it for $600 million, but on the condition that Astrid marries him. Astrid's family, shocked, tells Mark that such a condition is excessive. Astrid angrily declares to Mark that she will never marry him. Astrid asks her parents to send Mark away, but the sum of $600 million is a weighty argument for them. Astrid's father says that after 2 years of losses in a row, her museum is on the verge of bankruptcy, and Mr. Mark is not here to invest in the museum, but to buy it. Astrid can't believe what's happening, while Mark says that he is their last hope, assuring that Astrid will have a better life if she marries him. Astrid tries to reason with her family, but her father and mother say that they didn't want this, but this is the only way to avoid going broke. Astrid's parents tell her that in this case, most of the artifacts will be bought by dealers and collectors at low prices, or will end up on the black market. Astrid remembers how her father showed her various artifacts during her childhood, admiring her talent and passion for them. Astrid remembers how, even as a child, she disliked rich people who did not value these artifacts, and looked at them only as a way to show off. Astrid has always misunderstood other people's desire for a luxurious life, believing that there are many things in this world that money cannot buy. However, seeing how her parents sell her and the museum with priceless artifacts for $600 million, she realizes that her ideas about life are naive fantasies. Mark says that Astrid shouldn't worry, because he will treat her very well after the wedding, and if she gives him a son, he will even buy her another museum. Realizing the hopelessness of the situation, Astrid says that she understands everything. The desperate parents thank Astrid, saying she has grown so much during this time, and offer to sign the contract right now. According to the secretary, this contract comes into force from the moment it is signed by both parties and cannot be changed, to which Astrid's father replies that she will be very happy to marry Mr. Mark. Astrid's parents hand her a contract and a pen, asking her to sign it. Astrid, completely desperate, takes a pen and begins to sign it, starting to cry. Suddenly Jake enters the room, saying that he heard that someone is buying the museum. Astrid doesn't understand why Jake is in the museum, especially in a security guard suit. Mark yells at Jake again, telling someone to take this idiot out of here and throw him out on the street. Jake approaches Mark, who tries to punch him, but receives a hard punch to the face that sends him flying. Mark yells at Jake, threatening to drag him through the courts and send him to jail. Astrid is surprised by Jake's appearance, asking him what he is doing there. Jake walks up to Astrid, wiping a tear from her face, causing her to blush in embarrassment. Astrid's parents ask her if she knows this man. Astrid tells them that he is her classmate, to which her father remarks that a boy of that age would be better off focusing on his studies rather than working as a security guard. Jake takes the contract to buy the museum and boldly tears it apart. Astrid and Mark's parents are upset by what happened, and their father grabs the scraps from the floor, wondering what Jake did. Jake tells Astrid's father that he is offering him $1 billion for the museum. Mark laughs at Jake, saying that if he actually buys the museum, he'll eat a lot of crap. To which Jake replies that he doesn't believe that anymore after the last person he lost a bet with. While Jake and Mark argue, Astrid's parents ask her if her classmate is rich. Mark calls one of his friends, telling him that he needs to get rid of one person, asking him to bring several people here. Astrid's father tells Jake that he obviously came here for Astrid, so if he can guarantee a down payment of half the amount, then both the museum and Astrid will belong to him. Astrid's father adds that if Jake can't find that much money, the plan will remain the same and everything will belong to Mr. Mark. The secretary approaches Jake, handing him a new contract, telling him that its contents are identical to the previous one, except for the price and title. Jake reads the contract, realizing that all it amounts to, from the legalese, is an offer to buy Astrid, while Mark tells the protagonist that he can't just say he doesn't have the money and walk away. Jake reflects on how terrible this all looks, since he will receive her as a thing. Jake looks at the canvas, absorbed by the poem written on it. He approaches him, saying that these artifacts have incredible power. Jake turns to the family, saying he wants to change the terms of the contract. He adds that he wants to spend this $1 billion only on purchasing the museum, and the artifacts will not be included in its price. In Jake's view, this painting and calligraphy are priceless and cannot be measured in money. Jake says that Astrid respects and truly loves these artifacts, so the right to use the museum and dispose of the artifacts passes to her. The protagonist turns to Astrid, telling her that if she needs money, she can call him. Jake pulls out his card, successfully paying the full $1 billion price. Mark and Astrid's family don't believe Jake was able to pay the full price in one installment. Astrid approaches Jake and asks him why he is doing this. Jake turns to her and replies that he told her that he would buy back all the artifacts that belong to the people of China. Mark says that the entire collection of this museum is worth more than $500 million. And if Jake really wants to return all the world's artifacts, then he needs to attend an auction in Japan. According to Mark, this auction will feature artifacts each worth over $1 billion. Jake confidently tells Mark that he will definitely attend this auction. Mark and his assistant run away, realizing that there is nothing more to be gained here. Mark leaves the museum, meeting the people he called for the fight, telling them that everything is cancelled and they can get lost. Mark picks up the phone, taking a call from his mysterious boss, saying that unfortunately, the deal fell through due to some jerk from China. However, according to Mark, he managed to draw his attention to the auction, so he will be able to personally apologize to his boss there. Mark's boss chuckles, saying that all the artifacts belonging to him will not be taken away by others. Mark calls his boss Mr. Flynn and says that he will definitely be there to observe this. Astrid's family warmly thanks Jake for saving them from such a situation, inviting him to have dinner with them. Jake, however, politely declines, saying that he has the night shift today and is not hungry. Astrid's level of infatuation increases, and she smiles sweetly as she watches him go. Astrid catches up with Jake, asking him if he's really going to Japan next month. Having received an affirmative answer, she asks him to take her with him on this journey. The next morning, Jake leaves the room, remembering how he talked to Astrid half the night. He also remembers that after long conversations, she accidentally fell asleep. But he had to stay on duty until the morning, and because of this, he will have to sit sleepy today. Audrey and Junia find Jake, asking him how he is feeling and if he slept last night. Audrey hugs Jake, telling him that lack of sleep is not good, and that he can skip university to come to her and rest. Junia, meanwhile, says that classes are very important and she will sit next to him during the lecture. She adds that he can lie down on her lap so that he can listen and rest at the same time. Jake frowns, reminding Junia that he asked her to stop clinging to him. Junia, however, does not calm down and says that she cannot help herself, confessing that she is very much in love with him. She says she doesn't care whether he is rich or not, and she just wants them to start over. Junia hands Jake a paper crane as a sign of recognition, saying that she will cherish his feelings and make up for her past mistakes. The crowd shouts at Jake that such a direct confession is worth a lot, and he should forgive her. Jake sees that Junia's infatuation level is at 86%, which indicates that she is not in love with him. Jake says to himself that he sees right through Junia, and that she is not the kind of person who can be touched by someone else's kindness towards them. Jake leaves Junia and Audrey, saying to himself that the only reason he likes Junia is because she is lonely. Junia and Audrey glare at each other as the teacher enters the room, telling everyone to take their seats. After class, Audrey and Junia accompany Jake, and Audrey invites him to come to her apartment and relax. Junia says that Jake is not Audrey's boyfriend, adding that it is not nice to bring a guy to your apartment to sleep there. Audrey responds that Junia doesn't understand anything about her relationship with Jake, explaining that he is single and doesn't have a girlfriend, and Junia is just his ex. Junia and Audrey begin to argue with each other, throwing Chinese proverbs at each other and making a lot of noise. Passers-by begin to wonder what is going on between Audrey and Junia. Jake asks the girls not to drag him into this fight, as he does not want to become famous throughout the university because of this. Suddenly, a Ferrari LF with Chai Chai at the wheel drives into the university courtyard. Passing Audrey and Junia, she picks up Jake and quickly drives away. Jake rests his head on Chai Chai's knee as you ask him if he's hurt. Jake is about to get up, but Chai Chai suggests that he not bother and lie down for a bit. Jake thanks Chai Chai for her help, to which she replies that he can consider it thanks for all the donations, and asks to leave another signature on her thigh. Junia is confused about who this girl was who took Jake away in front of everyone. Onlookers are amazed at what they saw, saying that the car was going so fast that they didn't have time to see the girl behind the wheel, but they note that the car certainly cost hundreds of millions of dollars. Junia is furious, angry that as soon as Jake became rich, he started getting a bunch of rivals trying to get money from him. Audrey points out that Junia previously ignored Jake and now can't get him, adding that she has no chance. Junia tells Audrey not to be so self-confident, because the girl who took Jake is clearly richer than both of them. Audrey replies that, unlike the other girls, she has made much more progress with Jake, so she has nothing to worry about. Junia loses her temper, angrily asking Audrey what tricks she used, to which Audrey replies that she will not tell her. Audrey leaves to do her business, and Junia says to herself that she doesn't believe her and thinks that Audrey is just bluffing. However, in Junia's opinion, Jake is so simple that he will not be able to hold out for long under such a siege. Junia decides that she knows exactly what Jake likes, which means she will definitely get him back. A mysterious voice in his head tells Jake that Junia's infatuation level has increased by 4%, causing 10% of the amount spent on her to be credited to his account. Jake's stats increase again, and he chooses a new skill that allows him to swim masterfully. During the trip, someone watches Jake closely through binoculars from afar. The observer turns out to be the student council president, who is preparing for a meeting. Audrey and Junia's fight made the university news, once again putting Jake's troubled relationship on public display. The student council president is furious that he's caught sight of Jake and his antics again. The president says that one student has just called the university's reputation into question by his behavior. The president turns to the head of the literature department, asking which department these students are from, to which he replies that they are his students, calling them by name. The president tells the head of the literature department that he has high hopes for him, to which he replies that he will definitely punish Jake. The president replies that there is no need to do so if Jake admits and atones for his mistakes. The next day, Jake is sent to clean the pool, telling him that this punishment will last until the end of the semester. Jake, however, takes it in stride, saying that his girlfriend was indeed speeding on campus. Jake also notes that he thinks this punishment is so bad because it gave him the opportunity to admire girls in the pool. The girls in the pool compliment one of the athletes named Ava, saying that she has a great figure. Ava's friend tells her that her classmate named Tyler is staring at her and following her everywhere, to which she just brushes it off, saying that she is not interested in him. When asked what kind of guys she likes, Ava calmly answers that she will like the one who can swim faster than her. Some girls notice Jake and start whispering about his recent popularity. Ava, however, is not interested in it, and she decides to take another swim. Suddenly, Ava gets a cramp in her foot and starts to drown. Ava tries to call for help by extending her hand out of the water, but her friends don't understand what she wants to say. Unable to swim on her own, Eva begins to think with horror that she is about to drown. Jake spots Eva, quickly realizing that she is in great danger. Without thinking twice, he runs up to the pool, making a quick and confident jump into the water. Using his newly acquired swimming skills, Jake quickly swims to Eva's aid. Having reached her, he helps her to the surface, holding her head above the water so that the girl does not choke. Eva starts to resist, screaming for Jake to let her go, to which Jake replies that she should calm down and just breathe. Jake swims to the edge of the pool, holding Eva with one hand, asking her to stay still and trust him. Eva marvels at how fast Jake swims, even though he's holding her, noting that she's never been this close to a guy before. Jake pulls Eva out of the water, and she coughs thoroughly, slowly coming to her senses. Jake wrings out his t-shirt, telling Eva to be more careful next time. The girlfriends surround Eva, asking about her condition, and saying that she really scared them. The students marvel at Jake's speed, saying he has set a new record, while one of them filmed the whole thing and plans to post his feat online. Eva's friend tells her that Jake seems like a pretty good person since he saved her life. Suddenly, her friend notices that Eva is in the clouds, and a strong blush has appeared on her face. News that Jake has proven himself a hero by driving the student council president crazy. Harboring a grudge against the main character, the president promises himself to destroy him. A few days later, there is a student ball at the university, and Junia and Audrey come to it. Audrey tells Junia with a smile on her face that she has dressed up very nicely for tonight, but Jake still won't pay attention to her. Junia thanks Audrey for the caustic compliment, saying that after tonight, everything will change. Watching her go, Audrey suspects that Junia is up to something. Junia says to herself that she sees right through Audrey and her cheap tricks that make her seem like a smart and gentle girl. But in Junia's opinion, men only obey their instincts. Junia notices Eva and notes that she needs to clear one more obstacle first. Eva recalls the moments of her rescue, starting to blush again, and taking a sip from her glass to calm down a little. Junia approaches Eva, believing she is another rival who wants to hit on Jake and greets him grimly. Junia introduces herself as Jake's girlfriend and asks Eva if she knows her. According to Junia, Jake is very sympathetic and kind and always helps people. Junia continues her story by saying that Jake chased her for 3 years before they started dating and having a good time together. Junia adds that if Eva wants to thank Jake, it is not necessary, since they have a date this evening. Eva, terribly frightened by Junia's assertive approach, runs away from the ball. Junia rejoices at the elimination of a potential rival, declaring that no one has a chance against her. Meanwhile, Jake sits quietly in his room while his friend urges him to hurry up, to which Jake complains that his group was forced to clean. Jake is told that he must have somehow offended the student council president, which is why he's getting into all this trouble. According to Jake's friend, the president always used his official position to deal with people he didn't like. Jake receives a message from the class president, who tells him that the student council president wants to personally present him with an award, raising Jake's suspicions. While Jake is on his way to the ball, Tyler is watching him, angry at him for stealing Eva from him. An enraged Tyler is tormented by thoughts of revenge and raises a brick over Jake's head. However, Jake, sensing his approach, turns and grabs Tyler. With a powerful movement, Jake throws Tyler to the ground, causing him to hit his cheek on the asphalt. Jake doesn't understand Tyler's actions, asking him why he attacked him. Tyler explains himself by calling Eve a bitch who doesn't even look at him despite all his efforts and regrets not having taken her by force at the time. Jake hits Tyler in the face with his boot, making him shut up. After dragging the unconscious Tyler to the trash heap, Jake decides to head to the ball. Finally arriving at the ball, Jake meets Audrey, who invites him to dance with her. Jake agrees, picking Audrey up in his arms and starting to twirl her around in a dance. Audrey is pleasantly surprised by how smoothly and gracefully Jake moves. Jake and Audrey receive enthusiastic reviews from the crowd as they continue to gracefully twirl in their dance. After the dance, other girls approach Jake, expressing a desire to dance, but Audrey tries to turn them down. However, the girl's pressure does not stop, and very quickly he is surrounded by potential partners, causing Audrey's anger. The other guys get mad because no one wants to dance with them and start gossiping behind Jake's back about how he doesn't deserve this kind of treatment and awards from the student council president. The student council president, Kieran, reassures them that Jake did indeed save a man and approaches him. He states that his university needs such outstanding students so that it can be a role model. After this, he declares his desire to raise a toast in his honor to immortalize his remarkable feat. Jake is reluctant to accept the can of drink from him, and people begin to wonder why he suddenly decided to refuse. Jake carefully analyzes his interlocutor and says that he cannot help but drink the president's toast, because it is an important part of the ceremony. Immediately after this, he drains a small jar almost to the bottom, and Kieran says that he did the right thing, and that there is nothing to be afraid of. Audrey watches him and asks him in a cautious voice if he is okay, hoping that this will not lead to problems. Kieran looks at the protagonist with an evil grin, but tries with all his might not to show his true nature. He approaches Jake and tells him that he would like to talk to him about the student council, after which he invites him to follow him. Just a few minutes later, they find themselves in a conference room that is actually suitable for talking. Jake steps inside and is stunned by the sight that suddenly appears before his eyes. He finds Eva lying unconscious and immediately tries to figure out what happened and why she is so red and unconscious. Coming closer, he says that she seems to have a fever, and immediately realizes that for some reason he himself is starting to feel dizzy. A few moments later, he loses consciousness and falls onto the couch right next to the girl, who never wakes up despite what happened. Kieran happily says that the video camera is working, which means that his brilliant plan will soon be put into action. With a completely villainous expression on his face, he says that this time Jake will finally be able to enjoy his incredibly terrifying fate. Meanwhile, people are starting to wonder why the awards ceremony hasn't started yet. Kieran comes on stage and asks them not to be so impatient, as Jake will be here very soon. He also adds that Jake actually wants to deliver his speech on screen, and directs the rest of the people's attention to the wall. The people nearby stare intently at the image that is just beginning to be projected, and soon everyone falls silent. Audrey is also trying to understand what is happening, because she sees something completely amazing, and not very believable. Before their eyes appears a naked man bending over some girl with very bright pink hair. Kieran pretends to see this for the first time, although he should already have been wary of the fact that the man in the filming is naked. Kieran continues to say that this is inappropriate behavior, and states that something like this should not have been allowed to happen. The crowd gives in to their prejudices and says that they always knew that Jake was just such a person who thought too much of himself. They argue that such scoundrels cannot be tolerated at their university, as it undermines its incredible prestige. Kieran pretends to be incredibly disappointed in his good friend who showed such promise. Other people say that this scoundrel should be expelled from the university, and deprived of the right to enroll in other educational institutions. Kieran is delighted that everything is going according to his brilliant plan, and says that this is exactly how he hoped the crowd would react. He begins to speak enthusiastically about how this is the true power and authority of the student council president that he possesses. He gets incredible pleasure from crushing some pathetic ant, but suddenly he hears someone's voice. Jake returns to the stage and says that he seems to have missed something, much to the surprise of everyone else. Kieran looks at him in shock and can't believe his eyes, because he just saw him on the screen. Jake states that he just came out of the restroom, then wonders what all the fuss they were making was about. After analyzing the student council president with his gaze, he asks him why he was so scared. Kieran wonders what's going on and who's on camera if Jake was somewhere else the whole time. Jake claims he has no idea, as it's not him who's running this program, it's Kieran. After a while, the man on camera turns around and everyone discovers that it was Tyler along with the doll. In a semi-conscious state, he turns to the doll, mistaking it for his beloved, and begins to lick it. The thing is that 10 minutes ago their brave heroes were still able to quickly come to their senses, despite the severe poisoning. The system activates a passive skill that allows him to gain protection from any poison and neutralize it. Jake looks around and discovers helpless girls, as well as a large number of installed cameras and a locked door. However, in front of a third-level force, this door turns out to be like paper and gives way incredibly easily. Jake assumes that this girl was given a very strong sleeping pill, and that she will clearly not wake up very soon. Afterwards, he decides to go outside to get some fresh air and finds Tyler in the row. After this, he also throws him onto the couch in order to enjoy the incredible performance that Kieran is organizing for him. To do this, he finds a plastic mannequin in the dressing room, as well as wigs that perfectly match Eva's hair in shape and color. After this, he decides to head to the train station to enjoy the amazing show he helped put on. Jake says that this guy is really a sick person, since he does this to the mannequin, and emphasizes that he also takes off his clothes. Kieran decides to give himself away and says that this can't be, because he himself saw Jake fall on Eva. Jake is surprised by this, but decides not to interfere with the fool, and asks when exactly he decided to tell everyone the real truth. The people present are horrified and realize that they have just been misled by an emotional trick. Jake asks for more details about how exactly he saw Jake suddenly fall on Eve for some reason. Jake grins and adds that just recently Kieran was chatting away his words, but now he suddenly lost his power of speech, as if he had filled his mouth with water. A teacher bursts into the observation room, asks what is going on here, and demands an immediate explanation. After this, he immediately begins to make claims against Jake, and states that he dared to interrogate the student council president. Jake asks him how they are going to prove the student council president's claim that he saw everything. The teacher ignores this question and says that Kieran is a diligent student, devotes himself to his work, and even organizes awards ceremonies. Several people in the crowd, who obey Kieran, decide to take advantage of the situation to start a riot again. They start shouting loudly that Jake is not worthy of the student council president's mercy after such an unforgivable mistake. The crowd immediately succumbs to psychological manipulation and loudly begins to demand Jake's expulsion. Audrey continues to maintain phenomenal clarity of mind even in this situation and says that Jake was obviously set up. Kieran, in turn, decides to reveal all of his evil plans to Jake and says that he bribed the teachers and some of the students. He then claims that Jake is allegedly trying to escape and orders the disciplinary department to catch him immediately. Jake doesn't move, but Kieran's minions are also having no success in trying to move him even an inch. Kieran feels an incredible taste of power, rushes forward and says that he will teach him a lesson with a couple of blows. Jake realizes that this pointless circus must end and counterattacks, intercepting Kieran's movement. Jake asks him why he is in such a hurry and adds that the most important event will begin very soon. Teacher San says that this student allegedly beat up a person, and that he needs to be detained immediately with the help of security guards. The guards, who don't know what's going on here, are simply following the teacher's orders and getting ready to knock him down with their batons. However, at the last second, this is interrupted by a loud voice that immediately orders everyone to stop. The rector intervenes in what is happening, along with several old friends that Jake has already managed to make. The teacher looks at his boss in surprise and asks him why he decided to return here. The rector states that if he had arrived any later, everything would have gotten out of control and would have caused irreparable damage to the university. Sun claims that this student has damaged the university's reputation so much that they have decided to expel him. However, the rector immediately goes on the attack against his subordinate and begins to beat him with a wooden cane for this incredible act. He claims that it is these professors who take bribes and tarnish the university's reputation who are the real problem, not Jake. Kieran says that this is a mistake, since Jake is guilty, and the teacher only came to help him. One of the rector's subordinates punches Kieran in the face and tells him that his words are completely inappropriate and deserve punishment. San says that the student council president is the son of a very important official who invested in their institute. However, the rector remains deaf to his pleas and delivers another blow with his cane right in his face in order to finally bring him to his senses. Jake's friend says that Mr. Sun looks much better now that he has had his face thoroughly painted. The rector proudly says that Director Sun's bribery has seriously damaged the reputation of this university, so they decided to fire Sun and Kieran. He also says that it is very good that their university has such an outstanding student as Jake. Kieran and San realize that they've gotten themselves into a serious mess, and that it was pointless trying to harm the main character. Ordinary students are surprised and wonder if their teachers have been deceiving them, and if they have been believing the lies all this time. Kieran shows them the camera footage he managed to get his hands on, and tells them that they should look at the screens and figure it all out. Kieran theatrically confesses on camera. which he turns on in advance to film incriminating evidence against himself, that he is a villain. The students can't believe it, because they realize that all this time it was the student council president who was such an evil person. After that, they start throwing garbage at him and say that they always suspected that he was a scoundrel. Kieran says that the end has come for him, that he has lost absolutely everything in his life because of the damn Jake who got in his way. Immediately after this, he takes out a knife from somewhere and rushes into the attack, declaring that he will take it with him to the next world. Jake executes an incredibly fast and decisive maneuver that disarms Kieran and sends him flying off the stage. Smiling, he says that it is time to finally come down from the clouds and accept the fact that he is just an ordinary person. Kieran lands on the ground and feels that if he doesn't escape in time, the crowd will leave him in pieces. However, it turns out to be too late, and people rush to attack, hoping to cause him as much harm as possible. After some time, the students come to the conclusion that he should be sent to prison, since he dared to slip sleeping pills into the girl's glass. Another student approaches the rector and says that the students need to elect a new president as soon as possible. The rector doesn't even pretend to think about this problem for long, and says that Jake would be the ideal candidate. Students also say that they support only this candidate because they like Jake so much. Jake thanks his friends and says that if it weren't for them, the consequences would have been simply catastrophic. After this, he charitably says that his friend was expelled by the previous president of the council, so the position should go to him. The crowd, who have been listening to him attentively the entire time, says that they fully support this decision and praise Jake. Junya also watches this from afar and says that Jake is an incredible man who deserves to be her boyfriend until the end of time. Jake, meanwhile, is thinking about how he needs to check on Ava once all the events are finally over. He quickly finds himself in a secluded place that no one should know about, because that is where he hides this unfortunate girl. He wonders how strong the sleeping pill was when someone suddenly starts spraying perfume into his cubicle. Jake looks around, trying to identify the bully, but quickly feels the effects of the poison again. Jake loses consciousness and falls onto Ava's hips, just as a pleased Junya, who is behind all this, enters the booth. She tries to lift him, putting in maximum effort, since the protagonist is quite heavy due to his muscles. After placing him on the toilet, she rips off part of her dress, saying that it only interferes with her ability to perform necessary actions. After this, with the face of an obsessed fan, she calls him the most precious treasure that she will now possess. She presses herself against him as tightly as she can, and feels his heart begin to beat at an incredible speed. After this, she takes Eva by the chin, and hopes that she will wake up to see who now has Jake. Smiling, she says that she can no longer live without Jake, but he begins to move without opening his eyes. He turns her back to him, and Junya asks him what he is doing, but he does not answer her, as if he continues to sleep. Jake acts under the influence of some animal instinct and decides to take revenge on her in his own way for what she did. After some time, he finally comes to and discovers that Junya is also lying unconscious in his cubicle. Jake wonders what's going on here and then discovers a small jar containing an aphrodisiac. He realizes that this crazy girl took advantage of the fact that his passive skill was still recovering and tricked him. After this, one of his acquaintances calls him and says that he saw Fox bragging about helping him resolve this issue. Jake realizes that this scoundrel never misses a single opportunity to prove himself to his colleagues. His friend reminds him of a party on a private yacht that he highly recommended, and asks if he would like to join. Jake says he hasn't been in a very good mood lately, so he'd be happy to take it easy at an event like this. After some time, he decides to celebrate this victory with his comrades, and buys them some drinks. One of them says that the drinks at the party are not very good, and that drinking beer was the best decision. One of them says that he urgently needs to go to the restroom in order not to disgrace his honor and to relieve himself a little. Jake reflects on how, after upgrading all of his skills, he can barely get drunk despite drinking a lot of beer. Suddenly, he hears a disgruntled female voice and sees some guys approaching a girl and asking her what she is doing here. They look at her bare skin, and she states that she only allows them to look at her, but that they are not allowed to touch her. One of them grabs her hands and says that he can't stand it anymore, and that he urgently needs to satisfy his needs. The girl immediately becomes more timid, and says that they are committing a crime, and that they better stop before it is too late. Jake quickly approaches these scoundrels and says that this girl clearly does not want them to pester her. Everyone looks at him with some surprise, as they did not expect such a bold and reckless act from an ordinary person. They surround him, and then wonder how he is going to protect this girl alone, without any support. After this, they decide to attack him simultaneously, adding that he has become too conceited, and will now get the price for it. The girl tries to somehow protect a stranger, and tells him to be much more careful and try to dodge. Jake makes a sharp movement to the side, causing the first two attackers to punch each other in the face with all their might. This blow is so powerful that they fall unconscious and can no longer continue the fight in any condition. Jake decides to take advantage of their confusion and immediately grabs the remaining bandits to pit them against each other. Once all the other criminals fall to the ground unconscious, it is safe to assume that the threat has passed. The girl also kneels down to examine these people and says that they are still alive. She tells Jake that he should be careful and not get involved in such troubles, because it is life-threatening. The system tells him that this girl's name is Cheryl, and Jake is surprised that the system is asking him to pay attention to her. He states that she is very beautiful, but she should not get into such a business, and advises her to find a normal job. Cheryl wonders where such a naive idiot came from, who, in her opinion, probably has never worked a single day. After one of the criminals begins to show signs of life, she quickly delivers a powerful kick to him. After this, she contacts her headquarters and says that she has dealt with the suspects, so now they need to be arrested. The next day, the events move to the very same yacht, where Jake is heading to have a good time. They wish him a good time, but his comrade declares that for now he will go to another boat to take care of some business. Jake goes further and finds that a very interesting celebration is starting here, as there are a lot of girls of easy virtue around. He feels at home because he likes having a lot of girls in their underwear around him. Cheryl is also here as an undercover agent and is thinking about how this operation must go perfectly. Jake comes over to get some free drinks, then suddenly recognizes Cheryl and asks her what she's doing there. After this, he states that she probably changed jobs, and that being a waitress is a much more prestigious profession. Suddenly, a local authority approaches them, calling them over and saying that he really wants to talk to them. Cheryl quickly walks up to him, holds a glass of champagne under his nose and asks if he would like a drink. The other girls say that if she works on this boat, she must know exactly what Mr. Kevin wants. They add that he needs special favors, and other partygoers declare that old Kevin knows how to entertain. Kevin, in turn, says that the last few days have been too stormy, and that today he wants something pleasant and innocent. After this, he states that she should take the money and come to him to serve him in the most proper manner. Cheryl realizes that if she weren't undercover now, this man would have already turned into a bloody mess. Jake suddenly decides to act as a moral compass, and says that there are no special services provided here. He also points out that Kevin is breaking the law, but Kevin asks him how he dares to be rude to him. Kevin calls him a waiter, but Jake immediately states that the captain personally invited him so that he could be here freely. One of the girls quickly comes to his defense, saying he doesn't look like a waiter, and then demands that Kevin show him the invitation. Jake says that all questions can be addressed to the captain, since he will be able to answer them with absolute calm. Other people claim that to get into this party, you have to pay $100,000 per person. Kevin states that Jake either needs to get on his knees and ask for forgiveness, or have his legs broken. The guards begin to slowly approach them, and Kevin says that he will show him what the rules of the game are for the rich. Cheryl reflects on the fact that the main mission has not yet been accomplished, and that if it is discovered now, all efforts will be in vain. Meanwhile, Jake takes out his phone and says that he will call the yacht captain right now to clarify all the issues. Kevin looks at him in surprise, trying to figure out what exactly this boy is going to do, believing that he is probably deceiving him. However, after a few moments, the phone announces to the entire area that the number he is trying to dial is unavailable. Jake reflects on the fact that his friend is currently in business negotiations with a client and does not have time to answer calls. Meanwhile, Kevin says that if Jake is so rich, he can buy this yacht, and then this waitress will belong to him. Jake states that this is simply an excellent offer, which he intends to take advantage of immediately, since he has the necessary funds for this. Immediately after this, he asks to call the captain of this yacht, who has the special right to sell it to anyone who wants it. After some time, the senior assistant, who has the same powers, arrives and asks who exactly called him. Kevin announces that he wants to buy a yacht, then wonders why he hasn't been properly welcomed yet. The first mate says that this yacht is very expensive and expresses skepticism that the average person can afford such a purchase. Jake pulls out a gold card and says that he can't wait to spend his money, so they should just name a price. Cheryl asks him what he is doing and hopes he will stop because she can't let him get into trouble. Jake, in turn, asks her not to worry, as he has a plan that he intends to stick to in order to ultimately achieve a confident victory. Cheryl looks at him in surprise, after which the level of her infatuation with the main character increases by a whole 5%. The first mate, meanwhile, says that the yacht was originally worth $700 million, but now the price has been increased to $800 million. The rest of the people surround him and tell him that he should sign the documents immediately, since he has taken on such bold obligations. Jake states that he will never sign any documents in his life, and that he refuses to follow their orders. After this, he says with a smile that it will be Cheryl, to whom he is going to give this yacht, who will sign the documents. The rest of the people look at him in surprise, and try to understand where such incredible generosity came from in this man. Jake says that he will pay for the purchase in full, but the yacht should go to this girl for her personal use. Jake turns to Cheryl and says that he still doesn't know her name, after which the special agent gives his own. Jake declares that in that case this yacht will be her first gift, after which he swipes the card through a special terminal. Of course, the payment goes through successfully, which causes surprise and shock among all the other observers of this performance. The first mate turns to Cheryl and respectfully tells her that she is now the full owner of the yacht. The other girls here say that he bought not only this yacht, but also their location. People immediately change their minds and start trying to please Jake because he is an incredibly rich man. A bandit approaches Kevin and tells him that this guy is not so simple, and that it will not be so easy to deal with him. Kevin calls this bandit Hunter and says that he has lost control of himself, but he is ready to compromise. He declares that he will give him all his business in Myanmar if he can get rid of this scoundrel, and Hunter agrees with a smile. After this, Hunter takes a few steps towards the protagonist to attract his attention. He introduces himself by name, says that everyone who knows him calls him boss, and asks Jake's name. Jake calmly introduces himself, while Cheryl realizes that this is the very target she has been tracking all this time. This man is involved in smuggling prohibited goods from Myanmar and Laos, and also organizes underground casinos. They have been destroying several of his hideouts over the past few months, but now they have the opportunity to confront him personally. Hunter, meanwhile, invites the protagonist to play at the casino, saying that he probably has experience in gambling. Jake replies that he certainly has money to play with, after which Hunter suggests that he is simply afraid of losing it. Jake immediately understands that he is dealing with an aggressive person who needs to be taught a lesson in order to demonstrate his confidence and strength. Kevin approaches his boss and points out that some people have too much money but are afraid of losing, which makes them look pathetic. Cheryl advises Jake not to fall for their provocations, as this man knows how to cheat and play unfairly at the table. She adds that in this case he could lose a lot of money, but Jake states that this is exactly what he needs. After this, he calls Hunter over and says that he thought it would be nice to have a little fun. Jake says he hasn't had much luck at cards lately, so Cheryl will play for him. Jake thinks that if this girl loses a lot, he will be able to acquire even more money. After they sit down at the gaming table, Hunter suggests playing the simplest blackjack to keep things simple. Cheryl reflects on how, as a waitress who received a yacht as a gift, she cannot refuse for fear of compromising her confidentiality. Meanwhile, the first deal of cards begins, and Jake watches with great interest how this game will develop. Hunter says that luck seems to be on Jake's side, and that it would be a good idea to up the ante. Jake, without thinking, goes for a big raise and passes the action to his opponent to try and trap him. However, as soon as the cards are revealed, it becomes obvious that he is losing. But the hero himself remains happy with this outcome. Hunter advises him not to be disappointed, and expresses confidence that next time, he will definitely catch luck by the tail and win. Jake happily says that in that case he will bet $20 billion on the next game, because he will definitely be lucky. People watching this game say that this boy, in their opinion, has completely gone crazy, since no one can have that kind of money. Hunter, on the contrary, praises him and says that he is a very good person, because he has a valuable quality called courage. The game continues and Jake continues to lose more and more money, but in reality, he remains in the black. Hunter asks if he wants to continue the game, and Jake agrees, but is suddenly pulled aside by Cheryl. Observers note that this waitress is incredibly proactive and regret that such a girl is not familiar to them. Cheryl pins him against the wall and asks if he's crazy, because money shouldn't be spent in such a wasteful manner. She also reminds him of the basics of casino gaming, and tells him that simply doubling his bet won't help him win back his losses. Jake reflects on the fact that she doesn't know that for him, losing money is actually making money, and tries to reassure her. Cheryl states that she is still not happy with what is happening, and asks him to understand that it will be impossible to win here. Jake asks her if Hunter uses card tricks like in the movies, but she claims that the movies lie. Cheryl tells him that the gaming table uses cards with microchips, and that there are special sensors installed under the table. This is why players know what card will be dealt and can plan their play and bets accordingly. Jake smiles and says that he now understands everything, which means it's time to teach him a lesson in the best possible manner. Returning back, he says that he has suspicions that something is wrong with the playing cards, and that he would like to request an inspection. Hunter says that they will fulfill his demands without any problems, so that he can be sure of the honesty of his losses. Those watching the action realize that something is wrong, and assume that Jake is simply trying to blame his losses on others. Jake approaches the table and says that the first thing to do is to make sure there are no suspicious sensors in it. After a while, he puts his hand to the table and decides to use the system to test it. However, a few moments later, he says that everything seems to be fine here, and that there was absolutely nothing to worry about. He states that in this case it is necessary to continue the game, although he notes that it is becoming less and less interesting for him. He tries to provoke Hunter by saying that the boss has won so much money, but is afraid to bet more than tens of millions. Outside observers agree with his point of view, and say that Jake is actually worth many times more than Hunter. Hunter falls for this trap, says he'll play big with him, and immediately bets $10 billion. After this, the dealer decides to shuffle the cards and draws one of them directly onto the table. Jake catches Hunter's eye, asks him what happened, and adds that he would like to get back to the game. Meanwhile, the croupier discovers that the sensor, which had been working properly all this time, has for some reason failed. Hunter decides that there is nothing to worry about this time, since Jake is unlikely to be lucky enough to beat him. Jake accepts the hand and wins without any problems, getting back all the money he had previously spent. Observers are incredibly surprised by this victory, and say that he has fully recouped all his expenses. Hunter calls his opponent a nasty boy, and asks if he really didn't even think about making fun of him. Jake asks him what the problem is, because he has won so many times, and now he loses his temper just because of one loss. Hunter accuses Cheryl of switching the cards and states that, having played for many years, he can always tell. The general crowd says that cheating is unacceptable, and initially sides with Hunter. The bandits grab their knives to emphasize the seriousness of their intentions, and how angry their boss is. He states that, according to his rules, cheating at cards means losing one finger and confiscating the money. Jake asks him if a gunshot will be faster than his hand, the speed of which he has no doubt about. Hunter succumbs to this provocation, pulls the trigger, and a loud shot is heard. However, Jake manages to deliver a quick and incredibly powerful blow to his opponent's body, causing him to move the weapon aside. Cheryl wonders what that was all about, realizing she didn't even have time to see such a swift and powerful blow. All she notices is Jake throwing the chips out of his right hand and hitting the barrel of the gun. Immediately after this, he punches Hunter in the stomach 3 times with incredible speed, barely perceptible to the eye. Kevin calls security and says that they need to arrest this man, who, according to him, is cheating and then injuring a customer. However, the guards carry out a completely different order and begin to detain Kevin, despite his protests. Jake asks him if he has forgotten whose yacht it is, reminding him that he is its owner and that the security is under his command. After this, he turns Hunter's body over and shows the fake cards, saying that it was he who started everything that happened. Cheryl whispers that she didn't think he would go for such a cheap trick and asks how he managed to win. Jake claims that while he was checking the table, he secretly broke the sensor, making the game a matter of luck, and that he planted the counterfeit cards during his shot. Cheryl laughs and calls him a real guy, after which her interest meter for him immediately increases by 15%. Suddenly, the real owner of this yacht comes inside and wonders what is going on here and why there is such a noise. Jake says that everything is fine, and after the owner finds out the whole story, he begins to bow before him, apologizing for what happened. The rest of the people pay attention to how the owner of the yacht behaves with the main character, and they understand that in front of them is one of the richest people. Jake's friend says that this is exactly the man he was talking about, as he invited him here to celebrate a good holiday. People immediately begin to gather around him and try to curry favor with him, as they are attracted exclusively to rich people. Sometime later, the police enter the yacht and announce that they have come here to arrest a gang of smugglers. Cheryl begins to oversee this operation, and she is informed that all the criminals have been arrested, meaning this stage can be completed. Cheryl wonders where this guy went, because he helped catch the criminals, which means all the money should be returned. Jake manages to escape through a window during the chaos, realizing that if the police catch him gambling, it will be the end for him. After a while, the story moves to a women's dormitory, which, despite the late hour, is still bustling with life. Audrey wonders where Jake has gone, and why he still hasn't responded to her messages, despite their frequency. Suddenly, Junya, who had been missing from the university for 24 hours, enters the room. She sits down on a chair and says that she is incredibly tired and needs time to rest after the past day. Audrey asks her what happened, as she looks like she was attacked by someone and had no chance to defend herself. Junya claims that Jake is to blame for everything, as he appears to be a polite guy, but in reality turns out to be very rude. Audrey chuckles, and says that this story sounds implausible, since she doesn't believe that someone could have torn her dress. Junya shows the marks of blows on her thighs, and says that she is not usually capable of inflicting such injuries on herself. Audrey realizes that these are indeed handprints left by a man, but refuses to believe it. Junya asks her why she suddenly started shaking, and suggests that she get dressed so as not to catch a cold. Audrey leaves silently and slowly dresses to go outside and try to call her lover. Junya, in turn, remains firmly convinced that a man will always belong only to his first girlfriend. Afterwards, she smiles and says that she enjoyed what happened and expresses hope that a similar experience will be repeated. Meanwhile, Audrey arrives at the boy's dorm and reflects on the fact that he isn't answering her messages or phone calls. Audrey realizes that Junya is most likely not lying, and in that case, she needs to act as quickly as possible to seize the initiative. She assumes that a rich and muscular man like Jake must be the object of adoration of many women. However, this does not stop her at all, as she decides not to give up, no matter what. However, she decides to wait for him outside, and students passing by wonder what she is doing there. After some time, the morning comes, which turns out to be quite cool, despite the fact that it is summer. Jake returns home, thinking that the gambling and fighting that night had left him very tired and that he could use some sleep. After a while, he suddenly notices a very tired Audrey leaning against the wall, waiting for him. He also hears conversations of passers-by, who say that this girl had been waiting for someone here since the evening. Audrey quickly wakes up, finds her lover right in front of her, and throws herself into his arms. Smiling sincerely, she says that she was really looking forward to his return, and now she can finally feel happy. Jake looks at her with great surprise and asks if she really waited for him all night long. Audrey says that there is nothing wrong with this, since he was busy, and she is ready to wait for him as long as it takes. She immediately begins to praise herself, saying that many women are fighting for him, but she is the one who is ready to be the most understanding. After this, she states that she is very tired, her legs begin to give way, and she almost loses consciousness. Jake asks her if she's okay, and then comes to the conclusion that she's really tired and needs to be carried away. After a while, they find themselves in her apartment, and he carefully lays her down on the bed so she can catch her breath. Noticing that he is about to leave, she stops him and tells him that he is incredibly kind to her, and that this touched her deeply. She points out that he was probably very busy last night and tired, and offers to give him a massage to make him feel better. Jake, realizing that if the fish is hooked, it would be foolish not to hook it, decides to take her up on her offer. After this, he lies down on his back, and Audrey says that now he needs to relax and just enjoy himself. Jake continues to lie on the bed and says that it really feels quite nice, and he feels much lighter. Audrey says that there are much nicer things that will help him feel even better. Jake states that the apartment is far from the university, and that he can buy her a place closer, after which Audrey thanks him. She declares that in this case, she will be ready to give him a massage every day, and the system increases her level of passion by 4%. After a while, he falls asleep, and Audrey tells her friend that Jake is going to give her an apartment. Junya reads these messages with horror, and says that this pathetic nobody deserves a single dollar or yuan. After this, she decides to say that if she is offered an apartment, it is better to accept, since this can be considered charity. Audrey says that in that case she will accept this gift, and Junya declares that for her money is just pieces of paper. Audrey, smiling, realizes that this is more nonsense, and comes to the conclusion that after Junya missed her chance, nothing will work out for her anymore. A few more hours pass, and the narrative shifts to midday, when the protagonist finally gets some sleep after a hard day. He smiles and says that it was a wonderful massage that helped him recover his strength much faster. When he reaches his phone, he suddenly discovers that he has received a lot of messages. He hadn't responded to all his girlfriends for only one day, but he had a whole pile of unread and unanswered letters. He recalls that he used to write to girls himself and didn't receive a response, but now the situation has completely changed. After some time, he writes to the car dealer, who informs him that the car Jake ordered has already arrived. Jake remembers this car and realizes that he still doesn't have enough money to afford such luxury. Smiling, he realizes he has nothing better to do today, so he decides to just go there and see how nice the car is that he got. After some time, the story moves along with the main character to a luxury car dealership, where only wealthy clients are allowed. Jake finds himself in a large sales area where a huge number of different cars are on display, including foreign ones. The staff carefully move between customers to provide them with quality service, and give them any necessary instructions. Jake realizes that the dealership owner is no slouch, and has put the car he wanted to take on display at the auction. He also notes that there are quite a large number of foreigners here who have come here specifically to look at the cars. Suddenly, someone announces that the boss, a big figure in this business named Steven, has finally arrived here. Steven comes here with a boy named Robert and a girl named Cherry. Robert asks Cherry if she would like a drink, stating that he could easily get her some water, but she declines. Robert is immediately offered a little drink, but he refuses, and Jake says that he would like a couple of glasses of water. After he is handed the drink, he realizes that this salon is truly excellent, as he has never seen anything like it. Afterwards, he notices the free ice cream and reflects that in a regular store, the same thing is sold for as much as 30 yuan. He approaches two girls and addresses them politely, then asks them to give him some ice cream. The girls suddenly look at him with disdain and say that, unfortunately, they are out of ice cream. Jake realizes he probably should have come here earlier, and then a foreigner approaches the counter with the same question. He is suddenly handed an ice cream and told that the spoon is on the lid, so he should be careful. After this, other girls who are not foreigners approach the counter, but they are also refused, saying that the ice cream is gone. The employee looks clearly pleased with herself, unaware that such behavior violates all the rules of etiquette in an expensive, prestigious business. Luckily, Jake is a champion of social justice when it comes to his fellow countrymen, and decides to step in. He is indignant, saying that he and the 3 girls were told that there was no ice cream, while the foreigner was given it without any problems. Jake accuses them of nationalism, while the people around him begin to be outraged by such injustice. The girls say that unfortunately, the amount of ice cream is limited, and it is only available to special guests. Jake takes the side of all the disadvantaged, and says that, according to their logic, only foreigners are considered special guests. Jake asks them if they have any more ice cream and demands that they give him at least 1 serving, but they refuse. Robert says that he will immediately deal with this rowdy Chinese man and show him his place. After that, he approaches Jake, asks him what is going on here, and Jake explains the whole situation in detail. Robert says that foreigners are rich, and Jake, in his opinion, is a loser who comes here only to eat and drink. Jake says he came here to pick up his car, but for some reason no one believes him. Robert claims that Jake doesn't even take care of himself, but still expects to buy a car for 60,000 yuan. The crowd gathers around him again, and once again begins to assume that he is a troublemaker. Robert asks him why he hasn't left yet, suggesting that his insolence knows no bounds. Jake states that all this time he was looking for one gift that he received from an acquaintance, and shows those present his persona card. Jake amazes everyone with his riches, and asks them if they are ready to listen to him in this case. The girls say that they made a mistake and ask for forgiveness, but he declares that they will not be forgiven. He demands that they apologize to all Chinese people because, in his view, they are too committed to Western values such as capitalism. All the other Chinese immediately begin to proudly shout about how they live in a country where equality is ensured, albeit not financial. Jake approaches one of the girls, who is giving a fiery speech, and says that she inspires him to new achievements. Cherry suddenly runs up to the main character and says that she is very glad to meet him, and has been looking for him for a long time. Jake asks her who she is, and Cherry, in turn, asks why he didn't tell her he was coming here, since he is an important guest. After this, she gives her name and says that she is the sister of the gentleman who drove the car to him. Robert starts to get angry because suddenly some person appeared who deprived him of the chance to try to seduce Cherry. Cherry looks at the 2 girls and says that she doesn't need to explain how to deal with employees like that. She immediately begins to scold them, declaring that they should be fired immediately for such a gross breach of etiquette. Cherry says that this is not enough, and adds that it would be nice if the guards also punished these girls, but Jake refuses her. After this, the girls quickly run away, and ordinary people begin to laugh at them out loud. After this, Jake points out that Cherry is communicating too freely with another man, and notes that this has never happened before. Everyone around him begins to show unusual goodwill towards the main character, since they are interested in his money. Meanwhile, Robert runs up to Steven and says that the mysterious rich man made a lot of noise and ruined everything. Steven decides to take matters into his own hands and approaches the protagonist, calling him the so-called rich man. Jake turns in his direction in surprise and states that, according to rumors, Steven has a lot of money. He also accuses him of wanton extravagance, claiming that he throws money around like chewed paper. Steven suspects that the whole thing smells like a scam, but Jake says he has no idea what it's all about. Cherry tells him that this scheme was devised by foreign scammers to force people to invest money. Steven adds that the main feature of this scheme is that the scammers deliberately attract as much attention to themselves as possible. He argues that people instantly believe any nonsense they hear, and begin to assume that there really is a grain of common sense in it. Cherry asks Steven if he has any evidence, and advises him not to accuse a stranger of fraud without evidence. Jake says that he is tired of listening to all this, and would prefer to go have a drink of something strong to take his mind off this chatter. Steven points to the other girls and says that he hired them because they act like they're dancing to someone else's tune. After this, he declares that he will call security if they don't explain to him how everything really happened, and Jake decides to accept this challenge. Jake gets angry and decides to act on Steven's field, intending to humiliate him in the way that Steven considers most painful. Steven says that this will be very easy to test, because if Jake has more money than him, the bet will be over. Ordinary people remember that Steven's company is one of the top 5 car dealerships in the city. Jake declares that if he loses, Steven will have to post signs around the city, admitting that he is a leech on the body of the Chinese people. Steven cannot understand the nature of this insult, and notes that if the Chinese people had not invited him here, he would hardly have been able to enter this market. Nevertheless, he decides to accept the challenge and says that if he wins, he will give the man from the street a luxury car. He then asks if Jake is still willing to continue, and Cherry states that such conditions are unfair. Steven notes that all the cars were produced with his money, so there can be no questions for him. Jake suddenly pats Cherry on the head and tells her that she has nothing to worry about because he knows exactly what he is doing. He walks up to a display stand with 3 $20 million sports cars and says they look great. After this, he gives a car to 3 girls who refuse to give him ice cream, saying that this should console them in a difficult moment. The girls thank him and call him an incredible rich man, but Jake says that he does this solely to win over the foreigner. A real financial conflict is played out between them, during which a huge number of people buy cars. Robert says that they only had 2 cars left, which were given to trusted people, and so they lost a lot of money. Jake calls him Mr. Loser and asks him why he stopped, assuming he ran out of money. Steven claims that all the previous gifts were nothing, and admits that he does have a lot of money obtained through fraud. After this, he offers the most expensive car to some passerby, but Jake is not at all impressed. Steven asks him if he's going to admit defeat, adding that he shouldn't have messed with him. Passersby say that Jake is simply deceiving people, and that the authorities should check his financial situation. Jake, meanwhile, approaches the car, which is part of a limited edition, and asks if this is the car they were talking about. Observers are saying that this is an exclusive car that is here only for exhibition and is not intended for sale. Jake turns and looks at his opponent, waiting for him to finally say his last words in a burst of self-confidence. Steven calls him very self-righteous, adding that now that the show is over, it's time to admit who's right. Suddenly, the car salesman pushes everyone else aside and says that he would have come here earlier if he had known that Jake would be here. After that, he shakes his hand and says that the car just arrived after it was ordered. Steven and the other people can't believe what they just heard, because no one can afford such a car. Jake says that he trusts the car seller and offers to give the car to Cherry. After this, he makes the payment, spending a whole 80 million Chinese yuan on the car via bank transfer. People watching him say that this is simply crazy money that exceeds all conceivable limits. The car salesman looks at the protagonist in surprise and asks if he really wants to give the car to his sister, whom he doesn't even know. Cherry looks lovingly at the man who spent so much money on her and says that he is incredibly sweet. Steven meanwhile admits defeat, declaring that he has no more money to spend. Jake is happy about this and says that in this case he must comply with the terms of the agreement and hurry. Steven realizes that he was wrong, because Jake is not a fraud and is really rich, and there is no point in arguing with him. He loudly declares that he was wrong to doubt him and says that he came here to sell cars to the Chinese. The Chinese are starting to get upset because a foreign businessman has decided to sell them goods for money. Jake orders him to get out immediately so he doesn't get in his way anymore. The crowd continues to pursue him and demand compensation for moral damages, despite the fact that they were given many cars as gifts. After this, they surround the protagonist and thank him for helping them see the true face of the foreign entrepreneur. Cherry immediately falls in love with the man who spent so much money on her, and decides not to delay when he receives a call. She turns to him and says that she would like to ask him out on a date to discuss a few things. However, it turns out that he is no longer there, as Jake received a call and immediately went in an unknown direction to answer it. Cherry realizes that she just missed out on the opportunity to meet a very rich young man, and is worried about it. Meanwhile, Jake goes outside to meet an important woman he has an interest in. Marie waves to him, and he says that he hasn't seen her for several days, but she has become much more beautiful. Marie says that when other men call her beautiful, she doesn't like it, but Jake is the only one who can say that. Jake admits he's ashamed, but fourth-year students at the university are required to do an internship. Marie says that she will definitely help him with employment and help him find a good company. He gets into her car and she says she will give him the position of director and a salary of 600,000 yuan, but he refuses. After some time, they move to a company where Jake gets an internship. The girls are talking among themselves and saying that the person appointed as the general director is supposed to come here today. After some time, a supervisor named Yumi enters the office and says that everyone should return to their seats. A man also comes in and says that these are their new colleagues, and asks the 2 people who came with him to introduce themselves. One of them introduces himself as Cedric, after which he flashes a very expensive watch on his wrist. After the performance, Jake says that he is a simple student and came here for an internship. Yumi realizes that one of these people is a poor student, and the other wears an expensive watch, and assumes that he was the one assigned by Mari. The man who brought them here is Cedric's father, and he is thinking that this place will definitely be his. Yumi approaches the protagonist and hands him a huge amount of work, saying that he must complete it today. Immediately after this, she decides to suck up to Cedric and gives him much less work so that he can finish the job on time. Jake notices another instance of injustice and immediately decides to protest, wondering why he got more work. Yumi immediately raises her voice at him, declaring that the group leader and all orders must be followed without question. Jake understands that working here will not be easy, as he is already facing serious difficulties in this place. Yumi approaches Cedric, and he tells her that there are a few things he doesn't quite understand. Yumi immediately leans closer to him to show off her attractive figure in full. After a while, there is a lunch break, during which you can take a little rest. Jake walks up to Yumi and hands her several folders, telling her that the job is finally done. Yumi carefully reads the report and realizes that Jake's level is very high, as this boy is incredibly talented. After this, a brilliant idea comes to her mind, as she assumes that her further actions will not be made public. She calmly approaches Cedric and tells him that she made these reports for him, so he should take them to the manager for signature. Jake wonders how this can happen and why someone is taking all the credit for his work. Yumi responds by saying that as a student, he needs to gain experience, since many people often don't have the chance to do so. Jake states that the violation can be reported to the CEO, but Yumi asks him if he is really going to complain. Jake smiles and leaves, suggesting that he hopes she will remain defiant and fearless until the end. After some time, Cedric quickly finds Yumi and decides to gradually contact her to talk. They quickly become more intimate, and he invites her to dinner to discuss some issues. Yumi agrees, thinking that this rich guy is almost in her grasp, and she has secured a decent life for herself. Jake goes outside to find her standing next to his moped, realizing he's in trouble. Jake comes closer to her and says that he is terribly sorry, but does not have time to finish his sentence. Yumi turns away haughtily, assuming that he had deliberately been so demonstratively cold to her in the office. She adds that they are clearly birds of a feather, and he does have some skills that will help him. Jake claims there must have been a misunderstanding, but she continues to talk about how broke he is. Yumi states that if he agrees to be a backup option, he will be disappointed, as he is currently not up to par. Jake simply walks past her, saying that he needs to get to his moped to go home. Cedric drives up to him and wonders how he gets around town in such a wreck. Yumi says that they are going to have dinner and can take him there, because for him, it is a chance to ride in an expensive car. Cedric notes that if he doesn't mind, then he doesn't see anything wrong with helping either. Jake decides not to answer and simply parks the moped on the road to continue driving. After this, he drives past his boss, demonstratively running over her foot to make her fall. Cedric immediately runs out of the car to help her up, saying that this behavior is unacceptable and needs to be punished. Yumi remains convinced that this brat can't have her and acts like a real bitch. Jake is happy because he sees their irritation, figuring that the more arrogant they are, the more painful it will be for them when they finally fall. The next day, Yumi approaches Jake and tells him that he should buy coffee for the entire department to share with his colleagues. Jake wonders why he has to spend so much money to buy everyone else coffee. Yumi states that it's a rule because newbies always buy coffee for their coworkers, and Jake points out that Cedric can do that too. Yumi says that tomorrow it will be Cedric's turn, and today it will be his, after which Cedric begins to scold Jake. He talks about how poor students don't understand how to communicate in a group and attract the attention of others. Jake looks at them with a smile and notes that they have now started to act together. Cedric states that there is no need to look at him so strangely, since he has connections, and he can influence Jake's future career. Jake reflects that this doesn't bother him at all, since he doesn't plan on working here after his internship ends. Cedric says that if Jake sticks close to him, he can try to arrange it so that he doesn't have to leave. Jake thinks that this is all very well, but in reality, it is Cedric who should be thanking him for what happens next. He adds that if he is around, Cedric's life will most likely become significantly more difficult, so he should be grateful to him. Cedric loses his temper and asks what Jake is doing, to which Jake states that he is studying at university and has no money. After this, Jake says that he will treat everyone to coffee when he gets paid, and now the rich man Cedric will take care of it. Cedric agrees to these terms under public pressure, and Jake declares that he would like to drink a mochaccino. Yumi tries to maintain her initiative and thanks him, noting that, unlike the others, he knows workplace etiquette. Cedric accepts the rules of the game and says that he should be the one thanking them, as it is a great honor for him to treat them to coffee. His father comes into the office and Cedric makes it clear with his eyes that this intern is hindering his career advancement. The father understands his son without words, and with his eyes makes it clear that he should not worry, since this problem will be solved quickly. After that, he says that they have a very large order, and since he came as the boss, they need to remain quiet. The man says they just received a project worth 80 million yuan, but the client demands they act quickly. They add that they split the team into parts, and no one randomly chooses Jake, Jake smiles and thinks that this is, on the contrary, a good thing, because he will be able to calmly resolve this issue, and does not understand why someone considers this a problem. Cedric remarks that Jake is too self-confident, and adds that it remains to be seen how long he can laugh and think he's the best. Time passes, but Jake acts as if he has already done everything and can calmly enjoy his vacation. After some time, he decides to leave his workplace to sit for a while in a special room. At this rate, 3 days pass, and he easily completes his task, since his level of intelligence is very high. Yumi watches as Jake has done nothing for 3 days, and wonders where he is so relaxed. Jake goes to the bathroom and she decides to see what he managed to achieve in the short period of time he was working. Looking closely at his plan, she feels inferior because she has never seen such a well-thought-out plan. Cedric asks her what happened, to which she replies that Jake has an excellent project plan. Yumi points out that his plan is several times better than all 3 of their programs, and can't believe he did it alone. Cedric wonders how this is possible, but Yumi understands that they can't let him win this meeting. Jake is asked if there is anything he can do to help, to which Yumi replies that the debriefing will begin in less than half an hour. She tells him that he is the only one who is free, so he should head there and get ready. After a while, they move to a conference room, where Cedric talks about the new technology with a smart look. He adds that such a model could potentially stimulate the emergence of new consumption scenarios. However, he forgets that the slides indicate that Jake is second in line, but he didn't have time to edit it. However, Cedric decides to quickly switch the slide, hiding the caption before others notice. The board of directors notes that this program looks absolutely fantastic and has great potential. Cedric states that he graduated from MIT and believes he is capable of meeting the standards. One of the directors says that he has nothing to object to, because the concept is simply wonderful and suits them completely. Cedric's father looks at his son with joy and realizes that he did the right thing when he took this job for himself. He adds that in this case, you can sign the contract right now so as not to waste time. He hopes that once the papers are in his hands, the path to the top director's post will be just a few steps away. Cedric is happy that he will receive a bonus and will be able to pay off the loan with these hours. And Yumi is happy with any extra money. Jake walks inside, hands in his pockets, and finds the alien concept to be an audacity that goes beyond all bounds. Cedric looks at his father and hopes that he will immediately throw him out, using his authority. Cedric's father asks how dare he be late for such an important meeting, and yet rip up the contract description. Jake addresses his colleagues, noting that they both lay claim to the concept, but still do not admit to what they did. Cedric's father orders the pathetic intern to shut up immediately, or he will lose his position and the right to work for the rest of his life. Jake ignores this and approaches Cedric, asking if he dares to open page 11. Yumi tries to resolve the conflict and says that Jake helped with the concept development using his criticism. People around him believe that Jake made it all up because he didn't do any work. Jake reflects on the fact that he still has several versions of this project stored on his work computer as evidence. Yumi understands that this information is very sensitive. It could harm their overall plan and drive them into a corner. However, Cedric's father begins to smile slyly, realizing that he has a good counter-argument to counter Jake. Suddenly, he starts shouting loudly about losing his watch in order to distract attention from what is happening. He then places all the blame on Jake, claiming that he was the one who stole the watch, and orders a search of his workplace. Cedric quickly complies with his command, and then returns with the watch, reporting that he found it at Jake's workstation. The crowd begins to condemn Jake, claiming that he is a little thief who accuses other people of stealing in order to cover his own crimes. Jake assumes they are trying to divert attention from the incident, and they are doing a pretty good job of it. Cedric and his father reflect on the fact that Jake reacted rather quickly, but it still won't change anything, because he is a genius. The man asks Jake if he has any arguments against such compelling evidence. The crowd surrounds Jake and starts shouting at him, saying that there can be no mercy and that the police must be called. Jake realizes it's time to strike back decisively, using facts and logic to destroy their accusations. Meanwhile, Cedric's father declares that if Jake isn't going to leave on his own, they'll just push him out. He immediately calls security, who carry out the order and prepare to overpower Jake and throw him out of the establishment. Suddenly, a familiar voice stops everyone, which can only belong to the person who owns the company. The CEO's secretary walks ahead, her demeanor showing that she knows what really happened. Cedric's father immediately begins to fawn over the secretary and asks her what she is doing here at such a time. In response, she simply steps aside without saying a word, after which Marie herself enters. Cedric's father says he didn't expect Marie to come, but the secretary states that the director can come whenever he wants. Cedric's father turns to his subordinates and orders them to immediately bring chairs and expensive tea. After this, he tries to speak, but the secretary interrupts him, stating that the lady has very important things to do now. Cedric's father shows her the soft chair they have prepared, and adds that the tea has just been made. However, Marie offers her chair to Jake and states that it would be great if he decided to try their tea. Needless to say, the effect such a scene had on everyone present in the room. Jake starts to get cranky when he notices that the tea is too hot, and Marie declares that she will definitely fix it. After that, she takes the cup from his hands and carefully blows on the hot drink to cool it at least a little. The villains wonder what is happening and assume that they have gone mad, dissolving their eyes into such scenes. Other people also assume that they are imagining things because the CEO has never been in such a mood. Marie tries her best to calm Jake down and assures him that she will take care of everything and that he doesn't need to worry about anything. After this, she exchanges glances with the secretary and nods several times so that she understands what needs to be done. The secretary immediately turns around, addresses Cedric's father and asks if he knows what he did wrong. Before he can answer, an assistant approaches her and tells her that he has found the documents she asked him to find. The secretary throws the papers aside and says that this is the first draft of the project that she found at Jake's workplace. Cedric's father reads the documents in surprise and says he cannot believe that he unknowingly falsely accused a man. The secretary claims that this is a conspiracy with subordinates to steal other people's work achievements, and adds that this is unforgivable. The secretary says that contrary to company rules, Jake brought his son into the department and promoted Yumi. The people here can't believe their eyes, and then they realize that all this is the work of Father Cedric. The secretary declares that now that he has offended the rich gentleman, his luck has turned away from him, and it was very much in vain. She also claims that the person who invested $500 million into the CEO's tech company is Jake. The scoundrels understand that they are in serious trouble, because they might not even suspect that the person in front of them is that very rich man. They are immediately informed that they have been dismissed from the company in disgrace, and will now lose all privileges. Cedric realizes that if he hadn't gotten involved with Yumi, who sometimes joined forces against Jake, everything would have been fine. He immediately accuses Yumi of being some kind of cheap woman, and Yumi accuses him of not actually being rich and having no prospects. A serious fight breaks out between them, and each tries to shift the blame onto the other, but they do not realize that everyone is to blame. The secretary orders the guards to remove the three of them so that she never sees them again. After this, everyone in the room starts asking Jake for forgiveness, because they find out that he has a lot of money. Marie asks him what he thinks about this internal audit, and Jake replies that their company needs to be more careful. Marie says she used to want him to be the director, but he refused, and Jake replies that he likes to keep a low profile. Marie also mentions that she reminded him of the results of the professional team and would like to show his successes. Jake takes her into the office and comments that she works in a very fancy space, but Marie states that she rarely comes here. Afterwards, she shows him her latest achievements, and Jake notes that he doesn't understand any of it, but it looks impressive. Even though he knows nothing about such sciences, he says he will invest another $500 million into it. With this action, he further raises her level of sympathy, when suddenly the table she was sitting on begins to break. Marie finds herself in a very awkward position, and says that she is stuck and cannot get out no matter how hard she tries. Jake remembers moments from adult films that he used to love watching, and realizes that the situation is not going well. He understands that this is the first time he has encountered something like this, but he has absolutely no idea what to do next. Jake reaches his hands out towards her to try and pull her up, hoping it will be enough. The secretary, who is standing next to the office, overhears their conversation, but completely changes the context. She knocks and asks if there is anything she can do to help them, to which Marie quickly replies that she is fine, and there is nothing to worry about. Afterwards, she quietly remarks that if she is seen like this, her carefully crafted image will be destroyed. Jake says he'll move her to the couch so she can change positions, which will make it much easier for her to get out. He advises her to lie down more comfortably, as he will raise the chair a little more so that she can get out. The secretary continues to eavesdrop on their conversation, and realizes that they are clearly doing something indecent and are trying to cover it up. Jake makes a confident move to finally free Marie from the shackles of the wooden chair. After this, he asks her if everything is okay, to which she replies that her legs had become numb while she was in that position. He also notices that her dress is torn, but she claims that it is no big deal because she has a wardrobe full of clothes. Jake notes that he has never seen an office with such a luxurious dressing room. He suggests that this limits his imagination, but then notices a gorgeous dress that looks good on Marie. Jake comes out of the closet and Marie notices that a lot of time has passed, so she asks him to wait a minute. Jake sits down calmly on the table and periodically glances at the door, behind which Marie's shadow is visible. He understands that being a gentleman, he must immediately take a stool to examine everything properly and remember it. Marie asks him how far he went, but immediately adds that he wasn't peeking all this time. Marie claims her family did not approve of her starting her own business and believed her company would fail. Smiling, she vows to him that she will never let this money go to waste and will definitely achieve a breakthrough. Jake, on the other hand, hopes that she will suffer large losses because then he will be motivated to invest more. Jake says money is not an issue for him, and Marie realizes they need to put more resources into the research. Jake is delighted that the level of infatuation has increased again, thanks to his promise to spend even more money on her. Marie finishes changing her clothes and says that she would like to invite him to dinner to treat him. Jake looks at her carefully and realizes that she chose exactly the dress he had been eyeing earlier. Marie smiles as if she knew from the start which option he would like best. After a while, they go out to the office, and Marie tells the secretary that they are heading to the Nine Dragons Hotel. Employees observing the event noted that this was the first time they had seen the CEO in such a revealing dress. Warm conversations with hints between them cause other people to feel disappointed in their own lives. Marie tells him at the restaurant that she saw the project he came up with and thinks it's a fantastic find. Jake emphasizes that this project was relatively simple and only took him 15 minutes to complete thanks to his intelligence. Marie continues to be more and more attracted to him as she really loves rich and intelligent men. After some time, she decides to contact Astrid and tell her that she didn't expect her boyfriend to be so smart. Astrid smiles and notes that the haughty CEO has finally decided to take the initiative. Marie changes her clothes and notes that she is not yet completely sure, after which she decides to discuss one important thing with her friend. She asks Astrid why she is still awake, assuming she is nervous about her trip to Japan. Marie also reminds her of that incident with her classmate, and Astrid says that nothing like that happened between them. Marie laughs and remarks that she has practically sold herself to him, and Astrid declares that she will no longer listen to her and will go to bed. After a while, Marie reflects on how going abroad with Jake would be like going on a date. Meanwhile, we are transported to Japan, where one of the important meetings of a very mysterious and dangerous man is taking place. This man is Chairman Kameda, who is informed that the funds for his insidious plan are ready. The assistant also notes that they have enough money to buy whatever he wants at the auction. Kameda asks what happened to the insolent Chinese man and is told that he bought a plane ticket. Mr. Kameda declares that they will force him to stay here forever if he dares to insult their infallible honor and dignity. 10 days pass, and it's finally time to fly to Japan and enjoy its beauty. Jake notes that he missed his plane, but he was lucky and managed to get a seat in economy class, so everything will be fine. Astrid, meanwhile, says that she is very excited because she can't wait to see many valuable artifacts. She also notes that she is worried about the fact that he was challenged to a duel by one of the Kameda Consortium magnates, but Jake reassures her. His practical impulses about buying up all the artifacts in China are interrupted by the loud scream of a child running around the cabin. At first, no one pays attention to him, and he continues to run around the cabin, looking around. Suddenly, he walks up to the chair behind Astrid and starts pushing it with all his might and kicking it. Astrid turns around politely and remarks that he shouldn't behave inappropriately and kick people. The boy looks at her for a while, then suddenly says that she is beautiful and should undress in front of him. Astrid asks in surprise what nonsense he is talking about and who taught him such strange words. The boy gets angry and knocks the phone out of her hands, noting that if she refuses, he doesn't care about her. Jake calls him a little bastard and goes to catch him, but Astrid says he's just a little kid. Jake claims that she is too kind, because if the child is not taught a lesson now, he will grow up to be an idiot. The boy runs out into economy class again and starts running around the cabin, holding a toy with sharp edges in his hands. He runs past Astrid once again, and with a careless movement touches the corner of her dress, causing it to stretch. Unable to hold on, he falls, and the expensive dress is torn, so it has to be taken to a first-class seamstress for repair. Jake realizes the time for words is over and quickly stands up, declaring that this scoundrel needs to be taught a lesson as quickly as possible. The boy falls and starts crying loudly because he hit his face on the hard surface of the car. His mother immediately leaves business class and asks what happened, assuming that someone has started bullying her son again. Jake notes that the boy got into this unpleasant situation on his own, but the child's mother becomes hysterical, claiming that this is not the case. She suddenly asks him what's wrong with children running around the cabin, assuming he didn't do it on purpose. Astrid says that the children can run around, but this is an airplane and they need to behave appropriately. But the mother doesn't even want to listen. After this, she insults her, calling her a girl of easy virtue because she wears a dress with exposed arms and legs. Astrid indignantly declares that she can wear whatever she wants and advises against teaching children bad words. The hysterical mother claims that she knows how to raise children and notes that her child is much smarter than some little idiot. The boy begins to mock Astrid, noting that now all the girls wear rags instead of normal clothes. The woman is making a big deal out of it and saying that her child is suffering because of girls like Astrid. Astrid is overwhelmed by the barrage of insults and realizes she doesn't have the strength to stand up for herself. Luckily, Jake is by her side, saying that the entire Chinese people are horrified by this woman's hysteria. The hysterical woman claims that they have the audacity to mock a mother and son who are innocent. She threatens to bring the flight attendant, and Jake declares that he will personally deal with all the boy's actions. The boy understands that if everyone finds out about his actions, he will be in trouble, and immediately asks his mother to punish Jake. Jake asks Astrid if she's okay, and she replies that he did indeed silence the woman. However, a few moments later the woman rises again with a scandal, saying that these beggars only fly in economy class. The woman forgets that she is in economy class, and local passengers note that there is nothing wrong with this. The rich woman declares that she will not tolerate any objections from the miserable paupers whom she hates. Meanwhile, Jake is trying to call a flight attendant, and one of them is nearby, enjoying a latte with syrup. She sits in her seat and reflects on how flying during peak season is a very stressful job. After a while, a friend approaches her and addresses her by the name Stella, noting that she has overdone it with makeup. Stella tells her friend Chomsky not to go any further with the snacks and to give them to her. Chomsky agrees to her terms and asks her to keep quiet, assuming she is trying to please Mr. Fred. Fred, meanwhile, writes in the group chat that he was hoping to meet Jake, whom he also told about the trip to Japan. The flight attendants watch him, realizing that the pilot has abandoned the co-pilot and has come here to suck up to him. After some time, they are given the order to deal with a noble lady from first class who ended up in economy class. Stella draws a short lot and irritably goes to the right place, realizing that she does not want to interact with people. Afterwards, she smiles, wondering how she can help, and finds herself in the middle of an argument between Astrid and the woman. Astrid complains about her, and Jake praises her for her courage, noting that she is learning very quickly and is already behaving properly. The woman suddenly announces that she is the wife of a representative of a large conglomerate. Stella notes that if this lady bought a first-class ticket to enjoy comfort, then she is unlikely to cause problems. Jake is surprised, meaning that the rich people brought the hero, but they create problems, and the common people get in the way. The hysterical woman explains that this is the difference between the rich and the poor, as she has good connections. Jake looks at her and notices that these threats seem completely meaningless and unimpressive to him. Fred decides to check what's going on here and where the flight attendants, who are supposed to be on duty all the time, have gone. Stella notes that there is a commotion in economy class, and she is resolving the situation, assessing her strength and capabilities. The women point out that they will now have to live with this, as Fred is a well-known rich man in the area where she comes from. After this, she greets him and states that she is the wife of the chairman of the board of one of the conglomerates. She adds that the beggars are causing them problems. She tried to sort everything out, but the worthless people don't want to listen. Fred glances at the main character and freezes in surprise, as it seems that he has seen him somewhere before. He also approaches him and notes that in front of him is that same rich gentleman, rejoicing that he has finally met him in person. Afterwards, he mentions his nickname in the Princely Millions chat, and Jake states that he remembered it, which causes joy. It's worth noting how surprised and stunned people are who thought they had everything under control all this time. The boy tries to insult Fred, but his mother immediately slaps him, explaining that he is not the kind of person to insult. Fred, meanwhile, calls another flight attendant and asks her to upgrade Jake and Astrid to first class at his own expense. The other passengers continue to be amazed by this incredible turn of events, as no one could have predicted that Jake would be so rich. Jake, in turn, reflects on the fact that he does not want to see this woman's face, as it will ruin his mood. Fred points out that this is not a problem, since the owner of the company is an old acquaintance of his, and they will blacklist the woman. The frightened woman immediately falls to her knees and declares that she feels ill, as she feels dizzy and has a heartache. Jake argues that she should just admit that her child was at fault, and she will immediately feel better. However, the woman stands her ground and shouts loudly that no one has the right to blame the child, because he is poor and unhappy. Fred orders them to be quiet, and remarks that they are the only ones who are disturbing the peace, for which they will be punished. The crowd finds a post with a photo of Stella on social media, where she calls ordinary people beggars. After that, they say that they need to make her famous, so that she will lose her job forever. After some time, we are transported to an airport in Japan, where the son of a hysterical mother is taken to the police station. Fred asks Jake why he came to Japan, and he replies that he came to the auction to buy Chinese artifacts. Fred praises his incredible patriotism and advises him to be careful, as Kameda could pose a threat. They note that Kameda is a well-known Japanese tycoon with a passion for art, particularly art from China. Of course, as befits a villain, he uses his financial resources to suppress and humiliate his competitors. Astrid hears that he has a whole army of ninjas and begins to worry about her friend. Jake confidently says that if he leaves, the Chinese artifacts will fall into the hands of Kamita, and this cannot be allowed to happen. In reality, Jake is only interested in the opportunity to spend more money, as this will bring him even more real finances. Meanwhile, an unknown woman, who doesn't stand out in any way thanks to her ordinary clothes, follows him. However, in reality, she is one of the representatives of the ninja fighting squad who finally finds her purpose. Kamita informs her that according to information, Astrid will appear at the airport with a Chinese tycoon. This ninja's name is Sally, and she is one of the most successful and effective mercenaries who serve the Kamita clan. This time, she tries to approach the target unnoticed in order to determine the subsequent course of action. Jake notes that his throat is suddenly dry, so he goes to get a little water, giving it a good chance. She decides to use the ring, which contains poison, to lightly stab him in the back and poison him a little. Gradually getting closer, she hopes to show him the amazing surprises that Japan has in store for him. Meanwhile, Jake is patriotically indignant that in a foreign country, the prices for water from vending machines are higher than in his beloved China. He turns around looking for alternatives and finds a small public fountain to drink from. Immediately after this, without thinking, he approaches the fountain, which gives Sally another chance to strike. Jake is happy that he has the opportunity to drink tap water without paying anything for it. Sally doesn't manage to strike in time. Now she can only continue to watch her target without attracting attention. Astrid asks her comrade to go ahead to get some alone time with Jake. Jake agrees and approaches the taxi driver to ask how much a ride to a certain address costs. Seeing the price higher than expected, he decides to save money and invites the girl to go by bus. Jake adds that they are in no hurry, so they will admire the scenery along the way and enjoy the views. After some time, they go to the hotel lobby to book a room and show the discount coupon. Jake is acting like a very greedy person, so Sally begins to suspect that this is not the target she has been looking for all this time. He looks like some kind of lackey who is of no value, and now she wonders where that rich man is. After some thought, she decides to use her special techniques learned in the ninja monasteries to ask for help from this man. Jake decides to while away the time in the evening playing his favorite mobile game, demonstrating good results. Suddenly, there is a knock on his room door, and he decides to find out who came to him at such a late hour without warning. A disguised Sally comes to him and tells him that she works in room service and has brought him dinner. Jake opens the door and explains that he is starving, after which he invites her in, remembering that he did not order this service. Sally wishes him bon appetit and stands quietly nearby, hoping that the action will be quick and that he won't have to wait long. Jake suddenly receives a notification from the system that activates his passive poison resistance skill. He realizes that the effects of the truth serum have just been reversed, but the drug is only available to military or criminal authorities. However, he decides to play along with the girl and says that he suddenly felt dizzy and that he feels unwell. The system, on the contrary, regards Sally as a beautiful girl and launches a counterattack in order to be able to seduce her. Jake is surprised that the system offers to seduce a girl, decides to play along and makes vulgar comments. Sally is surprised that Jake made a vulgar compliment about her figure and suggests that this system action really works. Smiling, she says that she likes him too and asks him to tell her where this Chinese rich man is. Jake sits down on the couch and explains that he is naked there and can't remember, so she has to feed him. Sally sits on his lap and agrees to the terms, after which she begins to feed him. Jake explains that this billionaire will only appear on the day of the auction, at the moment it begins, because it will be more impressive that way. Sally watches him closely and listens to his every word, noting that this is very interesting information. After this, she continues to try to seduce him, and remarks that it would be nice to play something more interesting. After a while, she jumps up to grab him with her hips and use a special technique. Jake decides to give in again and pretends to pass out from being strangled underfoot. Sally watches his unconscious body closely and says that when he wakes up, he will not remember anything. After she leaves, Jake opens his eyes and realizes that Tycoon Kameda probably has something to do with it. However, he decides not to show that this has had any effect on him and calmly waits for the day of the auction. Kameda enters the main hall and everyone greets him happily, knowing it would be best not to anger the man. Sally approaches the master and informs him that the Chinese rich man has not shown up, so they can set up an ambush and eliminate him at the entrance. Kameda says that in China, such people are called turtles, who hide their heads in moments of serious danger. One of his henchmen points out that if he shows up at the auction today, he won't survive, and Sally declares that the Chinese are useless. She also notes that Astrid's assistant from yesterday is the best example of this when she sees something strange. She sees that among all the guests of honor, Astrid is standing, and next to her is the man she saw yesterday evening. Taking a closer look at him, she realizes that she has been deceived all this time, and this man was originally a rich man. Sally wonders if this man is the same Chinese rich man she has been collecting information about for so long. Jake walks closer to them and notices that the faces are familiar to him, after which he assumes that the fat man in the center is Kamita. Sally realizes that Jake was playing a prank on her, but how he was able to escape the truth serum remains a mystery. Kamita in turn turns to his subordinate and considers her a useless ugly woman. Kamita's subordinates advise him to behave more restrainedly, but he continues to mock his opponent without any fear. Kamita greets Jake and hopes that he will not disappoint him at the auction, and Jake states that he will try his best. After a while, the auctioneer announces that before he begins, he must tell a short story. The host says that their auction is the largest in the world, and 90% of the proceeds go to the United Nations. She also decides to thank all the wealthy billionaire families around the world, including the Kamitas. She also thanks the other bidders, with a special emphasis on Mr. Jake from China. However, those present note that they have never seen Jake and assume that he is an ordinary rich man who came to see something new. Jake recently gets up from his chair and decides to go to the microphone, despite the fact that no one invited him. However, this does not stop him, and he says that he is glad to welcome everyone present and wants to clarify two things. He explains that, firstly, he came on behalf of China to acquire the cultural values of his country. He also states that since it is a charity auction, no matter the amount he spends, the money will go to a good cause. Jake gives a friendly warning to the participants to stay away from Kamita, as he is a dangerous man. Those present say that he is a very impudent Chinese boy, but are impressed by his incredible generosity. Kamita understands that this is just a bluff by an ordinary clown, so he has nothing to fear. His assistant reports that they have been conducting an audit, and this time the families and other competitors have spent a lot of money. They come to the conclusion that the fortune they have accumulated will be enough to win the auction. Kamita happily says that he needs to continue his great path, and that he will be able to crush the pathetic level of his competitors along the way. Meanwhile, an auction house employee reports that the event has officially begun, and the first lot has been put up for sale. The starting bid for this lot, which once belonged to China, is $30 million, setting the bar high right away. Kamita immediately turns to his main opponent, hoping to see a grimace of horror on his face at such high stakes. Jake carefully studies the information about this relic, and notices that it does not belong to Chinese culture, and therefore is of no interest to him. Astrid tells him that in ancient times, many countries were engaged in the export of various goods, and their styles were intertwined. Astrid immediately becomes embarrassed, admitting that his knowledge is much deeper. But Jake retorts, noting that she is very beautiful. He adds that when a person talks about something with passion, it is very appealing, and Astrid agrees with him. All the other people watch the unfolding romantic scene in amazement, and try to figure out what to do. Kamita smiles and realizes that such patriots do not understand the true meaning of auctions, and soon he will have no escape route. After this, the second artifact is displayed. A Chinese blue and white vase with an image of a peacock. The starting price is announced at $10 million, and Jake raises the bid almost immediately. Those present understand that the boy has started bidding, and watch his capabilities with interest. Jake smiles and announces that he is willing to bet $300 million, instantly raising the price to the sky. Onlookers can't believe he's willing to spend such crazy amounts of money on these artifacts. Kamita notes that such self-expression reflects self-doubt and shows the applicant's pity. His assistant asks if he wants to outbid him, but Kamita refuses, claiming the price is too high. An auction employee confirms that the lot is being sold for $300 million. Jake smiles and immediately tells Astrid that he bought this dish exclusively for her, because he likes her so much. Astrid is embarrassed and notes that formally this thing should belong to the museum, while others are discussing it. Afterwards, she thanks him, saying that she really appreciates his generosity and respect for Chinese culture. Some people start asking irritated questions about why the hell they brought a sweet couple there, who are disturbing everyone else. Meanwhile, a third artifact, an 8-pound jade amulet, is being put up for auction. Kamita says he's willing to spend $20 million on it, and Jake immediately raises the bet to $500 million. Kamita's henchmen are surprised that this Chinese businessman is trying to buy other lots. Kamita considers it a cheap trick, as Jake is willing to spend so much money just to anger him. An auction house employee reports that lot number 008 is selling this jade amulet for $500 million. Jake gets up from his chair excitedly and announces that he would like to give this amulet to Sally as a thank you. He notes with a smile that he really enjoyed the massage, the level of skill of which is on a completely different level. Kamita asks her if she really told him her top-secret real name, but she replies that she didn't. She also says that she will refuse the gift, but Kamita forbids her to do so, saying that it would be impolite. Sally begins to feel sad, her willpower gradually diminishing due to the fact that she is treated like a meaningless toy. Jake reflects on how finding a tool that does whatever she's told is a very rare find. Sally looks at him with irritation and wonders what he is doing. Because of her, she only receives punishments from her owner. However, this is the first time someone has given her a gift, which makes her level of infatuation increase a little even in this situation. Jake pretends to be surprised by this, and wonders why his affection for her has suddenly increased. Sally reflects that she's very sorry he's such a nasty person, and her infatuation level drops a few percent again. Jake can't figure out what's going on and assumes there's something wrong with the system. However, after a while, he is inundated with notifications that the level of passion has increased or decreased by 1%. Afterwards, he notes that he thought the auction would be tense, but it turned out that no one was even bidding. Kometa boils like a kettle on a gas stove and reflects that the villain's joy did not last long. Meanwhile, a special vase from a distant era is put up for auction, and the starting bid is immediately set at 5 million. Others are gradually raising the stakes, reaching up to 30 million, in hopes of livening up the event. However, it all ends with Kometa's assistant deciding to enter the bidding and immediately betting 80 million. The auctioneer happily announces that he will be the one to receive this lacquer vase, which is worth a lot of money. All the other people start clapping for him, amazed at how much money he is willing to spend on artifacts from past eras. However, his henchman suggests not to fall for the flattery of the other tycoons, since they flatter, but the attention is focused on Jake. Kometa quickly makes it clear that this is absolutely not a topic he wants to discuss with his subordinates. The beaten employee apologizes to him, admitting that he talks too much and does not think about the consequences of his words. Jake starts licking himself and announces that the next item will be Chinese antiques, and he will definitely buy them. The rest of the people fall silent to wait until the item is put up for auction so they can take a closer look at it. The staff brings out a Chinese painting depicting an image from the Tang dynasty and announces a bid of 80 million. Everyone is actively joining the bidding and gradually raising the bids, so the price quickly reaches 300 million. Kometa decides to support the others' efforts and bets a whopping $800 million to beat their offer. Jake yawns mockingly, finding this very boring, and then immediately raises the bet to $2 billion. People turn around to look at him in surprise, trying to understand where a common man gets so much money. Kometa suddenly decides to take up the baton, and announces that he is willing to bet 2.5 billion to buy the painting. Everyone looks at him in surprise, but he continues to insist that he has the money and is ready to bet it. The henchman tells him that they will go bankrupt, and will not be able to buy any more artifacts, but Kometa orders him to shut up. Jake says he's always happy to play against his opponents and raises the bet to $3 billion. Kometa goes all out and raises the bet to 35 billion, hoping it won't be beaten. Jake playfully declares that he is ready to bet 40 billion, since for him there is absolutely nothing impossible. Those present are surprised that these two people exceeded the value of the painting by 200 times. Sally tries to mentor her boss, but is clearly not in the mood to listen to common sense. Kometa decides to resort to cunning tricks, and a smile as unpleasant as his own spreads across his vile face. After exchanging glances with the main character, he announces that he is giving up, and the 40 billion painting now belongs to Jake. People nearby realize that this was a subtle psychological manipulation and recognize Mr. Kometa as a genius. Jake asks him if he is really ready to resort to such strange tricks, to which he replies that he is very ashamed. After this, the auctioneer announces that lot number 8 will receive the painting for a whopping $40 billion. Kometa, in turn, approaches his subordinates, offering to contact a financial company to borrow money. He is asked why he is selling his property as collateral, to which Kometa states that he must stop Jake at any cost. He hopes that he will be able to break this perfectionist, who certainly cannot stand defeat. Smiling, he states that once he obtains the final artifact, he will be able to control Jake. His henchmen note that he is a true genius who was able to come up with such a complex and interesting scheme. Kometa calmly claims that everything was planned this way from the start, and that it is impossible to lose this battle. Sally, meanwhile, reflects on the fact that she has never seen such an interesting person representing China. However, she decides that if Jake is her master's enemy, that means she can't have any feelings for him either. Her level of infatuation begins to increase and decrease by the same amount again, which begins to tire Jake. Meanwhile, a 6th artifact, a head of a Song Dynasty Buddha, is being put up for auction. Jake immediately bets 500 million, and Kometa raises the bet to 1 billion, resigning himself to the situation. Jake raises the price to 15 billion, and Kometa, to everyone's surprise, almost immediately declares that he surrenders. This makes other people admire him because Kometa showed great foresight and beat them again. Soon, Jake continues to encourage the crowd to buy all sorts of Chinese relics. After some time, the last artifact is put up for auction, a Chinese statue from the distant past. They announce that the starting bid for this artifact is $400 million, expecting a hot bidding war. Kamita says this is the last Chinese artifact at this auction, and this is where the strike must be made. However, in reality, they are in no hurry to place bets, and are waiting for someone to make the first mistake. Jake decides to go first and calmly sets the starting price at $1 billion. Kamita immediately raises the bet to $15 billion, showing that the fun is just beginning and he's not done yet. Jake looks at him in surprise, having already assumed that the competition was over. Others are noting that the chairman is finally taking things seriously, and that the real battle is about to begin. They assume that now they will finally clash to determine who is the strongest. Jake accuses Kamita of cowardice, since all this time he did not take serious risks and was afraid for his money. Kamita adds that if he loses now, he will lose his status in Japan, while a smile flashes across his face. Immediately after this, he ups the ante and announces that he is ready to spend $30 billion on this statue. Kamita states that Jake talks too much for someone in such a sad situation. After a short pause, Kamita raises the stakes again and says he is willing to pay $40 billion for this relic. Jake notes that this is a great delusion that Kamita will continue to believe until he is fully confronted with reality. With a genuine smile, Jake declares that it's time to continue the game, causing an annoyed look to appear on Kamita's face. After that, they begin to raise the stakes chaotically, and each one clearly has no intention of stopping there. Gradually, the process continues to become more active, and finally, we are talking about $160 billion. Astrid tries to stop Jake, saying that it is too much money to spend on a relic. Kamita's henchmen point out that they cannot act so impulsively, as they do not have that kind of money. Other people say that this is a real battle of the gods, in which the winner is still not clearly determined. The owner of the auction house asks who wants to bid above $160 billion, but no one answers. Kamita turns to his opponent with irritation and asks if he is scared and not ready to continue. The auctioneer counts down to see if there will be another bidder willing to raise the bids. The henchman says that the estate and shares are all they have left, and they can't spend it on some artifact. Kamita says that if he is defeated, a group of rich people will definitely find a way to buy back the artifact. He declares that this is his real plan, and his minions realize how brilliant he is. Sally expresses a reasonable concern about what will happen if suddenly no one wants to buy the artifact. Kamita asks her how she can even think about such things when he is sure that everything will definitely be fine between them. Jake, smiling, says that he gives in and will let him buy the relic, since he doesn't really need it. The auctioneer reports that Mr. Kamita has finally secured the Chinese Goddess of Mercy statue, which is valued at $160 billion. Everyone notes that this is a real record in the world of auctions, and will probably not be broken for 50 years. His henchman looks at him and realizes that Kamita still won, despite the fact that Jake is very rich. Kamita seems to be beginning to understand the trap he has gotten himself into, and this victory clearly does not bring him joy. However, he decides not to show it and approaches the protagonist, reminding him that he wanted to buy everything back. He begins to gloat and notes that Jake's patriotism is actually worthless, since he didn't keep his promise. Immediately after this, he snaps his fingers, and Sally quickly approaches him, holding a small tanto used by samurai. Kamita draws his weapon from its sheath and explains that their country has a very serious tradition regarding such failures. Throwing the knife at Jake's feet, he says that anyone who makes such a mistake should commit harakiri. Kamita adds that he understands perfectly well that he is dealing with a man who is used to running away from problems, but he will give him a chance. After that, he rolls the statue towards him and says that he is ready to sell it for $199 billion. Kamita states that this will give Jake a chance to save face, and asks how he feels about such a proposal. Jake smiles and says that he takes the offer in the same way as the rest of Kamita's actions, without feeling any fear. Kamita's henchmen immediately advise Jake to watch his tone if he wants to get out of here alive. Jake realizes it's time to go big and quickly stands up, adjusting his tie. After this, he calls his opponent a bastard who is actually worthless. Jake then recalls his words, according to which he was going to buy back all the Chinese artifacts that were once stolen. He leans towards the artifact and emphasizes that they need to pay close attention to his words, as there are other valuable items in front of them. Kamita quickly realizes what Jake meant, while his henchman notices that Jake is breaking his own words. Kamita turns to his subordinate in a rage and delivers a swift and powerful slap to his face, knocking him down. The employee can't withstand the blow, as Kamita's weight is quite impressive, and it's difficult to stay on his feet. He looks at his boss in surprise and asks why he suddenly showed such cruelty. Kamita explains that he wants to return the artifacts that the Japanese stole from China long ago during the intervention. After this, Jake realizes that the statue was an ancient Chinese product exported to Japan. Jake notes that the statue has historical value, but it is clearly not as tall as one might think. He also says that if Kamita had been more informed, he would not have lost the fight. Jake suggests that Kamita didn't even buy the statue with his own money and went into serious debt to wipe his nose. Kamita realizes that he has made a big mistake, and now he will have to restore his financial position. He orders his henchmen to drag the subordinate away so that they can deal with him later. Astrid states that she was very scared when she thought that Jake was going to spend that kind of money on the goddess of mercy. Jake, smiling, notes that sometimes you have to deceive even your allies, when suddenly a lot of people approach him. They introduce themselves as collectors from different countries and try to get to know Jake, since he has a lot of money. They smile and remark that finally, after so many years, someone has defeated Kamita, whom they never liked. Kamita feels the incredible shame that he has brought upon himself and all his ancestors, and tries to run away. However, suddenly his heart starts beating faster than usual. He loses stamina at 10 times the rate and falls. He clutches his heart, fearing that it will suddenly not withstand such serious physical exertion. However, his entire body is pierced by a sharp pain, which hints that at his age and build it is better not to run. All he can see through his blurred vision is a man slowly approaching him with an ominous look. Jake mockingly asks Kamita what happened, after which he advises him to be careful and not risk his health. Kamita looks at Jake, who he just lost to, and realizes it was a big mistake. However, Jake is not going to give up and decides to restore justice, believing that Kamita should be punished for his actions. He addresses all the samurai of his clan and orders them to act immediately to neutralize Kamita. He also demands that all the artifacts that Jake bought be brought, and that Kamita himself be thrown into prison so that he will not see the sun. Meanwhile, the action moves to the Chinese embassy, located in one of the cities of Japan. The employee approaches Jake and says that he understands his desire to buy up all of China's valuables, and thanks him for it. He also states that he has heard about Kamita's treachery, and promises to do everything possible to keep Jake safe. Jake says he's very grateful to them, but there's still some work he wants to do, and he needs a car. Astrid asks him not to leave as it is too dangerous outside and expresses concern for his safety. But he tries to reassure her with words of support. He promises her that everything will be fine, and she should trust him because he is confident in his abilities. Astrid understands that there is no point in arguing with him, since he is a strong man and will always act at his own discretion. After a while, Jake heads to the underground garage, thinking that Kamita has already worn him out a lot. He understands that if he doesn't kill Kamita this time, he came here in vain and spent almost all the money in vain. However, after a few moments, several shurikens suddenly start flying towards him, which could kill him. Jake makes a slight movement of his neck to dodge the attack and tries to figure out who attacked him. Sally slowly emerges from the darkness, trying to make her appearance as theatrical and terrifying as possible. Jake notes that everything happened pretty quickly and asks why she isn't wearing the jade amulet he gave her. Sally becomes shy and asks why he wears this amulet, and Jake notes that the amulet suits her. Sally admits that she doesn't understand why he gave her the amulet, but says that if he thinks he can bribe her, it's no use. Jake notes that in that case he is ready to buy out all of Kamita's employees and put a bounty on his head. Sally claims that her clan is not the one breaking contracts and killing employers, but Jake continues to doubt this. Sally loses her temper and declares that she will shut him up and finish her job quickly. Jake dodges as her movement proves too slow for his agility. Sally speculates that he doesn't have any martial arts skills, but he always manages to avoid being hit. After this, she realizes that it is time to use her signature move, which can catch anyone off guard. Without thinking twice, she detonates a smoke bomb, and as the smoke slowly clears, Jake loses sight of her. He quickly looks around, trying to figure out where she could have disappeared to, but he doesn't find her anywhere. However, his sixth sense tells him that she is slowly creeping up on him and will soon attack. Sally materializes out of thin air and jumps on his neck to deliver a powerful blow with her daggers. She hopes that the blow will be enough to instantly drain his blood and break his resistance. Jake manages to quickly raise his hands to intercept her blows and temporarily slow her actions. Sally understands that this position is the most difficult for the victim to move, and assesses his strength. However, she did not choose this technique by chance, since the leg grab reduces the victim's blood circulation and weakens it. Jake finds a laconic solution and bites her thigh, which she inadvertently did not close. One bite is enough to knock the confident ninja off his back, and Jake gets his chance. Sally insults him, claiming that he uses underhanded methods to win the duel. Jake reveals that she is a professional assassin, and he is just an ordinary guy who has not studied martial arts. After this, he crouches to prepare for a sharp dash and says that it is his turn to take the initiative in the fight. He lunges forward, knowing his speed is enough to knock her down quickly. Sally realizes too late that it is impossible to deal with such a fast opponent, and Jake has almost reached her. He grabs her arms and pins her against the car so she can't resist. He smiles, looks at her, and notes that he has never lost a battle with a beautiful girl. Sally tries to hit him in the weak spot, but he anticipated this and put his leg out in time. To calm her down, he delivers a swift blow with his head, which has incredible strength. The blow is enough to knock her unconscious, although Jake knows he wouldn't be able to handle several ninjas. He realizes that going to Kameda alone will not be easy, so he decides to come up with a backup plan. After this, Jake decides to search Sally to confiscate any weapons she might use against him. Jake also finds the truth serum, noting that Sally cleverly hid the vial in her cleavage. He takes out a pill with this serum and says with a smile that now she will confess everything to him. After a while, he helps her up and tells her that he doesn't have much time, so he doesn't want to stay here for long. He tells her that she swallowed the truth serum, which means it's time for torture, during which she will tell him everything. Sally admits that she failed, but she is experienced in her field, so Jake's victory does not really mean anything. Jake says that this answer suits him, after which he immediately grabs a knife lying nearby. With one easy movement, he breaks the rope that was preventing Sally from using her hands freely and turns to the side. He also informs her that he has no need to keep her on a leash, and all he needs is a weapon to defeat Kameda. Jake asks her what needs to be done to make her give up the pursuit without harming him. Sally is incredibly touched by this, not realizing that she is only alive because the system will take into account the money Jake spent on her. The emotionally unstable girl wonders why he is so kind to her and even gave her a jade necklace. Jake gets into the car, and the system notifies him that he has increased Sally's interest by 10%. Sally asks in shock if he's really going to look for Kameda alone, and Jake confirms that he is. Sally suddenly tells him all the coordinates of Kameda's location, and adds that he has very serious security in large numbers. Jake is surprised by such a detailed analysis, and thanks her, but she states that she is only telling him this so that he knows that he could be killed. She reports that Kameda is a very cruel man who tortures his employees for the slightest offense. Sally explains that the clan's rules are strict, and leaving is not an option, but Jake reassures her that he can free her by killing Kameda. Jake also advises her to find a safe place to hide and wait out the most intense events. Immediately after this, he closes the door and presses the gas, hoping to reach the next starting point on his route as quickly as possible. Sally wonders why this man is so unpredictable, feeling her feelings for him grow stronger. However, after a few moments, she begins to feel a strange presence, and the shadows thicken around her. The ninja report that the target has escaped and left through the east door of the embassy, and then ask that someone be sent after her. They also state that Sally failed the mission and is suspected of treason, meaning she must be delivered to Kameda. At this moment, Kameda is on an island, the area around which is constantly patrolled by guards and boats. He asks if they have lost their target, and the ninja reply that they set up an ambush along the way, but made a mistake. Kameda declares that this is nonsense, and then orders that they be invited to the embassy to gather everyone here. At the same time, he turns around and looks at Sally, who has already been brought in for questioning. He brutally grabs her by the hair and orders her to tell him where Jake went, but she replies that she has no idea. Sally admits that he took her guns and didn't tell her anything about his plan, but Kameda says he won't believe it. After this, he activates special electrodes attached to her body to begin electroshock therapy. Sally is in incredible pain and is trying to figure out how to get out of this death trap she has driven herself into. Kameda says he has many effective interrogation methods, but he won't use them to sell her just yet. Moments later, his devious plans are disrupted by alarm as they have just been attacked. Kameda wonders what is going on, and is informed that several guards were killed using ninjutsu. Kameda orders them to fire on anything that moves, and they notice a strange movement almost immediately. During his trip, Jake managed to learn all the special techniques used by ninjas, and continues to destroy his enemies. A spotlight is suddenly pointed at him, and the guards inform him that he has been spotted and cannot be allowed to escape. Jake turns around and sees several fighters dressed in dark clothing jumping out towards him. These fighters turn out to be the same ninjas, ready to destroy even the most powerful warriors. Jake realizes that he won't be able to handle so many opponents in close combat, and makes a decision. However, this retreat actually turns out to be a tactical maneuver that he deliberately uses against his opponents. They follow him, realizing that if the target jumped into the sea, his mobility would be limited, and he would not be able to hide. Kameda smiles and states that the ninjas chasing him are the clan's best fighters. He begins to celebrate victory prematurely, believing that no one can cope with such a serious threat. The ninjas themselves begin to believe in their victory, act more self-confidently, and make mistakes. They have no idea what a serious opponent they are dealing with, as he has amazing skills. Jake swims so well that he almost teleports through the water and appears behind the operatives. He quickly destroys one of his opponents and realizes that it is time to fight the rest. He swims at incredible speed, despite the fact that he is holding heavy objects in his hands that are inconvenient to row. The ninja realize that the enemy is a fast swimmer, so they need to group together to avoid falling victim to his tactics. Jake starts swimming around them very quickly to confuse them and wait for them to run out of oxygen. The thing is that Jake himself can breathe almost infinitely underwater thanks to the advantages of the system. Jake smiles and reflects that the ninja never stood a chance, and the water gives him many advantages. He understands that it is better not to spend much time in the sea, as the salt water will damage his eyes. He decides to act as quickly as possible, and continues to attack his opponents to make them breathe faster. Thus, they quickly run out of oxygen and are forced to swim upward. One of the desperate fighters begins to surface, but Jake immediately rushes after him. With one powerful blow, he inflicts mortal damage on the fighter, and it becomes clear that he will never surface again. The ninjas are completely losing their patience. They are almost running out of oxygen, and they are caught in a deadly trap. Kamita suddenly hears the gunshots stop and tries to figure out where this is leading, hoping that everything ended well. A derisive laugh ensues, and they say that you have to be an idiot to think you can handle Jake. Sally closes her eyes, realizing that this man is clearly not simple, but he fell victim to his own ambitions. Kamita takes out a vial of a strange substance and says that the troubles are dealt with, which means it's time to have some fun. He approaches Sally, not hiding his nasty smile, which makes her realize that the bottle contains something terrible. Kamita grabs her face and uses brute force to inject a few drops of the solution. Smiling, he says that as soon as she plays with him, she will be sold to another clan, and her disappearance will be made out to be murder. Sally reflects on the big mistake she made in trusting his words that he would change her destiny. She states that if there is a miracle in this world, she would like God to have mercy on her and give her to him. Kamita claims that there have never been and never will be gods in this world, but he can send her to heaven if she wishes. Jake quickly opens the window and announces that his song is sung, and now he intends to destroy Kamita as a pathetic and insignificant bastard. Kamita turns around in horror, looking at his worst enemy, who, as it turns out, has not received any damage. Sally looks at him in surprise and wonders how this is even possible, while her affection for Jake increases by 50%. Jake explains that he was delayed because he encountered some very persistent and annoying opponents who were stalling for time. Kamita reflects on the need to urgently contact his guards to call for reinforcements. Jake throws a walkie-talkie into his hand and tells him that he won't let him use it. Immediately after this, he rushes forward to deliver a crushing knee strike directly to his stomach. Jake advises Kamita to remain quiet and out of the way if he wants to continue to exist in any form. Kamita wonders how Jake was able to defeat his fighters, to which he replies that he is simply a better swimmer, as he is like a fish in water. After this, Jake unties Sally and helps her up, asking if she can handle him on her own. Kamita admits his mistake and asks for forgiveness from his new patron, hoping for his leniency. Sally, enraged, takes a bottle of the strange substance and shoves it down the throat of her hated enemy. She states that killing him is too easy, and the contents of the vial will be enough to cause him to die a horrible death. After this, they decide to leave the island so as not to attract unnecessary attention from other people. Jake laughs and remarks that the substance is terrible when he suddenly notices Sally acting very strangely. Jake asks her what happened, and Sally reveals that she was force-fed the substance, causing her to lose control. A few moments later, she throws herself into his arms, declaring that she can no longer help herself. Jake suggests they get to shore and find a safe place, but Sally says she will do everything herself. The night passes lively, but after a while dawn comes over the beautiful sea. Jake reflects that he could not have imagined that he would have such an experience in such an interesting and unusual way. Sally states that she has failed to fulfill her contracts and must return to her clan, but Jake argues that she does not have to return. He advises her to live like a normal person, despite the fact that she grew up in a clan that is likely keeping an eye on her. Jake gives her a special card with the inscription about a very important person on it. He explains that if she doesn't know what she wants to do, she should find something that will bring her joy. Sally can't believe Jake's incredible generosity, and her affection for him increases again by 45%. She throws herself into his arms, while the system returns to him part of the money spent on her earlier. Sometime later, the news reports that Kamita was found dead in a terrible condition. Jake spends some time at the airport to load all the necessary relics onto the plane. His comrade notes that it is a great pity that Kamita died, because now he can calmly return home and thank his country for its service. Jake is glad that he was able to successfully resolve the issue, but is sad that he did not have time to visit all the sites. Sally watches the plane fly away, realizing that the man who changed her life is on board. She understands that after finishing her business, she will go to his country to find him. After some time, they arrive at their home port, and Astrid asks the movers to handle the boxes carefully. Jake suddenly receives a system notification that even deeper possibilities have opened up before him. He is offered a choice of 3 skills, each of which can bring him certain advantages. Jake carefully considers the consequences of each choice and decides to choose the opportunity to play the piano. The system tunes him so that he has a perfect sense of notes and can play the most complex pieces on the piano. Jake is surprised at how much knowledge about this musical instrument comes to his mind at once. Suddenly, he hears a voice from behind that seems terribly familiar to him, and he quickly turns around. Audrey announces that she came here to meet him at the airport, smiling and adding that it was a special surprise. Jake notes that he now understands why she asked when she would be back and praises her thoughtfulness. Audrey states that she missed him very much, and then leans down to kiss him with all sincerity. She says she would like to invite him to dinner, and then they will go look at the houses she has chosen. She says she likes the $1.5 million house, but Jake promises he'll buy her the most expensive house possible. Jake reflects on how he's almost reached 100% sympathy from Audrey, and wonders what will happen next. Astrid suddenly stops him and asks where he is going, not noticing the other girl next to him. Jake explains that he decided to meet with his friend in an attempt to hide the fact that he has multiple women. Astrid says with a smile that if a friend came to meet him at the airport, then they must have a very close relationship. Jake tries to object, but she suddenly approaches him to kiss him goodbye again. Blushing, she notes that he had a difficult trip to Japan, so he deserves to rest after such a risk. Embarrassed, she runs away, saying that she will take care of the rest of the artifacts they brought. Audrey is already waiting for him in the car and invites him to sit down, saying that the driver will take them to the right place very quickly. Jake is glad he avoided a brutal fight between the girls, as that was the last thing he wanted. They end up in a luxurious mansion, and Jake states that he asked a friend for advice, who recommended buying this particular house. His friend noted that this mansion fully corresponds to its status and has all the necessary amenities of the highest category. Audrey claims that even the cheapest house in this area costs at least 1 billion yuan, which is an almost unaffordable sum. Jake approaches the employee and says that he would like to see a mansion called the Dragon's Court. The girl doesn't suspect that he actually has money for such a purchase, but she still agrees to take him there. Audrey expresses some doubts, saying that the mansion is worth around $300 million, which is quite expensive. Jake replies that this is their first home and he doesn't want to buy her just anything, as he is committed to only the best. Audrey is very surprised by such incredible generosity, and her affection increases to 98%. Jake is happy that he has made a lot of money again, and the level of affection for him is almost at its maximum. After a while, a couple comes in who look like very rich and stylishly dressed people. The bespectacled man declares that he will show his girlfriend the mansion and tell her how luxurious the Dragon's Court is. He approaches Jake and asks if he really came to buy the villa, to which Jake answers in the affirmative. Audrey shows the layout of the house and says that it has balconies, a swimming pool, and that it is really very beautiful, although expensive. Bogach notes that this is a big coincidence, since they are also interested in the Dragon's Court villa. Jake smiles and remarks that this is indeed an interesting coincidence, and Audrey states that they were here first. The rich man praises Jake for being a billionaire at a young age and not wasting his life on nonsense. Jake goes to an employee and asks where the restroom is, after which the employee shows him the way. After a while, Jake goes to the restroom and decides to wash his hands in order to properly prepare for the purchase. A few moments later, the same rich man who had looked quite friendly all this time comes to him. Leaning on the sink, he asks Jake if he's in trouble, causing him to look surprised. Jake tries to figure out what he means, after which the rich man demonstratively lights a cigarette to emphasize his coolness. He then reveals that the girl Jake is dating is too hot, and he's unlikely to be able to handle her. Jake asks what this means, and is told that the rich man is playing the role of a rich kid and is displaying fake behavior. After this, the rich man says that he is an actor himself, and can give Jake a couple of tips to look more convincing. He adds that he really liked Jake, so he is ready to give some advice and shows the keys to the Lamborghini. Jake asks if he really has such a car, to which the rich man smiles and clarifies that they are just lighters. He adds that you can't fool people with such an outfit, and a billionaire must dress tastefully so that it is immediately noticeable. After this, the rich man decides to give a short lecture, combining life advice and advertising his courses. Meanwhile, Audrey and the neighbor continue to stand in the same place, not really talking about anything. Suddenly, a neighbor examines Audrey's bag and remarks that it looks very high quality. Audrey claims it is an original that she bought at a brand store while shopping with her boyfriend. The girl states that she is her enemy and there is no need to treat her with suspicion, since they have a specific goal. Audrey asks her what this purpose is, and the girl says that they pretend to be celebrities in order to catch a rich man. She says she managed to catch her target, who bought the original bag for 120,000 yuan. She assumes that Jake is clearly deceiving her, but because of his kindness, he will definitely help her achieve her goal. Jake announces that he would like to purchase the Dragon Court and wants to get the necessary paperwork done as soon as possible. The fake rich man and the fake celebrity realize they have come forward to save their charges from a difficult situation. Jake swipes his card through the special device and notes that the house now belongs to Audrey. Audrey is happy that she now has a very expensive house in which she can live with her boyfriend. All the skeptics watching the process are surprised that he actually had so much money. The employee invites the heroes to follow him, explaining that he will take them to the mansion as quickly as possible. These guys find themselves in a difficult situation because they did not expect the hero to have so much wealth. After some time, they find themselves in an estate where a legendary European-style mansion is located. The employee hands Jake the keys to the house and informs him that from now on, he is the owner of the mansion. The gates begin to open slowly, and a guard, who had been sleeping at his post this whole time, is visible in them. A few moments later, he wakes up and realizes that he must be more alert and careful. He walks up to Jake and asks where he is going, adding that no one is to enter the area. A few moments later, the manager comes to the rescue to deliver a powerful punch right to the guard's face. He says he knew it would all come back, so he decided to come early to help. In parting, he waves his hand and says that he will not interfere with the rich man and his girlfriend enjoying life. As soon as Jake and Audrey step inside, they see the huge number of servants that come with the house. This place also has a giant wine cellar, where many of the best brands of wine are collected. There is a swimming pool where you can spend time and enjoy summer evenings or hot days. All the furniture, as well as the exercise equipment located here, are the most expensive and luxurious examples. Jake notes that the bathroom is so big that it can fit at least 10 people. Audrey decides to check the shower and accidentally hits the switch, causing a stream of water to immediately fall on her. Jake hears a noise and turns around to see what happened. Audrey looks at her wet clothes and says that she accidentally touched the shower switch. Jake is a little shy and says he'll bring her a new set of clothes so she can change into them. However, Audrey decides that now is the perfect time to strengthen their intimacy and holds his sleeve. She says that she is afraid to be alone in the mansion, so it would be better if he stays. Jake takes the hint and decides to take action, as he would never turn down something like this. The system reports that Audrey's affection has reached 100% and she will never leave him again. Jake is happy that now he can cheat on her with other girls, and she still won't leave him. We fast forward to the next morning, when Junia wakes up after a hard night. She finds Audrey slowly walking into the room, each movement a struggle. Junia asks where she was last night, and Audrey replies that she was very tired, but all the information is in the profile. Junia immediately picks up her phone to see how much her new rival is exaggerating. Unfortunately, all that remains is to watch Audrey's most romantic moments of the past 24 hours. Junia feels her hands begin to shake with anger and wonders if it really is Jake in the photos. Audrey yawns and says that in this world now she doesn't need anyone except him, because he even bought her a mansion. Junia says that she is making things up and shouldn't think that Jake is serious because he is just having fun. Audrey notes that their love is boundless, and even if other girls cling to him, she won't worry. Junia asks if Audrey has completely lost her mind and doesn't understand what she's saying. Audrey says she's tired of turning away and won't worry anymore because Jake really wore her out yesterday. Junia thinks that she shouldn't be so daring, and this time she comes up with a plan that will be simply perfect. A few days later, Jake wakes up to his phone literally blowing up with notifications. He turns around and asks what's going on, since it's early morning. However, after looking at the messages, he realizes that many girls and friends are starting to congratulate him on his birthday. Jake says with a smile that he himself forgot about this holiday, because he had too many wonderful adventures. After this, he says that he will spend time with his dorm mates, realizing that he will not have time to pay attention to all the girls. After some time, his comrades approach him and congratulate him on the holiday, adding that they will treat him to dinner. Jake thanks them, after which they exchange glances, clearly implying some kind of catch. After a while, they are transported to a restaurant that looks like a very expensive European building. Jake comes closer and is surprised that the three friends decided to spend so much money on him. Looking around, he remembers that he was here last time with Marie and the others on the third floor. That is, he thinks about the situation for a while and decides to do something to make his friends even more happy. After this, he writes to the group chat, stating that he has in fact already arrived. Suddenly a woman approaches him and demands that he immediately delete the photo and apologize. Jake explains that he didn't take her picture, but the girl insists that absolutely everyone did. She raises her voice and says that if he doesn't delete the photo, she will call the police. She emphasizes that interference is inappropriate, because people like him are of no interest to her at all. Jake asks her to stop screaming and shows her a photo where it is clearly visible that he did not take the photo of her. He He advises her to open her eyes and look carefully so that she has no doubts about his innocence. Audrey suddenly appears behind him and asks if he came here to celebrate. Jake doesn't have time to get his bearings, and she takes his arm to lead him to one of the tables. Other people start making fun of the girl who caused the scandal, noting that she is ugly and has a plastic face. Jake asks why she is here and where the others went, to which she replies that everything was arranged in advance. Audrey reports that when she told them about her proposal, they immediately agreed, hoping it would be best for him. Immediately after this, she gives him a very expensive watch, congratulating him on his birthday, to which he responds with sincere gratitude. Suddenly, Junya appears next to him, hands him her gift, and says that she wishes him a happy birthday. Audrey asks angrily why Junya suddenly decided to come if no one invited her. Junya hands him the belt and adds that it perfectly suits his image of a brutal and masculine man. Audrey says the belt only costs 50,000, and Junya says she bought it with her last money. Jake continues to be hostile towards her, saying that he doesn't need the gift and that she can keep it. Junya interprets this as a sign of concern, considering that she has no money. Chai welcomes viewers and announces that she is glad to meet them on her live broadcast. She adds that she brought a hair care kit of her own making, worth $42. Viewers are actively leaving comments and asking for a bigger discount on the products, as they cannot afford it. The producer informs that things are not going well and that a secret guest needs to be invited urgently. Chai notes that viewers don't seem to be very interested in the products she's trying to sell. After this, she announces that she has invited the most mysterious guest, known by the nickname Beggar. Chai asks him if he could please the fans, to which he replies that he can handle it without any problem. He says that everyone knows the brand that Chai advertises, and that it is an ancient brand that has been profitable for many years. He also says he'll give everyone a $10 discount, bringing the price down to just $28 per pack. Jake confidently notes that Chai will continue to demonstrate talent if they sell the required amount of goods. Once sales begin, the required number of purchases for the next marathon is collected almost immediately. Jake tells the audience that they are amazing and asks Chai to not hesitate and delight the fans with her talent. Jake adds that they will ride a bike, but this time they will add something new to the activity. Jake asks his friend to first show everyone the pose she takes when riding a bike, and then he gets ready for the trick. A few moments later, he shows the audience a girl who has managed to change into tight clothes. After this, he decides to make some adjustments to maximize the interest of the audience. He says that the angle is not right and that they need to shoot from a more interesting angle to create a buzz. Chai asks him to make sure the broadcast is not blocked, hoping that he will maintain the boundaries of decency. Jake, smiling, says that now he will take the front angle, and they should write her words of encouragement. At the same time, in another broadcast, in 4th place in the overall ranking is a girl who sells her goods. Things aren't looking good for her, as only a few dozen of her merch items have been sold. One of the directors approaches her and informs her that the live broadcast of Chai has received a huge number of views. After that, they switch to the second most popular person on the site, whose name is Stanford, and he is a fruit seller. He says their team bypasses middlemen and delivers the best quality fruit to everyone. A few moments later, the director approaches him and informs him that 30% of fans have left the live broadcast. However, even the top streamer in the overall ranking, whom everyone calls the king of lipsticks, named Lao, had a problem. He says it's time to explore 4 shades of lipstick from a high-quality Chinese brand. After using this lipstick, he reports that one shade is called Princess on the Run and is very suitable for all women. After this, he prepares to send a link to this lipstick, explaining that everyone should buy it. He hopes that this way he will be able to sell at least 10 million samples and become rich in just one day. The director comes to him and tells him that 80% of his viewers have gone to the Chai broadcast, despite the fact that they are women. Lao is annoyed that a small streamer selling cheap Chinese goods has taken away his audience. He is informed that she is to have a guest named Mr. Richman, who offers big discounts. Meanwhile, Chai and Jake are unaware and continue streaming, when suddenly they receive a lot of complaints about vulgarity. Chai is very surprised that they decided to block her after she was pedaling a bicycle and was filmed from behind. She apologizes to the audience, but Jake understands that such complaints do not contradict China's moral principles. He says he doesn't know what the purpose of the person sending the complaints is, but it's none of their business. The director says he received a call from the owner of a coconut drink who said he would support him. Jake realizes this is a great opportunity and asks to turn off the big screen so he can connect with the drink's headquarters. These people also turn on the live broadcast to get on exercise bikes and support Chai. Producer Lao reports that unfortunately, their rivals have teamed up with another brand, which has resulted in an increase in the number of fans. Lao angrily declares that he is going on the warpath and will challenge these people to a special competition for the right to become the best. The system notifies Jake that he is about to be challenged, and he considers whether to accept it. Chai asks what's going on and finds that 3 other major streamers have also challenged her. Jake happily announces that he accepts the challenge and is happy to compete for supremacy on the platform. Chai wonders if he's that serious, hoping he'll just joke around and back off. After some time, a live broadcast is created between them, and everyone greets each other. But Chai is shy. Lau notes that Mr. Rich is brave in accepting the challenge of 3 people at once, and therefore can set the rules. Other opponents agree with this state of affairs and are ready to accept its terms. Jake explains that the rules are simple. You need to use your skills to catch up with him and create a fun atmosphere. All participants accept the challenge and understand that they must act within their capabilities to cope with the task. Jake attracts an old flame to his side, who is willing to do anything to earn his attention. Audrey decides to team up with them to keep up with her perceived rival. This creates a competition of maximum intensity between these streaming stars. Lau appeals to her followers and asks them to demonstrate the full power of women. Stanford notes that the competition is of little importance, because saving farmers is the most important thing today. Lola informs them that they need to hurry to place an order for casual leather shoes, of which there are only 3,000 left. However, despite all their efforts, Chai wins the competition by a large margin. The system announces that the competition is over, and Jake thanks all the participants who voted for them. Live broadcast director Lau reports that the broadcast will be paused for 5 minutes due to technical issues. Lau explains that he is part of the group to criticize competitors' products. People who are specifically hired to write various provocative comments enter the chat, and Chai tries to fight them. She notes that sales have clearly decreased, and Jake states that such a problem can easily be solved with money. After this, he makes several calls to contact influential bosses and close several deals. Lola wonders why her products have stopped selling, and the director reveals that it's all Jake's fault. Lola is surprised that domestic producers have drastically reduced prices, as they will lose money on this. When asked a similar question, Stanford's broadcast director says that Jake paid for all the costs. It becomes clear that the brands Lau advertises do not meet the quality standards of their country. A real information campaign is being launched against them, aimed at discrediting their products. Lau becomes angry and curses at the audience, explaining that the problem is with them, because they do not work hard enough. However, he almost immediately faces a negative reaction from ordinary people, who call him a viper. Suddenly, it turns out that Stanford is also deceiving his viewers, since he never showed them where the money goes. Viewers accuse him of making the fruit edible, and of it all being just a gimmick to make money. Lola is under attack, with reports that she uses foreign brands, not Chinese ones. The girl tries to explain, but the cosmetic filter that had been applied all this time suddenly turns off. It became obvious that she looked simply disgusting without all these cosmetic effects. Chai is happy that 3 major dealers have gone bankrupt and are now unable to sell their goods. Marie and Astrid also decide to drop in to help promote Chai's products. Marie says that an investigation needs to be conducted, and it needs to be established that all 3 competitors acted dishonestly. Astrid, smiling, says that she has already notified the police and filed a denunciation against their company so that they can be detained. As a result, all the participants who dared to cross the main character are sent to prison. No one can escape this harsh fate because they hid their illegal activities from the Chinese people. Cheryl leads the operation to apprehend the suspects and reports that the operation was successful. Chai is delivering great news, reporting that their fans are super active and sales volumes have reached unprecedented heights. Jake thanks everyone for supporting the domestic product, which, in his opinion, will be better than the rest. After that, they announce that there will be bonuses and show a t-shirt with an incredibly high-quality print. Jake, being a marketing genius, explains that this kind of product presentation is unnecessary and decides to change the strategy. After this, he turns to Audrey, Junya, and Chai, saying that they should try these t-shirts on themselves. Even though they will be worn primarily by men, this advertising ploy is very clever. Junya shows men her appearance and advises them to add their channels to their favorites. Chai also asks you to participate in the giveaway taking place on this channel and make more donations. Jake announces that at the end of the broadcast, the girls will sing songs from one of the Chinese chats. The girls obey his command without question, and begin to perform a song that is considered very popular and beautiful in these parts. Back in the present, Jake wonders what's wrong with Junya, and why her affection level is rising. Junya presses herself closer to him, and tells him that she likes him more and more with every action he takes. Jake realizes the situation is getting critical, and turns around to assess the situation. Junya asks him not to say anything else, since she understands everything that he really thinks. After this, she shows him the role-playing equipment, and tells him that she remembers his wish. Toys and adult themes are Jake's weak point as he can't resist his interest in them. Suddenly, a scandalous girl watches the main character as he is being courted by two girls at the same time. Audrey announces that she and Junya urgently need to go to the restroom to resolve a very important matter. Audrey says that Jake has made his position clear, and if she continues to insist, it will be inappropriate. Junya tells her that Jake has already fallen in love with her, and this, on the contrary, makes her happy, so she stops her pointless attempts. A hysterical woman approaches them and asks them to wake up, explaining that they look very stupid when they quarrel over such a person. The girl adds that Jake is probably lying and does not have the wealth he constantly talks about. She emphasizes that there are beautiful girls in front of her with a whole army of fans, and they are wasting their time on some idiot. Audrey and Junya look at her and exchange glances of confusion, because nothing is more important to them than Jake. After this, they begin to argue again, completely immersed in their quarrel and not paying attention to those around them. Jake realizes that he doesn't want to waste his time resolving conflicts between Audrey and Junya and decides to just run away. Suddenly, Astrid appears next to him, politely greeting him and asking what he is doing here. Jake scratches his head and explains that he originally arranged to meet the neighbors, but they left him here. Astrid notes with a smile that they are also having lunch here, and perhaps it is fate that they meet again. Approaching him excitedly, she announces that she has prepared the artifacts and that they will open the exhibition in 2 days. Jake says that's great and then steps into the elevator to go to the next floor. The hysterical woman cannot believe that another beautiful woman has fallen in love with this man. Jake remarks that if Astrid came here for lunch, she should be with her parents by now. Astrid explains that she came down to meet a friend she has known for many years. After a while, she notices her friend Marie and says hello to her, causing Jake even more surprise. Marie greets her friend and hopes that the evening will go just wonderfully. Astrid greets Marie's relatives and says that they haven't seen each other for a long time and she missed them. She also decides to show the person she became friends with, but there is no one in his place. Jake decides to make a quick getaway to avoid responsibility for having affairs with multiple women. Jake sadly realizes that having multiple affairs at once requires caution. So he looks for a place to hide for a while, and almost immediately finds the perfect shelter. From his point of view, the most sensible way would be to hide in plain sight, replacing the playing pianist. Jake approaches him and explains that it is time for the show, so the manager has sent him to replace the pianist. Smiling, he asks to borrow his jacket, promising to return it after the performance. He also claims that it will not affect his salary, and the pianist happily agrees, trusting Jake. Jake understands that no one will notice him, and he will play it safe because he is smart and far-sighted. However, as soon as he touches the keys, the talent he has specially developed begins to fully manifest itself. He begins to feel music with his whole soul and understands that he needs to play the best pieces. His hands reach out to the keys, and he decides to tell an incredible story through this instrument. The music gradually spreads throughout the hall and reaches every visitor. Jake is glad that he can show off his talent without giving himself away. The hysterical girl watching him cannot believe that the melody is so beautiful. Astrid instantly recognizes the melody and explains that it belongs to ancient Chinese folklore. Jake continues to showcase his country's musical achievements, embodied in ancient works. People report that they begin to remember the best moments of their lives after listening to the melody for just a few seconds. Audrey immediately realizes that Jake is sitting at the piano, pretending to be a pianist. However, the music begins to affect everyone almost immediately, and they declare that it is the most beautiful thing they have ever heard. Jake begins to beam, demonstrating how well he has disguised himself to the girls pursuing him. Astrid and Marie are captivated by the melody and remember pleasant moments. Audrey and Junya ignore their potential rivals and simply freeze. Astrid understands that Jake has decided to connect his life with this girl and make her happy. Marie sees that Jake is too important to her, and that she loves him more than anything in the world. Audrey is transported to a tropical island, realizing she cannot imagine life without him. In other words, girls continue to go crazy for his incredible talents and kind heart. Jake finds himself immersed in the music and feels the other girls' affection for him increase. People gradually began to flock to him, amazed at how well he played the piano. They note that he made them cry with his heartfelt melodies and express respect for his talent. Jake is surprised that they noticed him, and notes that their affection for him has increased, and he can't tell if that's a good thing or a bad thing. After a while, a group of people in suits began to push the ordinary people aside, ordering them to slowly move out of the way. The most famous pianists of the province, including Didi, pass by them. Didi declares that the man who just played the Golden Ball melody has great talent and invites him to join his team. However, it turns out that Jake managed to escape unnoticed in front of the crowd, and no one knows which direction he went. Jake is glad that the pianist appeared out of nowhere, distracted everyone's attention, and he was able to escape. He advises everyone not to chase him, as he is not interested in everyone's attention. However, while he is contemplating his magnificence and incredible wealth, he does not notice Cheryl driving towards him. The girl does everything possible to avoid knocking him down, which results in her getting into a moderate accident. Jake quickly approaches her and asks if everything is okay, hoping to help. Cheryl feels like, miraculously, her bones are not broken or shattered. As soon as they look at each other, they ask in surprise what they are doing here. Cheryl asks for help because her leg is trapped under a motorcycle that is too heavy for her to lift on her own. Jake pushes the motorcycle aside with one hand, almost impossible to move, to save the fragile woman. Cheryl is surprised because no one has ever lifted such weights so easily before. Jake points out that the motorcycle weighs 170 kilograms, to which Cheryl replies that it's just very strong. Looking at her body, Jake notes that she has suffered a serious injury that needs immediate treatment. Cheryl says her profession is dangerous, and she gets hurt a lot, but it doesn't bother her. She thanks him for the incident on the yacht, adding that she was unable to contact him to return it. Jake immediately offers to donate the proceeds from the sale of the yacht to an orphanage. Jake mentally notes that she is really stressing him out, but now he needs to run away quickly. Remembering her praise for his strength, he questions his limits and decides to go to the gym. The next day he goes to the gym, where there are a lot of people working out, hoping to build up his strength. Jake looks around carefully and thinks that he is pleasantly surprised by how many people there are here. He slows down and begins to watch the girl doing the exercises. After a while, the coach comes up to him and asks if he thinks the girl is beautiful. He adds that he can help win her over, but Jake says that's not necessary. He was just looking at her. Smiling, the coach notes that Jake doesn't have a chance yet, since he's not trained yet, but he can help. The trainer also says that his name is Wallen, and he is a top-level trainer at this fitness center. Jake politely says he doesn't need it, and asks the coach to think about a training plan. Jake insists that's not what he came for, and the coach leaves, thinking that he's looking at a pathetic poor guy. Jake approaches the machine, trying to figure out how it works, but notices that his intelligence is not strong enough to analyze it. He decides to approach a random girl and asks if she knows how to use the device. The girl explains that the device is called a rear pedal machine and shows how to use it. The system suddenly detects that there is a beautiful girl in front of him and informs him that her name is Tiffany. Jake notes that this is cool because the device can identify a person even if they are wearing a cap and mask. Jake understands how the device works and decides to try the maximum weight right away. Tiffany doesn't wait for the exercise to start, turns around and thinks that she's looking at an ordinary newbie. After this, she comes to the gym, where Wallen is waiting for her, and together they decide that it is better to do a warm-up. Wallen watches her closely, thinking that she is probably a celebrity. During the warm-up, he recommends squatting a little lower to help the muscles work better. He also violates trainer etiquette by getting too close to the client and imitating inappropriate movements. After this, Jake tries to help Tiffany relax in various ways, but it all looks very suspicious. Tiffany expresses doubt about the coach's good intentions, noting that he is clearly overdoing it with his techniques. Wallen states that he doesn't see anything wrong with it, but Tiffany replies that she would like to change her exercises so as not to have contact with him. Wallen notes that in that case, he would replace the exercises by thinking about how to tire her out. After some time, he puts her through real survival training, which results in her becoming weaker. Tiffany asks him if he's overdoing it, noting that the exercises should be gradual. Wallen says she paid for the lessons, so he has to earn every penny he gets. He also states that the fitness course requires patience and perseverance, as without effort, he will not be able to help her. Tiffany reflects on how she needs to achieve the perfect look to get on the show. Wallen thinks that his charge is tired and should first take basic classes instead of making a scene. He notes that he has met such diligent students over the year, so it would be nice to have some fun with her. However, suddenly Tiffany takes a few steps and falls to the ground, unable to do anything else. Wallen tries to wake her up, but notices that she has lost consciousness and can no longer move due to overexertion. Jake passes by at that moment and sees that the girl who was helping him suddenly fell. Jake runs inside and asks what happened, but the trainer explains that this is a private training session. Jake chides the coach, saying that the man has lost consciousness, and he is still thinking about some private training. Wallen pushes him aside, noting that artificial respiration is needed to solve the problem. Jake explains that the girl has a heartbeat and breathing, so CPR is not needed. Wallen clicks his tongue in irritation, realizing that Jake's appearance has ruined all his plans. Tiffany begins to have a seizure, which frightens everyone present, as they do not know what to do. Wallen is surprised by this outcome, noting that it was a simple training session and nothing like this should have happened. Jake realizes that the ambulance won't arrive anytime soon, so he turns to the system to select a new skill. He states that he needs a skill that will allow him to save her right now. The system makes Jake a master of Chinese medicine, allowing him to learn the intricacies of acupuncture and working with pain points. Jake feels his head starting to hurt, as there is too much knowledge to digest. After a few moments, he looks at her differently, discovering a new world. Looking at her body, he sees the energy flows through the lymphatic system and understands what is happening. With a few precise movements, he unblocks the energy channels so she feels better. People nearby hope it's a bluff, but notice that Jake actually knows what he's doing. Tiffany begins to feel better almost immediately and regains consciousness. Looking around, Jake smiles, noting that she can't lie down all the time in this condition, and helps her sit down next to the wall. People nearby praise him, noting that they have never seen such a magnificent young man. Tiffany looks at him in surprise and expresses utmost gratitude for saving her. Jake notes that her heart rate is too high, and Tiffany explains what the trainer did to her. Jake again reproaches the coach for his carelessness, suggesting that he either accidentally or intentionally exhausted her. People start whispering, noting that such a coach should not be in his position if he makes such mistakes. Wallen claims to be a certified fitness trainer, so his authority is unquestionable. He adds that he is not a doctor and did not know that the girl would faint due to a latent illness. Tiffany says there is no need to quarrel with such people, and she will submit an application to the administration to cancel classes. Jake turns around, but Wallen asks if he thinks he can leave after what happened. The trainer adds that he is challenging him, and this is the only way he can restore his reputation. And if Jake refuses, he will no longer be able to visit the gym. Jake turns around and smiles, accepting the challenge, knowing he's found a way to beat him. After some time, the scene moves to the ring, where numerous spectators have gathered, interested in the fight. Wallen and Jake will fight under standard rules to determine who is the better fighter. The crowd at the ring are mostly Wallen supporters, and say he will definitely win thanks to his physique. The thing is that Wallen has previously become an underground boxing champion 3 times, which means he has a lot of experience. Wallen suggests that Jake put on boxing gloves, but Jake states that he is not used to wearing them and does not care about the general rules. Wallen decides not to object, realizing that this way he will be able to test his opponent and assess his strength. He lunges forward with several powerful blows, but all of this is just a distraction before the real attack. Jake realizes that if it weren't for his increased agility and system, he would hardly be able to fight such an opponent. After that, he makes a few more moves and blocks a couple of punches, realizing that this is an unusual trainer. Wallen, meanwhile, declares that it is time to prepare to crush the enemy. Jake wonders what all this means, but the enemy doesn't give him a single second to think. Wallen unleashes a series of attacks aimed at breaking down Jake's defenses and hitting vital points. People nearby are already starting to rejoice at the fact that their favorite instantly defeats his opponent. However, over time it becomes clear that this joy was premature, as Jake is still standing. Wallen can't believe that this is possible, because he put maximum strength and anger into his blows. Jake explains to his opponent that thanks to his boxing training, he has gained a lot of useful knowledge, and now it's just a matter of time. Under the barrage of blows, the trainer cannot hold out for a second and quickly loses consciousness. Before the onlookers can blink, Jake falls to the ground, losing the fight. Everyone is in shock. No one expected that a coach with such experience could lose so quickly. Jake stands proudly over his opponent, realizing that he won with incredible ease thanks to the system. The ambulance that was called for the girl turns out to be needed exclusively by Wallen. Tiffany takes Jake into the hall and says that she has a request and she wants to make it clear right away. She adds that she is willing to reward him for his bravery, as she does not want the story to reach the press. She explains that she knows perfectly well that she doesn't have much to offer, but that's all she has at the moment. Jake says he will accept her money and guarantees that he will not tell anyone about what happened. Tiffany bows to him and tells him that she is immensely grateful, after which her affection grows. Meanwhile, Chai finishes his latest stream and thanks all viewers for their donations. Afterwards, she reflects on how Jake didn't come to see her, and she feels sad that he didn't even stop by to say hello. She understands that businessmen always invest money and expect something in return, but Jake hasn't asked for anything yet. She remembers that for her, a man is an ATM, so there is no point in taking the initiative. After a while, she can't take it anymore and calls him herself, explaining that they are filming short videos at a film studio, and invites him. A week later, Jake arrives at the film studio, disguised as a normal person to avoid attracting attention. Chai almost immediately jumps into his arms, telling him that she has been waiting for him, and Jake reciprocates. Chai says that she has prepared an extras badge for him, thanks to which he can move freely around the studio. Jake carefully examines the badge, after which Chai calls him to the shoot, saying that he is already running. The shooting is quite specific, however, since Chai has been pumping money out of men all his life. There is nothing surprising about this. During the shoot, she strikes revealing poses and emphasizes her semi-naked body. The film crew announces that it is time to change into the next outfit in order to complete the work faster. Chai reflects that her series is incredibly popular, and the number of likes is growing exponentially. Looking at Jake, she notices that he is not impressed by this development of events, and on the contrary, is bored. Jake turns around after a while to walk around the film studio, realizing that there is nothing for him to do here. Chai assumes that this is due to excessive jealousy on his part, and understands that it will not be easy with him. Her affection continues to grow, while Jake is sad that he can't spend money here. He comes to the conclusion that the film city is quite large and interesting, since many filmings take place there at the same time. Suddenly, one of the directors turns to him, saying that they need another person who looks like an ordinary young man. Jake initially refuses, but is promised a lunchbox and a higher salary for working as a stunt double. Jake realizes that this is a tempting offer and agrees, realizing that something very interesting and exciting awaits him. Once inside, he realizes that the scenes they are filming in this pavilion remind him of his favorite drama. A few moments later, he hears a loud scream and piercing cries from the man who was injured. People are saying they need to call an ambulance quickly and wondering what's going on with the props team. The whole point is that the wooden ball suddenly had 2 wooden spikes, 2 centimeters long. Jake watches this drama with some confusion, and understands that a man must endure any difficulties. The producer and actors are wondering why the ambulance hasn't arrived yet, and why their charge is in trouble. The actor who suffered a serious injury is named Erwin, and he is currently going through the most difficult time of his life. Passers-by are irritated because the actor was unable to hold the iron and sword, demanded wooden props, and then began to act up. Jake looks around and suddenly realizes that one of the girls present seems familiar to him. The thing is that Tiffany goes to the gym to play a princess with an extremely slender figure. Jake decides to pretend so as not to cause unnecessary problems for this girl, and continues to watch the filming. Tiffany realizes that she must focus on filming, and that her career depends on this movie, despite Erwin's problems. Jake changes into the lead actor's uniform and looks quite dignified compared to his colleague. Erwin just chuckled in displeasure, realizing that he was not really suited for this role and did not pose a threat to Jake. Jake demonstrates phenomenal sword-fighting skills, which are essential for the film. He fights other opponents, and it is not difficult for him because it is just acting. They immediately begin to praise him, noting that thanks to his skills, they did not have to use wooden swords. Tiffany admires him, realizing that not only did he save her with his medical skills, but he is also a good actor. Erwin decides to go outside to say hello to the fans who have been waiting for this for a long time. They go outside, and the huge number of girls watching him start squealing with delight. Girls call him incredibly handsome and say they would like to spend the rest of their lives with him. Erwin greets the fans, saying they are very charming and he is touched by their support. The fans are chatting among themselves and decide to take lots of high-quality photos of Erwin. They also say they will ask everyone else to make a donation to give the money to Erwin. Some time passes, and a scene begins where the main character returns from another city to see his bride. Erwin takes a few steps and enjoys how well the film crew is set up. Tiffany is also trying to play to the best of her abilities and hopes that her efforts will be noticed. Approaching her co-star, she says she thought she would never see him again. Erwin plays poorly and is not up to the standard of Jake, who could have done better. Jake reflects that Tiffany's acting skills are superb, as she continues to play her part even in front of such an oak tree. A few moments later, fans notice the film crew and begin to loudly support Erwin. Erwin makes a strange face and notes that they haven't seen each other for only a month, and she's already gotten so into character. The director stops filming and wonders why she has that expression on her face. Because it's not according to plan. Tiffany reports that Erwin mispronounced his line, but the director immediately cuts her off, calling him a pathetic actor. After this, the director tries to help the actor learn his lines, to which he replies that he doesn't like historical films. The director explains that the word they wrote in was meant to convey fatigue and hopelessness in the eyes. Erwin notes that there is no need to invent special terms for this, as this would be overcomplicated. People who observe him understand that there is no point in arguing with such a person, since he acts in his own way. Fans are screaming loudly that the screenwriter does not deserve the right to write a script for their favorite show. The director says Erwin should just say lines 1 through 7, and everything will be re-recorded in the editing stage. Erwin suddenly takes an unhealthy interest in Tiffany and announces that he will enjoy the next scene. The thing is that the next scene includes an embrace between 2 young heroes who, according to the plot, love each other very much. Tiffany throws herself into his arms and tells him that she doesn't want him to leave for long. Kevin realizes that this is the perfect chance to put his entire career on the line and risk his future reputation. That's why he gets violent, even though an actor of his caliber should behave with restraint. Tiffany automatically pushes him away, since such practices have never been held in high esteem by respectable people. However, the director immediately starts yelling at her and asking what happened, assuming that she has a hand cramp. Tiffany apologizes for the incident and recommends reshooting the scene to avoid any problems. The fans immediately start yelling at her, noting that she ruined their favorite actor's filming day. Jake muses that Tiffany isn't exactly a rich actress, so he could spend the money on her. After a while, Kevin tells her that she must try much harder to gain popularity. Tiffany apologizes to him, explaining that she is not professional enough and that the scene is really difficult to film. Erwin continues to examine her figure and asks if there is anything she would like to tell him right now. Tiffany says that his fans support him and that he should try hard for his fans, considering it a blessing. Erwin notes that he has millions of fans, all of whom care about him very much, so he should rest more. After this, he is asked if she has at least one admirer thanks to her incredible work. Smiling, he adds that there is another option, as a stunt double can perform the role in his place. The director asks him to work a little harder, but the producer says he has to keep his distance. Tiffany realizes it's all over because she won't be able to film such a good scene with a regular stunt double. Jake happily steps forward and says that he has great respect for playing the lead role. The director asks him why he doesn't meet other actors and allows himself so many liberties. Jake notes that Erwin just said he had to play the lead role, and the words of such a person have power for him. The director asks where he even came from and orders him to leave immediately while he still has the chance. Erwin forbids him to leave and says that he really has to play his part right now. The director wonders if this is breaking the rules, and Jake declares that he will quickly learn all the lines. Erwin smiles and says that if Jake really thinks he's going to get the lead role, he should improvise. The director claims that if the film makes a profit, giving it to a stranger would be wasteful and would raise questions among others. Erwin asks the director if he is really so stupid that he is willing to give up all the scenes. After this, he recommends that Jake look at the fans who came to the set, and the director discovers that there is a whole army of them. They are all angry because their adoration of Erwin has clouded their minds, and they can't see anything but their idol. They take out their phones and decide to take close-up shots of Jake so they can mock him online in the future. Erwin smiles at the director to let him know how much power he has thanks to these fans. Tiffany hands him the script, telling him that it contains the main character's lines, and that this will at least help him somehow. The director advises her not to get cocky, and calls her a second-rate actress who will never get leading roles anyway. Jake reads the script, realizing that Tiffany is trying very hard to deliver the best result, and takes notes. He understands that there are people on set who really want to do a good job on the film, and that inspires him. Jake quickly runs through all of his lines and tells the director that they can start filming the movie. A few moments later, the scene begins, and Tiffany says that she recently went to the temple of the Goddess of Mercy. Jake looks around and announces that it's getting dark, so he has to leave her, unfortunately. Tiffany is very surprised that Jake remembered the lines, despite the fact that they were quite short. Tiffany says she's afraid of the Twilight scene, but unfortunately, time can't be stopped. Jake turns around abruptly and goes to her to gently hug and comfort her in such a difficult moment. He says that a heart broken by grief reaches out to someone who has also experienced something similar, and then considers it a symbolic moment. Tiffany becomes so immersed in her role that tears come to her eyes, and she calls Jake her beloved husband. After this, they don't kiss, despite the script restrictions, but it looks quite organic. Fans watching the scene commented that it was a beautiful scene that melted their hearts. The director notes that despite being unplanned, the kiss came out natural and conveyed emotions well. Other people think that when compared to Erwin's acting, he loses. Irvine says he has his lines memorized well, but there is no kissing in the script, which is a serious violation. Smiling, he adds that he is now absolutely sure that he is using the filming as an excuse to harass the actress. Jake points out that in that case the scene could be reshot, but this time the kiss would be avoided, but Erwin gets even angrier. Tiffany says it was a wonderful scene and it helped her reconnect with her character. Erwin is angry and claims that Tiffany is deliberately praising the understudy in order to humiliate him and be cruel. Tiffany tries to stop him, explaining that she never had such intentions. Erwin declares that the understudy must leave, and furthermore, Tiffany must also be thrown off the stage. Tiffany looks at her employers, trying to figure out what to do, because she is absolutely helpless. She tries to apologize to them, but they remain merciless and advise her to leave as soon as possible. Tiffany desperately says that she signed a contract with the company and can't just be replaced. They claim that they are the most powerful people on the set, so they can replace anyone they want. They also point out that her contract stipulates a fine of $1 billion, which will have to be paid for the rest of her life. Tiffany begins to feel much worse and almost faints, but Jake intercepts her in time. He says it all reminds him of the proverb that a bad coin can drive out a good one. Erwin and the others begin to laugh at Jake. claiming that he will always be a useless understudy and should not get cocky. Fans stand up for their favorite and say that he should know his place and not act up. Jake notes that he will no longer pretend, since he is not an actor and can easily pay Tiffany's fine. Everyone starts laughing, realizing that the amount is so exorbitant that only a few can afford it. Jake finds a special cash register linked to Tiffany's bank account and swipes his card. A few moments later, it is announced that $1 billion was instantly paid. Jake says he has heard this sound many times, and each time it is wonderful, giving him the strength to live. After this, he tries his hand at quiet arithmetic, but his success is mixed. However, the essence of this experience, which is that dogs always bark and he is always cool, remains clear. Jake turns to Tiffany and tells her that everything is okay now and she can break the contract. Tiffany starts to cry because she didn't expect anyone to come and get her out of her deep debt bondage. The director says that he called his friend, and now no company will sign a contract with her, since she violated her obligations. Erwin mocks her, claiming that she has fallen in with a young tycoon who has come to rescue her. Fans say that even a large amount of dirty money will not impress them, because they are on Erwin's side. After this, they begin to bombard Tiffany with accusations, and she falls to her knees, claiming that none of this is true. Jake realizes that the time has come to act decisively and mercilessly to teach them a lesson. Smiling, he calls his comrades and says he needs information about Erwin. The fans ask what's going on, but one of them says there's nothing to worry about because Erwin is clean. After some time, one of the participants reports that there is a possibility, but there will be problems. In a short dialogue, he notes that implementing a search for compromising information will require a lot of money, but Jake says that this is not a problem. Tiffany thanks him for the money he paid for the violation, adding that she will definitely return it. Within moments, a flood of messages starts arriving on phones. Jake happily notes that his plan has come to fruition, and now no one can resist his incredible position. According to the information that was collected, Erwin committed indecent acts with underage female fans. Erwin realizes that this could ruin his reputation, and now he doesn't know what to say in response. The fans are angry and claim that this is fake and staged, because they cannot believe it. Suddenly they notice that one of the girls looks suspiciously like the person in the photographs. They begin to attack her, accusing her of daring to mess with their idol. However, as soon as they beat the girl badly enough, news appears that a group of Erwin's fans are causing mayhem. A serious confrontation is brewing between them, which cannot end well. Jake watches with glee as the women beat each other up, noting that it's even more interesting than in the movies. Erwin realizes that he needs to get away from here as quickly as possible to avoid criminal liability. A few moments later, several police officers appear in front of him and tell him that he must come with them. The police assume that his producer is also involved in this case, so he also needs to be detained. The director realizes that the lead actor has disappeared, and now they will not be able to continue filming the movie. They wonder who Jake is if he called an unknown number and decided everything so quickly. Jake says they also need to pay the stunt doubles and give him special lunchboxes. Smiling, he places his hand on Tiffany's shoulder and informs her that the show is over so they can go and rest. Tiffany understands that now it's all over and no one will take her on for other roles. Jake reflects that this girl, apparently, simply adores the theater, and for her, it is her whole life. Kneeling down next to her, he tells her that she shouldn't give up her film career because of an unfavorable contract. He claims he has a brilliant idea on how to spend the money to bring her back into the film world. Smiling, he adds that he will invest money in a film company created exclusively for her, and she will select the team. Tiffany realizes that she could never have dreamed of this even in her wildest dreams, but now it has become a reality. After some time, they are moved to another part of the filming stage after the main shooting is completed. Tiffany changes into regular clothes and asks him if he's really going to invest that much money in her. Jake explains that he was right about her, as she has incredible potential that can be realized. Tiffany says he is a mysterious entertainment industry guru who is determined to change the world. Jake realizes that her fantasies are beyond reality and lies to her, claiming that this is how it is. Tiffany thanks him and says that she will definitely make a better film and return the billion to him as soon as possible. Tiffany looks at him with admiration and admits that she doesn't even know his name, after which Jake decides to introduce himself. Chai suddenly notices them, freezes in surprise and waits for them to approach her with a calm step. Jake greets her again and wonders if the shoot is over, but she can't say a word. After a few moments, she collects her thoughts and wonders if this is his girlfriend. Chai starts bragging and says that they know each other well, and that he bought her a sports car for $30 million. Tiffany takes this into account and says that she needs to prepare contracts and an investment plan for the $500 million received from Jake. Chai notes how proportionally larger Tiffany's investments were compared to hers. She adds that such haste is inappropriate and it would be better to organize everything gradually. Tiffany is shy, but Chai says that having dinner with an investor is a completely normal practice. Tiffany understands that after such large gifts, it would be impolite to refuse dinner, and agrees. Chai thinks that if this girl wants to deceive Jake, she will have to go through her. After a while, they are transported to a large European mansion, and Tiffany tells the story of how she met Jake. Chai remembers her name and decides to check her on the news, assuming that she might be a little-known actress. After some time, it becomes clear that she was at the center of a scandal that resulted in the actor Erwin losing his job. Chai also learns that the girl graduated from a theater academy, and many wanted to sign a contract with her. She understands that the girl achieved her success on her own, which is why she signed such an unfavorable contract. Chai realizes that this girl is destined for a stellar career, while she herself remains a little-known streamer. Then she discovers a very popular video that has been rapidly gaining views over the past few hours. When she opens it, she sees a kissing scene from the filming of the movie, which everyone thought was very organic. Chai wonders how this is possible, since they met only recently, and have already come so far. She realizes that the girl is truly special, and probably knew in advance that Jake was rich in order to lure him to her. Chai understands that this cannot continue any longer, because if she does not do something, her biggest wallet will be lost. After a while, they finish all their business with Tiffany, and she says goodbye and leaves for home. Jake says he wants to go home, but Tiffany suddenly grabs the corner of his clothes and doesn't let him go. She explains that she wants to pay off this debt right now, and hopes that she will be able to express her feelings. Jake blushes a little and admits that he is now actually nervous, realizing that he can't resist. Chai, smiling, says that she has booked a room for them, so they need to start as soon as possible. Jake asks how the stream will work and how payment will be made, to which the girl replies that it's not that simple. After a while, she shows him a suitable room, and says that he can make himself more comfortable here. Jake is left wondering how this will all work as she sets up the equipment. After a while, the stream starts, and she wishes everyone a nice day, noting that it will be interesting. After this, she pretends to continue the series, but in reality, she confesses her love to the main character. Jake realizes that this is much more than just a stream, and she tries to hide her shyness. Chai says she feels awkward talking about it and is glad that people don't have tails. Otherwise, she would wag them every time she's around Jake. Jake whispers to her if she's afraid of losing subscribers if she confesses her love on stream. Chai decides not to show surprise that Jake still hasn't realized she's playing a double game. After a few moments, it dawns on Jake that she couldn't confess her love to him without making money from her fans. Chai smiles and says that everything went just fine, after which he decides to move on to the most effective methods. She carefully approaches Jake, who is directly behind her phone camera as she streams. She says it's her first kiss, and the fans go wild with excitement as Jake kisses her for real. Afterwards, she asks him what he wants her to do next, addressing both him and the fans. Jake, being the most unusual and extraordinary man, says that he would like to see her in stockings. Chai immediately complies with this requirement and says that if he likes stockings, that's just wonderful. After a while, they turn off the stream, and Jake realizes that he has neither the strength nor the endurance to endure it any longer. Thus, another night goes just wonderfully for the main character. In the morning, he wakes up and feels that he does not regret anything in his life after he got the system. He slowly opens his eyes because he hears a strange rustling sound nearby. Chai managed to put on his shirt and asks if he is awake yet, offering him some eclairs. Jake notices that she's a little dirty and says he'll help her clean up the remaining cream. A few moments later, his phone starts buzzing loudly, and he decides to quickly check his incoming messages. This time, the car seller and Audrey wrote to him, saying that she wanted to move things from her rented place. Jake says he's willing to call a truck for her, but Audrey says she's also transporting some lingerie she wanted to show him. Jake realizes that this is really worth moving for, as he can quickly replace beautiful things. Jake writes to a friend who can help him because he doesn't want to spend money on moving. After some time, Audrey says goodbye to Chai, saying that it is time for him to go on important business, and she calmly lets him go. Chai reflects that their bond is truly unbreakable, and suspects that he already has almost a dozen like her. After some time, he gets to Audrey's apartment and discovers that he only needs to transport 2 suitcases of things. However, their conversation is suddenly interrupted by a sharp ringing of the doorbell, and Audrey doesn't know who it could be. When she opens the door, it turns out that her mother and uncle are visiting her to check on her. Mom asks who this man is, and Audrey says it's Jake, the one she told her about. Jake greets her politely and says he's here to help with the move, but his mom doesn't look happy. Mom remembers that her daughter met a poor village boy a few days ago. Audrey explains that she has a boyfriend she is already dating, and that she has given up on blind dates. When asked where this guy came from, Audrey calmly names the city, unaware of the consequences this will lead to. Mom says that this city is a poor province from which it is impossible to find a decent person. Because Audrey is so attached to Jake, she will protect him no matter what. Mom is angry and says that she spent a lot of money on her education at university, and it was all in vain. Audrey says that she has no problems with her boyfriend, either in terms of mutual understanding or in terms of finances. Suddenly, Audrey's mother declares that she needs to talk to Jake and demands that he leave her alone forever. Jake immediately shows all his interest in Audrey and notes that he is not even her boyfriend and they are not in a relationship. Audrey's mother wonders what this all means and recalls her last conversation with her daughter. Audrey says that she never called him her boyfriend because she is not good enough for him and should try harder. Audrey's mother is surprised that her daughter has completely lost her self-respect and now speaks about herself in such a way. She asks if she has gone crazy because her position is dignified, and even most rich men do not deserve her hand. Uncle stops the conversation and says that Jake is a nice guy, and it's no wonder that a girl like Audrey likes him. After that, they decide to get to know each other, and he asks what Jake's parents do for a living, to which they answer that his parents are workers. Upon learning that Jake is a completely unremarkable guy, his uncle expresses disappointment and believes that he is worthless. Audrey's mother starts screaming loudly and demands that everyone be quiet immediately. She orders her daughter to stop communicating with the poor man, otherwise she will stop paying for her education. The uncle says that his daughter, Zoe, is only 2 years older than Audrey, but is already more mature than her. His wife advises him not to interfere, but his uncle states that when a man speaks to a woman, she should shut up. He adds that his daughter's boyfriend is the only son of the owner of a rich company, and that she has already won his heart. Uncle asks what Jake bought for the house, and he begins to list a lot of expensive things. Audrey says she's beginning to understand why they came and accuses her uncle of coming to brag. Uncle receives an emergency call and says that it is probably Zoya asking him to pick her up. After this, the uncle turns on the speakerphone and asks where she went at such an hour, assuming that they bought her a lot of gifts. An unfamiliar voice announces that he has taken Zoya hostage and demands $1 million in ransom within an hour. Her father questions whether it is a real call and orders the caller not to try to trick him. The menacing voice suddenly falls silent, and everyone hears Zoya, who is frightened and asking for money to save her from this trap. The bandit says that if he doesn't believe it, they can force her to come or not to make sure of everything. He adds that if they pay $1 million for the ransom, it will be all their savings. Jake comes to the conclusion that he has never met his daughter's boyfriend, and this could be another trap. The father demands to contact his daughter's boyfriend's company in the hope that they will give him money, but no one picks up the phone. The wife asks if a boyfriend is more important to her daughter than money, and the father muses that saving his daughter might be profitable. Jake notices that he heard the sound of a motorcycle in the wind during the call, which he finds suspicious. Audrey apologizes for what happened and promises to make it up to her later, and Jake says he's going home. Suddenly, Zoya's mother says that time is of the essence and asks him to give her a ride to the right place, promising to pay. Audrey explains that paying the ransom is dangerous, and they cannot afford to take the risk. Mom says that if something happens to her daughter, she will never forgive herself, and Dad demands Jake's car. Jake apologizes and notes that, unfortunately, this car is unlikely to be affordable for them. They start going downstairs, and the father says that he is not even interested in his old wreck if he is so arrogant. However, it turns out that it is impossible to call a taxi, since it is rush hour and no one cares about them. They notice a very expensive car and understand that the driver is probably very rich and respected. Jake calmly walks up to the car and presses the key to unlock it. The driver's expression is unfriendly, which is always the best reward for people like Jake. Audrey's mother asks if he is so rich that he can afford to buy such a car with his own money. Jake says the car belongs to his friend, and he let him drive it for a couple of days before taking it back. Audrey tells her mother that her boyfriend keeps a low profile and doesn't like to show off his status. After this, the mother begins to realize how rich Audrey's boyfriend is, and she asks where they are moving. Jake tells her where he's moving, and his mother guesses that he's talking about a $300 million mansion. Audrey's uncle says he doesn't believe the mansion is for rent, and Audrey claims it was bought for her. Now they understand that this is a person who can afford to buy a mansion and drive such a car. Although before they said nasty things, they understand that rich people are always vindictive, so it would be wise to apologize to him for everything he said. They immediately try to ingratiate themselves with Jake, saying that they are very sorry for hurting him so much recently. Jake looks at them in surprise and wonders if he should be angry and why they decided to apologize to him. The old men explain that they had agreed to do something nasty, and they are very sorry because they were blinded by their pride. Zoe's mom falls to her knees in front of Jake and asks him for a ride, declaring that she is willing to pay any amount. Jake says with a smile that it's no problem and he will calmly take her to the right place. Audrey tries to warn him not to get into trouble, but he reassures her that he will be careful. The thing is, Jake already knows that this is a staged kidnapping, so he goes there to watch what's happening. The rest of Audrey's relatives continue to fawn over him and thank him for being such a good person. They hope that he will forgive them, but he doesn't say a word and presses the gas pedal, driving away into the distance. After a while they get stuck in a traffic jam, which is common at this time of day. Zoya's mother looks around sadly and says that with such a flow of cars, they will never make it on time. Jake muses that it's time to come up with something and choose a new route. The system helps him choose a route with the fewest cars, adding that the estimated arrival time is 2 hours. Jake tries to reassure Zoe's mother, saying there's nothing to worry about because they'll definitely make it in time. Immediately after this, he presses the gas pedal and continues to turn the steering wheel to perform powerful and effective maneuvers. He quickly changes lanes to travel along the route with minimal obstacles. He demonstrates defensive driving skills to avoid other cars. The fast and efficient driving causes the buttons on Zoya's mother's blouse to shift, putting her in an extremely awkward position. Jake suggests slowing down a bit, but she states that there is no need for that as they need to save their daughter. She asks him to press the gas pedal as hard as he can and not let go of it until they reach their destination. They manage to get to the desired location quite quickly thanks to the incredible speed of the car. Jake smiles and says they arrived 5 minutes earlier than planned. The mother holds a bag of money in her hands and asks where her daughter has gone. Suddenly a familiar voice is heard, saying that they have been waiting for the losers to arrive for a long time. The gang is led by a girl who looks like a real street child. Zoya's mother looks at her daughter in surprise and wonders what she is doing here and who is next to her. Zoya smiles and says that this man is her boyfriend, who staged the robbery. Mom realizes that this man doesn't look anything like the photographs and asks what it all means. Zoya happily approaches her mother, snatches the bag of money from her and heads towards the guy. She unzips her bag and hands over the money, to which he replies that he will now continue betting. Mom asks why she is dressed like that, assuming she is being forced to act strangely. Zoe's boyfriend says his girlfriend almost never cheated on her mother, and that they actually have a profitable business. Zoya smiles and says that now her mother should finally understand that she has been lying all this time for her own benefit. The mother falls to her knees and says she cannot understand why her daughter went down such a slippery slope. Jake says there's nothing to worry about now. It's better to call the others, as they're probably worried. Zoe looks closely at Jake and asks who he is, to which he replies that he is Audrey's friend. Zoya remembers him and says that, apparently, in front of her is the very guy she was supposed to humiliate today. The system unlocks Zoya as an object for conquest, and she says that it would be better for him to return to his mother and sit on her neck. A few moments later, another bandit appears, riding up to them on a motorcycle. The bandit turns out to be the heir of the Ching family named Burrows, who tells them to quickly take the money and have a race. Zoya says that if he is in such a hurry to lose, then they should take action immediately. She happily turns to the guy and says that she believes in his victory, after which he declares that he has put everything he has at stake. Zoya doesn't attach much importance to the words and escorts the guy to the start, hoping for his victory. The guy says he's going to beat the toughest racer in the gang. After some time, the race ends with a stunning victory for Burrows, who receives another prize for his collection. He says that a couple of 100,000 doesn't satisfy him, so as a reward, he takes Zoya for himself. He asks Jake if everything is okay with him, and why he suddenly decided to attack Zoe, to which Jake says with a smile that he will explain everything. Jake tells Zoe that in fact, her boyfriend bet not only his money on this race, but also hers. Zoe's mother, as well as Jake, who had been standing and watching the whole thing, were surprised by this development. Burrows says that everyone knows the rules of racing with him, because if someone tries to escape, they won't be able to do so. When asked what's going on, her boyfriend explains that he's selling Zoe because Burrows has also put his girlfriend on the line. He adds that his girlfriend is much more beautiful than Zoya, since she doesn't even allow him to touch her, and he quickly became bored. Zoya tries to hit him, but Burrows intercepts her blows and says that the master forbids her to fight. After this, he tries to pull her along with him, saying that she should sit on his motorcycle and call him her master. Zoe's mother tries to protest, saying that they are breaking the law and that she will soon call the police, but Burrows is adamant. The unfortunate woman is completely desperate and tries to break through the squad of bandits who protect the boss no matter what. One of the bandits tries to calm her down with a powerful blow to the face so that she realizes who she is dealing with. Burrows tells his subordinates not to be too harsh, as the girl looks good too. Zoya starts to get angry and asks not to touch her mother while the bandits are already trying to grab her. Burrows says he really enjoys dominating people and demands that they call him their master. Suddenly, Jake's calm voice is heard in the air, apologizing for interrupting what was happening abruptly. He explains that according to the rules of the race, Burrows won the girl fairly, but he cannot take her away from her mother under those rules. Jake also says that he is ready to fight them and place any bet that is possible. Burrows immediately notices the very rich car behind Jake, and his eyes begin to glow with greed. He states that he agrees to fight if the bet is a sports car and Zoe's mother. Zoya insults the gang leader, and he orders his subordinates to slap her several times. Jake chuckles and says he expected a lot more and assumed these guys only played for high stakes. The bandits try to surround Jake, but their leader understands that he is dealing with a man who loves serious bets. Jake states that he is willing to add 200 million yuan to the previous bid, and asks if they can beat it. Burrows says that in return he will add another 100 million, as well as Zoya, his mother-in-law, and his girlfriend. Zoe's ex-boyfriend says he also wants to participate and has received permission to stake 40% of his father's company. He adds that last time he lost because of Zoe, who brings bad luck, and upon hearing this, she curses him. Zoe's mom tells Jake that he shouldn't do this, and that if he loses, it will be a disaster. Jake advises her not to think about losing, but to focus on what she can get if she wins. He reflects on the fact that there is a lot to be won in this race, so the offer seems tempting. After a while, they reach the route, and a girl waving a flag explains where to go. Zoe's mom thanks Jake for his generosity, while Zoe doesn't understand why he's so confident. Jake approaches the motorcycle that used to belong to Zoe and asks if he can borrow it. She looks at him skeptically and asks if he knows how to drive this car, but does not express any objections. She is also warned to be wary of Burrows, as he has won many times and is suspected of murdering other participants. Jake cheerfully tells her not to worry, as a man like him will definitely not lose. After this, they prepare for the start and exchange a few sharp phrases. The countdown begins immediately after this, but Jake remains icy calm. The girl waves the flag, signaling the start of the race, and Jake rushes forward, trying to overtake his rivals. It quickly becomes clear that the race is being played under extremely strict rules, as rivals try to knock him down. Burrows uses any dirty tricks to get ahead and, if possible, hurt his opponent. Jake understands that he will have to fight for life and death, and prepares to surprise his opponents. All this time, unknown individuals are watching the race from a high-speed quadcopter. Jake continues to twist the throttle to keep the bike from losing speed unnecessarily. He hopes that he will be able to quickly and decisively gain an advantage and pull ahead to the amusement of the crowd. As it turns out, this quadcopter is used by bandits to broadcast the race to other spectators. Jake, meanwhile, decides to negotiate the turn using a professional maneuver he has already learned. Zoya is very surprised to see how an ordinary person at first glance can do such interesting things. Jake clearly demonstrates that he should never be underestimated, as there is nothing in this world that he cannot do. He catches up with his opponents quite quickly and leaves them completely surprised, as usually no one survives such blows. Zoe's ex-boyfriend tries to knock him off his motorcycle with a powerful kick, but has no idea how it will end. Jake lifts his motorcycle at the last moment, leaving his opponent at a disadvantage. Zoya is glad that a real racer has taken her side, who can professionally deal with these scoundrels. Jake charges forward, leaving his first opponent far behind, but the fun is just beginning. Burrows muses that he simply cannot believe that this man is catching up with him, since he is obviously a newbie. However, he still has a lot of tricks up his sleeve, so he decides to change his strategy. Jake guesses that they want to stop him, but he can't figure out how they are going to do it. However, he has a genius plan to overcome the obstacle, and he simply jumps onto the wall and continues to ride along it. People are amazed at how a mere human being could defy gravity and the laws of physics, even if only for a short time. Everyone thinks it's impossible, but they don't know what a serious person they're dealing with when they challenge him. Jake asks his opponent why he is watching him so closely, and advises him to keep his eyes on the road. Looking at the rocks nearby, the villains discover that they are beginning to crack. A few moments later, a landslide occurs, causing one of the riders to be knocked out of the race. Jake is glad that his enemy got into an accident, and now he only has to deal with one bandit. Burrows looks angrily after Jake as he leaves, realizing that he was forced to take extreme measures. At that moment, he finds a special switch on the motorcycle to activate the nitrous oxide. The air is filled with the loud roar of an upgraded engine working at its limits. In this way, he gains a short-term but very significant advantage in speed. Burrows happily says that now he wants not only victory over his opponent, but also his death. Rushing towards Jake at full speed, he hopes to knock him down so that he won't get up again. Zoya understands that the situation is extremely risky, and hopes that her patrons will somehow get out of this trap. Jake is truly a man who can escape from any death trap, and this case is no exception. Using a special maneuver, he manages to force his opponent to crash into the wheel of his motorcycle. This gives him a small springboard, causing him to fly far up and lose control. Burrows screams loudly, realizing that he could fall off the cliff and die a rather brutal death. Jake, meanwhile, quickly turns around to get back on the racing route and continue driving. Finishing, he says that safety is the most important thing, and you have to watch the road in a race like this if you want to survive. He is surrounded by ordinary people who, out of nowhere, say that it was amazing. Zoe instantly falls in love with Jake and realizes that this was an incredibly cool and interesting event. After some time, an ambulance arrives to take away the unlucky racers who were injured. Doctors quickly evacuate Burroughs and Zoe's ex-boyfriend, noting that they have multiple fractures but are alive. Jake approaches the doctor to find out how serious the injuries are and what the chances of survival are for the victims. He sincerely hopes that there is no serious danger to their lives and that they can recover quickly. The doctor says they are lucky because, despite the serious incident, they only have broken bones and concussions. Jake says that's great, then walks up to his opponents and orders them to sign the contract. Having received what he needs, he says that he will contact the police officer to discuss the driving violation. The latter observe what remains of these people after Zoya expressed her anger and understand that resuscitation is needed. Jake reflects on how this girl is a real firecracker, and it's hard to be free with her. Zoe's mom thanks Jake, admitting she can't even imagine how she can express her gratitude to him. Jake says he's already made a profit, then hands them the money and tells them they'll be taking a taxi back. Zoya further increases her affection and turns out to be a very dangerous zone for the protagonist. She firmly declares that she will now definitely pursue him, despite the fact that he is her cousin's boyfriend. Meanwhile, we move forward a few days, beyond the campus. Jake and his friends go into a cafe to grab some fried sausages and have a snack. Zoya has been watching him closely all this time to find out where he lives and who his friends are. A few moments later, she quickly runs up to him to get to know him better and bite into the sausage. Before he can do anything, the treat he bought for himself instantly turns into a stub. After having a little snack, she greets him, saying that she had been looking for him for a long time. Jake looks at her a little skeptically and asks what she is doing here and why she was looking for him. Zoya asks him to guess on his own, stating that it is not such a difficult riddle, and asks to go with them to a cafe. His friends immediately begin to be indignant, because yet another beauty came to their friend to seduce him. Jake says that women are unnecessary and just get in the way in internet cafes because they don't know what to do there. Zoya frowns in irritation and understands that she will have to try her best to win this man over. Suddenly Junia appears behind her and asks what right she has to Jake's sausage if only she is allowed to have it. After this, she tries to push her away, saying that it is better to disappear from sight before she gets punched in the face. Zoya immediately makes it clear that she is an unusual girl who is not afraid of a physical fight for her beau. After knocking her to the ground, she says that Junia was walking when she had already created her gang among the local hooligans. A heated fight ensues between them, causing passers-by to look at them as if they were two lunatics. Jake realizes they need to intervene to stop the conflict and decides to resort to physical force. He turns to the system to temporarily grant him the skills of a Chinese medicine expert. After this, he delivers several blows to their pressure points to force them to stop fighting. Junia and Zoya begin to complain that their hands have gone numb, and now they don't know how to continue the battle. Jake wonders when this will finally stop and remarks to Junia that she is stalking him. Junia hopes that he hates Zoya and promises to help him get rid of annoying rivals if he asks. Zoya looks at her mockingly and assumes that Junia is Jake's ex-girlfriend who didn't appreciate him. Junia accuses her of pretending, saying that she is only pretending to be a student, but is actually a bandit. Zoya claims that she is not a lying bitch, after which she shows her university ID. Absolutely everyone in this world, especially in China, is wondering how someone like her could get into university. Zoya says that there is nothing surprising about this, and that she simply rarely comes to classes because of her character. This instantly makes many guys in the university fall in love with her as they like her type. Zoya notes that now she knows that Jake is also studying at this university, and she has motivation to come here. Jake muses that Zoe is a good money-making tool, and then takes a call from Astrid. Remembering that he promised to come to the exhibition, he immediately begins to lie, saying that he will arrive in a few minutes. Almost immediately, he apologizes to his comrades, saying that he needs to leave for a short while on important business. At first, he considers renting an affordable bike, but Zoya offers her services. Jake refuses, after which she grabs his hand and asks him to teach her the trick he showed at the races. Jake says he will definitely teach her this, but first he needs to understand how well she is capable of learning. He sets a condition that she needs to catch up on all the subjects she missed and get an A-level certificate in Chinese. After this, he gets on his bike and rides away, and Zoya starts running after him, asking him to go slower. Junia notices that she has more and more rivals every day, but this does not add any points to her in Jake's eyes. We are transported to a museum where there is an exhibition of goods that they were able to transport to China. A huge number of people have gathered here, observing interesting artifacts with great interest. A lot of people gather around Astrid, each of whom says that she is incredibly talented, smart, and attractive. One of the visitors tries to hand Astrid his business card and invite her to dinner, but she very politely declines. The man turns out to be quite persistent and says that he has already reserved a table and that we can even have dinner several times. Jake approaches his girlfriend and hands her the sausages he bought on campus, offering her a try. The unsuccessful gentleman reflects on the fact that his attempt is doomed to failure, since Astrid will definitely not accept him. To his incredible surprise, she immediately agrees and says that it is an incredibly delicious dish. After this, she completely forgets about the man who approached her recently, and says that she wanted to show him an antique exhibition. They move to the west side of the pavilion, and Astrid tells Jake that it's a very popular event. An unknown Chinese man wearing an American cap starts walking around the pavilion, announcing that they sell very tasty donuts here. He's live streaming saying he's never seen a museum in America, but they're definitely much bigger than this one. After this, he states that this morning he already brought his artifacts for evaluation, and hopes that he will be able to sell them. He hopes that he will be able to realize them and move to the United States, while Astrid and Jake are quietly strolling. One of the exhibition curators politely greets Astrid and says that her exhibition was amazing. He also praises her and notes that her father should be proud of how well he raised his beloved daughter. After this, he apologizes for his behavior, explaining that he is old and has a weak stomach, which is why he sometimes behaves strangely. Meanwhile, a famous streamer named Oswald expresses outrage, stating that there is no one here and it is outrageous. Astrid approaches him and informs him that the curator has gone away for a few minutes, and if he is impatient, she can temporarily replace him. Looking at her carefully, Oswald asks if she will have to evaluate the artifacts, to which Astrid replies that she will try. Oswald shows her a rolling pipe once used by one of the first US presidents, claiming that it must be expensive. Astrid carefully picks up the artifact and examines it closely under a microscope to find any clues. After a pause, she says that unfortunately, this is not a valuable artifact, but an ordinary fake worth only a few dollars. Oswald begins to express dissatisfaction, but she calmly shows him a small inscription in a foreign language written on the tube. Oswald states that he cannot figure it out, and suggests that the inscription probably refers to the Declaration of Independence. Astrid politely explains that it is a foreign phrase meaning the item was made in China, but Oswald doesn't believe her. After this, he claims that she is probably inexperienced, and notes that her skills need to be tested properly. He then says that he needs to find out the origin of this pottery and how long this vase has been around. Astrid reports that the ceramics she was given are perfect, which makes her suspicious. After conducting a comparative analysis, she notes that the flowers on the ceramics create a feeling of excessive novelty, which also indicates a fake. Oswald accuses her of not knowing anything, while calling himself an expert. The curator returns and inquires about what is happening, after which Astrid explains that the artifacts brought were fake. Curators whisper that they shouldn't make a fuss, as an experienced appraiser should always evaluate artifacts carefully. He emphasizes that it is better not to quarrel with this person, and states that he is here only because of his flexibility. Oswald gloats, claiming that he always knew the artifacts were real, and that Astrid was just stupid. They begin to put pressure on her to admit that the artifacts are indeed not fake. Suddenly Jake's stern and loud voice is heard, asking what is going on here. Coming closer, he says that he is going to check who has already dared to offend the director of the museum. Astrid looks at him with relief and joy, realizing that now everything will be okay, because he will be able to help. Oswald asks him who he is, and Jake states that he is the best expert there is. The curator speculates that Jake just called Astrid's father and learned about his wealth, so he decided to befriend him. Oswald says that if he has the best appraiser in front of him, he should tell him about the pottery from the Song dynasty. Jake smiles and notes that he has seen several artifacts from that time in his life. Oswald enthusiastically asserts that the treasures of this dynasty are worth much more than one might imagine. Jake asks if he bought this vase or found it somewhere, to which Oswald replies that he got it from his grandfather. Jake cuts him off abruptly and declares that this is complete nonsense that only the most stupid person would fall for. After this, Jake calls him an idiot and asks why he would buy a fake, and also asks how much it cost. Oswald points out that they need to open their eyes and look closely, as this vase was purchased from Master Fernandez. Security immediately arrives and escorts out the scandalous visitor who tried to deceive them. The curator explains that people send their antiques for appraisal, and the more certificates they issue, the more money they will make. Jake states that he is not interested in such things, as he will never allow prices to be inflated on fakes. Oswald claims that all fans have seen that the quality of work at this museum leaves much to be desired. Jake says he's not going to argue with him and can give him his money back, while also recommending he choose his appraisers more carefully. Suddenly, Fernandez himself, an experienced collector, emerges from the crowd and declares that he was insulted by such words. He adds that what he is dealing with is probably just an amateur who doesn't even have a certification as an artifact appraiser. Jake doesn't respond to this, but he doesn't need to, because he has a powerful system on his side that is capable of anything. Oswald calls him an amateur, claiming that without a certificate his expertise is not worth a penny. The curator senses where this is headed and tells Jake that hurting the man was a bad idea. Fernandez tries to calm everyone down, explaining that everyone makes mistakes and that this is nothing out of the ordinary. He offers to formally apologize to the owner of the artifact and provide him with a certificate to resolve the conflict. Jake smiles and says that many people here have bought artifacts from Fernandez, so he can appraise them. He carefully examines the vase, trying not to miss a single small detail that could lead him to the correct conclusion. Fernandez looks at him with a malicious grin, thinking that Jake will never be able to distinguish a fake from the original. Jake pauses theatrically for a moment and declares that the artifact is a completely ordinary fake. He is asked what evidence he has, and Fernandez states that these are just loud words that young people like to shout. Jake claims that if anyone else has artifacts purchased from Mr. Fernandez, they should show them. Astrid understands that these artifacts do look new, but she cannot prove that they are fake. Fernandez says time is running out, and there is no shame in apologizing. Jake notes that the finish is indeed fake, but the craftsman who made them has impeccable technique and skills. Everyone starts laughing at this and says it's the most ridiculous idea they've ever heard, and there's no way to refute it. Astrid realizes that she lost again because of her naivety and admits that she was wrong. Fernandez claims that Jake made a mountain out of a molehill, and now a simple apology will not make amends. He comes to the conclusion that he must apologize to everyone he has offended, and the common people support this decision. Fernandez adds that he is not asking for much, but he is upset that he is being treated so disrespectfully at the museum. He also says that if Jake apologizes 3 times on his knees, he will be generously forgiven. Jake agrees to these terms and asks what Fernandez will provide in return if he loses. Fernandez asks who he is to make such deals, but Jake decides to set the record straight. Jake states that if someone wants an explanation, they must offer something in return, otherwise there is no benefit to them. He adds that he has evidence to prove that all the artifacts he examined are fakes. Angry people watch him and tell him that he must prove it or they will suffer. Oswald claims he hasn't seen such arrogance in a long time, and is willing to bet half his collection on it. Everyone is surprised by such a high price, and he adds that his collection is worth at least $1 billion, which is enough to buy a museum. Jake says they can start because they have carbon dating, but it's too slow. After this, he asks to bring a hammer, and those around him begin to doubt the authenticity of the artifacts. As soon as he picks up the hammer, Jake states that the next step is to smash the artifact with the hammer. He adds that if the artifact turns out to be genuine, he will pay several times its value. Astrid understands that Jake is an amazing person, who will always find a way out of any situation. Jake is pleased that he has increased affection from Astrid, and says that if that happens, he will take action. Frightened people ask if he is really going to do it so confidently, without fear of the consequences. Oswald reflects on the fact that this guy really knows something and understands how he is going to identify the fake among these artifacts. Jake notes that Oswald created all these fakes himself, and he is impeccable in this matter, so no flaws can be found. He is the most famous collector in this city, that is his reputation, but in reality, he is a master of forgery. The execution technique is absolutely flawless. Even appraisers of national treasures cannot find any flaws. However, if we talk about weak points, they still exist, since every counterfeiter is feeding his ego and leaving marks on purpose. Oswald understands that even if someone manages to find out, they won't be able to find him using primitive methods. Jake, meanwhile, delivers a powerful blow with a hammer to smash the vase into several small pieces. Oswald immediately begins to rejoice, noting that he bought this vase for 3 million yuan. Other people also start to laugh and remark that it was very impressive, as the vase shattered in a spectacular manner. Looking at the fragments, they wonder how they can now determine the authenticity of these fragments, since they have no data. Oswald states that one should pay attention to the color of the piece and its thickness, emphasizing that it is definitely a genuine vase. He quickly puts the shard in his pocket, explaining that it can be used to determine whether an item is original or not. Meanwhile, Jake continues to disassemble each vase, sparing no one, because sooner or later he will stumble upon the necessary part. The rest of the people are just happy, anticipating how much money they will receive for the destroyed artifacts. Oswald looks at his opponent and thinks that he will soon die laughing because Jake looks so stupid. They also discover that Jake has already collected all the marks, and only one remains on the 3-color ceramic. Oswald asks Jake if he has all the evidence he needs, while quietly trying to steal the shard. Jake smiles and says that he has collected almost everything he needs to make an important announcement. Oswald makes a quick movement with his hand at this point, sending a small shard forward to distract Jake. As soon as Jake turns around, he quickly puts the shard away, hoping that no one else noticed it. Smiling, Jake reflects that now the only evidence is in his hands, and he has won. Oswald quickly rolls up his fan and claims that he needs sufficient evidence or these games will have to end. Jake says the work is truly impressive, and even when cut, there are no obvious flaws. Those present anticipate incredible riches, and note that he must immediately pay for everything. Jake approaches Oswald and asks if the fake artifacts are really worth that much. Oswald replies that this is their real price, when suddenly something happens that makes him fall silent in surprise. Other people, not fully understanding what is happening, also look at Jake in surprise and do not understand anything. Astrid tries to figure out what Jake's plan was because he acted too quickly. Jake smiles and takes out a few shards and throws them into the air, showing that the evidence is here. Everyone present, except Jake, falls silent in surprise and tries to understand what just happened. Looking at the fragments, they discover that there are several printed letters on them that could not have appeared there. Oswald wonders how Jake did it, and Jake wonders if he was sweating from stress. Jake puts his hand on Oswald's shoulder and tells him that there is no point in looking for the shards because he took them from his pocket. After this, he notes that all the antiques looked realistic, but they have one thing in common: their appearance. He adds that all these ancient vases were designed by Oswald himself, and therefore retain a uniform style. Oswald claims that it was definitely not him, and even if it were, he would not have known about the marks. Jake says that Oswald set himself up to lose, because if he hadn't started rummaging through the pieces, no one would have suspected anything. Astrid reflects that she feels out of place, but Jake trusts her implicitly. Oswald will now have to defend himself against honest citizens who he has deceived for enormous profit. Jake asks the villagers not to kill him as he owes money, and Astrid comes up behind him to hug him. After this, she says that she was very scared and wishes that he would not scare her like that again. Jake receives a notification that 6,800,000 yuan has been credited to his account and realizes that he will now have to work for the rest of his life. Jake calms her down and tells her that it's time to go, as there are many important matters that need to be resolved immediately. After some time, they visit Oswald, who is expected to donate half of his collection to them. Jake looks around and notices that there are probably a lot of valuable things here that could be taken. Smiling, he notes that according to the agreement he must take half, and Oswald asks for mercy. Jake asks with a smile if he really wants to start pushing back now that he's already lost. Oswald understands that such things are punishable by prison time, and says that Jake can take whatever he wants. Astrid suddenly discovers some very interesting artifacts and notes that they are of great value. Turning around happily, she suggests that next time they have a tea ceremony to celebrate the find. After some time, Jake finds himself in a very beautiful place where he can hold a tea ceremony according to all the rules. Jake receives notifications on his phone and decides to check out the news that has been circulating in China lately. He discovers that the same hysterical citizen who praised the United States is now in a United States prison. Oswald is glad he was there, as Jake despises anyone who doesn't love Greater China. He also wonders why his interlocutor hasn't arrived yet, since they were planning to have a tea ceremony. After a while, the wait ends, and he sees in front of him the beautiful Astrid, who has decided to dress up. Jake is amazed by the incredible outfit, which looks very revealing, but at the same time quite discreet. Astrid puts on the kettle and the small censer they took from Oswald's house, and asks if Jake knows the origin of this artifact. Jake explains that he didn't consider it a matter because he was attracted solely to her figure, and nothing else. After this, he reports that this is an incense burner that can be classified as a third-class treasure. Astrid says that 180 years ago, during the invasion of Greater China, a warrior left this incense burner to his beloved. No one thought he would survive, but 10 years later he became a general and returned to his beloved to marry. Astrid shares that she loved this story when she was a child, but was never able to find any artifacts related to it. Jake says he didn't expect to see such a touching story and such aromatic tea. After this, he decides that now is the time to consolidate their friendship and remarks that she looks great. Astrid understands his hints and takes the initiative, leaning towards him for a kiss. Jake responds to her advances and grabs her by the back to make it easier for her to kiss. However, the tension in Astrid's body proves too great, and her clothes partially tear at her hips. She immediately turns away, wondering how this could have happened, feeling a tightness rise in her throat. Jake takes off his shirt and puts it over her shoulders to make her feel more secure. He also picks her up so that she doesn't have to walk a long way and decides to move on. Smiling, he says that it would be better if he takes her to the dressing room so that she can change. Astrid smiles and silently agrees to spend this night full of interesting events with him. 2 days later, Jake returns to his villa with Audrey, as he is interested in furnishing his house. Audrey points out that the maid should take the suitcase, and they will go there first to walk on the terrace. The head butler reflects that he is a little envious of this young rich man who was able to attract the beauty. Suddenly Junia appears before him, dressed as a maid, and says that she will be happy to help him. He asks who she is, and Junia replies that she is Master Jake's new maid. As she passes the enchanted people, she reflects that it was incredibly simple, and she didn't even have to make up a story. Audrey says she asked the gardener to plant flowers that both she and Jake like. When they reach the maids, they discover that they know all the rules of etiquette and immediately bow before them. Jake thinks that this is the perfect life for him, where he can never work and always play games next to a beauty. After this, he turns to his girlfriend and notes that she is doing great and could do with another car. Audrey says that Jake has already given her enough gifts, but he insists that he doesn't skimp on anything for her. After some time, evening comes, and Junia hopes that her insidious plans will be realized. Audrey stands at the stove to cook a nice dinner for Jake, and the maids praise her. Audrey replies that she likes it when Jake eats food she prepares with her own hands, and declares that dinner is ready. After a while, Junia approaches her, covering her face with a mask and trying to change her voice. When asked why she covers her face, Junia replies that she has a cold, and that it is nothing serious. Audrey notes that she has a very young voice, and asks how old she is, to which she replies that she recently turned 18. Audrey says she has to deliver dinner to the master bedroom on the 2nd floor, and then go about her business. Junia looks around to make sure no one is following her, then takes out a vial. This vial contains an unknown creature, most likely designed to weaken its victims. Junia reflects that once they eat this dish, they will immediately fall asleep and will not be able to do anything against her. After that, according to her plan, she will end up in bed right in front of Jake, while Audrey will watch. Junia reflects on the fact that all men are animals, acting under the influence of the lower half of the body, so success awaits her. She continues to dream that she can easily and simply have Jake at her complete disposal. However, a few moments later she hears the guards' voices discussing how they don't know the new maid. Junia realizes that if she moves too slowly, she will be discovered, so she needs to hide. She starts running down the corridor, trying to find at least some room to escape into, but all the doors are locked. That is why she has to hide in her bedroom to wait out the period when they are looking for her throughout the estate. Junia hopes that everything will go smoothly, because very soon the victims will eat the poisoned food and fall asleep. After a while, Jake comes into the room with Audrey, who invites him to try the food she prepared. Junia is happy that everything is going according to her plan, because very soon they will finally fall asleep. Jake comments that she cooked a very tasty meal, after which he treats her to a sausage, and Audrey thanks him. Junia is surprised that her plan didn't work, because they still haven't fallen asleep, even though the substance should work very quickly. Junia can't believe the pills didn't work when another maid suddenly enters the room and addresses Audrey. She reports that the guards did not find the fake maid, and suggests that she probably ran away, leaving her purse behind. Audrey takes the bag and starts to open it, and almost immediately the bunny ears from the special suit pop out. Audrey notes with a smile that these are probably Junia's belongings that somehow made their way onto their territory. Jake says he would send her to the station, and Junia reflects that if that happens, she won't be able to see him. Audrey says with a smile that now is not the best time to think about meaningless things. After this, she lights special aromas, noting that this is part of their entertainment. Junia tries to close her mouth so as not to accidentally scream and give herself away quietly. Jake looks at Audrey in surprise and asks why she suddenly decided to wear the bunny costume that Junia brought. The culprit of everything that is happening cannot believe that she is being treated so cruelly. Audrey smiles and points out that if they really want to have fun, they'll have to go all the way. Junia understands that she is facing a truly cunning girl who will stop at nothing to insult her. After a while, she gets a chance to rest as it finally ends. Junia wonders how much time has passed, as she has long since lost track of time in this dungeon. After this, she begins to carefully crawl out from under the bed, thinking that she should leave here. However, suddenly Audrey attacks her, who, apparently, had not slept all this time and was expecting something like this. Audrey asks if Junia is planning to run away without saying a word, adding that it won't be quick. She immediately orders her to be quiet, and adds that Junia should understand who is standing in front of her even when she hands her the food. Junia can't believe that her brilliant plan was discovered so easily and quickly. Audrey explains that she set a little trap for her and Junia fell into it, after which she asks how she feels. Junia prepares to jump and says that if this happens she will call the police to deal with her. Junia understands that there is no point in fighting now, because if she is taken into police custody, it will be for a long time. She proudly declares that this is not the end and runs away, grabbing her purse, which was lying on the bed. Luckily for her, the window was open, so she was able to easily jump out into the street and hope for luck. In a way, she was lucky not to be hurt, but now she faces at least a few bruises. Audrey looks at her ex-friend for a moment and wishes her well, then closes the window. Jake wakes up and asks what happened, to which Audrey replies that nothing serious happened. Junya reflects on how they are having such a good time, but she feels abandoned after everything that happened. However, her affection increases again and reaches almost its maximum value, despite the fact that she is lost now. Jake gets a system notification about this and wonders why the system is adding so little percentage. A week later, sports day begins at the university Jake attends, so it's time to prove himself in this field as well. The student council president notes that he is pleased to be able to give a grand opening to this sporting event. He also says that one should enjoy the performance of each faculty, which has prepared something special. The girls from the history department immediately become very popular among the other participants because they are very beautiful. After this, the members of the literature department come out, among whom are Audrey and Junya, who also gather many fans. In turn, even the main character has quite a few admirers among the female part of the university. Jake smiles back at them calmly, saying nothing, but it's enough to make them happy. Other students, who were previously very popular, are surprised by the demand for Jake. They decide not to worry, since today they are the main characters, having always attracted a lot of attention. The thing is that a sportsman named Roger runs 100 meters in 10 seconds, while not being in the best shape. Jake asks his friend how he knows this, to which he replies that he is going to run the 100 meters himself. After a while, it becomes necessary to prepare for the run, and everyone takes their positions. One of the operators contacts his friend, who says that he is very guilty before him. Since it becomes clear that the situation is urgent, he immediately runs away, saying that he will come there right now. He asks his friend not to hang up, leaving the camera to Jake, which he has never had access to as an operator before. Looking at the camera and learning that there will now be a countdown, he understands that the reporter will not return, and he needs to rescue him. After this, he switches to the main character and attracts the attention of the runner, who looks at him angrily. After that, he shouts loudly at him, telling him that he must choose the right angle, because they are the main characters here. The girl says that the cameramen are obliged to take cool shots of Roger, and be sure to capture the moment when he finishes. Jake looks at them in surprise and can't believe he has to turn on the camera for this. His brother tries to settle the matter with his fists, but Roger immediately stops him, explaining that it is pointless. Jake notes that they have 3 fans who look pretty good, so they can have fun with them. They smile and say that there are 3 of them too, and most importantly, all these girls already have boyfriends. After some time, the preparations for the race are completely finished, and the judge comes out into the street to give the start with a gun. After the start is announced, Roger takes off and prepares to run the 100 meters in record time. The fans watch them and note that he is incredibly fast and has amazingly strong thighs. Roger reflects that he is in good shape, and therefore will be able to win even faster than last time. Suddenly, he finds that Jake has been following him all this time, and he doesn't feel any fatigue. Jake even overtakes them and continues filming, encouraging them, completely forgetting that the camera is shaking. Roger turns around and can't believe he's managed to get away from them, but the cameraman is still ahead. Another factor that makes this impossible is that Jake is holding a heavy camera and running in shoes. After some time, the long-awaited finish arrives, and Roger, of course, comes first. The judges watching him note that despite the victory, this is his worst result in recent times. People are now saying that Jake ran the fastest, didn't have any difficulties, and didn't even get tired. One of the runners approaches him again and tells him that he needs to get ready because a new race is starting. Jake runs faster than everyone else, thinking about how incredibly tiring it is to be a good person. Roger and his brothers say they want to file a complaint because someone is definitely using doping. The coach asks who it could be, and they point to a cameraman who isn't even competing. The coach looks at them like they are complete idiots and doesn't know what to say about it. After a short pause, he sternly asks if they really have nothing better to do, since the cameraman is not interfering with the competition in any way. Roger and his brothers say they are annoyed that the coach doesn't believe them, and then decide to focus on the girls. However, it is too late as the girls are completely absorbed by Jake's incredible speed. They still try to look cool, but in this world, girls can easily be lured away by more significant results. Roger is surprised by such serious frivolity of these women. However, they are already completely carried away by Jake. They even ask them to move away, because this way they won't interfere with him looking at their new favorite. Roger and his brothers fall to their knees and say that they hate the main character and wish him all the worst. Meanwhile, we move to the large pool and the women's 50-meter swimming competition begins. The first to get ready for the competition are Audrey and Junya, who are already wearing their best outfits. Looking at them, all the students say that their hearts will always belong to these girls. Audrey and Junya exchange a few jokes and decide to find out who is better by swimming. Audrey says she practices swimming every day in her own pool, and her skills have improved significantly. Junya suggests betting on who will run with Jake in the race, but Audrey says that Jake will not choose Junya in any case. Zoya says that she will also join the fight. Therefore, it is better to give up in order not to disgrace herself. Audrey and Junya ask her what she is doing here and why she decided to swim in the pool without taking off her shorts and stockings. Other students also start to look at her and their mouths start to water because they cannot resist her beauty. The judge tells all the athletes to get ready, and they have a little more time to wish each other good luck. After the start of the competition is announced, Audrey immediately jumps into the water and says that she will win. Zoya declares that she is not like them and will definitely win his heart with her desperate actions. Junya advises them all not to be so overconfident because she still does not intend to give up. Jake doesn't even look after them because he's not at all interested in how his means of earning money are doing. Suddenly, a young man runs past them and says that he wants to make it to the competition between 3 girls. Jake is thinking that it would be better for him not to go there, as it is always fraught with serious trouble. He pushes away the girl who stands in his way, not at all worried that she might fall down the stairs. This is exactly what happens, and the unfortunate girl falls onto the concrete floor, clearly receiving serious injuries after falling from such a height. Jake's friends ask her if she's okay. However, she doesn't answer and has clearly lost consciousness. And it becomes clear that this is a serious matter, and she needs to be taken to the medical center as quickly as possible. Jake leans over her to check her pulse, and make sure that at least nothing terrible has happened to her. Jake realizes that she has heart problems and difficulty breathing, after which he resorts to the skills of Chinese medicine. Having stabilized the situation for a long time, he tells me that I need to call an ambulance as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, the girl is gradually coming to her senses. However, her condition still leaves much to be desired. Jake's friends say that they would also like to learn this, but Jake says that he is unlikely to save her completely. He states that she has a heart problem, and a very serious one. Therefore, she needs to go to the hospital immediately before it is too late. After some time, they end up in the main regional hospital, where the most serious operations are performed. The doctor turns to Jake and asks, "Is this for me? Is he really a relative of this girl?" But then states that this is not the case. After some time, the mother of a girl named Julia arrives here and asks her not to scare her mother. Jake recognizes this girl as yes, we are from the museum he was in recently, and tells the story of how the girl ended up here. Julia thanks him for helping her family by exposing Fernandez, and also for bringing her daughter here. The doctor quickly approaches her and orders her to sign the necessary papers, according to which she will be sent to intensive care. He also says that he has a very specific heart disease, and that it only requires expensive treatment. Julia's mother is surprised that it is so expensive, but Tot answers her that it is modern technology. The woman says she only has 10 million yuan to pay for the operation, but the doctor says she will need at least 30. Jake suddenly decides to intervene and says that this girl does not have the kind of problems that require such a solution. The doctor looks at the main character for a long time, and then asks him who he is if he knows about it so well. Jake suggests that Julia is experiencing a burning pain in her heart and difficulty breathing, and her mother says that he is like a prophet. Jake says that in this case the doctor made an incorrect diagnosis, and the doctor immediately starts to get angry at him. Jake assumes that he is a freak who is deceiving people for money, which orders him to get lost immediately. Meanwhile, Julia begins to experience new attacks. Something urgently needs to be done to save this unfortunate girl. The doctor smiles and says that Mom was just on this guy's side, so they should trust him. The woman falls to her knees and tells him that this is not true, but he continues to gloat over her for some unknown reason. Jake notes that this is simply ridiculous, adding that such behavior is unbecoming of a hospital employee of this level. The doctor turns to him and does not hide his anger, since he is unable to control himself. Jake says he's heard doctors are kind, but all he sees in this doctor is a rotten heart. The doctor looks around and realizes that it is better to act quickly now so as not to ruin his reputation. It is because of this that he decides to create a scandal. While Jake asks one of the sisters if there are any acupuncture needles here, the doctor starts laughing at him and remarks that he is talking nonsense and will never be able to help with heart disease. After this, he declares that no one will give him a needle, because if he kills the patient, everyone else will become participants in the consequences. Suddenly, they hear a strange voice that Jake finds familiar, while the voice states that she has needles. This voice belongs to Zoya's mother, who, by an incredible coincidence, works at this hospital. Jake is happy to welcome her, while she is surprised that he is an expert on Chinese culture. Smiling, she says that of course he can't prove it now, but she still believes him unconditionally. Jake smiles and is glad that he has an ally who is ready to take full responsibility in case of failure. The nurses run away from the noise because someone in the hospital decided to compete with the head doctor, being a simple boy. This event arouses keen interest among the entire hospital staff, and they decide to find out how it all ends. One of the nurses looks quite familiar and gradually approaches the epicenter of events. This nurse turns out to be Cheryl, who is performing another undercover operation. Jake, meanwhile, says that he will not allow other doctors to help and they should only watch and learn. Cheryl watches him in surprise and realizes that she has seen this man somewhere before and recognizes him quite quickly. Jake decides to demonstrate his incredible skills in the field of Chinese medicine, which is much more effective than modern medicine. With a few movements, he delivers blows to the right points, which leads to stabilization of the patient's condition. The people who remain to watch are left dumbfounded and amazed as they watch Jake's successful actions. The hospital's oldest doctor, who is also an acupuncturist, steps in and can't believe what he sees. The thing is, Jake uses an ancient style that everyone has forgotten about except the system that passed the knowledge on to him. This style allows you to achieve incredible results and treat the most serious diseases. Nurses are surprised by such effectiveness and wonder if it really has such a beneficial effect on the body. The old doctor remarks that this child probably grew up in a family of Chinese doctors because he possesses ancient knowledge. Meanwhile, Jake finishes the acupuncture session and carefully puts the needles away in the appropriate sheath without sterilizing them. Afterwards, he wipes his forehead, realizing that the procedure was tiring, but the result was worth it. The girl begins to feel much better. Her condition slowly stabilizes. Zoe's mother reports that her heartbeat has returned to normal, and her blood pressure has dropped significantly to normal levels. Jake says he will do acupuncture once a week, and she will be completely healed in about a month. The chief physician notes that he does not trust him, as it is a dangerous practice carried out without a license. The doctor adds that he should go to jail for such actions, but Jake says he will sue. The head doctor smiles and reflects that this ignorant and scoundrel does not realize the scale of their connections. After this, he calls the police and tells them that they must come immediately before it is too late. Cheryl reflects that things are not easy at this hospital, and she was assigned to investigate this case undercover. She cautiously contacts her task force and tells them to act according to her instructions. Julia's mother sits down next to her and says that they will definitely support Jake and speak out in his defense. Jake muses that he should tell his friends what's going on, as they're probably worried. Jake happily approaches Cheryl and asks if she has changed her profession again and is now a nurse. Jake smiles and adds that she used to be a woman of easy virtue, but now she has become much better. Jake claims he can pay for her if she has debts, but Cheryl hints to him to shut up for at least a second. Once the police arrive, they inform them that both Jake and the head doctor must come with them to give statements. The doctor thinks that this will not affect him, since the police will not be able to find out about all the things he did. Zoe's mother tries to help Jake, and says that she will definitely help him get bail if necessary. Jake asks if she's up for it, at which point she states that she forgot how rich he is. Jake explains that he did it for a good cause, and that the police will appreciate his actions, after which he states that they will definitely see each other again. Zoya's mother wanted to invite this man to dinner, despite the fact that he is her niece's boyfriend and her daughter's lover. Meanwhile, they travel through time and find themselves in a police station where interrogations are currently taking place. The head doctor irritably announces that he is ready to provide his testimony, adding that he is a victim of a crime. He'll hurry up, otherwise he'll use his right to a lawyer to collect a lot of money from them. One of the police officers suddenly turns to Jake and says that the captain wants to talk to him. Jake picks up the phone and politely greets the captain, then asks how he can help. Cheryl also politely addresses him and informs him that she needs his help in order to find out something. At first, Jake doesn't recognize who is talking to him, but she explains that there are strange groups behind this hospital. Meanwhile, they move to the headquarters of the flying company, 40% of whose shares are owned by Jake. The people inside are talking to each other about something completely unimportant. One of the chairmen, named Melvin, announces that from yesterday's bet he won a girl he really likes. His friend named Channing remarks that she looks quite young, and this could be considered illegal. Another investor named Copper wonders if the legendary man who owns 40% of the shares will come here. Channing assures that he called Jake and he will arrive soon, adding that he is just an ordinary student. In his view, these shares had previously belonged to another person who had lost them on bets in the most stupid way. Suddenly, Jake enters the room holding coconuts, explaining that he is not used to coming here empty-handed. One of the bandits immediately comes out to him and hands him a contract, saying that he must sign it immediately. Jake looks at the contract in surprise and realizes that according to its terms, he must hand over his entire share. The doors close behind him, and the bandit warns that if he doesn't do this, he simply won't be let out of here. Jake looks closely at all the people here and realizes that this was an ambush with the aim of stealing his money. After this, he laughs and says that such things don't scare him, so there's no point in wasting your time. One of the bandits rushes to the attack, claiming that they will force him to sign the contract even if he does not want to. Jake calmly intercepts the blow, as such skirmishes are already commonplace for him, and he is tired of winning them. The bandit tries to figure out what to do while Jake squeezes his hand as hard as he can. The crime bosses here understand that they are dealing with a very serious person. Channing says with a smile that he has come across a stubborn man, but this will not change the overall picture. After this, all the criminals present here rush to attack, grabbing weapons to force him to sign the contract. They also claim that he should sign the contract like a good boy, but he will only walk out of here with one arm. Jake reflects that he only came here at the request of the police to obtain evidence of the company's activities. Realizing that things didn't work out as well as he planned, he still decides to use force against the bandits and throws a coconut at them. The coconut is powerful enough to bounce off 2 people and hit Melvin in the legs. After this, he stops moving so that his next action will have a more theatrical effect. Constantly jumping from side to side, he manages to defeat several opponents at once without even getting a scratch. Melvin, Channing, and Copper become increasingly surprised, not understanding how one person can cope with an entire group. Jake delivers a powerful blow to another bandit who came too close to him and misjudged his strength. However, at this time, another fighter tries to stab him with a knife, but it does not produce any results. Jake dodged the blow, despite receiving a small scratch for the first time in his entire history of fighting. Grabbing the unconscious man by the legs, he muses that if he had knowledge of Chinese boxing, the fight would already be over. After this, he begins to spin the fighter, knocking down all the bandits who come close. This spectacle shocks even seasoned bandits who have seen a lot of cruelty in their lives. Jake smiles and announces that there are only 3 people left to deal with. He continues to hold the leg of one of the exceptional fighters, whom he uses as a weapon. Suddenly, Melvin picks up the coconut that Jake threw and starts screaming loudly, after which he approaches the main character. After this, he bows before him with a respectful smile and informs him that he will be the first to greet him and thank him. Kieran grins and remarks that the guy seems familiar to him, after which everyone decides to follow his example. After this, he pulls out the contract and asks those present if they understand what they will now have to do. By agreeing to the contract, they transfer their shares to him, and now Jake owns the entire company outright. Channing tries to stop him and asks if Jake thinks this company is just a simple farm. Jake explains that this is just a subsidiary company. The parent company is in Myanmar and is managed from there. Copper notes that it is difficult to even imagine the power behind the true leadership of this company. Jake thinks about the place and realizes that the tropics, exoticism, beautiful landscapes, and also beautiful girls await him. Smiling, he says that it is just wonderful and he needs to go there as soon as possible. After this, he turns to the bandits, who are gradually coming to their senses, and says that he only needs 3. He explains that he has a lot of things to do, so they should take care of the company while he is on a business trip. The bandits confirm that they are loyal and will never betray their boss. Jake claims they are being offered a 5-hour workday, 2 days off, holidays, and double pay. The bandits immediately fall to their knees before their boss and confirm that they will take a bullet for him and respect him. Melvin, Copper, and Channing are surprised by such a quick betrayal and report that they have never seen such traitors. However, after a few moments, they begin to court the protagonist, calling him their boss. A few more days pass, and they find themselves at the airport in Myanmar, where Jake went on instructions from the police. Jake looks around and notes that this is a very interesting place, and he has always wanted to visit here for a while. After some time, a customs officer approaches him and demands a small entry fee. After passing through the metal detector, the security guard informs you that he expects a tip for his work. Jake realizes that in this country they are fleecing people little by little, so he turns to a taxi driver. He wishes to go to the Golden Pagoda, where a very interesting person is currently staying. A beautiful girl covering her face looks around next to her bodyguard. Suddenly she hears an argument in which Jake again complains that the Chinese are treated badly here. This time, Jake suggests that he is being discriminated against because he had to pay more. The girl approaches the taxi driver and tells him that he needs to let go, after which he calls her Mrs. Valeria. Valeria reports that she considers this a good deed for the Dharma, while the system declares her a target for counterattack. Jake muses that it's time to use the skills of amancy and divination, which have one of the highest ranks. He understands that she is going through a dark period in her life. A loved one recently died, and today she is again at risk of losing her money. Jake realizes that this is an ideal target because if she spends a lot of money, he can make a good profit from it. Following her, he realizes that there is a jade sale going on here, which looks like a cabbage trade. Valeria approaches one of the merchants and asks to see the stone that is of the greatest interest to her. The merchant notes that the beauty is truly knowledgeable, as the stone is made of high-quality jade. The merchant explains that the jade is at least half a finger deep, and the stone is worth hundreds of millions. Valeria notes that several hundred million is too expensive, and she is ready to pay only 80 million for the stone. The merchant smiles and says that 80 is too little, and the stone is worth at least 100, but he is ready to give a discount for such a beauty. After this, he makes an obscene movement with his tongue, hinting at unacceptable behavior. The bodyguard immediately intercepts his hand to prevent his actions. He squeezes the merchant's hand incredibly hard and asks if he is going to touch the lady with his paws. Valeria asks not to break her arm, as she still needs it to bargain and get the opportunity to buy the jade. The merchant begins to speak angrily about how he already realizes who is standing in front of him, and remarks that it is no wonder that she is so broken. He reminds Valeria that her husband recently died and the gang is falling apart, after which she asks him how she offended him. Enraged, she slaps him so hard that he falls onto his own rocks. However, this causes him to push his gems, which quickly scatter across the ground from the impact. The merchant starts a scandal, claiming that the woman wants to steal his stone because she cannot afford to buy it. He concludes that now everything is clear to him. Her husband died, she was left without money and still behaves impudently. Valeria understands that she needs the money too much, and if she doesn't pay now, big problems will arise. Jake smiles and notes that it's not that much money, and he can pay the extra without any problems. The traders look at him in surprise and ask if he is also a member of the gang. Jake explains that he is not a local and is simply a tourist from Greater China who is here on business. Traders immediately begin to comment on it, noting that it is Chinese, and report that in this case the price for it will be doubled. Hearing an insult directed at China, Jake's fragile ego is almost immediately hurt and bruised. Jake reflects that he had been thinking about spending as much money as he could on the new goal, but now realizes that that can be done later. He takes a few steps forward, deciding that the most important thing now is to hit the merchant in the face for insulting his great homeland. Valeria advises him not to interfere, since there are different rules here, and he, as a Chinese, is unlikely to be able to break them. Jake shows his strength of character and angrily asks why she decided to get involved in the argument in the first place. Valeria decides not to interfere, and understands that this person can behave unpredictably, so it is better not to disturb him. Jake muses that in that case, he should choose all the stones to acquire everything he considers worthy. The merchant smiles and orders his subordinates to bring all the stones that can be sold for a high price. Smiling, Jake realizes that the merchant is about to sell him stones that look like precious stones but are actually worthless. Jake uses his great appraisal skills and starts going through all the stones, trying to pick out at least something of value. He focuses on a number of options, realizing that this skill only helps to evaluate appearance. This time, however, he uses geomancy to sense what is inside the stones. Jake sits in a special meditation pose and prepares to scan through the stones. He also has 2 coins in his hands, which he decides to throw down so that they can help him choose the right stone. The merchant advises him to hurry and not make a fool of himself before it is too late. Valeria also watches what is happening, but it causes her much less emotion. Jake announces that he will choose 5 stones and orders them to be broken, while the merchant demands payment in advance. Karen spends the required money without any problems, after which the merchants laugh and say that there are only duds in there. However, after the command to break the stones, it becomes clear that everything is not so simple. The merchant continues to laugh and claims that the Chinese are fools and do not understand anything about the evaluation of artifacts. However, the workers point out to the merchant that he was hasty and did not take into account one unexpected fact. Afterwards, they show him the results and he realizes that these are real gems. Valeria and her companions also look at what is happening in surprise and understand that this is a real jackpot. They are soon surrounded by people who note that Jake is trying incredibly hard to trade for the gems. A few moments later, one of the unknown people promises to pay 7.5 billion. Jake reflects that the stakes are very high, but he has already decided that all of this will be given to the girl standing next to him. Valeria is surprised by such generosity, while the others understand that he is simply trying to get to know her. Valeria admits that she doesn't understand why he does this, but such a service doesn't bother her now. After this, she accepts the offer and tries to remove the necklace that hangs around her neck and brings good luck. She says that this pendant is a symbol, and no matter what troubles it will always help her out. After this, she turns around and leaves, noting that they will most likely never see each other again. But it is for the best. Jake is pleased with his achievement and decides to take a walk around the city to look around and see what it is like. Looking at the huge building, Jake realizes that this is the headquarters of the gang he is looking for, and he anticipates that today will be a real show. According to information received from the police, there are 4 main markets located here. The police then ask him if he plans to go there to meet the bosses of this conglomerate, adding that it is very dangerous. Jake says that as a determined man, he is fed up with the fraud and crime in this country. The fighters surround him and remark on his need for such ambitious and honest people, unaware of his true motives. Jake is glad that after completing the mission he will be able to relax or make new acquaintances. After this, he looks around and notices a beautiful girl walking next to him and trying to take a photo. The girl also climbs onto the stone railing to take a better photo, although it is dangerous. Jake realizes that the girl is quite beautiful, and thinks that it might be worth trying to get to know her. The girl, meanwhile, slips while trying to jump down and finds herself in an unpredictable and dangerous fall. Jake quickly rushes forward to intercept her and prevent her from breaking any bones or getting bruised. The girl thanks him for saving her, and Jake notices that she is wearing rather revealing clothes. After this, the girl asks what his name is, and says that her friends call her Meng, and Jake says that he is a tourist. Upon learning this, she says that he must see several sights and asks him to follow her. Jake says he's never seen a water festival before and adds that it's a very impressive sight. The next second, a small amount of water hits his face, which makes him perk up. Meng smiles and says that at the water festival, those who don't participate in the game become targets for everyone else. Jake quickly snatches a container of water from a passerby and declares that he is ready to join the celebration. So he spends an interesting time pouring water on the girl, who responds in kind. In the evening, they decide to go for a walk, and Meng reports that Jake did not protect her, even after she was heavily sprayed. Jake notes with a smile that only the attackers are targets, so there is no point in defending them. Meng asks him if he enjoyed his day, and Jake says he had a great time, at which point they reach an impasse. Meng states that she is very glad that she had a good time, after which a car pulls up next to her. Several criminals immediately get out of the car and remark that she did an excellent job of luring the tourist. Meng's expression changes, and she says that there is nothing difficult about it, as she is a professional in her field. Jake says he's not surprised, as he's heard about the place, but he's sorry that such a pretty girl turned out to be a bandit. Meng says that she is willing to give him her body for a few minutes if he pays the ransom. The bandit holds a gun and states that now is not the time for such nonsense, as they have to deliver him to the boss. After that, they take out cable ties to tie Jake's arms. They also advise him to be obedient and imply that the scope will still control his actions. Jake reflects that he heard that the city was full of treachery, and it seems that whoever warned him was right. It is transported for a long time to an unknown destination, after which it is delivered to a large warehouse by nightfall. The bandit orders him to get out of the car immediately, and continues to hold him at gunpoint. Today's merchant and his brother report that they have finally found the man who ruined everything. Jake looks at him in surprise, realizing that he didn't expect to see such a person among the bosses. The merchant laughs and says that Jake has become too arrogant and is now caught. Jake reflects that according to the information received from the company, the person in front of him is one of the gang members named Fei. This man is behind the organ market and his name is Dao, but now his impulsive brother is starting to yell at him. As Jake moves on, he discovers a huge number of abducted people in inhumane conditions. Jake looks around and is then asked if he is scared to death, adding that he can still give away his money. Jake continues to smile, which greatly surprises the criminals, who did not expect him to be so cold-blooded. Jake calmly announces that he has just come up with a brilliant idea. He realizes that simply handing them over to the police would be too boring, and remembers the police's words about the beacon that would help find him. He realizes that it is better to outsmart the villains and call the police, and tries to figure out how best to act. After some time, he approaches the place where all the slaves are branded, in order to blackmail them into giving him the necessary information. Meng holds a red-hot poker in his hands and asks him what card pin he used. Jake smiles and tells her that she needs to come closer so he can give her this information. The bandit immediately grabs her by the neck and declares that he will not let him say anything unnecessary and, if necessary, will blow his brains out. However, with such careless actions, he causes the necklace on her neck to partially break, causing her to fall down. Meng froze in place again and did not want to take any further action. Dropping down, she suddenly asks him why that thing was on him, looking at him with puppy dog eyes. Dao pushes the bandit away to prevent him from harming Jake and notes that this is a complete fiasco. Valeria appears at the right time and wonders who dared to touch the man to whom she provided protection. There's an awkward pause as Jake quickly steps away to face his new savior and her bodyguards. Valeria asks if this man was harmed in any way, hoping for a negative answer. Jake breaks the handcuffs with a slight movement and informs her that she came at the wrong time, because he was just about to start eliminating the villains. Valeria smiles and says that she is sorry that she ruined everything, after which she asks if he was scared. Jake claims that they are just small-time scoundrels who offer no value or challenge to him. Dao notes that Jake's amount of courage now seems completely understandable and logical. After this, they suddenly point guns at each other, and Dao asks if they are afraid. Valeria orders the weapons to be put away, explaining that rules are meant to be followed. Dao raises his hand and says that they should pretend to respect the lady and not make a noise. Valeria turns around and takes Jake with her, noting that they got what they wanted. After walking a few steps, she informs him that he himself must find a way out of here and get to the airport. After that, she gets into the car, thinking about what to do and hoping that everything will be okay. She mourns her husband who died, but realizes she was prepared for this day. Jake suddenly bypasses the security guarding her car and calmly gets into the back seat with her. Valeria asks what he is doing here, to which Jake states that he cannot find a car in this wilderness, and she must give him a ride. Jake argues that even if she lets him go now, the jade shop owner will not forgive him. Valeria understands that there is a grain of truth in his arguments, and tells him that he should act independently and not count on help. After some time, they reach the building of the Fey Gang's headquarters, where an important meeting is currently taking place. There are indeed a large number of people gathered inside, trying to settle internal affairs. The head of the mining industry, Godan, wonders what happened to the flying company, adding that there was supposed to be a meeting today. Ismail says it doesn't matter, since they're just doing the job of transporting criminals abroad anyway. Dao asks why they care about such trifles when the star of the show has already arrived. Jake realizes that all the participants have already taken their places, and the event is about to begin. Valeria announces that now that everyone is gathered, it is time to begin, reminding them that her husband usually chaired the meeting. After this, she says that unfortunately, 5 days ago her husband died as a result of an explosion on a yacht, so today's meeting was organized by her. She guesses that they are trying to eliminate her in order to gain power, and Godan says with a smile that he has always appreciated her honesty. Ismail looks closely at his colleague and asks if he thinks he is more suited to the role of leader. Valeria reports that someone planted explosives on her husband's yacht, and only the leaders present here could have done it. With these words, she accuses 3 members of the group, who are certainly involved in the crime. Dao confirms that she is absolutely right, and states that if he becomes the leader of the gang, he will definitely help find the criminal. After this, they all start laughing together, showing their true attitude towards what is happening. Jake reflects on how he was planning to catch the mysterious leader all along, but now it turns out that he is dead. After this, he comes to the conclusion that it would be much better to just wait and see what happens next. Valeria notes that they probably forgot that great achievements only come through joint efforts. She adds that their activities were saturated with violence, as their brothers were killed and injured. From her point of view, times have changed now, and they need to find another way to survive in this difficult world. Ismail and Godan note that as soon as she became her husband's wife, he immediately decided to become honest, and this explains a lot. She comes to the conclusion that her actions are negatively impacting the gang and only weakening it. But this hurts her feelings. Dao reports that she went to the jade market today and assumes that she ran out of money. Ismail calls her a stupid woman who cannot think rationally and still wants to run the gang with her own hands. The bodyguard cannot tolerate such disrespect towards his mistress and takes out his gun, asking how dare they treat her like that. Just a few moments later, a shot rings out, piercing the head of one of the men and sending him to another world forever. Ismail assumes a very strange pose and wonders how some bodyguard dared point a gun at him. Godan says that there is no need to look for the killer, since he is ready to admit that it was he who had a hand in his death. He adds that Valeria is incredibly beautiful, and it would be a shame if she remained a widow, so he can take her as his wife. Valeria takes out the detonator and says that she is glad that he finally decided to confess. After this, she states that she knew perfectly well that all 3 people present were involved in the murder, and spent the money on explosives. She notes that explosives have been planted throughout the building, and they have 10 seconds to agree to the gang merger. The staff say they don't want to die because they have families to feed. Jake muses that this woman is quite cruel, but if everyone here dies, it will become the police's job. Godan looks at her and tells her that she can press it if she wants, since the explosives won't work anyway. Valeria understands that she has been betrayed once again, and the plan has failed before it even began. The staff tells her they are very sorry, as Godan paid many times more for them to betray her. Godan smiles and says that she didn't realize that the people she hires are easy to buy. Valeria slaps her hands, realizing that she has run out of options for negotiating with these scoundrels. Meanwhile, the heads of criminal conglomerates begin to argue with each other about which of them is more suitable for the role of leader. They begin to compare their earnings, after which they come to a conclusion on how they will divide Valeria between themselves. They say they've had their eye on her ever since she married one of the leaders they killed. Jake suddenly comes closer to her and tells her that it is not time to despair yet, and she must be on his side. After this, he jumps over a small table to confront the villains. He reflects on the fact that he now also wants to become the leader of the gang they are in. They look at him in surprise and wonder who he is and why he decided to encroach on their territory. Dao reports that the boy is one of the new recruits, and Valeria and Godan declare that he must be killed. Jake wonders why they thought he was a rookie, then shows him the contract and offers to study it. Looking at the contract, they are surprised to discover that the new head of the fly company is standing in front of them. Valeria and Meng, along with everyone else, are surprised and cannot utter a word from incredible shock. Ismail claims that it is a copy and the contract is not real, and Dao claims that even if he is the head of the company, he will not become the leader of the gang. They remind him that it is just a foreign company that makes little money. Jake says that if it's all about money, he wants to be her boss and her husband at the same time. Valeria feels her heart begin to beat faster at the thought of marrying this man. Godan asks what he means, trying to hide his incredible anger behind a smile. Jake states that if it's all about money, then he's a good candidate, since they themselves only feed people with promises. He adds that, unlike them, he will be able to lead everyone to a good life, but this makes them laugh hysterically. Dao says his organ trading market brings in nearly 2 billion yuan in daily revenue. Ismail says his control of the properties brings in about 2.5 billion yuan annually. Godan happily announces that he earns the most out of all 4 major industries, with an income of 3 billion yuan. Valeria understands that this is the end, since the annual earnings of their people are too high and cannot be beaten by anything. Ismail is already beginning to celebrate his victory, after which he orders his subordinates to immediately kill this scoundrel. Jake suddenly calls over the guy in charge of finance to clear up a few questions. Immediately after this, he uses his card to pay 5 billion yuan at the bank terminal. Jake announces that he is giving this money to everyone here so that everyone can get a cup of tea. Absolutely everyone in the room is incredibly surprised by such financial opportunities. Employees are trying to understand how it is even possible to possess such a huge amount of money. Jake announces that he is ready to take part in the competition and offers to treat everyone present. After this, he explains that once they elect him as leader, everyone will eat meat in gold foil and follow the right path. Almost all the employees rush to Valeria, admitting that they were wrong and confused, and will now remain loyal. Dao, Godan, and Ismail are left at a loss, and can only irritably hope that they can kill him. Valeria, meanwhile, is pleased with the offer of cooperation, and now her clan is saved. Valeria is surprised that this man changed the situation with just a few words and 5 billion yuan. Jake reflects on how criminals remain criminals forever, and all words of loyalty are put on the line. Dao smiles and says that this girl turned out to be smarter than he thought, having managed to outsmart such a rich man. Valeria watches them in surprise and wonders what this all means, but her intuition tells her that there will be a massacre now. The heads of criminal conglomerates note that money does not matter, since force is the only thing that controls people. Jake smiles and says that now is the perfect time to start a massacre in this building. He turns to all who have joined him and announces that for each head of these 3 he will pay 100 million. A brutal shootout ensues, leaving a large number of criminals dead. Jake, moving faster than a bullet, tries to protect Valeria from being accidentally wounded. They are relatively safe because in the chaos, no one cares about the motionless people. Jake reports that Valeria asked him to act independently, but her safety is paramount right now. Godan approaches them with a pistol and tells them that they must go to the next world with their money. Jake quickly throws 2 coins in his direction to instantly disarm him. Godan doesn't have time to react to the swift throw, and Jake easily knocks the weapon out of his hands. Immediately after this, Jake intercepts the weapon and fires several quick shots in his direction. After this, he removes the magazine from the pistol in an unusual manner to check the cartridges. A commotion ensues and most of the criminals try to escape to save their miserable lives. Jake realizes he needs to seize the moment and rushes forward to shoot several enemies running towards him. At a certain point, he manages to reach one of the bosses of a criminal conglomerate along with his guards. One of them takes out a gun and prepares to shoot Jake to get rid of him. However, suddenly Meng stabs him in the back with a knife. Immediately after this, she turns around and lands several blows directly on Dao to send him to the next world. Jake pretends not to care and tells her that she should stop and not kill him. Meng immediately turns around and tells her that if he hates her, she can do whatever she wants to him. Jake asks her why she thinks that if he has no particular reason to feel negatively about her. Meng is glad that he is no longer avoiding responsibility, and adds that he wants to follow him to the end. Jake realizes that this girl is quite dangerous, and recommends abandoning this idea, as she has more important things to do. Moments later, a police squad bursts inside to conduct a full-scale cleanup. Cheryl and her comrades quickly clear the building, eliminating any criminals they encounter along the way. She points out that he shouldn't have been sent on such a dangerous mission, and that he shouldn't have gotten hurt anyway. Jake quickly returns to Valeria and any assistants who still remained by her side after the shootout. He tells her that there is a whole crowd of police officers downstairs, so she needs to leave as quickly as possible. Valeria asks him why he decides to stay, and he explains that he will try to hold off the police so that she can fly away. Valeria feels an incredible attachment to Jake because of his generosity and is glad that she met him. In fact, Jake is only pretending that he cares about the lives of these people, and he only needs Valeria for money. However, despite all his plans, Valeria suddenly grabs him by the collar and drags him outside to escape. Within minutes, they are already in a helicopter ready for a successful evacuation. Valeria smiles and explains that she couldn't leave her savior to die. Looking at the building, she notes that her group is destroyed. But this is much better than blowing everything up herself. After that, she asks him why he decided to help at all, since they didn't even know each other. Jake states that it doesn't matter, because if he tells her the truth, she won't cooperate with him. Valeria suddenly starts pestering Jake and tells him that she really likes real and strong men. She adds that she was born this way and will never change her character. She also notes that she regrets that she did not meet him in time, and now they are unlikely to see each other. However, their conversation is interrupted by a jet projectile flying at high speed, which hits the helicopter. The helicopter crashes, but they survive without a scratch. Jake and Valeria realize that they now have serious problems, because they need to somehow get out of the unknown area. A few hours ago, when the missile hit, the helicopter began to behave unpredictably. Ismail fired additional shots at the helicopter with an automatic rifle, intending to take them with him to the grave. Cheryl arrives in time to neutralize the dangerous criminal, determined not to leave him alive. With a few shots, she sends him to the next world, depriving herself of another valuable witness. However, despite the destruction of the enemy, the helicopter's tail rotor was damaged. Jake realizes that the pilot is also injured and can no longer continue flying. Valeria begins to panic and thinks that it's all over, while Jake comes up with options on how to get out. Valeria suddenly grabs his hand, realizing that there is no point in fussing, because their fate is predetermined. She declares that the catastrophe can no longer be avoided, and if she dies, there is no point in regretting anything. With that, she leans forward to kiss Jake before he possibly dies. Jake informs her that their fate is not yet sealed, and then quickly picks her up to evacuate. Her affection grows as Jake holds her as tightly as he can, preparing to pounce. Valeria explains that there is a lot of water here and it is low, so it is possible to survive the crash if everything is done correctly. After a few moments, he chooses the right moment and jumps down, hoping to have time to group himself. There's a huge splash as they hit the water at full speed, but everything is done correctly. Valeria survives the fall, despite having managed to regroup, partly thanks to Jake's support. After a while, she comes to, and Jake tells her that there was an island not far from the water. After this, they continue to travel through the forest and notice a broken helicopter that will not fly anywhere again. The next day they check the helicopter, realizing that the pilot is dead and the radius is damaged, so they can only hope for a miracle. Valeria says that a distress signal needs to be sent, but suddenly she feels unwell. Jake checks her heart rate and temperature, realizing that she is likely hypothermic and weakened by stress. He's thinking about getting the fire going as quickly as possible, though she's interfering, tugging at his shirt. Valeria says that she would like Jake to come as close to her as possible so that she could be sure of something. Jake asks her what happened, adding that he will simply go out to look for food and firewood, and then he will return soon. Valeria suddenly leans towards him and kisses him to give him more motivation to complete the task. Smiling, she notes that now he can move on and try his best. Jake asks her if this is her way of showing gratitude, and Valeria states that life is short anyway. Jake says that she is a very brave girl, and now she should stay here and wait for him a little. After some time, he takes out his tracking device, but unfortunately, it is damaged, and they are left to rely on others. He states that luckily he has watched a lot of wilderness survival videos and knows what to do if he comes across bamboo. Valeria, meanwhile, is not feeling her best, but a small bottle of water helps her regain her strength. Valeria notes that she is too hot, but she cannot sit idle, so she is obliged to help somehow. She decides that if she can't hunt or cook right now, she'd better put out a distress signal. Using palm leaves, she wonders if the signal will be visible from a distance. After this, she enters the water and feels that the ocean water gradually cools her body. She realizes that her clothes are dirty, and it's time to wash them. However, as soon as she tries to rinse her clothes in the water, a giant wave hits her. Before she can even figure out what's happened, the clothes are washed away by the water, leaving only a few pieces of seaweed behind. Valeria tries to catch the clothes but doesn't have time, as they quickly drift into the ocean. She understands that she needs to look for palm leaves to somehow cover herself. But this is inconvenient. Jake asks her how things went, and she explains that she accidentally lost her clothes, so he shouldn't look. Jake reminds her of the words she said to him, and is surprised that she is embarrassed by her nakedness. After this, he notices that she has found many useful things and recommends that she take a little rest. Valeria says that she grew up by the sea, and the children of the poor grew up quickly, so colds don't bother her. Jake understands that she had a hard time, and she chose the path of a criminal not by chance or because she had a good life. Valeria asks him why it took him so long to collect firewood, and Jake replies that he found a long python. Jake adds that dragging him such a distance was a challenge. Jake looks closely at his companion and says that this won't work, and he must somehow make clothes. The solution is easy. He decides to first divide the giant snake into many small parts. All this is necessary to make it easier to distribute the snake skin. Within moments, he acquires the skill of making clothes from scrap materials. Valeria looks at the dress that Jake managed to make and notes that it really suits her. Jake explains that pythons can swallow an adult human, making their skin ideal for clothing. Jake is pleased that he managed to prepare the necessary clothes and declares that they will cook the python for dinner. That same evening, Valeria says that he has intrigued her greatly, and Jake asks why exactly. Valeria notes that he unexpectedly took control of the company, pretending to be an ordinary tourist, and infiltrated the gang's meeting. Jake explains that he is an ordinary rich guy with nothing to lose and he travels the world. Valeria says that a strong man should have secrets, and she likes that he is so mysterious. Gradually the clouds thicken and heavy rain falls from the sky, which may interfere with dinner. The fire quickly dies down, but Jake notes that there is nothing that can be done about it, as rain is a common occurrence on the island. They try to sleep, but Valeria starts to shiver as she has never been so cold. Jake says he's willing to hug her to keep her warm and from freezing. Valeria puts her hands under his shirt and notes that he is incredibly warm and pleasant to the touch. Shifting her position slightly, she says that he shouldn't talk, as she has now found a way to warm herself up. 3 days later, the ship sails past the island, and one of the crew members detects a distress signal there. Jake and Valeria head there on an inflatable boat they got from somewhere, and the crew members note that they must rescue them. Jake thanks the crew for coming to the rescue, while they marvel at Valeria's beauty on the boat. Jake is glad that he has an 8th level of endurance, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to handle the girl. Meanwhile, we are transported to the hospital, where the same doctor continues to operate. He is mentally happy that he received a good sum of money from players who know nothing about medicine. However, his long-term plans are quickly uncovered by the police, who report that they have a warrant for his arrest. Previously angry, she clutches her head and cannot believe that the guy told everything and was able to find evidence. A week before this, an even more interesting event occurs at the large film studio where Tiffany works. She is informed that the head of another film studio named Olaf has arrived and would like to discuss possible cooperation. Tiffany decides to say hello to him and asks what kind of collaboration he would like to talk about. Olaf looks at her carefully and notes that her skin is incredibly soft and delicate, so he must get it. He looks around and asks if the set is too small for her film. Olaf emphasizes that compared to the site he came from, the difference is obvious, and everything here is much more advanced. In fact, he reflects on the fact that the site looks pathetic and has simply taken advantage of millions in investment. He expresses the opinion that something high quality could be made on such a budget, and Tiffany hints that he doesn't have time for nonsense. Olaf says he won't beat around the bush and is ready to invest millions in her film for promotion and advertising. He says he is ready to invest 8 million and hopes that she will not cry from gratitude for such a generous gift. He specifies that after the film ends, the profits will be split 70-30 in his favor, but she can ask for more. Tiffany is silent for a moment and then reveals that the budget for the film is 50 million. After this, she turns to her assistant and asks her to take Olaf away, while he is unhappy with such a budget. Tiffany points out that he is mistaken, since all the filming locations are rented by their company, and all the sets also belong to them. Tiffany approaches Jake and asks if he is going to come to the filming, which is about to wrap. Jake announces that he is going to Myanmar for a few days and will not be able to attend. Tiffany reflects on her need to justify her patron's trust and create a true masterpiece. After this, she continues to communicate with Olaf, periodically sending him photographs of her work. Suddenly, the assistant says that the situation needs to be explained, adding that she has been trying to contact Tiffany for several minutes. Tiffany asks what happened, and the assistant suggests that Jake wrote it, but Tiffany denies it. Tiffany keeps wondering if Chai Chai is Jake's girlfriend, but comes to the conclusion that now is not the time to think about it. On set, she gives her best because she can't disappoint her patron. She constantly edits the script and brings it to perfection through an interactive approach and strict control. Time flies, and there are only 5 days left until the film's premiere, after which Tiffany decides to give an interview. She is reminded of the situation with the actor, but Tiffany says that she has her own film studio and there is nothing to be afraid of. She also announces that she is filming a movie, The Invincible Woman, which will soon be released online. She asks that the film be watched when suddenly a bottle hits the television where the interview is being broadcast. An unknown man reports with annoyance that the girl was almost in his arms, but broke free. He hits the girl standing next to him and says that a rich man has appeared who has bought her out of his clutches. One of the maids remarks that Mr. Corvus shouldn't be angry, since he still won and received 100 million. Corvus notes that the girl managed to attract a rich man to ransom her, although she was so innocent. Nevertheless, he decides to continue pursuing the girl and turns to the secretary to try to resolve the situation. With the film's release just around the corner, Tiffany continues to look to the future with hope. The assistant approaches her and tells her that something incredible has happened and she must see it. The news begins to spread information that Tiffany allegedly sold herself for promotion. Tiffany can't believe such misinformation and wonders who suddenly decided to spread these rumors. Her assistant reports that one of the best Chinese actresses of our time has stated that these words are true. After this, she shows Tiffany a video in which the actress actually claims that she agrees with the accusations. Tiffany can't believe that rumors are spreading so quickly and people don't see anything wrong with it. After some time, she realizes that the same Corvus who controls many processes is involved in everything. When the actress was just starting out, it was he who provided her with resources and made her popular. Tiffany reflects that she knew Corvus wouldn't let her go easily, but she didn't expect him to strike now. The assistant immediately tries to contact lawyers, but the services cost a huge amount. Staff say this is a very difficult case because most of the artists have spoken out against Tiffany. Tiffany knows that if she doesn't do anything, she will lose, but she has no choice but to ask Jake for help. After some time, she decides to deal with the problems on her own, when suddenly her phone starts ringing. A few moments later, she receives a call from a popular platform, informing her that her film will be removed, and she must pay them $1 billion. The assistant reports that everything is lost, since most platforms have already announced the termination of contracts. Tiffany can't take such a serious blow and falls to her knees, trying to figure out what to do. Right now, she has to deal with a difficult mental state, as her films have been removed from all over the place. After a while, a female voice comes into her room, saying that everyone understands perfectly well how desperate she is. Corvus's secretary says the world has left her penniless, but the situation is not yet hopeless. She confidently declares that old Corvus is the key to giving Tiffany another chance. The girl understands that this man is ready to forget the past and take her back as an artist, organizing several scenes for her. The woman says that Tiffany is being useless, but she knows what Mr. Corvus really wants. Tiffany takes out her phone, looks at the photos from the shoot, and thinks that if she is destined to become a toy, then so be it. However, she decides to give the most precious thing to the person she loves most in the world before that happens. Meanwhile, Jake is happy that he has finally returned to his homeland and now feels happy. During the trip, he talks to Valeria and asks if she plans to wait out the danger in the Philippines. Valeria reports that she is now wanted and must wait until things calm down before acting again. Before leaving, Jake transfers 200 million and hopes that she will not be caught in the Philippines and will continue to hide. Jake gets a call from Tiffany, saying he just got home and wants to meet her. Tiffany apologizes for disturbing him and asks if he can come to her house as they have some important matters to discuss. Jake quickly finds himself near her apartment and realizes that he needs to go up to the 3rd floor. After he climbs several flights of stairs, he notices that someone is following him. However, as soon as Jake turns his head to the side, the silhouette disappears, trying to escape. Jake rushes after the strange man and asks if he really thinks he can escape. At first, he fails to achieve his goal, as the enemy hides behind closed doors. Jake makes several jumps to get across the corridor as quickly as possible and finds himself in front of the boy. The young man has a camera and is clearly here to gather information about Tiffany or Jake. The doors gradually close, and the boy, lulled into a false sense of security, gives Jake the middle finger. After this, the elevator starts moving downwards, and the boy declares that it is absolutely flawless and fast. His joy doesn't last long, as Jake immediately grabs the closed doors and starts pulling them aside. He looks at the young man angrily and asks why he decided to run away, offering to talk calmly. The boy understands that he has encountered a strong opponent, and now he has no chance of escape. After a while, they arrive on the 3rd floor, and Jake learns that in front of him is the journalist who spied on Tiffany. The journalist asks Jake if he is aware of the latest events, and Jake says that he just arrived in town. After a while, Jake knocks on the apartment door and says that he came to help. Tiffany greets him and says that she has been looking forward to his arrival. After this, she adds that he trusted her and invested a lot of money in her, but she let him down, and now can only pay with her body. Jake knows he likes this kind of relationship, and it would be great if it continued, but now is not the time. Journalists suddenly appear from behind him and ask questions, although they have never been this close before. Tiffany encounters complete strangers and finds that this causes her great surprise and stress. Jake points his fingers at the journalist's eyes, admonishing them to behave discreetly and not to look at other people's women. After this, they both leave at night to discuss what happened and put everything in its place. Jake returns to the journalists as he must write an article that will tell the world the truth and offers them a reward. The journalist understands that this is a great opportunity, but he fears Corvus's wrath. He adds that he has dirt on this man that is capable of exploding the internet, and that after publication, a real storm will begin. Jake says he is willing to spend any amount of money to publish such materials. Journalists ask in surprise whether he really made a decision so quickly without the slightest hesitation. Jake says that we need to provide dirty information about the two actresses who were forced to make statements in order to get revenge on them. After the journalist names a price of $60 million, Jake transfers this amount to him without any problems. He also says that if there is any material found, more internet trolls need to be hired, and a lot of publicity needs to be created. Jake adds that if it's a movie, the cost doesn't matter because he'll make another wave of movies. Tiffany reports that she went broke, and all her money went to the platforms, and most of her employees quit. Jake looks at her in surprise and asks if that's really true. Tiffany begins to almost cry, realizing that she has seriously let down her patron. Jake praises her for spending over $300 million in just 2 days, and notes that this is exactly what he expected to see. After that, he says that he is ready to give her $1 billion to involve other platforms and hire staff. Tiffany asks if he's really willing to spend that kind of crazy money to help her cope. Jake says he doesn't care how much money he spends because he's here to make his dream come true. Tiffany is incredibly touched by such generosity, because she does not understand that Jake needs all this only for his own purposes. Meanwhile, the journalist announces that he is ready to take on the most difficult job and tell the world the whole truth. He adds that we should expect news from him, because the results will be this evening, and they should be impressive. Shortly after, the journalist publishes a major expose across all of his platforms. He publishes numerous photographs that show that a completely different actress got into show business through bed. 2 other actresses who made statements defaming Tiffany's honor are also caught up in the scandal. Both girls fall to their knees in front of their colleague and ask her to help them, at least somehow. However, Tiffany orders them to leave, adding that she doesn't care about them, since she can't even protect herself now. The assistant reports that they have hackers who were able to hack many companies and hire a large number of trolls. The girl drives them away, saying that now she needs to be alone to think about the future. A few moments later, Corvus calls her, asking what happened, and Tiffany tells him everything that happened. However, he makes it clear that he doesn't care, and his reputation won't be damaged even if it goes down the drain. After this, he hangs up and looks at the beaten girls, on whom he takes out his pent-up anger. Tiffany is an incredible trophy for him, but he is foolish and does not appreciate her tycoon who is looking after her. After some time, the film is finally released and receives quite high ratings from both viewers and critics. Tiffany's assistant happily reports that in just 3 days, box office receipts have already reached 100 million yuan. Tiffany smiles at her and says that this is wonderful and should definitely be celebrated. However, the assistant notes that for some reason her boss does not look happy. Tiffany reports that one of her friends met a guy who helped her so much that it cannot be put into monetary terms. The assistant says that in this case you need to find out what he likes the most, because the gift should be made with love and the best in the world. Tiffany thinks back to her recent actions and hopes he doesn't see her as shameless. She decides to write to the protagonist, informing him that she at least wants to share the profits with him, and invites him to come to her place. Jake arrives fairly quickly, thinking about how he'll be getting money outside the system for the first time, and will even be able to have dinner with a hottie. He happily reflects on the fact that last time Tiffany dressed up very beautifully for him, and he didn't have time to see everything. However, this time the doors open and Tiffany appears before him, dressed in every possible outfit to hide her body. The disappointment that grips the protagonist's soul cannot be described in words, and one can only feel it. Tiffany asks him to sit down as the food will be ready soon, and asks what kind of fruit he likes. Jake asks her why she is dressed so warmly, to which the girl replies that it is a little chilly today. Jake moves closer to her and places his hand on her forehead, hoping she doesn't have a cold, but it only causes a rush of emotion in her. Tiffany looks at him fearfully and says that he is too close, and this makes her seriously nervous. Moments later, she loses consciousness and collapses in front of Jake. After taking her pulse, Jake realizes she's probably suffering from heat stroke and needs to do something immediately. To begin with, he decides to immediately lower her body temperature before it becomes too critical. After some time, Tiffany comes to her senses and looks around, asking questions about what happened. Jake realized she was suffering from heat stroke, so he cooled her down and changed her into more appropriate clothing to make her comfortable. Tiffany immediately buries her head in the pillow and lifts her hips higher, explaining that she feels very embarrassed about what happened. Tiffany says that earlier, when he met her in light clothes, he probably thought that she was very slutty. Jake hands her a bowl of rice so she can eat and regain her strength. Jake says he understands she was in shock, but she pulled through with sheer willpower. Tiffany smiles when she looks at him, and such compliments help to increase her affection by a few more %. Tiffany sincerely wants to thank him and hugs him, hoping that their friendship will continue and be just as strong. After some time, Jake goes to an unknown place by taxi and reaches his destination. He looks around the giant building next to him and notes that everything looks very expensive. He came here because he was invited by Marie, who wanted to show him the technology museum she had created. Jake examines the various achievements of science and realizes that scientific progress has come a long way. He understands that this is too big a room to immediately understand what items she is looking for herself. It turns out that this document is written entirely in a foreign language, which he does not know very well. However, after some time, his search is interrupted by a loud quarrel that takes place just a few dozen meters away from him. Two men in business suits start arguing and one of them kicks the other, causing him to fall to the ground. Scientists ask the entrepreneur how he dared to take back his word, given that the products were already packaged and ready for shipment. The businessman replies that his products do not meet their requirements, and he has only himself to blame for this. A scientist tries to cope with stress, and his heart begins to ache, while his daughter asks him to be more careful. The arrogant businessman says he shouldn't play the victim because it won't work, and he won't bother with it. The scientist's daughter says that according to the contract, he was the first to violate the agreement, and therefore should be held responsible. The businessman is surprised that the little girl understands contracts and advises her not to meddle in adult territory. The girl claims that according to the contract, her demands were fully met, and he is trying to deceive them. The businessman says that even if she is right, it won't help her, since no one needs these filters, and no one else places orders. The girl asks him if contractual agreements don't apply in America, where this businessman came from. The businessman insults China and states that this girl and this country have not submitted to anyone. Scientists report that the businessman believed the agreement would be his saving grace, but in the end, he pulled himself under. The whole world from America thinks that the whole world is wrong, but they are never wrong. Suddenly he feels the air become cool, as Jake cannot stand it when someone insults his great country. Meanwhile, the other two businessmen look around and talk good-naturedly to each other about something. One of them says he is ready to offer retail space to the Japanese for just $300 million. Marie greets them politely and explains that she represents a company from China and would like to purchase the premises. A man named Edison says their premises are worth at least $3 billion and also require many other payments. Marie asks them why she received such a high price when they had just offered a reduced rate. Edison explains that he hates the Chinese, and that is why he charges them such high prices to humiliate them even more. Marie is surprised that most people in this world want to offend the poor Chinese and jack up prices. She is amazed that such people still lead prestigious tech companies in the US. She questions their professionalism, while Edison claims that they have advanced technology, unlike China. Marie claims that they are no different from barbarians when they behave like this. But she is ordered to remain silent. Her uncle quickly approaches her and tells her that she has attracted enough trouble and should go home. Marie tries to complain to him that this man is hostile to all Chinese people. Her uncle reproaches her, saying that it is her own fault, because she came here to do business with foreigners. Everyone starts laughing at her, noting that at least this Chinese guy has finally learned something and knows his place. Marie can't believe that all these people are laughing at the poor Chinese who have no one to stand up for them. Her uncle claims that there is nothing to be done here except surrender, because they are not as strong as the United States. Marie tries to argue with her relative, and is immediately picked up by local businessmen. Moments later, a special quadcopter crashes into her uncle's head, causing him to fall to the ground. Marie turns around and sees that Jake is behind all this, who controlled the Japanese drone and aimed it at her relative's head. Jake shifts the blame onto the small Japanese drone, saying it's just junk that's hard to control. After this, he approaches Edison and asks why he decided that China has no technology. Jake adds that he came today to demonstrate to their short-sighted minds that China is actually great. After this, he snaps his fingers and creates a projection of an interesting filtering device that makes a scientific breakthrough. The thing is that the poor Chinese scientist finally found a patron who helps him with money. The businessmen laugh, saying that some little girl cannot convince men, but the leading businessman remains silent. Suddenly he notices that the filtration data was developed by their company for indoor use. They ask how this is possible, and realize that several key pieces of data match their metrics. Edison accuses them of stealing research from his company, and says he will take it to international court. However, A scientist intervenes, who came to restore historical justice. He claims that these data were created solely by his suffering people, who are now being subjected to injustice. He adds that they can go to court, since his people have honor and despise deceivers. Edison tries to object, but one of his assistants states that he has missed all the evidence. The assistant explains that Jake suddenly hit Edison, and that's why it was not possible to purchase the filter unit. Edison realizes that he has just gotten himself into a difficult situation, and now he won't be able to get out of it. Jake explains that US domestically developed products are actually purchased from small companies in China. Edison realizes that he has trapped himself in his incredible greed. Other people also decide to stand up for the poor scientists and unite in a single impulse against injustice. Edison approaches the scientist and says that the contract is still valid, so the deal can be made official. Scientists report that now that they have decided to buy the facility, he will not sell them anything on principle. Edison asks Jake if he's crazy, threatening that no one else will be able to buy the machine from him. Jake smiles and says that he would gladly pay any amount of money for anything Edison invents. Edison specifies that the price in the contract is $1 billion, but he is ready to beat this price and pay $2 billion. Jake immediately intervenes and declares that he is ready to spend $4 billion to ensure that this development remains theirs. After this, the man with the huge amount of money begins to mock the businessman, who, of course, has this money. Edison asks Jake who he is and where he got so much money, obtained by unknown means. Jake decides to hide the true origin of his funds and says that he is a simple Chinese man who wants the whole world to remember him. Other Chinese, offended by the injustice, surround them and say that they finally have a reason to be proud of themselves. After this, Jake hands over a special card with 5 billion yuan so that Edison can buy his production. Scientists note that they will be eternally grateful to Jake and are ready to purchase the latest technology from him. Jake reports that they won't be able to use the 2,000 sets of filter units, so they will sell them to other companies in China. He also explains that they will export this technology, but will carefully select the people they sell it to. Soon, Jake is approached by many businessmen who want to buy his goods. He turns almost everyone down, explaining that they need to move away so he can get home with his girlfriend. After this, he asks Marie if everything is okay, to which the girl replies that everything is fine. Then she presses herself closer to him, her affection increasing again, causing Jake to receive more money into his account. Jake is delighted to be offered new skills and can now finally learn to play Go at a master level. After this, an announcement appears that a famous US company is suspected of stealing other people's research. Edison leaves, saying that their country is unable to detain Jake and that they will see each other again. Jake declares that everyone should get what they deserve for someone stealing their great future from them. After some time, Uncle Marie, whom Jake had mercilessly hit, gradually comes to his senses. He realizes he has a concussion at home, but immediately notices a sign about what happened. Looking up, he suddenly sees his niece walking next to a very rich man. Marie can't believe she suddenly ended up with this guy, because all this time she was thinking about creating chips. Nevertheless, the uncle decides to film them on camera to warn his family about the possible danger. The message reaches Marie's father, who, despite belonging to the great Chinese people, also does not trust women. He thinks that this young man looks like a poor student who is not worthy of being near his daughter. After this, he turns to the butler, who is waiting for orders and is ready to carry them out at any moment. He does not speak highly of his daughter, despite the country's high moral standards, and says that she needs to be put in her place. He then decides to clink glasses with his new business partner to continue their collaboration. The young man explains that they have been working together for a long time and know each other well, after which he adds that he likes Marie. Marie's father reflects that the boy named Mao is a bit frivolous, but all young people are like that these days. After this, he extends his hand to him to secure their cooperation, which brings Mao genuine joy. Suddenly the butler bursts in and announces that he has collected information about Jake. He immediately passes it on to his subordinate, adding that he has chosen the most interesting and important things regarding the situation. Mao looks at the man who had just spoken to him so kindly in surprise and asks what happened. However, his father coldly escorts him to the door, saying that he would like to talk to him a little later. Mao asks what the reason is, but his father indifferently replies that they will collaborate later. He then states that if it is a rich person, he will always support such a candidate, because it is in line with his moral principles. He loudly recounts his high moral and ethical ideas to his uncle on the telephone. After this, he decides to establish a friendship with the young man, believing that communication with rich people is extremely important for him. Meanwhile, Marie decides to stroll around the exhibition hall and show Jake the interesting finds that are there. Jake asks her what this strange device is, but she doesn't answer and decides to just show it to him. Jake quickly finds himself inside a large 3D projection and notices that it looks very interesting. Marie explains that this is a more advanced projection than anyone could have imagined, and that the result is a joint development between Chinese companies. Jake remarks that this is simply amazing, and he finally understands how advanced their technology is. Marie adds that while the insertion and problems with the computing power of the chips remain, it is only a matter of time. Jake says he is very happy to hear such news, because his heart will always be with his homeland. After this, they decide to try AI that is capable of reading human thoughts and creating any scenes. Within moments, they find themselves at a wedding ceremony, and a large number of people are generated around them. In addition, they generate clothes that look like real ones. Smiling, Jake says he thought the scene was sacred and didn't expect the AI to be so straightforward. Marie looks at him sheepishly, and the virtual pastor asks if she agrees to be with this husband forever. Other people, also created by the neural network, claim that she should marry him, despite the fact that they are already at the altar. Jake says it's amazing that artificial intelligence can create something like this, and Marie agrees. Jake turns to her in surprise and asks if she just said what he thought she said. Marie suddenly takes a few steps forward to kiss Jake. Afterwards, she wonders what she's doing, but Jake claims he didn't think he had that side, and she likes it. After a few moments, a loud voice is heard announcing that the wedding is over, and the scene generation is changing. A loud voice transports them to the nighttime, and they find themselves in a small hotel for lovers next to a large bed. Marie's clothes immediately change to something tighter, shorter, and more sensual, as the moment demands. Marie can't stand such intense embarrassment and remarks that she didn't know the AI was capable of such a thing. After which she runs away. As soon as she gets home, she keeps running to her room, not paying attention to those around her. After this, she jumps on the bed and wonders what is happening to her, and why everything is going this way. She comes to the conclusion that this damn AI is to blame for everything, because now she doesn't even know how to look Jake in the eyes after what happened. She reflects that, as luck would have it, today everything went wrong and completely differently from what she had originally planned. She decides to contact her friend and tells her that since she fell in love with Jake, she has not been herself. Astrid reveals that she has a similar situation with the guy she loves so much, and they share a few words about it. Meanwhile, we are transported to the dormitory, where another interesting event from student life is about to take place. One of Jake's friends reports that he has finally gotten his hands on some glass fruit, which he really likes. Jake and his friends say he should eat the treats himself since they've tried them dozens of times already. The young man notes that he cannot eat that much alone, and falls to his knees in the hope of his friend's mercy. Jake and his friends ask him why he keeps buying this particular treat, demanding that he finally confess. The young man blushes and explains that there is a specific reason for this, and he was embarrassed to tell it. The thing is, he really likes a girl named Hannah, who is a first-year student at their university. Lately, she uses her free time after class to trade and earn a living. That's why he buys glass fruits every day so he can talk to her and get to know her better. Meanwhile, a strange man, resembling a bandit, comes to a small square where students usually hang out. All the traders in the square fall silent, realizing that it is better not to attract attention. However, Hannah, who is new here and doesn't understand anything yet, continues to calmly serve customers. Approaching her, the bandit says that she is doing well and asks for fruit that tastes like first love. The girl doesn't quite understand what he means, and hands him a stick with hawthorn berries. The man smiles and says that this will do, and asks her to feed him herself. Hannah is delighted to try what she's been offered, and notes that it's no wonder she's doing so well. After that, she says that she has been trading here for 3 days already, and it is time to pay the bandits for protecting this area. The saleswoman looks at them in surprise and asks what right they have to take money from her. The bandits grin and point out that she appears to be new and unfamiliar with the local rules. The girl becomes nervous and declares that her trade here is legal, and they have no right to charge her. The bandits claim that everything they do is legal and beat confessions out of ordinary citizens. Hannah explains that she doesn't have that kind of money and that she only trades here to make a living. The bandit grabs some dust and says that in this case he will add something to her sweets every day. Hannah starts crying and says that it was her favorite fruit in glass, asking how they could do this. Other people notice that this is a clear mockery of the girl, and remember that these are local hooligans who got into such things. Suddenly, one of Jake's friends shields her with his body and asks the bandits who they think they are and why they are acting like this. The bandits grab the young man and claim that this brave man clearly considers himself a hero, since he rushes into such fights. The young man tries to order the criminals to let him go, but all his demands are ignored because he is too weak. Hannah also tries to defend her friend and says that she will call the police if he is not released. The gangsters claim there was no fight, and he simply adjusted the boy's shirt, so the police won't do anything. They also warn that if she calls the police, they will act even more decisively. People nearby remark that he is a real freak, but other students stop them. The bandits approach them as if they want to fight, and offer each one to come up and hit them. After this, one of them laughs and says that students are a bunch of little kids who don't yet know how life works. The bandit then starts pushing the students and orders them to either leave or pay money. At some point, he bumps into Jake, who has been standing aside this whole time and not helping his friends. All his attention is drawn to the tofu that he bought from a nearby vendor, appreciating its incredible taste. The bandit tries to move him from his place, but as soon as his hand touches Jake, nothing happens. Jake haughtily announces that even dogs know not to disturb a meal, but the bandit still doesn't get it. After this, he burps, striking the opponent with an incredibly disgusting smell from his mouth. The bandit tries to answer for such insolence and quickly strikes Jake in the face, unaware of how wrong he is. Jake looks at his opponent in surprise and doesn't even blink, as his skin is harder than stone. The bandit quickly jumps to the side and begins to hold his hand, which is rapidly swelling. Jake falls to the ground and says he's in incredible pain, and this huge bully punches him in the face. The student council president immediately films the incident on camera, which irritates the bandits. Nearby students feel a huge boost in morale when Jake is around. Jake reports that when he arrived here, he had 2 million yuan worth of alcohol in his hands, which spilled. The bandits realize they better get away as quickly as possible and ask those around them why they are looking at them like that. However, they quickly find themselves completely surrounded and can no longer simply escape justice. The bandits begin to get nervous, wondering what is going on as the students continue to approach. Suddenly, one of them falls to the ground and starts crying loudly because the other bandits pushed him. The same thing happens to others, and students quickly begin to take down the bandits to gather incriminating evidence. The bandit can't take it anymore. He suddenly approaches one of the students, grabs his phone and asks who he is. The student falls to the ground, screaming loudly that his wrist is broken, his phone is broken, and now he will demand compensation. The bandit realizes that they are using his own weapon against him, and now he will have to come up with a creative way to get out of it. All of this continues to be broadcast to the phones of students, who note that the arbitrariness must stop. Commentators watching the incident say something urgently needs to be done to get the police to sort this out. Thus, everything quickly becomes public knowledge, and a huge number of people flock here. Everyone starts filming the bandits, and now their every action will be captured and posted on the internet. The student council president declares that if the bandits cannot make amends, no one will let them out of here. The bandits take out their weapons and declare that they will not allow pathetic students to dictate their terms. After this, the rector comes here with several police officers and asks who dared to bully his students. The bandits understand that if the university director comes here, the situation will quickly take an extremely unfavorable turn. The director notes that he does not know who they are or what they want, but the university place is not intended for racketeering. The police approach the bandits and inform them that these 3 suspects need to be taken away as quickly as possible. The bandits leave with the police officers, while the students send them off with offensive shouts. The students approach Hannah and tell her that she shouldn't worry, because they will always stand up for their friends. Jake's friend immediately approaches the principal and tries to negotiate with him, explaining that Hannah did nothing wrong. However, the rector remains indifferent, as he notices Jake next to the stall and understands that only he can influence the situation. Smiling, he notes that if all the formalities are met, Hannah will be able to obtain a work permit. The director does this more to improve his relationship with Jake, although it is not that important. Hannah thanks all her comrades for their help and says that if it weren't for them, she would be left without a kiosk. Jake's friend, who is in love with her, says that he will help her with preparing various dishes to make her work easier. Jake also states that he is willing to help out as he knows how to cook a few things with a little practice. After this, he reports that he found special osmanthus trees nearby that can be added to dishes. He adds that one must collect clean flowers and then add them to the caramel or cook everything together for a long time. He uses his master cooking skill and says that the second part of the dried flowers can be fried. People nearby comment on the very pleasant aroma that comes from the dish, and they can't wait to try it. Jake says to then quickly drizzle a thin layer of caramel over the fruit and sprinkle with dried petals for extra flair. After this, he happily announces that he will give everyone 1 serving for free, and if they like it, they can leave a tip. The students immediately rush forward, remarking that the dish smells delicious and they can't wait to try it. Hannah decides to try this dish and is overwhelmed with incredible happiness from the magical taste. Other students who try this treat also feel very energetic, as if their energy has returned. A huge number of people gather around the stall, promising to pay just to try another portion. After a while, a strange woman appears and says that she has already paid for the portion and wants to get another one. Hannah explains that the first drink was free, so she will give the money back. But the woman says that is not necessary. After this, the woman takes a special caramel treat and decides to try it to ensure its quality. Having tried the exquisite treat, she too is immersed in incredible gastronomic delight for a long time. She asks Hannah if she really came up with this recipe, but the girl points to the place where Jake was. The woman throws down a business card, saying that she is very grateful to Hannah and asks her to give it to Jake in case she can't find him. Hannah looks closely at the business card and realizes that it is a representative of the Michelin Culinary Organization. Hannah realizes that if someone from such a group appreciated her food, she has an obligation to find Jake so that it doesn't go unnoticed. Meanwhile, we move to the warehouse, where the boss of today's bandits scolds them for their ineffective work. The bandits justify themselves by saying that they did not reveal their commander and acted professionally. The commander forgives them, and the bandits express gratitude for such mercy. After this, they ask him not to be angry and say that they have already come up with a good idea on how to make money. One of them says that he will bring 10 of his friends, and they will lie in wait for Hannah to show who is the boss here. He adds that this will serve as a lesson to other merchants who continue to pay on time. Jake somehow ends up in the warehouse and notes that the bandits have disappointed him. He firmly declares that he has come to deal with them once and for all and put an end to this. The criminal turns to his commander, saying that this is the bravest boy who provoked him. Jake smiles and remarks that there are a lot of bandits in the warehouse and says that he will take out his anger on them. The armed criminals immediately rush at him with knives and ask how he dares to behave so arrogantly. He instantly descends and knocks out every enemy in his path with lightning speed. The remaining bandits look at the falling swords in surprise and try to figure out how they can move so fast. Jake says with a smile that unfortunately, no one is capable of fighting anymore, so he is left alone with the main bandit. The main bandit admits that they did not expect an attack from such a strong man and suggests that they forget old grievances. He also tries to find money to buy himself off, but does not understand that Jake is too honest for this. Jake states that he only beat up their people to show that there are people who work hard for their families. After this, he says that as long as there are those in their world who will create difficulties, he will destroy such people. Immediately after this, the hero flees the scene before the police arrive. Cheryl investigates the case and discovers a recording of a phone call, hoping it will shed some light. She quickly realizes that the phone call was made by a very familiar person, with whom she had already crossed paths. Jake realizes that in front of her is a true street hero who spends his life helping people. A few days later, we are transported to the entrance of an amusement park that is a parody of Disneyland. The park employee hands over tickets and says that they hope the park will bring visitors incredible joy. Jake's friends are amazed that one of them managed to win 5 free tickets to get in. Once inside, they notice that the amusement park is incredibly large and interesting. Jake approaches the entertainer, who wishes him a good time at the park, and moves on. One of the friends points out the ice cream stands and remarks that it must be very tasty. Jake decides to get in line to buy ice cream for his friends, and suddenly notices Audrey handing a scoop to a girl. Audrey is surprised, turns around and says that she is pleasantly surprised to see her here again. Suddenly, Junya appears behind him, expressing her joy at being at the amusement park. Turning to her ex-boyfriend, she notes that this is an incredibly pleasant coincidence. As if that weren't enough, by a lucky chance, Zoya bumps into him. She says she almost bit her tongue, then asks him what he is doing here. Jake finds himself in a very awkward situation when 3 of his rival fans end up together. Jake asks them what they are doing here, although he doesn't expect to hear a clear explanation. Each of the girls tells her own story, all of which boil down to the fact that they bribed his friends to find out where he was. Jake understands that his friends have the best intentions, although this often leads to problems. Audrey tries to convince her friend and niece to leave so as not to interfere. An argument breaks out between them again, and Junya claims that if Jake hits her and scolds her, it means he loves her very much. It is noted that men quickly get tired of softness and tenderness. They need passion, which they cannot provide. Jake begins to feel very uncomfortable and tries to disengage himself from the girls, noting that he doesn't have time. Turning around, he notices a thrilling water ride with risks that require a consent form to be signed. Jake immediately runs there, leaving the employee a signed waiver of claims, asking that no one follow him. Junya, Audrey, and Zoya also follow him and immediately sign waivers, saying that they need to get there. Afterwards, they get into the boat, and Jake lies there in pleasure, looking at the sky and realizing that life is beautiful. Jake thinks that he finally has a chance to take a break from the unnecessary attention. However, a few moments later the girls jump into the boat, appearing as if out of thin air. Jake asks them what they are doing here, and they reply that they will always follow him and will not be afraid. Audrey and Junya notice that Zoe is becoming increasingly attached to Jake, which intensifies their rivalry. Finally, he launches the boat, and they are sent down at great speed, having managed to buckle themselves in thanks to a lucky coincidence. At a certain point, The boat crashes into the stone port, and Audrey and Junia collide with each other, remaining in a natural pose. The girls start screaming, claiming that it is incredibly scary, but Zoya continues to mock them. Junia grabs Jake's leg and asks for help, but he only tries to push her back. Zoya notes that she has never seen such hypocritical and cowardly women, after which she tightens her seatbelts. She adds that she gets guys in the most direct way, and courage has always had a special meaning for her. Jake states that this is dangerous, and recommends that they return to their seat immediately and buckle up. Zoya doesn't even have time to give him a tirade about how cool she is before she suddenly falls off a waterfall and gets into a serious mess. Because she didn't wear a seatbelt, she now has every chance of being killed after falling into the water from such a height. Jake quickly unbuckles his seatbelt and gets ready to intercept her. Zoya falls down and admits that she can't swim, forgetting that she was participating in a swim race between other girls. Jake successfully intercepts her, after which they fall into the water with a characteristic sound. Zoya shares her fears of water, after which she realizes the strange situation she finds herself in. Zoe looks at Jake and notes that she didn't expect him to rush so selflessly to save her. A squabble breaks out between the girls, and the observing students think that this is the most heavenly life. Jake continues to run away from them, hoping that they will stop chasing him for at least a minute. A giant ghost castle suddenly appears in front of him, and he decides that this is a great option. 5 minutes later, he finds himself in the company of the same girls who followed him despite their fear. Junia signs a waiver of claims, and her rival has already managed to get closer to the object of her adoration. The curse is interrupted by the sudden appearance of a ghost, who frightens her with its eerie appearance. Junia falls to the ground and notices that the ghost is wearing sneakers and sweatpants like a normal person. She gets an idea and hands the ghost money, saying that she wants to buy a suit from him. Meanwhile, Jake continues his adventures with Audrey and Zoe, when suddenly one of them is dragged away by unknown ghosts. A couple of minutes later, Zoya falls into a trap, and the ghost pulls her into the darkness, which only plays into Jake's hands. He is glad that he was finally able to get rid of them, as their presence was starting to bother him. After a while, he finds himself in another room that looks like a scene from a horror movie. Looking closely at the TV, he notices a girl and understands that right now a scene will be played out in front of him. The weird girl actually tries to crawl out of the TV, and Jake thinks it looks pretty good. After a few moments, she almost completely emerges from the television. But how she managed to do this remains a mystery. Jake is surprised by her figure and allows her to come even closer to him, not suspecting how this might end. Suddenly, she grabs his hips and moves her hand even further back, which greatly surprises him. After that, she sits him down on the sofa, tries to lift the hem of her dress, and Jake realizes that everything is going well. Before she can continue, two strange figures appear behind her, approaching her very quickly. Audrey and Zoe, in disguise, grab Junia and ask her if she wants a shot. Junia jumps into Jake's arms in fear, and he comments that the plot of this haunted house looks amazing. Only after a few moments does he realize that it is his ex-girlfriend standing in front of him. Audrey reveals that Junia bought the suit from the employee and lured them into a trap to have some privacy with him. Junia asks for forgiveness and explains that she simply loves him too much and has no other intentions. Jake realizes that this girl is too dangerous, when suddenly the door opens and a frightened employee runs in. A man runs after her, explaining that he was scared and wanted to hug her tightly. Despite the girl's objections, the man claims that he was simply scared and started running out of fear, considering this normal. After that, he notices the nurses in disguise and thinks he can play with them a little more. Zoe turns to Jake with irritation and says that he probably won't be able to handle such a game. The man approaches her, claiming that he will enjoy her fear, not noticing what she is doing. A few moments later, it is too late as Zoya grabs a metal pipe. After receiving several blows, he falls to the ground and asks not to come near him, promising to file a complaint with the police. He then points to the video cameras, claiming that they captured everything she did to him, so he won't be able to escape the consequences. Zoya leans haughtily over the man and asks if he is really so confident in his abilities. She also recalls that the cameras also recorded him running after other female employees. Zoya threatens to send these recordings to his superiors and wife, so that everyone will know how he behaves in his free time. After teaching him a lesson in good manners, she tries to push him away with her foot, and he admits his mistake and leaves. After this, he grabs a knife and decides that if he kills her, it will rid him of all his problems. However, this time, Jake intercepts Zoe's pipe at the speed of sound and thrusts it forward to stop the knife. The scoundrel wonders how this is even possible, since few people can move at such speed. Zoe is glad that Jake saved her, after which they deliver a powerful blow to the criminal's face, forcing him to think about his behavior. Zoe decides not to waste time and jumps on Jake, claiming that she loves him for his beauty and strength. A few moments later, Officers appear who want to immediately call the police and detain the offender. Watching what was happening, the three girls noted that they did not expect everything to turn out so unexpectedly and interesting. Junya turns to Zoya and notices with surprise that his lovers have just disappeared, despite the fact that they were here recently. Junya attacks her rival, claiming that she is a dirty girl who thinks too highly of herself. A squabble begins between them to find out which of them is more worthy of Jake. The employee the criminal was chasing warns them that there is a trap, and they must act carefully. A few moments later, the door slams behind them, and there is a loud crash that catches Audrey's attention. She decides to take a cautious look inside, and discovers a very piquant scene that would be difficult to come up with on purpose. Meanwhile, Jake hopes to hide from his pursuers at least on the Ferris wheel. After some time, Chai writes to him, asking if he can do her a favor. Jake agrees, and goes with her to the International Go tournament. Chai notes that he will finally be able to see the legendary Kim, who is the genius of this game. Chai adds that after meeting Jake, she wanted to make the world a better place, and she changed the direction of streaming. Jake reflects on the fact that he transferred several million to a tournament sponsor some time ago. After some time, the host solemnly announces that the players of the Korean national team are invited onto the stage. Kim differs from other Koreans with his blue eyes, blonde hair, and different face shape. However, she is a black sheep, so other students may bully her because she cannot answer. At a certain point, she loses her balance, and if nothing is done, she may fall onto the steps. Jake manages to put his hand in the right place and asks if everything is okay with her. Kim, with the face of a tortured victim, replies that she is fine, after which she is added as a target by the system. Jake understands that this is a new girl, but she is a professional gambler, so money may be a problem. Chai wants to get an autograph, but the coach strictly forbids it, claiming that the players need rest. Kim tries to protest, but the coach puts his hand on her shoulder and squeezes it hard, asking if she understood him the first time. Jake muses that the coach is really strict, after which one of the team members notices his badge. He approaches the coach, claiming that Jake has 2 passes and is likely an important figure. Suddenly, the coach turns to him and says that it's not a matter of strictness, but that the players need time to adapt. After this, Jake roughly pushes Kim, not worrying that it will make him look extremely unfavorable. He then asks the protagonist if he knows a man named Jake and hands him a business card. Jake accepts the business card and understands that if even the Korean heard it, it is clearly a bad sign, because he does not like them. Meanwhile, Kim thanks Chai for her support and says that she is giving it her all at this tournament. The coach finishes all his business negotiations, takes Kim with him again and says that it's time for them to leave. Jake watches them closely, realizing that something is clearly going on here, and decides to figure it out. In the break room, the coach reminds them that they have already become champions in previous tournaments and are obliged to win here. Kim looks painful, but this does not stop her from touching the trainer's hands and squeezing them hard to get his attention. The coach says that he counts on her the most and asks if she can cope here. Kim steps aside and insists that Jake can rest, assured that she is giving it her all. The coach says that if she is determined, she should come to his private room in half an hour. The male members of the team watch them, fully aware of where this is leading. They notice that the coach will probably pay more attention to her because she is their hope for the championship. Kim is left alone, but she is quickly surrounded by her colleagues from the female half of the Korean team. They note that she is indeed lucky that the coach agreed to give her a personal training session and warn her not to get too cocky. Kim says she never considered herself the smartest and has many disadvantages compared to experienced players. One of the girls starts to get angry and claims that Kim is pretending to be modest and that they should thank the coaches. Kim, like a little child who has not learned to stand up for himself, runs away in tears. The girls talk to each other, and it becomes clear that personal training with a trainer is something terrible. Jake muses that this game is best watched up close, as that's when you can really feel the atmosphere. The Korean men's national team is wondering where their coach wants to take his goals. One of them states that it is obvious, because the coach always gets what he wants from the girls on the team. Jake realizes that if it weren't for the omnipresent system, he would hardly have been able to overhear this conversation and understand the gist. After some time, he realizes that these people are going to use Kim's body after the coach. Meanwhile, the coach conducts an intense training session, violating the girl's personal boundaries. He tells her that her professional skills have seriously declined lately and advises her to relax. Kim promises that everything will be fine, but the trainer hugs her around the waist and says that he will give her a massage. Kim pushes him away with her fingers in fear, trying to defend herself, but fear takes over. She states that she does not need any additional training and that she will try to cope on her own. Suddenly, the trainer loses his temper and throws swift punches to the face, not caring about the cameras. He asks her if she is too self-confident and claims that she has been too spoiled over this time. The coach reports that he has received information that she has written denunciations about how he treats the girls on the team. He claims that she miscalculated, not realizing that all the Go players in Korea are his acquaintances or friends. He notes that the others agree to this voluntarily, but she is stubborn, putting Korea's future into question. He advises her to think about her dream and remember why she started playing this game. Kim starts shouting loudly, trying to get attention, because this is an international tournament, and there are a lot of people here. The coach also raises his voice, insisting that she needs to obey, because no one can save her. Suddenly the door is kicked down hard and Jake, who heard everything, enters the room. He holds the phone in his hands and says that he had no idea what interesting things he would be able to capture. The coach claims that this is a misunderstanding, because he is only training the girl. Jake notes that Korea has strange traditions if they involve stripping the girls on the team and hitting them. The coach states that this is just a minor punishment, and asks to stop recording and discuss the situation calmly. Jake punches the coach hard in the stomach, claiming that there is nothing to talk about since he committed a crime. After the coach falls to the ground, Jake begins to beat him up to make him understand how wrong he was. Kim stops him, and with tears in her eyes, tells him that he must leave here to avoid getting into trouble. The male members of the national team start to break into the office, wondering who allowed the attack on the coach. The coach himself slowly gets up and says that the police and security need to be called. He loudly announces that he was training his player when this guy broke in and slandered him in front of everyone. The girls begin to put pressure on Kim, claiming that she should help prove the coach's innocence because he was so kind to her. Jake points out that this is extremely inappropriate behavior, as one should never pressure the victim in such situations. One of the team members calls this nonsense, claims that the coach is not that kind of person at all, and demands that Kim justify him. The coach decides to go on the mental offensive and orders her to remember what they talked about recently. Kim recalls how it all began, when she was little and loved playing the game, and how she achieved success. However, everything eventually led to the coach forcing her to do shameful things so that she would not ruin her career. Kim feels incredible pressure and is already preparing to justify the coach, despite what he did. Jake turns to her sharply, telling her that he can take her away from here so that this nightmare can finally end. He adds that the main thing is not to lose the sincere love for the game, and not to allow other people to tarnish its reputation. Kim looks at him and asks if he can really take her away from here. The coach shows the contract and explains that there is nothing to be done, because otherwise he will terminate the contract. Jake claims that money is not a problem for him at all, because he is the richest man in the world. Smiling, he declares that he is the Jake they wanted to meet, and then pays off her debts. All observers are in incredible shock, as they did not expect to meet this rich man. Jake snatches the contract from the coach's hands and rips it up, declaring that it is now null and void. Smiling, he says that now Kim can live as a completely free person and do what she likes. She thanks him for doing such a good deed and suddenly shelling out a huge sum to free her. Jake says they're leaving and advises the coach to be kind, as he's managed to capture a lot of interesting moments. He also emphasizes that he is clearly not someone to mess with, as he is incredibly rich and influential. The coach can't believe he just met Jake, and that he turned out to be completely different from what he dreamed. In response to an offer to contact the press, the coach says that he is too rich a man. He wonders if they should admit defeat and just leave. The coach confidently replies that they also have oligarchs behind them, so they must not give up and must win. The frightened student says that the main trump card is gone and the tournament is tomorrow, but the coach assures that he has his own methods. Smiling, he says that their country will definitely win, no matter what. Jake approaches Kim and tells her that she can stay at the hotel he has booked for her. She asks why he stood up for her, since she is Korean, but Jake states that he respects all decent people. Kim notes that, unfortunately, the coach has a good reputation in Korea and is like a father to many. Jake states that if she ever needs help, she shouldn't hesitate to ask him, because he will definitely help. Kim blushes a little at the incredible kindness towards her, which she is not used to. The final match of the international tournament is approaching, and the proud star of the Korean team has already won several victories. Her movements are incredibly precise and polished, as if she has been playing this game since childhood. The presenter announces that the brilliant young girl representing China has outstanding playing skills. The Korean national team's cheerleaders chant offensive rhymes to insult Chinese people. The unfortunate Chinese can only endure such attacks because they are too polite to do anything. Jake watches the proceedings and notices that the Korean team has been performing averagely in their practice matches. However, according to his observations, they play here like real monsters, as if they are able to read the opponent's moves. After some time, the genius girl from China loses to her opponent, despite all her efforts. The Koreans begin to rejoice and say that they should not have done such nonsense and that they should not have given up so quickly. The presenter says that it is time to congratulate the winner of the competition, who won thanks to his amazing intelligence. The Chinese girl extends her hand to him and remarks that he is incredibly smart and that she will continue to improve. Suddenly, he decides to act completely unsportsmanlike and pushes her hand away, declaring that she is a loser and does not deserve anything. After that, he says that the Chinese team thinks they are playing well, but there is always a way to lose. The Chinese girl looks sadly at her opponent, as she did not expect such a vile act from him. After this, the unfortunate child begins to cry loudly and runs away in tears, to which the presenters react with complete indifference. Jake watches this unfortunate girl in surprise, when suddenly he notices Kim approaching him. The look the young professional gives this girl shows that she feels very sorry for her, because she did not deserve such treatment. What is especially striking is that the girl started crying after she was treated so unfairly. The kind Chinese coach, following the old tradition, reassures her and explains that everything will be fine, and that winning is not the most important thing. The unhappy child immediately calms down and announces that he will now try even harder and become stronger. Jake looks at Kim in surprise and tries to understand why she decided to come here in such a reliable disguise. Kim confirms that he recognized her because she disguised herself perfectly, and no one could figure out that it was her. She says she couldn't sleep well last night and wanted to tell him something. When she came here, she was hesitant, but after seeing the warm and supportive Chinese team, everything changed. She says that she wants to tell him everything, adding that the Chinese team is using very secret technology. Coming closer, she explains that all Chinese athletes use a special device with artificial intelligence. Kim emphasizes that these devices are inserted through the anus, adding that it is painful, but for the sake of championship, many are willing to endure it. Meanwhile, coaches pass by him, thank him for his sponsorship, and he collects his prize. Smiling, he states that even if he is rich, he cannot allow his team to win, because their strength is limited. Jake suddenly turns around and walks towards the presenters to make an important announcement. He explains that if Team Korea is so strong, then he also wants to test himself and see how great they are. He is asked questions about who he is and on what basis he wants to fight with a team of world champions. Jake states that he can't believe that the coach of the #1 team in the world would be afraid of him and refuse a match. Immediately after this, he spends a whole $1 billion to organize a new tournament and immediately hold it. Journalists quickly approach him and ask why he decided to challenge the world champions. Jake states that his goal is simple: to expose how Team Korea is using unfair methods. Everyone is surprised that the Korean team uses unfair methods to win and cannot believe it. The coach suggests that Kim decided to take revenge and leak information about them using such tricks. After this, he admits that Jake is incredibly rich, but money does not solve everything in this world, and accepts his challenge. He agrees to all the coach's conditions and sits down opposite the current world champion in this game. Jake is using Go skills he's developed over time, but in reality he's simply taking advantage of the system. The host announces that the cup officially begins, and begins to observe the participants' moves. The Koreans ask if he really thinks he can defeat them, since they are too strong. Jake states that he doesn't care how shamelessly Koreans appropriate Chinese culture, because it looks pathetic. His opponent claims that Jake is just pretending to be smart, but he states that arrogance does not bring good. The reigning champion says that when he finally ends up on his knees begging for mercy, he will watch it with relish. However, the situation on the game board is far from improving, despite the use of AI. The champion begins to suspect that something is wrong and wants to call his tactician, but it is too late. Jake, meanwhile, takes advantage of the system's unfair advantage and makes a devastating move forward. After this, he wonders if the AI is capable of dealing with the trap he has prepared. The champion is surprised that Jake was able to take a corner position despite the AI and trap him. The people behind the center realize that Jake is capable of thinking so quickly that it surpasses their AI. The coaches watch what is happening with fear and understand that they are in a losing position and that something needs to be done immediately. The champion feels uneasy about this situation and begins to get nervous, realizing that victory must be won at any cost. This stress causes data overload, and the system cannot handle the volume of information being processed. The champion is getting worse and worse and realizes that he can no longer operate at the proper level. Jake continues to take advantage of the system, sees a good move early on and beats it with the final blow. The artificial intelligence located in the champion's anus completely malfunctions and bursts out. People nearby comment that it is a disgusting sight and realize that the Korean team has cheated. The coach claims that this is not cheating, but rather a regular plot by the Chinese to set them up. He adds that the device does not belong to them and that the Chinese man deliberately implanted it into the player to disgrace him. Kim realizes this is going too far and decides to break her perfect disguise. She claims that she was a member of the team and that the coach tried to rape her and that the same thing happened to other girls. She also says she wants to fight for herself and for all other female players who have been abused. She adds that everything their coach has been doing can no longer remain a secret, and they don't need to be afraid of him. One of the girls says that she is really happy with Kim and is ready to tell the whole truth. Other women also feel a sudden surge of conscience and share what happened to them on the team. A wave of general indignation falls upon the coach, who just a few minutes ago was a respected person. Out of nowhere, a team of police officers appears, having somehow found the developers of this AI. The coach looks at them in surprise and cannot believe that they were able to get to the developers of the program. The presenter reports that the International Association has just annulled the results of the current Korean national team roster. The coach, along with the male half of the team, says that they shouldn't do this, admitting their mistake. The crowd rejoices that these people finally got what they deserved and were left looking like fools. The coach makes a pathetic attempt to apologize to Jake in the hopes of his mercy. However, Jake decides that he is allowed to do too much and begins to beat him in front of the others. A few days later, he decides to visit Zoe's mother, who invited him to feed him lunch. She states that she feels a little awkward because she wanted to make it a surprise, but he helps her prepare the dish. He asks her for advice, and she explains that the salad needs to be cut into strips to make it tasty. After this, she says that he can call her by her first name, since they are already close enough. After a pause, the aunt says that her name is Bella, after which she blushes, looking at Jake. Jake thinks he's heard that name somewhere before, then makes a careless move in her direction. Bella quickly turns around, holding a bottle of soy sauce in her hands, and accidentally spills it on him. She falls to her knees in front of him and says she is very clumsy, trying to wipe up the sauce with a napkin. After a while, she looks up at him and realizes that she is in a specific position. After this, she blushes and says that she will bring him other clothes, trying not to give away her intentions. Handing over a beautiful set, she says she hopes the size will fit him. Jake thanks her for her politeness and decides to change right in front of her, without any embarrassment. After finishing changing, he says it's time to get back to cooking. Bella straightens his collar and says that this suit looks much better on him than on her husband. As she gets closer, she feels a strange attraction to the man who is much younger than her. The scene turns awkward when there is a loud knock on the door, and they quickly come to their senses. After the door opens, two beaten teenagers appear in front of them, who say that they rushed here as fast as they could. They claim that their leader Zoya is in grave danger, and they have come running to warn her. A few hours ago, they were involved in street racing to have illegal fun and escape from the police. Zoya informs us that there are some unlit alleys ahead, so we need to turn there and turn off the engine to save ourselves. In this way, they manage to hide from law enforcement officers in full force as a large gang. Zoya is the captain of this gang, so everyone unconditionally praises her for her incredible tactical mind. But suddenly she hears voices trying to figure out where Jake's room is in the dorm. Two scoundrels decide to go through the main entrance and ask someone, but then realize that this is fraught with trouble. Zoya ambushed them and asked them why they were looking for her dear boyfriend. After some time, she beats them and begins to torture them, threatening to smash their motorcycles if they don't tell anything. Naturally, the unfortunate students decide to reveal all their motives to such a crazy girl at first glance. It turns out that the followers of the Church of the Holy Twins, for some reason, decided to capture Jake and bring him to them. Once they get the information they need, they brutally beat these people to teach them a lesson. Zoe declares that they should head to the church to teach Jake a lesson he will remember for a long time. Bella understands that her daughter is crazy if she decided to go to this sect alone, and believes that she should have sounded the alarm immediately. Her minions claim that everything is not so bad, because they are followed by excellent fighters who can kill anyone with their bat. Jake says it's not really important now, and asks them how they ended up captured and what went wrong. Bella explains in advance that in front of them is the same Jake that her daughter is looking after. Teenage hooligans claim that Jake's description suggests he should be the leader of a gang, although in reality, he looks ordinary. After that, she realizes that it doesn't matter now, and says that they engaged in a fight with the cultists, but they took out their weapons. Jake and Bella make a firm decision to move on to rescue Zoe from captivity, which does not bode well. It's midday, and the action moves to the house of the Gemini sect, which is located not far from here. The sect's guru claims that everything around the universe is filled with light, and one should only rejoice in this. From his point of view, it is enough to feed oneself with this light. But his sermon is interrupted by one of his assistants. He quietly announces that they have an important client who arrived in a brand new car, probably an expensive one. After a while, Jake comes inside with Bella, disguised as his wife in an expensive dress. The guru immediately takes notice of them and realizes that it would be a good idea to secure their submission as quickly as possible. The boy claims to be a mentor, and the man asks what brings them here, and Bella says she needs help. She explains that they have been married for a long time, but they have no children, so she would like to cure the disease. The girl notes that they came to the right place, because he had a similar problem before, and doctors were powerless, but she was cured. Jake immediately understands what kind of treatment methods this scoundrel uses, and decides to brainwash the unfortunate man. He decides to play along and pretends to be scared, and explains that his wife is ready to do anything for the result. The guru asks in surprise if they are really husband and wife, hinting at the big age difference. Jake is indignant, but Bella immediately kisses him and tells him that he doesn't need to worry, because everything will be fine. Bella explains that the age difference is a sensitive topic for her husband, as he entered their family early. Jake says he's willing to spend any amount of money and immediately offers $500 million to quickly fix the situation. Guru states that money is not the main thing, but he sees unconditional faith in Jake and is ready to do whatever it takes. After this, he asks Bella to follow him while Jake goes to pay for the services. The guru thinks that he has caught a big fish, because he not only gets money, but also a beautiful wife. After some time, he sits her down in the bedroom, explaining that he will now set up a channel between her and the energies of the world. Bella is blindfolded, but she nods and says that she now understands what needs to be done. The guru slowly approaches her, gradually undressing, and says that he will touch her shoulders. Bella accepts his embrace, and he thinks that he has found a very pliable girl who agrees to everything. However, she suddenly presses sharply on the area near his ear, which immediately has an effect. The guru does not have time to do anything. His consciousness immediately becomes clouded, and he loses control for some time. Bella is glad that it worked and remembers how Jake taught her this technique. At first, they practiced on friends to make sure there would be no mistakes in the task. Bella realizes that after she deals with the main guru, she will need to find the CCTV room to find Zoya. After some time, she finds this place and is surprised that Jake was able to predict everything and discovered that they even have such a room. Meanwhile, Jake is walking through the park with one of the cult's employees, who continues to pretend that everything is fine. After some time, Bella calls him and tells him that everything is going according to plan, and she has found where her daughter is being held. After taking a closer look, she notices that her daughter is being tortured, and there are quite a few people there who need to be arrested. Jake quickly incapacitates the cult member and realizes he needs to rush to the cellar to deal with these scoundrels. Meanwhile, the cultists continue to torture their captives and ask them how long they intend to remain silent. Zoya, noting that she was seriously beaten, replies that the tormentor's brain has probably already stopped working. He threatens her that he can pull out her teeth and points to the wisdom teeth she needs. One of the cult members strikes his protege, saying that he is completely useless and does not understand anything about torture. After this, he asks the hostage if she wants to die, but Zoya states that dog language is unfamiliar to her. The young man snaps his fingers and says that his brothers will have a lot of fun with her before they kill her. After that, they try to find out from her how an ordinary person who graduated from a university has so much money. Zoya claims that they are worthless, and when she called them cockroaches, she had too high an opinion of them. After this, she says with a smile that she is ready to play a game with him, during which he will have to extract information from her. At that moment, the doors open, and the warriors guarding the entrance are scattered in all directions by the mighty force. Everyone turns around, trying to figure out who decided to visit them, because this place was kept in the strictest secrecy. Jake happily twirls the stones in his hands and notes that the atmosphere here is quite lively. Zoya joyfully greets her savior, realizing that now her life will definitely be safe. Seeing how many people are left here, he recommends thinking again, as it is very dangerous here. An elderly voice is heard in the air, announcing that the prey has come into their hands. After some time, Guru emerges from the crowd, who should be unconscious, but declares that he has saved a lot of time. Jake wonders how this is even possible, watching his opponent closely. The Guru claims to be a representative of the energy of the cosmos and the embodiment of the energy of the universe. Looking at Jake, he recommends that he fight, calling him a pathetic earthling who is good for nothing. Jake throws a pebble at his head to distract him from the nonsensical nonsense he started spouting. Jake claims that the intrigue did not last long, since it has now become clear to him that all of this was originally planned by the twins. The cultists are trying to attack him in huge numbers at once to not give him a chance. Jake uses a series of fighting moves to scatter them and cause serious damage. Some of the cultists, having learned to use long-range weapons, try to shoot arrows at Jake. Bella tries to warn her lover in time so that he can turn around and fight off these attacks. Jake moves so fast that he manages to intercept several crossbow bolts at once. Zoya happily supports him, noting that she had no doubt of his success. The cultists turn their attention to her and say that they must keep the hostages at all costs to prevent Jake from escaping. Several thugs approach the unfortunate girl and immediately put knives to her throat, preparing to finish her off if necessary. Jake doesn't see this as a threat, as he already has a well-thought-out plan in place for such an action. He throws stones at them with great speed, sweeping them out of the way and sending them into unconsciousness. Jake addresses the remaining fighters and advises them to leave the place if they want to get out of here alive. After this, he announces that he will not stand on ceremony with those who decide to stay, and will fight to the last. Almost everyone decides not to tempt fate, but 2 fighters still decide to fight Jake, confident of victory. They argue that no matter how much Jake dodges the blows, they will still get him sooner or later, so it is better for him to surrender. Jake, as if nothing had happened, walks past them and counterpunches them to knock them out. The first villains hit their faces on the hard concrete, which is enough to cause them to lose consciousness for a while. At the same time, the cultist's second twin brother tries to attack from behind, but this turns out to be a big mistake. Jake calmly dodges the attack and prepares to slap him right in the face. The young man considers himself the smartest, so he quickly blocks the attack by putting his hands forward and crossing them near his nose. However, Jake abruptly changes the angle of his attack and hits him straight in the stomach, causing him to fly back several meters. Jake points out that such a performance would disgrace Chinese boxing, which they apparently practiced, because their technique is too poor. Right after that, he decides to free Zoya, and she considers him incredibly wonderful, since he came for her. Jake notices traces of blood on the ground and feels sorry for her because she was here because of him. Zoya feels a strong surge of emotion and rushes forward to kiss him, despite his behavior. Her level of sympathy towards him increases a little, and she decides to test the boundaries of what is permitted even more seriously. Jake quickly shows her that it's best not to go into territory she's not allowed to. He points out that her thoughts are completely wrong, and explains that now she needs to untie her friends. Zoya asks him how good she was as a kisser, noting that it was her first kiss. Jake realizes there are too many pushy girls around and the guys need to take care of themselves, after which he hears a call from Bella. Bella reports that she used this technique on the mountain several more times, and he began talking to an imaginary Corvus in his sleep. After some time, the action moves to the estate of the sect of the Holy Twins. Zoe and Bella are finally reunited, while Jake looks for an opportunity to interrogate Guru. Bella asks her daughter why she always acts ahead of everyone else and advises her to be more careful next time. Jake notices that the mountain is not in the best condition right now and asks Bella where his laptop is. Zoya notes that they seem to have developed a close relationship, as Jake calls her by name, but she avoids answering. Zoya enters the room and discovers that Jake has been intensely reading messages on his laptop the whole time. She asks what he is studying, but Jake decides to show her instead of explaining with words. The correspondence suggests that Corvus was collaborating with Guru to somehow obtain Jake and Tiffany. Jake learns that Corvus plans to lure Tiffany into a trap, then capture her and play with her for a long time. After this, he says that he needs to stay here until the police arrive, and that he himself needs to go somewhere. The next day, the action moves to the film studio where Tiffany lives. Her secretary, who, judging by the correspondence, turns out to be Corvus's spy, informs her that she needs to move out. She reflects that everything is already prepared and Tiffany should not blame her, as this will give more opportunities. Tiffany finishes changing and notes that there is only a little time left before they can leave. Jake muses that she needs to sort out the tender to earn more money for him up front. Suddenly she gets a call on her mobile phone and her face lights up with a bright blush and a smile. Jake tells her that the conversation is very important, and she should listen carefully and prepare for the best. After a while, Tiffany comes out to the secretary and notes that they need to go to the auction. The senior officer immediately relays this information to the Corvus staff, who closely monitor what is happening. Corvus says that the car needs to be prepared, as he wants to see Tiffany in despair with his own eyes. After this, he decides to gouge out Jake's eyes to slowly show it in front of his beloved. Some time passes, and he arrives at the right place to conduct the auction. Suddenly, Marie approaches him, surrounded by her comrades, who are surprised that he decided to come too. After shaking his colleague's hand, he informs him that this is their first meeting, and that for now, he is simply taking in the local sights. After that, he asks which plot he liked and what exactly they decided to buy. The rich note that prices for everything are high today, so they only came for an inspection. Corvus smiles and notes that this is indeed true, but positive ideas begin to flash through his thoughts. After some time, one of the rich men notices that there is some kind of commotion going on here, and decides to come closer. Tiffany comes out into public and immediately gathers a huge crowd of jubilant fans around her. Smiling, she says that she wants to rent land to build bases, but does not specify which ones. Corvus watches her closely from afar and licks his lips, realizing that she has become even more seductive during the time of separation. The older man approaches him and calmly informs him that his place is finally ready. Corvus follows her, after which she shows him that it is possible to enter the room without attracting the attention of his former colleagues. Corvus decides to inspect the room and receive some very interesting information about the plot of land they are going to buy. Corvus realizes that the information he was trying to convey to other people was commented on. Meanwhile, the elder is trying to mislead her and convince her that one of the plots will definitely help her become richer. Tiffany hesitates for a moment, after which the elder asserts that the information from the Eastern District Chief can be trusted. Corvus senses a catch and tries to understand where they found out about all this and what it means. Meanwhile, Marie says that they can also buy this plot and give it to Tiffany. Corvus begins to suspect a trick and decides to call his colleague, with whom he had previously agreed on a place. As soon as he picks up the phone, a colleague asks how he and his family are doing and reminds him about the deal for plot number 931. In response, Corvus makes a joke, which causes him to lose his patience, and his colleague warns him that if he doesn't get serious, he'll regret it. However, a colleague reports that the site was originally planned as a landfill, but the necessary documents arrived yesterday. Corvus, furious, asks his colleague why he didn't tell him about this earlier, and how long he was going to keep silent. The colleague replies that he has already explained everything and does not intend to explain further. After this, he asks Zoya if he explained everything to the man convincingly enough. Zoe claims it was quite emotional and artistic, and she almost believed his sweet lie. After this, she orders her bandits to send the man to sleep and put all the evidence in a prominent place. The action moves to the place where the auctions are in full swing, and next up is plot number 931. There are always a lot of rich people coming to try their luck and buy a good plot of land for construction. Prices are rising rapidly, but most people are still not ready to invest large amounts of money. Tiffany raises her hand and says she's willing to offer $50 million for the chance to buy the property. However, it doesn't end there, and suddenly one of the participants raises the bet to $55 million. The secretary tells Tiffany that it seems the other participants have also realized the importance of the site. Tiffany decides to go all in and raises her hand, offering $200 million for the lot. Everyone is surprised that such a young girl is willing to pay such a huge sum for an unremarkable piece of land. Her trading opponent thinks she's crazy and decides to pull out of the auction to avoid wasting money. Everyone notes that this is a disgusting area and public transportation will be inconvenient. The secretary advises Tiffany not to listen to these people, otherwise she will lose much more. Meanwhile, the judge continues the countdown and notes that if no one bids higher, the lot will go to Tiffany. The secretary is happy that the plan was executed perfectly, and now she can count on a promotion with Corvus. Suddenly, Corvus comes inside and starts raising the stakes, declaring that he is ready to give up $300 million. The secretary is surprised by this change in behavior, because she had to convince Tiffany to buy the garbage site for a lot of money. She wonders what he is doing, as he is ruining his own plan. Corvus quietly replies that the site must remain under his control at any cost, as it is too profitable. Tiffany gets angry, looks at him and says that she is ready to offer $600 million for this plot. Corvus and Tiffany begin to argue, each time raising the price of the plot higher and higher. Suddenly, Marie and her comrades ask Corvus why he is willing to spend so much money on a site that will become a landfill. Corvus smiles and asks them if they really think he really knows nothing and is so naive. After this, he advises them to continue acting like a bunch of clowns, and orders Tiffany to drop the bet. He also informs her that if she wants to see her lover, she must refuse, and this immediately changes her behavior. In response to this, Corvus continues to smile slyly and asks her what she thinks about this proposal. Tiffany says she doesn't care about his attacks, but she is very concerned about her friend's safety. Tiffany states that he must hand over the hostage, and only then will she leave the auction. Corvus calls her a brat who dares to threaten him, after which he immediately receives a slap in the face that affects his thinking. Corvus calls her a scoundrel and wonders what the hell she's doing, since this is a pretty serious place. Tiffany claims that she sees right through him and understands perfectly well that even if she refuses to participate, he will still harm her comrade. After this, she declares that she doesn't care anymore, and even if he dies, she is obliged to drag him to the bottom, after which she raises the bet to $1.5 billion. People look at her in surprise and cannot believe where she got such fabulous wealth. Her secretary tries to stop her, telling her that she doesn't have that amount in her account, and there's no way she can pay. Tiffany orders all her savings, including film rights, apartments, and a necklace, to be sold to raise the necessary funds. Corvus realizes that the situation is becoming increasingly serious, and that a valuable asset is about to slip through his fingers. Marie and her friends say that if Tiffany doesn't have any money, they will help her borrow the necessary amount. Each of them claims that they can donate at least several $100 million for assistance. Tiffany accepts these donations and announces that the bid has been raised to $2,900,000. Corvus understands that he is facing very serious opponents, but he cannot give up. People nearby point out that no one can possess such a sum except the richest people in the world. Corvus asks if they really think that this will be a serious sum for him that cannot be beaten. After this, he declares that they are all pathetic bugs and announces his readiness to bet 4 billion. The secretary tries to stop him, noting that this is the company's entire capital, but he quickly punches her in the face. She apologizes for the oversight and promises to immediately raise all the funds to make the deal happen. There is a dead silence in the room, since no one can beat such a sum. Corvus feels morally superior and waits for the countdown to end so he can become the owner of the plot. People nearby wonder if he is really ready to give up his last money for a piece of land. Corvus comes closer to Tiffany and tells her that she is very sorry, but her attempt was worthless, and she lost. He adds that he even likes that she looks fragile, but in reality she is so stubborn that she cannot be broken. Tiffany stops pretending and claims that she knew all along that Corvus was no threat to Jake. Corvus looks at her in surprise and declares that this is complete nonsense, since he has no evidence, and everything is fine with Jake. Moments later, Jake calmly walks into the room to take down the story's main villain. Corvus looks at him in surprise and asks how he is still free, since a squad was sent after him. Jake grins and says that it was all a big show and he fell for it very easily. Afterwards, he praises Tiffany for her outstanding acting, and she says she was worried she would be found out. Corvus claims that this cannot be, and asks since when the deception continued. Suddenly, he grabs Tiffany's former secretary, who claims that she knew nothing and had nothing to do with the events. Jake approaches her and tells her that it's time for her to find out what she got herself into with her betrayal. Marie reports that they hacked the phones, which was easy, and then deleted all the necessary information. Also, the conversation about the value of plot number 931 was made up specifically so that Jake could overhear them. Corvus understands that all this time he has been led by the nose, taking advantage of his suspiciousness and self-confidence. They also tell him that they turned to professionals who were able to extract the required figures from his colleague. Of course, Corvus's influence and his assets will not allow him to lose several billion and go bankrupt, but there are other ways. Marie reveals that they have already sent police officers to seize all of his assets, which terrifies him. Approaching Jake, he accuses him of blatant lying, claiming that no one would believe such a thing. Marie smiles and says that the gentleman can look at the real world and see for himself. After that, they clap their hands, and his phones suddenly start ringing off the hook with messages and calls. His entire phone is filled with messages about how his company's shares have been reduced in value to almost nothing and are now bankrupt. Jake reminds him that he spent billions on a piece of land that's only worth 20 million. Corvus realizes that he has just become a victim of one of the greatest deceptions in human history. He says that he still has money left and he can take out a loan from the bank. And besides, he has many influential people. However, it turns out that all this time his face was being broadcast to Chai Chai, who decided to list all his crimes. Quite quickly, a whole montage of moments is shown where he behaves in a completely inappropriate manner. Jake reveals that the broadcast started the moment they entered the trading room, and now it's all over for him. Corvus finds that a lot of people are writing to him saying that they are terminating their contracts with him and no longer want to see him. In anger, he smashes the phone, throwing it on the asphalt, and then tries to take revenge on the person who started it all. He lunges at Tiffany and says that if he's finished, he'll drag her down with him. Jake delivers swift blows to his leg, forcing him to his knees and preventing him from getting up. Tiffany tells him that death is too light a punishment for him, and he will spend the rest of his life in agony. The blow proves too much for the businessman and he loses his mind, after which the police come to him. They put him in a car and he loudly shouts out a promise to come back and take revenge for what was done to him. Cheryl calls her team and tells them that they are finished on their section as well. She reflects that thanks to the information provided, the matter went very smoothly. Cheryl explains who Jake is and why he keeps interfering with their investigation, which shouldn't have been a thought process. Jake decides to celebrate this holiday and the victory over such a vile gold digger. He thanks Marie for her help and informs her that he is now her full debtor and she can count on his support. Marie reports that there has been a breakthrough in the research, so everything needs to be checked again. Tiffany comes closer to them to get Jake's attention, and he asks her what happened. Instead of answering, she simply hugs him tighter to thank him for everything he has done. She also says that he has done so much that she doesn't even know how much she can thank him for. The system increases the attachment level to 90%, and another large sum of money comes into Jake's account. Jake realizes his girlfriend is drunk and decides to take her to the 20th floor, where there is a couple's room in an ancient Chinese style. He sits her down on the bed and thinks that people are wrong to look at him askance, because they clearly don't have that kind of relationship. However, just as he is about to leave, she suddenly grabs him by the clothes and tells him that he cannot leave here. Jake asks what's wrong, and she tells him she wants some milk. Jake takes the milk and puts it in the microwave, thinking about how everything here looks top-notch. However, as soon as he steps back into the room, a stunning surprise awaits him, which he has read a lot about. Tiffany decided to wear very sensual lingerie that can attract the attention of any man. Jake immediately forgets his words about their relationship not being like that, and decides to move closer. Tiffany says that she looks incredibly cute in this lingerie, and that she put it on specifically to please him. Jake tries to move away, but she suddenly wraps her legs around him and tells him that she won't let him go until he kisses her. Jake decides he's in for an amazing night and follows through on her demands, starting something good. The next morning, Tiffany wakes up feeling incredibly good about what happened. However, because she drank alcohol, she forgets how active her night was before she passed out. Shyness suddenly returns to her, and she wonders in amazement how this could have happened. Looking at her lover, she declares that it is simply incredible, and memories partially return to her. She can't believe that all of this wasn't a dream, and she understands that she did something very stupid that can't be corrected now. She wonders again how she will look him in the eyes, because he probably has a girlfriend. After some time, Jake also wakes up and finds a small note left by Tiffany on his blanket. Upon opening the note, he finds a long apology, as well as a card with money indicated as proof of his sincere intentions. After some time, he comes to an internet cafe with his friends and is happy that he defeated them again. His comrades are barely able to stay on their feet after such a serious test, when suddenly one of them notices the phone. Taking the phone, he shows it to his friends and says that someone must have lost it, and it would be better to return this thing to its owner. Jake reports that the phone's body is pink and decorated with crystals, so it must belong to a girl. Upon opening the screen, they discover that the phone apparently belonged to an incredible beauty with green hair. The young man looks closely at the photograph and realizes that there is a real beauty in it. Suddenly the phone starts ringing, and one of Jake's friends says hello to the person on the other end of the line. The girl thanks him for his help and asks him to bring the phone to the billiard room next to the gaming room. The young man, realizing that he had struck it lucky, immediately runs ahead in the hope of a future date. However, as usual, everything turns out to be just a fraudulent scheme designed for naive people. The girl who organized this turns to her boyfriend and tells him that he has no equal in anything. The guy's name is Jong, and she calls him incredibly handsome and rich, but he claims she's just talking nonsense. The girl says that if he really thinks so, then he should do something useful instead of chatting in the near future. Suddenly the girl notices that the same idiot who can be swindled out of money is running up to her. One of the employees approaches him and asks if they will extend the time he will be staying in the establishment. Jong suddenly turns around and slaps her in the face to teach her her place, and no one talks to him anymore. He says that he will never pay money for being here. Meanwhile, the girl lures her friend Jake into her deceptive nets, unaware of how this might end for her. The young man greets her politely, hands her the phone, and says that he has come to give it to its owner. Suddenly, she starts acting weird and claims that this guy has ruined her phone by behaving disgustingly. The young man feels deceived, but does not yet realize the scale of the problem he has gotten himself into. The girl immediately turns to Young, claiming that this guy damaged the phone that was given to her. Jong decides to play along and says that he didn't stain her phone with his hands. After this, he shows everyone the phone and says that there was a pendant hanging on it, which disappeared. Smiling, he announces that he gave the phone to his girlfriend Lulu for her birthday. Lulu accuses them of stealing the phone, but the students claim this is slander. Chan says that now they have to return the money for the pendant and compensate for the damage done to the phone. Lulu adds that it is up to others to judge the theft of the phone, and they must carry out the order silently. The people behind them whisper to each other, noting that they look like scammers and have probably stolen the phone. Jake claims they're telling tall tales, and it's much easier to check the security footage to be sure. Chan reports that there are many blind spots in this shopping mall, so they could have stolen the pendant without being noticed. Lulu adds that he is a 3-time world billiards champion and has paid millions in entry fees to participate in competitions. With this maneuver, she emphasizes that they are facing opponents who are much more powerful than themselves. Suddenly, a billiard room employee takes their side, declaring that the students did not touch the pendant. The honest girl reveals that they deliberately wanted to slander for fun, which infuriates Chan. He calls her a slut who is in league with these scoundrels, but the heroes stand up for her. Lulu reports that the girl tried to seduce her boyfriend, and when he didn't pay attention, she decided to slander him. Chan states that it is clear from their appearance that they don't have a chance, so he suggests salvation through a game of billiards. He adds that for each ball pocketed, everyone will receive 10,000, and for a black one, 100,000. Jake reveals that he is actually a keen pool player too, and that it would be a good idea to have a match. Smiling, he notes that it will be fun, since he is not used to losing even in such games. Chan, being overconfident in his abilities, understands that in front of him is a pathetic upstart who will regret it. Friends try to warn the protagonist, saying that he shouldn't fall for provocations, because there's a lot of money at stake. Jake, of course, doesn't listen to them, and accepts the offer to play pool, after which they prepare for the match. Lulu arranges the balls in the correct order, and says that Chan should make her heart flutter. Jake gets the chance to strike first, aiming carefully before striking. Unfortunately, his hand jerked and the shot was weak, failing to hit any balls. Chan notes that it's immediately obvious that this man is an incredible loser, after which he calls Lulu over. Together they occupy a specific position from which it is difficult to hit. But for Chan, this is not a problem. With a powerful hit, he drives several balls into the holes and earns several tens of thousands. Lulu looks at him with frozen eyes and says that he is an incredibly cool person. Jake decides not to give up and declares that he will definitely continue after the obvious blow. However, this time the shot also fails, and the ball does not enter the hole. Chan reports that it was a good attempt, but unfortunately it was not successful. The people behind Jake mock his self-confidence. Chan and Lulu take an even stranger position, from which Chan manages to hit the balls with precision. This shot proves to be very effective and sinks several other balls. Jake's friends try to warn him, saying that if this continues, everything will end badly. Chan says it's not interesting because he only wins and doesn't experience any difficulties. Jake smiles and says he was just watching, getting the hang of it for the real game. Chan realizes that the person in front of him is truly self-confident, and this hurts his pride. Jake adds that such bets are boring and suggests raising the stakes to 1 in 10 million for a regular and black ball. His friends ask him if he is crazy, since a student cannot have that kind of money. Jake reassures them, saying that he knows what he's doing and won't let himself be fooled. Chan notes that the rates are interesting, but the words are empty, and they must sign a contract. Jake calmly accepts the offer and signs the papers for all to see. Chan notes that it is clear at first glance that the person has no brains, and today he will be able to make money on him. After this, he calls Lulu again to help him deliver interesting blows and amuse the others. The following blows also prove effective, despite the strange positions. Jake recommends keeping hitting the balls as he still has plenty of money to bet on. Chan reports that all he has to do is hit the black ball, but he is in a difficult position. Chan adds that even world champions couldn't get out of this situation, but Jake only thanks him for his help. After that, he smiles and says that he will finally be able to bring him down to earth. Once he's in the right position, he activates his billiards mastery skill and prepares to surprise everyone. With a precise, measured strike, he sends the ball on a fast, decisive flight that ends in success. This skill causes all the balloons to fly into the air as if they were being lifted by a hurricane. After this, the balls fly off in random directions. But this was Jake's pre-planned plan. Eventually, all the balls end up in the holes, leaving only the black and white ones waiting for their moment. However, thanks to the spin Jake gives, even the black ball ends up in the hole, earning maximum points. Jake's friends shout with relief that their comrade finally won and didn't lose face. Jake's opponents feel their jaws drop as they have never seen such a magical strike. Jake states that as per the contract, he must receive 10,000 from Chan as soon as possible. Chan asks him where he got the money from, and Jake explains that he didn't expect the brave man to refuse to pay. Chan claims that all the billiard cities belong to his brother, so he is not afraid of any problems with his reputation. Other people explain that with such an operation behind his back, you can't be rude to this guy, because it's fraught with problems. Jake smiles and says that Chan should call his brother as he would love to hang out with him. Chan thinks this is a great opportunity to put him in his place without spending a penny. After some time, he turns to his brother, who sends a whole group of bandits with bats in their hands. The arriving bandits wonder who caused the scandal, and Chan points to Jake. There's an awkward pause as Jake makes eye contact with the man, and Chan continues to scream. Suddenly, his brother hits him on the leg, telling him that he will definitely get into trouble for this. Immediately after this, he approaches Jake, apologizes for the misunderstanding, and says that he could call a car for him. He adds that as an apology, he will at least give him a billiard club and return all the money spent. Jake claims he doesn't care about the club, but the girl defended them in front of everyone else, so now she will be the owner. After this, he looks at Young and Lulu, adding that in the future he would never want to see them in the club. The gentleman declares that these two will no longer appear not only in billiard rooms, but also in the city, since they will be driven out of here. After this, they call the rest of the people who spoke out against Jake as worthless people who ruined his mood. Jake approaches the debtor and asks if he has anything to say, to which he replies that he has no money. He adds that he is ready to offer Lulu as payment, but she immediately begins to beat him, declaring that this is unforgivable. A small fight breaks out between them, during which they mutually accuse each other of being worthless. Lulu realizes he has no choice but to make amends with his body, and throws herself into Jake's arms. However, Jake rather rudely kicks her in the face, forgetting the rules of decency that he promoted. His friends note that the woman in the photographs looked like a fairy, but in the end she turned out to be corrupted to the core. Jake leaves happily, realizing that now these people will be tortured to get money out of them. They ask for mercy, but the moral compass of a merciful China is of no help in this situation. A few days later, we are transported to an ordinary pedestrian crossing, where the courier gets into trouble. An expensive car stops behind him, and the driver begins to maneuver briskly, frightening the courier. The driver, accelerating the car, asks the courier why he is standing on the road and blocking his passage. The courier explains that this is a lane for bicycles and mopeds, so he drives according to the rules. The impudent driver orders the courier to move over immediately, because there is a rich guy driving a nice car in front of him. The courier advises the driver to learn human language, stating that he is driving in his own lane and should not give way to anyone. The scoundrel presses the gas pedal to move forward, miraculously not hitting the courier. After this, he throws out a small stack of money, stating that he can spend it as he sees fit. The people help the courier up and note that they are faced not only with an incredible rich guy, but also with a lack of conscience. The short girl expresses regret that the delivery man scratched the car, and now it looks worse. She claps her hands and declares that they will come home and he will show her what a real man is. However, suddenly another courier appears, who moves much faster than the car. The inexperienced drivers are surprised at where this boy is rushing so fast and decide to play a race with him. Pressing the gas pedal again, they hope to overtake him to show who is boss on the road. The girl asks how the courier was able to overtake a sports car on a simple moped. The man loses his temper and calls her cheap, after which he orders her to shut up before it's too late. Looking at the GPS, he realizes there is a red light ahead and he won't be able to get through. The courier calmly stops at a red light, hoping that he won't have to wait long. Suddenly a sports car appears, and the driver calls him a damn courier who is asking for trouble. Jake turns around, surprised, trying to understand the man's motives. The driver calls him a pauper for daring to block his supercar, which is moving at 100 kilometers per hour. As soon as the light turns green, the driver tries to step on the gas to hit the courier. Jake decides to perform a powerful maneuver to fool the driver and cause a multi-car accident. The driver rushes forward, surprised that the courier drove through a red light, and his girlfriend crashes into the glass. After this, several cars crash, but Jake only comments with a smile on the incident that took the lives of several people. Smiling, he declares that in his next life he must learn the rules of the road. After this, he leaves the scene of the accident without even bothering to call an ambulance for the victims. The GPS navigator informs that he has arrived at his destination, and Jake remembers that the place is not far from Audrey's house. He contacts his friend and tells him that he is already there and will soon come into the restaurant to pick up the order. His friend is surprised how he was able to achieve such records on a moped, but Jake just laughs it off. After a while, he moves on, looking around to find the right place. At this moment, he passes by girls who are constantly taking pictures against the backdrop of luxurious food and handbags. Suddenly, the girls turn to the courier and declare that he ruined the impression by getting into the frame. Jake takes a close look at the meager crumbs the girls have ordered, and asks if they are actually having dinner. After this, he notes that this is probably a planned shoot and an imitation of a luxurious life, after which he leaves. The girls start to get indignant and try to call the manager to deal with the courier who crossed them. The manager asks what happened, and the girls complain about the courier who ruined the party. After this, the manager approaches Jake, looks him over carefully and snaps his fingers, ordering security to come over. Suddenly, the manager orders security to remove the girls from here before they cause trouble. Afterwards, the manager apologizes to Jake, saying that he is sorry that he encountered such bad guests. The women are accused of failing to show respect to the owner of one of the luxury villas. Realizing that they are facing incredibly rich men, the girls begin to behave differently and try to suck up. This time, the manager and waiter have to protect Jake from the girls' excessive attention. Security comes to the rescue and tries to remove them using brute physical force. In response to the apology, Jake states that he is not offended and asks if his order is ready. The manager reports that the manager is currently unhappy and has reprimanded the cooks for doing a poor job. Jake watches her and notes that it's strange because he needs to get the dishes as quickly as possible. After this, Jake decides to go into the kitchen himself, thinking that he is in a hurry and does not have time to wait for others. He realizes he only has 15 minutes to make the crab roe noodles, and he needs to do it quickly. Immediately after this, he begins cooking and is completely dedicated to the process thanks to the system. Quite quickly, he produces a delicious dish that can be delivered to the right person for their enjoyment. Jake comes out and points out that if he had been slow, he could have gotten a late ticket. Meanwhile, the manager wonders what the manager is doing here and why he ruined the kitchen. She looks around sternly and asks if he allowed anyone into the kitchen. The manager reports that it was one of the Golden Dragon members, dressed as a delivery man, who prepared the food himself. The manager looks around and smells the incredible smell of crab caviar, which immediately seduces her. Just in case, she decides to try a piece of caviar, and immediately experiences incredible happiness again. After this, she turns to the manager and asks who this guy is, demanding that he immediately pass on information about him. Meanwhile, we are transported to the villa where Jake and Audrey live, as school is coming to an end and exams are beginning. Audrey pulls herself up and asks him if he's leaving already, adding that it's very early in the morning. Jake says he has a foreign language exam today, but Audrey says she's ready to walk him to the door. Jake encourages her to get some rest after last night, and she remarks that she has never met a guy like him. Jake reflects that sometimes he enjoys spending the night at a villa in the company of a beautiful girl. Suddenly, the manager comes up to him and gives him her business card, saying that she had been looking for him for a very long time. Jake remembers her from yesterday's episode in the kitchen, and understands that with such a boss, ordinary people have a hard time. He says he has an exam to attend, so she has to look for someone else, but the manager offers money. Jake says that he doesn't need money, and that he is absolutely not a poor man who can afford everything. After this, she apologizes for any misunderstanding and says that he is very busy, but it is a matter of life and death. Jake decides to listen to her, and she reveals that she represents a family that owns a very expensive restaurant. She also clarifies that the lady who runs the restaurant has exceptional taste and senses food more keenly than others. Thanks to this gift, the recipe is constantly being improved, and the restaurant is thriving. Both ladies lived happily, but 10 days ago the head of the family passed away, leaving them grief-stricken. From that moment on, the second mistress does not touch food, and the first one becomes nervous and constantly freaks out. The manager reports that the lady doesn't know how to cook and constantly harasses the chefs to make sure they prepare the required dishes. She adds that the second lady has not eaten for more than a week and is holding on by the last of her strength thanks to IVs. Jake says he's only willing to help out of good intentions and asks if they're okay with this arrangement. The woman, smiling, says that she is very grateful to him and is ready to accompany him to the desired location. Jake notes that he must first pass the exam, after which he again forgets about good intentions and asks for money for the work. After some time, they end up at the home of the culinary family Sao, and the manager asks the cooks to leave after their success. She reflects that this is the last attempt, since even the famous chefs invited were unable to cope with the task. She has one last hope left, but this time other people have come here with their own plans. Looking at them, she discovers that it is Mr. Shou's assistant and the young master himself. The manager recalls that both are involved in the import and export of products, and have been cooperating with them for many years. They had previously attempted to woo the second mistress, but were leniently refused, and have been planning to collaborate ever since. Mr. Shou's assistant says they came to complete the task quickly. They note that they need to hurry, since the second lady is probably already exhausted from hunger. The manager informs them that another person will come to them who will do the tasks together with them, and this irritates them. However, a few moments later, Jake arrives, reporting that he saw the manager chasing away the cooks. The girl becomes more favorable towards him and says that she is glad of his arrival. After this, she invites him to come inside, which causes serious surprise on the faces of those present. The girl takes him to the main kitchen and shows him where the pantry with food is, assuring him that all the ingredients are fresh. Shaw and his assistant wonder who these guys are and why the girl is treating them so politely. The gentleman notes that the second lady is naive and has money, so he needs to win her heart at any cost. After some time, information is solemnly announced that the ladies have arrived to observe the process. The first lady, named Samira, and the second lady, named Siren, differ from each other in their characters and morals. Mr. Shou greets Samira, noting that he has brought her the best chefs and that she will be able to taste excellent dishes. Samira immediately turns them down, after which they smile and say that they will have time to get to know each other better later. She declares that this is empty chatter, after which she recommends that they get to work, since they are not limited in any way. The chef hopes to give his best, and immediately selects suitable ingredients from those available. The kitchen immediately becomes lively, and only Jake tries to behave casually and unhurriedly. Samira reflects that the French want to prepare a dish from frozen caviar, while Venezuelan chefs are preparing a stew. After that, she looks at Jake and notices that he only needed eggs and rice to cook. Shaw and his friend watch Jake and start laughing, saying it looks like a school cafeteria. Jake smiles as he looks at them, knowing that with his skill he can surprise them. After he puts the rice on the stove, he takes time to listen to music and enjoy the moment. After some time, the chefs finish their culinary experiments and show incredible dishes. Shou is about to run to Siren, but the manager stops him, saying that first she must try the dish. She adds that only after their approval will the dishes be served to the second lady, and not a second earlier. Sho asks why they decided this, and is told that the taste of the lady's second dish is too weak, so safety comes first. The chefs are not intimidated by this remark, as they are confident in their abilities and do not doubt for a second. However, once the manager tries the dish, she reports that it is disgusting and leaves her very disappointed. Sho looks at her in surprise and asks what she is saying, after which he orders her to leave the kitchen immediately. Jake steps forward and announces that he has made fried rice for them to taste. Shaw places his hand on Jake's shoulder in irritation and asks who gave him permission to come over, recommending that he leave immediately. Despite all the protests, the manager decides to try the rice and quickly takes a bowl with a spoon. The effect of the dish is incredible. She reports that she has never tasted such delicious fried rice with egg. His opponents watch this effect in surprise and note that it seems strange, after which they try to understand the essence. Samira says she chose the manager as a jury member herself and has no doubt about her qualifications. Meanwhile, the manager adds that if they still think it's a scam, they should try it themselves and see for themselves. As soon as Mr. Sho and his companion taste the dish, they instantly feel its full flavor and ecstasy. They ask Jake about his secret, and he explains that one should always stick to the good old traditions. Samira remarks that he has a way of impressing people, but it won't work with her. She adds that ordinary people eat poor quality food and do not know how to enjoy delicacies. Jake notes that he didn't think about serving his sister fried rice because it's not what she needs right now. Samira asks what he means, after which Jake stands up, announcing that he has a surprise. The manager states that she has complete confidence in Jake, as he has demonstrated his culinary talent. Jake carefully approaches the two girls and tells them that they should keep their eyes open to enjoy the dish. After this, he opens the lid with great fanfare and announces that they can try the dish he has prepared. Everyone is surprised that he decided to cook century eggs as the ideal dish. Jake leans over to the girl carefully and tells her that she should try this to feel better. Samira immediately interrupts the process, noting that Jake has become too bold and imagines himself to be incredibly self-confident. She reveals that she spent several million on chefs, but none of them coped, so Jake should not serve her mediocre food. The system suddenly activates her as a counterattack girl, and Jake realizes that he is in a difficult situation again. They start bragging about the number of stars their restaurants have, but Jake states that the food in this restaurant is completely ordinary. Samira asks if he dares to smirk, after which she calls him an ordinary guy from the street. Jake points out that the restaurant is going bankrupt as he was checking their financial statements, which angers Samira even more. Samira questions the recipes she and her father created, but Jake insists that hers is the only bad dish. Suddenly, their squabble is interrupted by a strange, disgusting chomping sound emitted by a very hungry man. When they returned, they saw that the young lady had decided to have a snack of a century-old egg, which she really liked. Samira immediately rushes to her dear sister and asks what she is doing and why she is eating this food. Jake proudly notes that she has a problem with her taste buds, and century eggs are just the thing to help with that. Siren says it's delicious, then offers her some more cucumber salads and green bean soup. The manager notes that the second lady has finally eaten, and nothing else brings her such happiness. Jake declares that his task is complete, then reminds him of the reward, as he did not do it out of good intentions. Samira claims that these dishes are too simple, and if her life were on the line, she would not allow him to do something like that. Jake notes that he has already received the money, so there is no point in continuing further, since this is the first rank. He also offers to bet her if he can surprise her with some dish, but Siren states that it is impossible. Samira agrees with this idea, so she doesn't mind earning a little extra money, after which she praises his courage and stupidity. Jake says that in that case he will start cooking and confidently glances at the stove. Jake spent a considerable amount of time preparing a dish called hot pot. Samira notes that this dish is incredibly simple and is unlikely to surprise her. Jake, in turn, adds amazing spices to give the dish an incredible flavor. As soon as he adds the ingredients, the dish begins to emit an amazing aroma that fills the entire house. The first to be affected by the smell are Mr. Shaw and his comrades, who begin to salivate. A few moments later, Samira also smells the incredible aroma and tries to understand how he managed to achieve this. She picks up the smallest details of smell and understands what ingredients have been added. She also realizes that in this broth the ingredients complement each other perfectly, no matter what. Jake happily finishes cooking and announces that he has prepared a spicy hot pot that should surprise her. Jake looks at her curiously and wonders if she would refuse to try this dish. Samira reaches for it with her chopsticks, thinking that the aroma is incredibly strong and the spices only enhance it. She understands that if she eats the dish, she might like it, and in that case, she will lose a lot of money. However, it is much more important for her to maintain her strength and status in the eyes of her sisters and friends, so she prepares to eat the dish. The friends turned around and saw that they too were eager to try the dish, as the smell had tempted them. However, she convinces herself that this dish cannot be tasty, as it seems too simple. After this, she decides to try a small piece, but it becomes incredibly difficult to eat right away. She feels like she has never eaten anything like it, and the most ordinary meat turns out to taste much better than she thought. Falling to her knees, she admits that it is not a bad dish and is edible, although with a bit of a stretch. She states that in this case she has won, which means all the money should be transferred to her. Jake looks at her in surprise and recommends that everyone else pay attention to her behavior. The thing is that she herself doesn't know it, and continues to eat meat piece by piece, not paying attention to decency. Samira wonders how this is even possible and realizes that her body itself wanted to try meat. Because of the incredible taste, her tongue sticks out and turns out to be quite long and fluffy. Jake remarks that he has never seen anything like it, and is told that this is the language of the food god. The manager and the second mistress decide to try the dish, and Samira tries to stop them, saying that it is too tempting. The emotions they experience after this are difficult to describe in words, so we don't even try to do so. Jake looks at his rival and asks if she has nothing to say in this situation, and then waits for the money transfer. Samira says she disagrees with the verdict and wonders how she could have lost to such a simpleton. Sho informs his brother that they lost, and apparently the dish was too great. His older brother states that he knew they would lose, and that is why he prepared the necessary plan in advance. He confidently notes that it is time to end this circus, as the performance was brilliant, but time is running out. After this, he shows the agreement on the joint work of their companies, according to which Samira's family has huge debts. Playing on these terms, they claim that it is impossible, and that it is probably a lie, but he calmly hands over the contract. The manager sadly confirms that this is true, since the documents bear the signature of the old master. Samira states that this simply cannot be true, since her father never told her about it, because they were quite close. Siren comes to the conclusion that they can use the proceeds from their restaurant to pay off part of the debt, since they have many branches. Shaw laughs and notes that they really don't have any revenue and earn very little. After this, they declare that, out of old friendship, they can pay off the debt in exchange for the opportunity to take them as wives. Samira immediately begins to protest, claiming that she will save herself from the clutches of the villains who are reaching out to her. She claims that she will sell all the branches to pay off the debt, but the scoundrels claim that they are two bankrupt beauties. Jake notes that money is absolutely not a problem for him, as he is ready to help in any situation. He adds that there are 2 billion on this card, 1.5 of which he is ready to spend on acquiring all branches. After this, he hands the card to the manager, and she makes the payment, confirming that everything was successful. Shaw and his brother look at Jake in shock, who just punished them with his incredible financial argument. Samira and Siren also look at him, wondering who he is and where he got so much money. Sho is going to settle the matter with his fists, declaring that if he dared to ruin their plans, he must pay for it. His more reasonable older brother orders him to shut up and tells him they are leaving. Mr. Sho tries to resist, but his brother's firm hand proves inexorable and does not allow him to misbehave. Siren thanks Jake, noting that if it weren't for him, she doesn't even know what would have happened to them. Samira looks at him sternly and asks why he decided to help, to which Jake replies that he couldn't pass by. Samira warns that if he wants to buy her sister in this way, she will not allow it. After this, the manager hands over the contract for the purchase of the restaurant, and asks to look at what is written there. Samira learns that this will make him an investor, receiving only 20% of all revenue. She also discovers additional conditions that make her his secretary. Samira says this is outrageous, and she will never sign such a contract. Suddenly, she discovers that Siren has decided to sign this condition because she has no risk and no alternatives. Jake explains that both signatures are required for the contract to take effect, and Siren tries to explain to her older sister that she will become his subordinate. After some time, she realizes that she has no other options and also signs the contract. Jake thinks that this is the best outcome, because now he can enjoy the fact that Samira will be his subordinate. Meanwhile, Shaw asks his brother why he stopped him and didn't give him the opportunity to hit Jake. The brother replies that this is a bad way to solve problems, and one should always act from the shadows. That evening, Samira decides to try Jake's dish again, and her sympathy for him increases, despite her hatred. Jake is surprised that at such a time, out of the blue, the level of sympathy from the girl suddenly increased. After some time, they decide to meet an old friend whom they haven't seen for a very long time. This friend's name is Parker, and he has been Jake's friend since middle school, when they were very young. Jake's friends wonder why he suddenly decided to come and notice that he has become more frail. Parker reveals that he actually came here because of a girl named Lynn, as he needs to visit his father-in-law and mother-in-law. Friends laugh at this, noting that he hid such a joyful event from them. and wish him luck. After a while, they decide to dress him up a little so he looks amazing for the date. Each of them offered something of their own, and in the end, the seedy man turned into a quite attractive young man. They note that in this form he will really impress the girl's parents, and everything will go well. Parker and Lynn's relationship has been rather suspicious lately, but this boy is too inexperienced. For him, all of these were just minor obstacles, and he could not suspect that the girl was clearly deceiving him. Eager to make the date, he happily notes that Lynn's apartment is on the top floor, and he is almost there. He ordered flowers and thinks that they will finally meet, and once she finds out that he is here, she will be surprised. Unfortunately, Parker doesn't know that his girlfriend is actually not faithful to him and is spending time with another guy named Clyde. This Clyde is a very cruel man, so he orders the girl to pick up the phone when Parker calls. Lynn is not at all shy and picks up the phone to answer the call. Parker happily announces that he is waiting downstairs and is ready to greet her with beautiful flowers. Unsuspectingly, he notes that he is right now climbing the stairs to her and assumes that she is ill. At some point, he feels that his beloved is talking to him in a strange voice, but he does not attach any importance to it. Clyde, meanwhile, asks her how long she plans to hide behind this poor guy. Lynn replies that she loves only him, and Parker constantly imposes himself on her, and she can't get rid of him. Parker comes to her apartment door and knocks, saying that he has brought gifts for her parents and is waiting to meet her. A few moments later, the door opens and Clyde appears in front of him. Looking at Lynn, Parker discovers a huge number of special marks on her body, which people put during intimacy. This comes as a serious blow to him, and he wonders what it all means. Clyde starts kissing the girl and asks if he doesn't understand the obvious. Parker falls to his knees and asks if she didn't say she wanted to be his wife forever. Lynn explains that she was just joking, as her parents were just an excuse to get rid of him, but he didn't understand. Parker wonders what she was missing, since he spent a lot of money on her, which he earned every day. Lynn says that she doesn't see him as a future husband, as he is too soft and worthless. Parker is surprised by how she really thought of him, and wonders why she cared about him. Lynn explains that she is simply very kind, and thus takes care of everyone who tries to hit on her. After this, she announces that they are breaking up, and she would never like to see him in her life again. Meanwhile, Jake and his friends try to call Parker, but cannot receive any messages. This begins to get on their nerves and they worry about him, feeling that something is clearly wrong. After some time, they receive a call from Parker's number, and they happily accept it, hoping that the situation will become clearer. An unknown voice reports that Parker jumped into the river, but he was rescued, and is now in Central Hospital. Jake and his comrades immediately go to the hospital, where the doctor confirms that his life is not in danger. His friends say they couldn't believe he would commit suicide because of a girl, because she's definitely not worth it. One of them turns to Jake and asks what they will do in such a situation. Jake takes out his phone and says that in this case, the only thing left to do is take brutal revenge. Several days pass, and we find ourselves in a huge banquet hall, where most celebrities of various stripes have been invited. Clyde asks Lynn if she heard Parker try to jump into the water, and Lynn just laughs it off. She adds that now there is no one in her heart except Clyde, so such things do not touch her at all. She also reports that this time a large campaign has been organized to introduce a new esports athlete. After some time, the gates open and it is announced that a new player is about to enter the hall. Lynn turns around dreamily and reflects on the fact that there are also influential people in the VIP lounge. However, a few moments later it turns out that the new player on the esports team is indeed Parker. Lynn is very surprised by this fact, as she did not expect to see it even once in her life. As soon as she gets closer to him, the guard pushes her away, explaining that it is forbidden to block the way of visitors. Lynn throws herself into Clyde's arms and notes that she didn't expect him to be so persistent and continue to pursue her. Parker apologizes to her, explaining that he has absolutely no idea what she means. Afterwards, he passes by, and Lynn is annoyed that they treated her like that, but Clyde remains adamant. He greets the gentleman who owns this banquet and says that they haven't seen each other for a long time since their last meeting. The gentleman asks what he owes them, and Parker declares that he probably doesn't know that a couple of paupers snuck into their banquet. Parker explains that he didn't receive anything, that a friend brought him here, but those around him don't believe him and start making up various theories. Jake says it would be best if they leave this place, but Clyde decides to be cheeky towards Jake. The protagonist smiles and explains that any villain would say such a phrase, and he has already heard enough of it, so he wants to change the script. Clyde approaches the person in charge of the room and asks if he can carry out his command, after which he is informed that time is up. The lights go out and the host thanks everyone for giving them their precious time. The host announces that this evening they proudly introduce the new members of the Two Dragons squad. Clyde explains that the banquet is much more important because these paupers are not worth their attention. People look around and note that they have heard that the American player, a multiple champion, has retired. After this, the host asks to greet the new player, who turns out to be Parker, with thunderous applause. Lin still doesn't believe what's happening, and is trying to understand why he is being praised as a new player when he is a talentless person. Looking back, she can't understand why no one stops him, as if they don't understand what's going on. Lin hopes that he doesn't confess his love right on stage, as this will create problems for her. Parker, meanwhile, continues to receive congratulations from high-ranking officials who are happy to welcome him. They report that his salary will now be $50 million a year, which surprises Lin and Clyde. They can't believe that such a large number of preferences came to one person literally out of nothing. He is also approached by numerous realtors from different companies to give him gifts. Lin tries to stop this farce and points out that he had nothing before, but he was honest with her. She is surprised that now he lied for her sake and even persuaded so many people to do the same. Clyde says it's time to end the show and clarifies how much he paid these people. The director asks why they are acting so strangely, and Clyde states that they are dealing with an ordinary low-ranking player. The director explains that the main condition for joining the squad is defeating the other members, and Parker has defeated them all. Clyde claims that this is simply impossible and wonders where Parker got such technology. Jake notes that his friend is a talented player and worked as a booster only to earn money. After this, he turns to Clyde and calls him a worthless streamer who gained popularity through fake successes. Clyde realizes he's in trouble, and now he'll have to deal with the lucky Parker. The irritated ones say that they are leaving here, since the event has lost its relevance. However, they are quickly met by staff who ask who gave them permission to leave, demanding that they stay put. These employees turn out to be members of a corporation that had contracts with Clyde, as he is a famous gaming streamer. After this, they distribute intimate photographs, claiming that this is a violation of the terms of the contract. Police also show a phone containing digital copies of these indecent photographs. Clyde claims that this cannot be true, since all the photos were on his personal drive and were not online. Lin also falls to her knees as her phone starts blowing up with notifications. The whole point is that they also spread compromising information about her, and now everyone will know that she is a sellout. Lin reflects on the fact that her reputation is now destroyed, so she urgently needs to think of a way to start her life anew. Clyde begins to slowly go crazy and explains that it is all Lin's fault, because if she had not ignored Parker, everything would have been fine. Lin remembers that Parker still loves her, because he is now a star, and his possibilities are limitless. She almost instantly throws herself into his arms and tells him that she has finally realized her feelings for him. She adds that she is very beautiful, and many people fell in love with her. But now she has realized what she really wants. Jake and the others watch her and realize that this is truly an incredible story that no one will believe. Lin reaches out to her ex-lover, hoping to kiss him and test his reaction. Parker pushes her aside, causing her to fall to the floor and only narrowly avoid knocking out her teeth. Parker accuses her of pretending and says that her fake appearance makes him sick. After this, he leaves proudly, hoping that in this way he has finally avenged himself. They leave the room, but the distraught Lin continues to pursue him, hoping that she will succeed. She also notices a nice car and realizes that she has been missing out on such a good person all this time. Throwing herself at his feet, she tells him that she really wants him not to leave and admits that she still loves him. The director explains that this girl needs to be removed. Her face needs to be remembered and she needs to be blacklisted. Lin continues to watch the car drive away and cries loudly, after which she asks Parker to come back to her. Parker turns to her sadly and reflects that he was once more in love with her and made many mistakes. Now he has completely changed in just a few days and believes that she is not worthy of him and he deserves better. Jake points out that Parker has achieved everything he has achieved solely through his own hard work, so he has nothing to thank him for. Parker says that no matter what, his friendship with Jake was the most valuable thing in his life. Jake punches him away and says he believes Parker will overcome all the difficulties and find a worthy man. A few days later, they find themselves in a men's dorm when Jake decides to put his time to good use. He visits his favorite streamer Chai Chai to give her some money. Chai Chai has decided to return to his usual streams, and instead of charity work, is fulfilling specific orders. Jake considers contacting her and asking her to dance somewhere more private. After some time, he receives an invitation to a music festival located a few blocks away. Jake remembers that Chai Chai usually told him if she was going to such events, but this time, there was no word. He decides to write to her, but she sadly informs him that she will only be performing as an opening act, and that she was not given the lead role. Jake realizes he needs to console his friend, and immediately transfers $50 million to her to cover her expenses. Chai Chai asks why he sent so much money, to which Jake explains that he always wants to be the most loyal friend and support her. Chai Chai is glad that he is so caring towards her, and does not spare money to help her take a higher place in the ranking. A week later, they decide to meet at the airport to prepare for a music festival. Chai drives up to him in her car and says that she is ready to take him home. Jake sits down next to her and asks if this is the very image she will dance in. Chai explains that it is a yoga suit, after which they arrive at the area where she rents an apartment. Suddenly he finds his friend named Chong and asks where she gets so much trash to throw out. The girl says that she is preparing to move, because she has swept everything, sorted through everything and thrown out unnecessary things. She adds that the situation here is bad, and the owner of the apartment is very strange, so she is unlikely to stay long. After this, Chai introduces her to her favorite sponsor and explains that this is her neighbor. After a while, men approach them and order them to drive as quickly as possible, otherwise they will have to pay extra. These men turn out to be the owner of Chong's apartment, and he is clearly not in a friendly mood. The irritated girl orders him to calm down, as she will have time to move out of the apartment beforehand, since she doesn't like it here anyway. Just a few moments later, our hero finds himself in the room where Chai usually conducts streams. She sadly reports that they chatted for too long at the entrance, and now he has no time to stretch. Jake recommends skipping this exercise, but she explains that it's essential because it can lead to injury. Jake decides to help her do some special exercises to help her quickly stretch her muscles. After a while, the exercises come to an end, and she reports that it was very helpful and went by quite quickly. When asked where he learned to help with stretching, he explains that he learned from videos on social media. Chai crawls up to him on her knees and asks if he can teach her anything else. However, before they can get to anything serious, the alarm clock starts ringing loudly. Chai remembers that she has a rehearsal, quickly gets dressed and says that she will return to him in the evening. After some time, our hero begins to hear swearing from behind the wall and decides to find out what is going on. He recognizes the voice of his neighbor and discovers that a large number of people are trying to enter her apartment. The owner turns to Jake and asks why he is staring at him, threatening to collect the rent. The woman turns to her son and says that the girl is very angry, so she needs to be detained. Jake goes inside and explains that apparently someone is disturbing the peace in broad daylight, and that's reason to call the police. People look at him with irritation and wonder who he is and what he is doing here. Chong calls him Top 1 and has no idea that he is the richest man who spends money on gifts for girls. Jake asks her what they're arguing about, and Chong explains that they're nitpicking every little detail when assessing the damage to the apartment. Jake wonders why simple compensation is such a contentious issue, and Chong accuses the landlord of being unsightly. The irritated man almost instantly turns on a bright lamp, which blinds the eyes of anyone who looks at it. Jake asks him what he's doing, to which he haughtily replies that he's assessing the damage to the apartment. Together with his wife, he casually examines everything that is here, and immediately finds 2 scratches on the cabinet. After this, they put 2 patches on them to permanently remember where the violations were found. Jake looks at them carefully and quickly determines who they are, and how he will have to fight them. The homeowner reports that there are 3 dents on the chair legs, each of which will have to be paid for separately. Looking at the wooden frame of the bed, he counts several cracks there, so they go through the entire apartment, noticing the little flaws that were there before Chong moved in. Jake and his partner look around and barely have time to come to their senses before almost the entire apartment is marked. The homeowner claims there are 365 damages totaling 57,400 wen. Chong refers him to the dog rules, adding that such a sum is unacceptable and unthinkable. The homeowner claims that all terms of compensation and damage are clearly stated in the contract. Chong notes that all this alleged damage was originally in the apartment, and adds that she will not pay. The landlord says he knows perfectly well she can't afford it, but her boyfriend can, and therefore will pay. Jake asks if they know he's rich, to which he claims they know for sure that they're dealing with a top 1 donor. He also adds that the essence of renting is that the tenant simply pays money, while the landlord has many more responsibilities. Chong interrupts their attempts to evoke pity and declares that he will not give anything away or pay more than what is due. The landlord says that if they don't want to give the money back in a good way, then the conversation will go differently. His son intercepts her suitcase, and the homeowners begin to hold Chong back by force. The young man notes with a smile that the girl looks feisty, but at the same time has refined taste. He tells her not to move and tries to put his hands on her, threatening her safety. Chong grabs his face and decides to scratch him to get him to let go for at least a second. The angry homeowner immediately raises his hand and asks how she dares to resist. Jake quickly steps in behind the girl and intercepts the blow, hoping to put the man in his place. He sternly informs her that she will not receive a single yuan in compensation for the damage, but the landlord laughs and objects that this is not true. Smiling, he adds that he himself did not give away this house and money, but he will always force others to pay. Jake smiles and squeezes his hand so hard that his bones might soon break. The vile young man tries to protect his father and rushes into the attack, hoping that one blow will solve everything. Jake dodges in time, causing the boy to fall to the ground and lose one of his teeth. Chong says that they need to leave here, as she can't stand this couple of idiots anymore and doesn't want to irritate them. The homeowner calls his friends and tells them that they must come as quickly as possible to stop the trespassers. Jake realizes that since he's called his friends, it's time to bring out the heavy artillery, and he takes out his phone. Meanwhile, the landlord claims that Jake is not from around here, and inviting his friends onto their property would be a big mistake. Chong notes that it is better to leave, but after a while a large number of people already come running here. Jake says they pretend to be lawyers but still have a lot of thugs, which is stupid. After some time, an elderly man comes here and introduces himself as the head of the district. The homeowner claims the two refuse to pay for the damage and resort to physical violence to fight back. Jake contacts the district chief and reports that the owner, during an inspection, made up a bunch of violations and harassed the girl. The district head explains that the image of this place should not worry outsiders who have been provided housing here. Jake states that he now understands why the owner is so aggressive, since the district head is covering for him. He starts threatening them with the police, but the district chief claims that the police have no right to dictate how the whole place is run. Chong, frightened, reports that she does not have the amount of money they asked for as compensation. She reflects that she left the city alone to work, and every day she works from morning until night. She cries and asks how they can deceive her when the landlord's wife starts to mock her. The head of the criminal family himself orders them to hand over the money, and if they are not satisfied with the amount, he threatens to beat them. The district head demands that the demands be met as quickly as possible, otherwise the amount could increase in a minute. Chong apologizes to him and confirms his fears, but Jake asks him not to be afraid. The homeowner notes that it looks like the man didn't realize where he was, and that he needs to be explained as quickly as possible. His son throws the suitcase on the ground to make the man apologize more forcefully. Immediately after this, he steps on the suitcase with such force as to completely break it and make it unusable. Jake smiles and says that the only person who didn't realize who he was crossing was the homeowner and his gang. A few moments later, the doors swing open and an armed squad of police enters, ordering everyone not to move. He looks at the expressions on the faces of the scoundrels who are about to answer before the law for their misdeeds. Jake shows all the evidence and reveals that these people were involved in blackmail and corruption. The villains are surprised that all their actions were recorded and captured on camera, and now they have no way to justify themselves. However, the head of the district begins to fawn over the policemen, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time and wanted to invite him for tea. The homeowner chuckles and approaches Jake, saying he can't imagine how great their connection is. Suddenly, a police officer knocks the cigarettes out of the district chief's hands and orders him to behave appropriately. After this, he turns to the mayor and informs him that the entire area is under control and asks him to move on. The mayor says that if a local leader covers up for unscrupulous homeowners, this is grounds for his resignation. He orders that everyone who is here be detained and interrogated to obtain the necessary testimony. He also reports that the head of the district has been relieved of her post from this day on and must be sent to the station for questioning. The head of the district reminds that they had known each other before, and notes this for himself. The mayor asks if he can resist government officials, adding that this makes him even more guilty. Jake catches the angry looks of the villains, but for him, this is just a reason to have fun. The district chief, unable to control his emotions, rushes forward, preparing to grab Jake. The mayor reports that the suspect is using violence and resisting arrest, and therefore needs to be detained. Moments later, several stun guns are pressed against the old man's body, and even the homeowner is in danger. The rest of the crime family watches in horror, unable to believe that they have been treated so cruelly. The woman approaches the mayor and informs him that they have done nothing wrong and that stun guns should not be pointed at them. Jake explains that the tenants had done nothing wrong either, but that didn't stop them from harassing them and extorting money. The landlord's son calls Jake a dirty stranger who should mind his own business before it's too late. The police immediately use stun guns and are prepared to use special means at any moment. The mayor notes that given everything that happened here, they are supposed to pay the girl 200,000 yuan in compensation. Before they can say anything, one of the police officers hands over some documents. The mayor explains that, according to the documents, they have a large debt, and the building is illegal and subject to destruction. The criminal family, along with the district head, begins to cry, noting that everything used to work well, but now everything is falling apart. Jake praises the mayor and says he's glad he intervened, otherwise they would have been in trouble. The mayor speaks politely to Jake and expresses a desire to get to know him, which greatly surprises the criminals. The mayor asks if Jake would be interested in investing in their cultural projects, and Jake promises to make inquiries. The mayor reflects that if one of Jake's friends hadn't contacted him, he wouldn't have known about such an amazing opportunity. The crime family admits they screwed up and are now in complete ruin. After some time, the criminals are taken outside and ordered to get into the car. Chong thanks Jake for his help and asks if he wants to add her as a friend on a local social network. As soon as she adds him as a friend, she immediately transfers him a small amount of money as a thank you. Kong reports that it is not enough, but it is all she can give now in gratitude for the help. Jake states that the landlord was a complete jerk and he couldn't stand him either, then accepts the gift. Chong decides to show his friendliness with a soft kiss on the cheek. She also says that she has no intention of interfering in Jake's relationship with Chai Chai, but simply wanted to thank him. Jake watches her go and reflects on how there are so many good women like her in this world. After some time, he gets to the festival and discovers that there are many people preparing for the holiday. He notices that a huge number of people are behaving quite openly and hope that the Chai Chai number will arrive soon. Walking through the atmosphere of debauchery, he realizes that he really likes this kind of life, and he would like to visit such places more often. After a while, people roll out a path along which a musician named Candy walks, greeting fans. This DJ is famous all over the world, so fans break through the barriers and run to hug him. Candy puts her hands on indecent places and says that she loves young fans. Suddenly, one of the spectators interrupts the celebration, ordering Candy to take her hands off. He pulls his girlfriend out of the musician's arms and tells him not to dare bother her. However, his girlfriend calls him an idiot and says that it is just a joke and there is nothing wrong with it. The journalist tries to counter with something, but she immediately runs away in the hope that Candy will pay attention to her again. Jake approaches the journalist and asks how he got there, and assumes that it is his girlfriend. The journalist reports that he met her some time ago, and did not expect that she would be interested in foreigners. Jake thinks it's unfair since Candy was ranked 10th in the world. The host announces that they will now present a dance number of 5 famous streamers. Jake looks happily at the stage, realizing that now Chai Chai and her team should perform. However, nothing happens, and everyone is surprised by such incredible silence. Some viewers are getting furious and asking why the stage hasn't been cleared yet. The host apologizes and explains that there were technical problems, but they demand Candy's concert from him. Jake thinks this is a strange coincidence and decides to go backstage to find out why. As Jake gets closer to the dressing room, he discovers that there is no security, which he finds very strange. Entering inside, he sees an angry Chai Chai ordering the guards to open the door, but they quickly find the key. Jake asks what happened, and Chai Chai explains that one of the dancers went missing and was only just found in Candy's dressing room. After a few moments, they manage to open the doors and are surprised by the strong smell that fills the room. Candy, angry, asks who these people are who break into other people's rooms and tries to drive them away. Security informs him that he needs to go on stage, so he should not linger and use prohibited substances. The 2 girls who are with him say that they haven't talked enough yet and want to stay with him longer. Chai Chai turns to one of the dancers and asks why she is here and what happened to her. The girl says that this man is from the upper crust of America and promised to take her with him. They also explain that they will eventually become stars in another country to earn money. Jake explains that money can be made here too, but the girls are indignant and say that they are not given any attention here. Candy suddenly notices Chai Chai and remarks that she is very beautiful and that he likes her, after which he invites her to his place. He also hints at his plans for the girl, regardless of her wishes. He says he can make up some story to make them believe if necessary. Chai Chai says that she is not interested in such things and is not impressed at all. She adds that she prefers men who act similarly to Jake. Candy is offended that he was not chosen and cannot forgive the girl. He immediately rushes forward and declares that he will show how weak other men are in comparison to him. The outcome of the battle seems obvious, and Jake explains everything in plain language to calm him down. The force of the impact is so strong that he flies to the side and flips the sofa over with his body. The girls run up to him and ask if he is okay, to which he replies that his nose is broken. Candy says that she will complain, and asks to call the boss so that he can find out what happened. Every day a stern voice is heard saying that it is not worth calling the boss. This person turns out to be the director of the company, who says that he has already reported everything that happened. Chai Chai is surprised that the manager came in person and tries to understand what he wants. Candy considers this international recognition. After this, he tells them that he has a rich villa and promises to invite them there if they help him. The manager explains that he doesn't remember Candy's name, but he contacted the police to clarify the situation. He also accuses him of using illegal substances in China and beating women. He emphasizes that this is unacceptable and should be punishable by imprisonment. Immediately after this, he turns to Jake and says that he didn't expect to meet here. Jake shakes his hand and tells him that he trusts him to handle the matter, hoping for a quick resolution. Candy explains that the man brazenly entered his dressing room and hit him for no reason. The manager shouts that any offender will be detained, but he has no room left for excuses. He reminds her about the illegal substances, but Candy is indignant and claims that everything is legal. The manager explains that you need to respect the laws of the places you are going to and not consider yourself the most important. One of the girls stands up for Candy, explaining that he is a famous DJ with a large fortune and worldwide fame. Jake states that if she considers him elite, it is worth studying the available information about the person. Immediately after this, a journalist comes into the dressing room and says that he gave a bribe and dug up all the secret information about Candy. Musicians consider this a pathetic invention and do not understand what could have been found on it. Afterwards, they are presented with a list of all of Candy's violations, including human trafficking and large-scale fraud. Candy can't believe something like this has come to light, as he has never been caught by the police before. The frightened girls explain that this is most likely a lie because someone is ready to do anything to discredit Candy. The journalist adds that this is not an unfounded accusation, since the news was obtained from verified American sources. The girls begin to doubt his honesty and ask him to return the $10,000 they lent him. Candy plays the villain card and declares that she will not return the money she earned by deception. The girls try to explain to him that he is in the real world, where laws and physical force apply. Candy demonstrates physical superiority over the two girls and beats them with particular cruelty. The police come inside, ask questions about who called them, and add that they received information about illegal substances. Immediately after this, they decide to arrest not only Candy, but also the girls who were near him. One of the girls begins to apologize, saying that she was deceived and misled by sweet words. Chai Chai gloats over the dancer, noting that she is now facing prison. Candy takes out her phone and says that she has the right to call her agent. The agent explains that he saw the festival broadcast and can't help in any way, as the situation is complicated. Jake overhears the agent saying that he can't be held responsible for all the blame, even though he destroyed Kamita, who was later found dead. Candy rushes towards Jake in fear and begs for mercy, but he tells her that the incident was suicide. After this, he states that he does not care about minor offenders, since they do not pose a threat. The manager explains that the festival can continue since the security guard was broadcasting on the phone. After a while, Jake and the manager come out of the dressing room, and the manager says that there is something important to discuss. Chai Chai begins to warm up, explaining that he needs to prepare for performing in front of fans. The journalist says that if Candy had not tried to disrupt the festival, he would not have been paid $200 million. Chai Chai understands that this action expresses his love for her and quickly runs up to him. Jake is surprised and watches her, but she throws herself into his arms and explains that she now loves him more than anyone else. Her affection reaches its peak, and Jake reflects that this is an incredible success, and now he can act with both at the same time. After that, she whispers in his ear that she has prepared an amazing gift for him this evening. The festival continues. The host apologizes for the slight delay and thanks for your attention. Chai Chai takes to the stage with her dance troupe to dazzle fans with her revealing outfits. Jake watches the scene from the audience and immediately shows approval of what is happening. Chai Chai responds with a characteristic gesture, and they continue singing a stunning song that makes you want to dance. One after another, men confess their love for Chai Chai and declare that they will follow her to the end. At this time, the action moves to a large room in the hotel where the festival was broadcast. Chai Chai and Jake decide to have some privacy after the festival to celebrate its success. A few weeks later, the action moves to a men's dormitory where life goes on as usual. Jake plays a mobile game of the battle royale genre, popular in China, with his friends. Suddenly, the student council president announces that he set the alarm because he forgot about the exam. Jake wonders what these exams are like, taken right on the computer, and learns about the physics exam. He adds that there are extra points for getting into the top 10,000 results, and Jake decides to give it a try. After half an hour, the student council president realizes that he cannot cope with any of the tasks. Turning around, he looks at his comrade and realizes that he has not completed a single task, as they are too difficult. Jake reflects that the tasks were boring, and he gets them done in 5 minutes thanks to the system. After some time, he discovers the last questions of the test, and realizes that he finds them interesting. At this time, the action moves to Oxford University, home to some of the best minds in humanity. One of the professors explains that the final questions of the international exam are quite difficult. He adds that the correct points can be obtained here simply by having the right direction of thought. A colleague notes with satisfaction that he expected nothing less from a teacher at such a prestigious position. After some time, university staff inform that the exam results have arrived. Smiling, they explain that testing technology is currently on the rise, so the test was completed quickly. However, upon closer inspection, they discover that 5th place went to Jake from an unknown university. The faculty expresses surprise, noting that this is the first time they have heard of this educational institution. The lead examiner finds Jake and realizes that he hasn't solved a single basic problem, but has scored all his points on the final assignment. Other inspectors say this is absolutely impossible, as they have never encountered anything like this. The lead examiner states that Jake copied everything, emphasizing that such behavior is inexcusable. After some time, news of the results spread throughout the world and quickly reached China. A special bus with a sign saying that it came from the University of Physics arrives at the university. Professor Tan and Foster, the university's representative for natural sciences, exit the minibus. Other students notice them and ask what is going on, but no one answers. Professor Tan and Foster greet the director and explain that they are looking for only one person. Professor Tan emphasizes that time cannot be wasted, as they only have 2 days to resolve the issues. The director states that if the matter concerns students of this university, he will cooperate and assist the investigation. They tell him the whole story, and he is surprised that Jake allows strangers to search for him for such trivial things. Jake walks past the crowd in surprise and wonders why they have suddenly gathered here. His friends ask if his physics result was real and praise him for his sharp mind. Foster notes that the director is deliberately stalling for time by helping criminals. He adds that with such a rector, the university will soon lose its reputation and accreditation. Jake approaches them and says that if they were looking for him so furiously, then their search has finally come to an end. Everyone turns to look at him in surprise, but anger is still visible in the professor's eyes. Foster asks how a person with average grades in physics can suddenly reveal himself to be a true genius. The director explains that such behavior is disrespectful and unacceptable. Foster adds that if the young man really did come in 5th place, he himself is the Chinese emperor. Jake asks why he's so nervous and notes that he was just answering questions without thinking about anything. Foster orders them to be respectful, but Jake states that he doesn't care what they do. Astrid decides to stand up for him, noting that studying at a liberal arts university does not preclude his giftedness. She adds that Jake is better than most she has met and always studies things carefully. Foster and Professor Tan's support group begins to look at Astrid with admiration, noting her beauty. Foster asks her who she is, hinting that she has nothing but looks, but Professor Tan tells him not to overdo it. Jake notes that he finds it surprising that university professors use such crude language, blaming everyone. Jake declares that he will pass the exams, but if he wins, they will apologize, and Foster accepts this offer. Professor Tan says they have no time for pomp and ceremony, adding that preparations have already been made in advance. After a while, they enter a classroom with a huge projector that allows them to give lectures. Zoya, Audrey, and Junya are already there to watch their beloved win on the scientific fronts. Zoe notices Jake and notes that the difficulty level has been raised for him, which is perfect for a challenge. Junya says he is impeccable and adds that she is saddened that he might find a rich beauty. A dispute arises between them about who should have complete possession of this amazing man. Junya says that she was blind before, but now she will not give up until she surpasses him. Jake watches the likability notification system and wonders what she's up to. Students at the physics university are surprised that so many beautiful women are chasing after this guy, who seems like a klutz. After this, they look at the board and realize that no ordinary student could handle such a task. Foster mocks Jake, noting that he is finished, because even the professor in his youth solved this problem for 3 years. Zoya says that this is unfair, and they should not make such serious demands on an ordinary student. Professor Tan explains that he understands the difficulty of the task, so Jake does not have to answer perfectly. Jake looks at the problem carefully and notes that everything here is indeed the same as in the last task of the exam. Foster continues to press the issue, arguing that Jake shouldn't act like he knows everything. He is reprimanded, saying that all universities are no good in physics, and this raises suspicions. Jake suddenly enters a state of flow and begins to rapidly draw out formulas at an incredible speed. A few moments later, he proudly announces that the task has been completed in the shortest possible time. A deafening silence falls in the room, as no one can understand how he achieved such results. One of those present notes that only a few minutes have passed, and Jake has already solved a problem that usually takes years. Professor Tan looks at the formulas with admiration and claims that the problem has been solved completely correctly. Foster finds himself in the wrong and can't believe that the boy is actually capable of solving such problems. Jake is advised to stand in a certain place, as his apology will be heard best from there. He also turns to Astrid and says that right now she needs to hear a sincere apology. Foster states that Jake really should apologize, and is willing to fall on his knees to make it look convincing. Looking at the room full of people, he realizes that only hatred is coming from there. After this, Jake carefully leans in front of Astrid and explains that he was nervous, and a lot of what he said was unnecessary. Astrid pauses briefly, listening intently, and then notices that there is one more nuance. Foster hopes Jake gets away with it, as students usually get away with a little apology. Astrid, enraged, declares that the apology should be made to her and to Jake. She also accuses Jake of saying a lot of nasty things and now refuses to kneel before him. The students decide to punish him for saying unnecessary words and use force. Jake says he didn't expect such cruelty, and Astrid denies everything. Professor Tan shakes his hand, explaining that Jake has a talent that can undoubtedly change the world. He adds that Jake's level is already above that of many professors, and it would be great if he did research. Jake notes that he had not previously planned to participate in the finals, and participated in the exams only for the points. Professor Tan says that we need to prepare reports for Jake so that he can quickly review them. After this, information spreads throughout the world that student Jake got his score honestly. The news was met with a lukewarm reception in Oxford, as the internet exploded with comments and insults against the Chinese. The head professor declares that it's all one big farce, because they refuse to participate in the final, which discredits them. In response, Oxford employees hire hackers to force Jake to participate in the finals by any means necessary. Professor Tan says that Jake has already made his choice, and cannot be forced as it could have consequences. After some time, the action moves to the university where Jake studies, since everything there is now in an uproar. Jake notices on the news that foreigners view the Chinese as weak, and realizes that this cannot be allowed to happen. He decides that if someone encroaches on his honor, he will gladly give a powerful blow and show the greatness of China. After a while, he gives a short interview so that everyone knows that he agrees to go to the final exam. Professor Tan and his students are delighted by this news, realizing that they still have a chance to wipe the floor with their rivals. Outside the city, they say they will go there to support him and help him win. In the evening, Astrid contacts her friend and tells her that her boyfriend will be going to Oxford for an exam. She adds that she has already told a lot, and asks Marie why she is not at work. Marie explains that they did a science project, so she's too excited to go out. Marie also says that she would not follow the exam if she were free, as she has too much to do. Smiling, she says that she has a good relationship with her lover, and now everything is absolutely perfect. She also challenges Astrid, noting that two bookworms would never confess to each other, and takes up the baton. Marie grins and muses that this motivation would surely work on a girl like Astrid. After some time, the action moves to the airport, to the waiting room, where a flight to England is about to depart. The principal encourages his best student and asks him not to take on unnecessary stress. Professor Tan says that they will go with him, and he can rely on them to always support him. Jake looks at them with a smile and notes that with the support of such people, he is afraid of absolutely nothing. Astrid suddenly appears behind them and announces that she wants to go there too to help. She claims that she studied at this university on an exchange and knows the place very well, so she can help you get your bearings. The director expresses surprise and says that he is pleasantly surprised by her dedication and allows her to join. Astrid sincerely thanks him, noting that she will never forget such kindness on his part. The director sees off the plane and wishes good luck to his favorite student. Professor Tan gives Jake homework from previous exams so he can prepare in time. Jake uses his skill system to give him an advantage and learn everything in a few hours. After this, he turns around and discovers that Astrid has long since gone to the toilet and still hasn't returned. He continues walking, wondering if she is okay. Astrid suddenly turns to him in a plaintive voice and asks him to help her. She adds that the doors are broken, the lock doesn't work, and she can't open the door, so she's scared. Jake decides to use his enhanced strength skills and opens the door with one confident movement. After a while, he easily opens the door and tells her that she should be more careful. Looking her over carefully, he asks if she is hurt, to which she replies that she is embarrassed. Suddenly they hit a zone of turbulence, causing the plane to rock from side to side. Jake tries to hold Astrid back from hitting her head and warns her to be careful. The flight attendant informs passengers that they need to fasten their seatbelts to avoid injury during the flight. Suddenly, Jake notices that two people are missing from their seats, which is clearly not a good sign. Due to turbulence, Jake and Astrid take a very strange pose that can be interpreted in two ways. Jake helps her to her feet and asks if she's okay. However, a few moments later, the plane enters a zone of turbulence again, and everything changes places. Astrid finds herself in yet another peculiar position, sitting on Jake's lap. Astrid remembers her friend's words about how two bookworms would never confess to each other. She promises to never doubt again and kisses him sharply with all sincerity and feeling. Their incredibly sensual confession to each other through body language is interrupted by a flight attendant knocking on the door. Astrid reports that the flight attendant caught them, and now they could be arrested, but Jake says he'll handle it. After a pause, he suddenly opens the door and says that the quality of the interior leaves much to be desired. because Astrid almost fell. The girl immediately apologizes and promises to compensate for any inconvenience caused during the flight. After some time, they find themselves in the UK, at an international university. The professor comes out in front of the participants and expresses joy, greeting everyone who came. He adds that the competition is being held by a European organization with the aim of finding new talent. This man, Professor Nottingham, assures that the 3 winners of this exam will achieve world fame. It also introduces the world's best physicist named Einstein, who is one of the examiners. Einstein notes that fame and reputation are just additional rewards. The main thing is science. He says that all students must give their best, and then leaves. The students begin to talk among themselves, noting that the $5 million reward for winning is very significant. Einstein and Professor Nottingham leave the office, and the professor tries to talk to the scientist. Despite all attempts to persuade him to cooperate, Einstein refused every time. Professor Nottingham reflects on the fact that talented people are too proud, but this is understandable. Jake and Astrid walk around the auditorium while others just make fun of them because they are Chinese. Professor Nottingham orders everyone to calm down, noting that the truth always comes out in an exam. He adds that in the scientific world, one cannot help but be aware of someone who is taking advantage of their position. Astrid interprets this statement as a personal attack and prepares to stand up for her beloved. Professor Tan says that it is the famous Professor Nottingham who is behaving inappropriately. Astrid points out that these people don't have much intelligence, so they will lose miserably tomorrow. Professor Nottingham says there is no point in making a fuss about being the best European talent, and that they should show what they have to offer. The students say that tomorrow they will show these Chinese what intellectual superiority is. Jake thanks the professor for standing by their side, and the professor states that he will always stand by China's defense. Astrid kisses Jake and says that her intuition is never wrong, and she feels that he will get a high score. After this, she says that she would like to discuss something with him after the exam, intriguingly hinting at it. Jake thanks everyone for their support, and notes that tomorrow, they will put these people in their place. The day of the exam is approaching, and now you need to give your best to surprise your opponents. Professor Nottingham orders his staff to distribute forms to be filled out in order to participate in the exam. After some time, he gives a command to the official head of the exam and observes the hall. Einstein reflects on the fact that he spent the entire evening yesterday conducting experiments and still had not found a solution to the problem. However, a possible solution can be found in these forms, although he does not believe that anyone will be able to solve the problem. The security guards approach the professor and report that they have searched everyone several times, but found nothing. They add that they placed the cameras in the very center of the audience so that there were no blind spots. Professor Nottingham, who for some reason hates the Chinese, reflects that this is a genuine prejudice. Jake continues to play and solve any problems thanks to the fact that the system helps him get his work done. People nearby are surprised that he writes so quickly, assuming that he chooses everything at random. Jake turns to one of his comrades and warns that peeping could easily get him expelled. The examiners contact both students and ask them to comply with the exam regulations. The student understands that this clown is disrupting his stream, but right now it doesn't matter at all, because he needs to focus on the task at hand. He consulted with the investigator on this topic all night, and is confident that if anyone solves the problem, it will be him. However, as soon as he opens the worksheet, he realizes that this is not something that an ordinary student can understand. Jake notes that the last question really makes you think. After some time, he increases his intelligence by 11 points, and is ready to solve this problem. He begins to theatrically wave his hand in the air, and in this way he manages to write down the solution to the problem. Only 15 minutes pass and he gets up happily, realizing that he is already finished and it wasn't that hard. Without thinking twice, he approaches the teacher and shows his form, causing surprise to everyone else. Professor Nottingham notes that many will be curious to know what grade this Chinese student achieved on his paper. Jake smiles and says they can do it right here, no problem if they're interested. Professor Nottingham examines it and realizes that something is clearly wrong. The head of security asks what happened, and the professor asks to call the guards so they can confirm that Jake did not cheat. The students realize that something is clearly wrong here and are closely monitoring developments. Einstein begins to get nervous because he has noticed something that will help him solve his experiments. He abruptly snatches the form from Professor Nottingham's hands and reads it carefully, hoping to gain information. Professor Nottingham is notified by security that Jake did not cheat. After this, he announces to everyone that all the tasks in this test have been completed correctly. Einstein notes that not only the initial tasks, but also the very last task, contain the rational grain of his thoughts. The students begin to shout in surprise, noticing that apparently this Chinese guy really did deserve a high mark. Professor Nottingham continues to resist the truth, and speculates that this must be some kind of subtle scheme. Jake happily pulls himself up and says that the exam is over and it's time to get some rest. Professor Nottingham states that this is truly unexpected and that Jake is highly intelligent. He also invites him to his organization, noting that no one can compare to him in knowledge. From his point of view, working in academia is the dream of any researcher, but it will require changing citizenship. Jake starts laughing demonstratively to show his attitude towards this idea. He states that he does not need anyone's recognition, and that he does not intend to change his citizenship because he is in love with China. Professor Nottingham advises him to think things through carefully, as global recognition is not something that can be achieved easily. Jake claims that European tricks don't work on him, as he only came here to put him in his place. After this he leaves, ignoring the curses shouted by the professor. Meanwhile, Einstein conducts experiments over the telephone, and his assistants note that the result is successful. Jake looks at the man blocking his path in surprise and asks what he is doing here. Einstein falls to his knees before him and asks to be accepted as a student after the events that took place. People watching this cannot believe that the top student suddenly kneels in front of the Chinese man. Jake looks at him skeptically and asks if he really wants to become his apprentice. Einstein reports that he believed that there were no more people in this world who could teach him. But he was wrong. Jake notes that he doesn't have time to teach anyone and offers a generous reward. He adds that he has the patronage of the powerful Rockefeller family, which will provide everything he needs. Jake reflects that in that case he has no choice but to accept the offer. Reporters and a huge number of journalists also burst in here, declaring that they have heard everything and want comments. They knock Einstein off his feet and ask Jake to share the secret of his incredible academic performance. Professor Nottingham also finds himself overwhelmed by people who are completely unaware of where they are going. Einstein quickly pushes the others aside, saying they need to understand the basic concept of respect. He asks them if they know what it's like to stand in line, since he was the one who asked for mentorship first. Professor Tan and his team continue to push aside the rest of the people, claiming that this guy belongs to them. Astrid watches with joy as Jake is praised, and her affection for him increases by another few percent. Jake is surrounded by several women who try to give him their phone numbers and discuss science. Astrid immediately becomes jealous and realizes that she needs to act decisively to get him out of there. Jake notes that he is starting to get tired of this company and takes emergency measures. Taking advantage of the small space around him, he makes a theatrical and epic leap. After doing a few somersaults, he lands on his feet and walks away calmly. Everyone is impressed by these acrobatic moves and notices that it is similar to Chinese kung fu. Einstein calls Jake a master and says he would like to learn it too. Jake asks him not to bother him and adds that he always wants to learn everything, emphasizing that this is commendable. Astrid quickly grabs his hand and tells him that they need to run to avoid getting caught. After some time, they find themselves in a theater club, where security guards are looking for them. The guards note that they saw them enter, but they find no one there. Jake and Astrid had been pretending to be mannequins the whole time, adopting a very unnatural pose. Astrid happily says that they are now safe, and Jake praises her creative disguise idea. After making sure that no one is there, they go behind the scenes of the theater to rest and catch their breath. Jake suddenly hears Astrid start laughing and asks her why she's acting like that. Astrid explains that the two of them on this stage are only relative, and that she is a bad dancer while he is a diligent student. Jake says he's definitely not ready to test his rib strength right now. Astrid seats him in a chair and declares that she accepts his participation in this competition. After this, she leans towards him and begins to act out the videos as if she really were a dancer. The next few hours go wonderfully for the protagonist, and he increases Astrid's affection to 100%. Afterwards, he offers her some iced tea to restore her strength. Astrid accepts the gift and says that she is incredibly grateful to him for such generosity. Jake asks her who she is happily texting, and Astrid explains that she was arguing with her friend. Jake looks through her phone and discovers that she is texting Marie and still doesn't know that they are both in love with him. Astrid decides to kiss him and says that when she returns, she will definitely take him to Marie so that she will be jealous. Jake understands that the situation is tense, since Marie is not yet so attached to him, and for now he cannot cheat on both of them. Chai Chai suddenly writes to him that according to the news on the internet, everyone has branded Kim a traitor after her return. Jake realizes that this now requires his direct intervention, as he has a very warm feeling towards this girl. Kim continues to live in the women's dormitory, but this is not easy for her due to her bad reputation. After she closes her door, she discovers that her room is covered in offensive graffiti. Nearby students say she fully deserves what is happening to her now. As soon as she arrives at the cafeteria, they continue to bully her, throwing crumpled papers and food at her. Kim still remains a weak person who cannot stand up for himself, and therefore endures bullying. As soon as she bends down to grab some rice, Jake texts her to see how she's doing. In response to the question of whether Lena has made friends, Jake reports that yesterday, a small kitten accompanied her to the dorm. All this time, she has been the object of close attention. The number of photographs that are collected exceeds tens or hundreds, mostly people watching her film the abuse on camera to capture everything. Her classmates say she didn't even turn her head to see who threw the object at her because they think she's stupid. The bully notes that she is lucky because she had an idea to make Kim's life even worse. The unidentified young man says he is looking forward to seeing how this situation will be resolved. After some time, he sends all these photos to Jake, informing him that the task is completed and asking him to transfer the money. However, instead of the appointed amount, Jake transfers him money tenfold. The informant thanks him and says that he didn't expect that a cafeteria employee could be so useful. Jake has already arrived in Korea and thanks the informant for his hard work, promising a generous reward. Jake realizes that his suspicions were confirmed, and after Kim returned, she was bullied and said nothing. From his point of view, in societies like Korean or Chinese, where everyone is trying to save face, such an outcome is natural. Jake realizes it's time to head to the dorm himself to make some inquiries. He decides to contact Kim and tells her that he will be there soon to support her at her graduation ceremony. After some time, he approaches the entrance to the university and contacts her, informing her that he is already here. Kim quickly gets dressed and says that she will come down to him, asking him to wait a little. Running out to meet him, quite out of breath, she asks why he didn't warn her in advance. Jake smiles and explains that he wanted to surprise her, after which they begin to whisper so that the other students won't hear. Kim says there's not much to see here, so it's best to just walk around the streets, but Jake refuses. He says it's better to have a snack in the cafeteria, but Kim says everything there is tasteless. Jake approaches the black cat and asks if this is her new friend who accompanies her to the university. After this, he turns to the students passing by and asks which way their cafeteria is. Students say they are honored to see a Chinese person and recommend enjoying the variety of dishes they have. Jake thanks them for the explanation and notes that they have a lot of dishes too, but they don't really believe him. After this, he puts his hand on his interlocutor's shoulder and says that it's time for lunch. Jake speculates that, according to the photo reports, it is these girls who are bullying Kim, while the rest are simply keeping quiet. Entering the canteen, he discovers that the prices are actually quite low for a wide variety of dishes. Kim says that she will give him some local money so that he can pay for his services. Jake thanks her and heads to the dining room to help himself to as many dishes as possible. Taking a closer look at the people, he realizes that they are all made of kimchi. At this point, the students announce that the main course they have been waiting for has finally arrived. Jake, looking at the giant pot with interest, wonders what kind of food it is. On closer inspection, he realizes it is just ordinary watermelon rind sprinkled with seasonings. Jake understands that in his homeland they also make watermelon rind, but he doesn't understand all the fuss about it. Jake decides to grab the best they have, and realizes the food doesn't look as good as his favorite Chinese food. After this, Kim tells him how to eat traditional Chinese dishes so as not to embarrass himself. Then she tells him about her favorite Go openings, and this increases her affection a little. Jake starts discussing with her possible debuts in this game and realizes that he finally saw a smile on her face. The atmosphere is becoming at least a little warmer, but this is not destined to last long. Kim suddenly sees some very strange news on social media and becomes silent, not saying a single word anymore. Someone decided to publish a provocative text, according to which a Chinese man violated Korean customs and took too much meat. Jake wonders why he wants to be angry and laugh at the same time because it seems absurd to him. Also, someone posts photos of Kim, and people start laughing at her in the comments. After this, she receives numerous messages from teachers expressing dissatisfaction with her behavior. The teachers tell her that if this happens again, she should not blame other people. Kim apologizes for the misunderstanding and admits that she doesn't understand how everything changed so abruptly. Jake says it's not her fault. It's just that the people who bully her are completely devoid of moral compass. After a while, several students approach him, holding a large board in their hands. This board duplicates the same text and also has a photograph attached. They all look at him with great irritation, trying to hint that no one is happy to see him here. They wonder if Kim really wants to disrupt their school's rules by bringing a Chinese person here. They also note that it should be filmed and posted online so that he can be disgraced in front of the entire world. Jake lets them bully him for a while to make their fall even more painful. Kim accuses them of being incredibly evil and taking a lot of meat in the same way, but now believes that morality belongs to other people. She adds that they only look at others, but they themselves behave like real pigs. The bully throws dishes at her and asks how she dares to disgrace herself in front of the whole world, and then get angry. Kim somehow manages to turn around after the throw, and immediately throws herself into Jake's arms. She notes that this is a waste of an entire bottle of sauce, which seems odd to people who criticize those who take extra chopsticks. The angry girl rushes to attack Jake, hoping to land a few blows on him. Jake answers her calmly and explains that he will not allow any violence to be directed at him. They all take out their phones, and Jake says that if they want to film, he's going to open their eyes now. Kim also takes out her phone and notes that she does this so that they cannot edit anything. She understands that she doesn't care at all what he has in mind, because she will always be on his side and support him in a difficult situation. Jake explains that the Korean standing in front of him took a few pieces of meat to set an example for him. After this, he says that the difference in their level of understanding is great, and he will show it to them in practice. After some time, a large number of people enter the canteen, carrying an incredible number of watermelons. Smiling, they say that there are as many as 50 kilograms of watermelons here, and he treats everyone present. The students calculate how much this might cost in money and realize that it is quite a rich treat. Some of them assume that these are Chinese watermelons, which are not very tasty because they are grown poorly. Jake invites everyone else to the tables and says that they don't have to be shy, because there's enough food for everyone. Students who decide to try it say it's incredibly delicious and something they didn't expect. Jake says they're actually defective watermelons from China that usually go to the farm. All the students who are enjoying the watermelons slowly turn around, trying to comprehend what they saw. They add that if these are defective watermelons, then real Chinese watermelons should be even tastier. Kim continues filming the questionable scene and admits she would rather play Go instead. Jake snaps his fingers and says that he will continue the banquet to show them how big the difference is between them. Gradually, more people come in, bringing large quantities of fruits with incredible taste. The hooligan asks him if he realized how guilty he was, and decided to organize a whole banquet. Jake explains that this is not a banquet, but the most ordinary home-cooked food of people from the northeastern province. Jake admits that he is, of course, deceiving them a little, but any methods work against vile people if they achieve their goal. Jake says that looking down on other nations is stupid because the world has long since become global. The hooligan notes that she cannot believe that their country can somehow give in to China. Jake explains that such a tone will not lead to anything good, since all countries need to be treated with understanding. He states that if they want to refuse the gift, he will simply take all the food and take it to the farm. After some time, their conversation ends up on social media and causes a real sensation in the comments. At this time, a real scandal is breaking out in the director's office about how this could have happened at all. The director says he has only one way to resolve this incident. After some time, he reaches the canteen from which the main character has just left and tries to stop him. He speaks to him with exaggerated politeness and says that he came to talk. Jake says he doesn't need to do anything because the rector understands perfectly well the situation he's in. The rector explains that he met with him immediately as soon as he learned about what was happening and apologizes to him for this misunderstanding. He also asks for the video to be removed from social media, and Jake claims that he did not film or post it. Jake adds that he cannot accept his changes because the rector still has not figured out who started it all. The rector points to a group of hooligans and says that these people constantly called Kim a traitor. He adds that the person who really needs to apologize is Kim, who has been in constant pain. Kim is surprised that he knew everything and actually came here to save her. Her handler explains that he heard about it, but she never provided evidence or named specific names. The rector slaps him in the face and remarks that his current behavior is extremely inappropriate and looks stupid. After this, the rector puts him on his knees and forces him to apologize to Kim, adding that he will expel all the hooligans and report them to the police. Security tries to get these hooligans out, and they start to get embarrassed, admitting that this is wrong. The girl tries to call her father so that he would at least somehow stand up for her and help her get out. However, her father calls her pathetic and claims that she ruined her family with her idiotic, unnecessary antics. The girl falls to her knees and realizes that now her life could go down the drain because she could not control her acts of cruelty. Jake is pleased with this answer to the bully and says that this is the only way to solve problems. After some time, he decides to take a walk with her and together they admire the waterfall, which looks very beautiful. Kim assures that the view is truly unique, and the pleasant breeze here allows one to immerse oneself in meditation. Kim says it's her favorite place and the largest waterfall in the country, which looks like the water is pouring from the sky. Jake says that the next time he takes her to the country, he will be sure to show her the sights. Kim looks at him and realizes that he has such a warm and caring look, so she even wants to go on a date with him. However, she has never actually been on a date before, and this is a completely new experience for her. She says she thought she would leave the national team and hoped she could get rid of the memories of that terrible coach. After this, she states that when he was around, she felt protected, and if it weren't for him, she wouldn't have been able to stand it. Her affection almost instantly reaches 90%, and Jake gets a small fraction of what he invested in her. After some time, a friend calls her, asking her in a personal voice to help her as quickly as possible. Kim asks her friend what happened and where she is, after which her friend states that she is at a night bar. She also reports that she has been caught by criminals who are going to do something terrible. Jake asks who she was talking to, and Kim explains that her close and only friend was kidnapped by criminals. Jake says they need to call the police immediately, adding that he's heading there right now. The search for the right place drags on for quite a long time, and Jake decides to turn to his informants. No one can provide him with any concrete data, and he understands that this is clearly not a good sign. Something is wrong here. After some time, closer to night, they finally find a bar called the Scorching Sun. Jake and Kim carefully walk past the dancing people, trying to figure out where they need to go. Jake suddenly notices the looks of some young people who are looking at him as if they are watching him. Jake notes that there is no security guard in the room, which he finds very suspicious. As soon as Kim enters the required room, she discovers that her friend is there surrounded by bandits. Jake rushes forward to protect her and demands that the criminals leave immediately. After this, Kim grabs her friend's hand and says that they must get out of here as quickly as possible. The friend, in a morally depressed state, apologizes, saying that she had no choice. Kim doesn't understand what's going on and says that they better leave because something is definitely wrong here. Jake says it's too late when suddenly men in suits enter the room and point guns at him. Kim turns to her friend and asks why she agreed to participate as bait. The unfortunate girl says that he has no choice, since she is being blackmailed and threatened with killing her family. Suddenly, a strange figure appears in the darkness, grabs the girl by the hair and says that she talks too much. This man is the owner of the bar and also the head of a media conglomerate named Hoffman. Kim asks him who he is and orders him to release her friend immediately before it's too late. Hoffman says her friend betrayed her, and she still cares about her health, even though she should be punished. He continues to hold her head tightly and asks what she thinks about her punishment. After this, the girl falls to her knees and begins to hit herself on the cheeks with all her strength, because she fears for her life. Hoffman greets the protagonist and tells him that he needs to sit down to relax a bit and have a drink. Kim says she called the police and they are already on their way here. Hoffman smiles and says that in this country every policeman is under his control. He calls his interlocutor a poor little girl who is not worth being dealt with. Immediately after this, he hands the glass to Jake and tells him that he should sit down and have a little drink with him. Jake smiles and understands where this is all leading, but decides not to resist the offer. He says that if the head of such a corporation invites him for a drink, he has no reason to refuse. He also says that everyone is right when they say that friends are known in a fight, after which Jake decides to drink alcohol. The system tells him that the alcohol was poisoned, but the poison was neutralized almost instantly. After confirming that his opponent is not poisoned, Hoffman says that his drinking ability is astounding, and he immediately proves himself as a businessman. After this, he says that China's laws are too strict, and it is very inconvenient for Korean businesses to operate within the country. He also says that he is ready to provide him with any pleasure he desires, be it a girl or power. Hoffman speculates that according to reports, this guy was previously throwing money around without any skills. Jake smiles and says that he has enough money and is not interested in getting involved with such small companies. The guards point their guns at him in surprise because he dares to speak so disrespectfully about them. Hoffman says he remembers how they gave him a bad name, but his influence is enormous. Immediately after this, he snaps his fingers and says that he has another proposal that might interest Jake. Several beautiful women come inside, and Hoffman says that after a drink he will probably be in a good mood. Jake says that unfortunately, he is not interested in such things, since he does not know these girls. He also stands up and says that their alcohol is not strong enough to get you drunk. Hoffman looks at him with great disdain, and realizes that this man is much more serious than he thought. After this, he drives away the girls who surround the main character, so that they do not interfere with business negotiations. He asks him not to rush into making decisions and to rest in Korea for 3 days, while he thinks over his proposal. He also says that if his answer disappoints, he promises that he will never leave this country again. Jake goes outside, completely oblivious to the fact that his best friend Kim is still there, and she is still in danger. Kim begins to cry, saying that Korea is controlled by 4 large companies, and Hoffman runs one of them. Jake says that oligarchs are just a group of people with a lot of money, but he is the richest person in the world. He adds that when they first met, she had a sad face, and he hopes to correct this in the future. Kim throws herself into his arms and says that she is very glad that she met him in her life, and now everything is gradually getting better. Jake puts his arm around her waist and says that they don't have time because they still have a lot of fun to do. To get out of this difficult financial situation, he quickly improves his financial management skills. After that, they head to a small office to make a very large deal. It turns out that this is a rather expensive deal, but for the protagonist, this is absolutely not a problem. So they buy the company and add Kim's name as the owner so she can manage the assets. After a while, Jake says with a smile that the preparatory work is finally completed. He notes that his plan would put Hoffman's company directly in his hands, but Kim says that's impossible. Jake states that he will simply buy out all the company's shares to gain control of them. Hoffman, who has been watching them all this time through security cameras, says it's a very funny plan. His secretary reports that the Chinese tycoon has suddenly decided to play trade war in Korea. Hoffman is thinking that he should have sent armed bandits to him that night, when suddenly his phone starts ringing. Hoffman's interlocutor displays the information on the screen and asks him if he has really decided to run away in disgrace. When asked what happened, a major Korean businessman claims that a trade war has been declared against him. Hoffman thanks him for the report and says that if he told everything, then he should also keep his honor. After this, he claims that he will crush this Chinese tycoon and appropriate all the wealth that he owns. It's Monday morning and the action moves to the financial exchange, where the main battle will take place. The news reports that someone wants to buy all of Hoffman's company shares at a very high price, which causes a collapse. Jake and Kim are in their office with their assistant, who tells them what's happening in the stock market. Jake realizes they are making some progress and says they need to keep it up. Hoffman continues to watch them and keeps several of his subordinates on the line. One of the directors says he thought Hoffman would be monitoring everything through cameras from the very beginning. Hoffman tries to reassure his business partners, saying that they would have done the same in his place. His business partners look around, hoping that this man hasn't placed cameras everywhere. Hoffman claims that no small-time crook can wreak havoc here because he controls everything here. After a short pause, he says it's time to meet with shareholders to clear things up. Shareholders arrive pretty quickly to find out what's going on. Hoffman looks at his father and says that he has really gotten old and doesn't know that there is a global war going on all over the world. Smiling, he adds that he can be trusted, as in 20 years he will become the leader of Korea. Jake, anticipating the impending victory, says that they have nothing to fear and can open the champagne. Kim praises his incredible intelligence and says she didn't expect him to be so rich and enterprising. Jake says he figures his investment is just enough to buy back 36% of the shares. Smiling, he adds that a little more control over the shares will allow him to command Hoffman as he pleases. Watching these bold statements, Hoffman laughs and says that it is simply an amazing clown show. He then proposes to issue 5% of his shares for sale in order to increase the price fivefold. Kim says they have almost bought out their customers' shares and buying has slowed, but the prices for subsequent shares are significantly higher. Jake notes that it's quite expensive, but Hoffman will have 5% fewer shares. He offers to buy these shares, as this is a good chance to seize the initiative. Hoffman continues to watch him and realizes that the man is no longer so happy with his success. Hoffman mentally defeats him and says that he knows all his tricks and reads his plans in advance. From Hoffman's perspective, Jake would lose all his money much sooner before he could buy back his shares. Kim says they've reissued shares and now only have 25% left, but the price is 7 times higher. She emphasizes that this is a pretty hefty price for just one share, and they are unlikely to be able to afford it. Jake quickly does the math and realizes that he'll have to mortgage his apartments to buy these shares. He goes off to think, saying he needs to consult with his inner financier. After this, he goes out onto the balcony and begins to smoke intensely, after which he makes several phone calls. Having received the necessary loan money, he says that they can now buy these shares again. Kim claims they have 20%, but that's still not enough to gain a controlling stake. Kim says she assumes it was all a trap, originally planned to deceive Jake. Jake is irritated. He hits the table and says that he can't stop and must avenge Kim. Hoffman points this out and says that another 5% of shares need to be issued. His father suggests that he think carefully, because if a newcomer manages to buy the shares, it will be the end. Hoffman says that if this boy wants more money, he has only one way left. From his point of view, everything is going perfectly smoothly, as he planned in order to defeat Jake. Jake discovers that the company they want to buy out has issued 5% of its shares, and likely has no idea that he is the one buying them up. Smiling, he says that he only needs to buy 5%, and he will emerge victorious in this stock market race. In response to Kim's doubts, he says that he has one last trump card left, which he is not afraid to use. Hoffman continues to watch him and says that he could have foreseen such things a few hours ago. As if reading the future, Hoffman says that someone wants to take advantage of the shareholders' pledge of rights. A financier observing this says that such actions are too risky and could lead to losses. Hoffman suggests that Jake has a lot of companies in China, so these actions look completely normal to him. However, in reality, according to Hoffman, all this will not help, and now Jake has become his ordinary puppet. They understand perfectly well that this Chinese has already lost, since he has no chance of getting out of the trap. However, suddenly all the security cameras go offline. But Hoffman is not at all upset by this. He proudly says that it is time to end this game and go on the counter-offensive on the financial front. Jake, meanwhile, successfully buys out 25% of the shares, now owning more than Hoffman. However, all of this is just part of the plan, and he snaps his fingers, saying it is time to move on. At that very moment, the stocks begin to rapidly change in price, as if it had been planned. Hoffman's father looks at the dynamics with horror, and wonders how this is even possible. After this, he looks around and sees the satisfied faces of the shareholders, realizing that this was all part of the plan. He says the shares were put up specifically so that Hoffman could buy everything for himself at the last minute. Hoffman says the stake these owners hold is small, but it allowed him to add another 15% and maintain his majority. His father praises him, saying that he turns out to be a very capable financier who knows how to deceive other professionals. He also adds that the stocks are still expensive and they don't have that kind of money, but Hoffman says he has taken that into account. Thanks to the timely investment of financial assets, they had enough funds to buy back even more shares. Company employee Kim also jumps up and down happily and says that their company now owns 32% of the shares. Hoffman and his secretary wonder how this is even possible. Other shareholders also can't believe that he somehow managed to buy more shares. Hoffman says this is either nonsense or a calculation error, as it simply cannot happen. After carefully checking everything, the secretary says that he got a large sum of money from somewhere and was able to buy back another 7%. She says that in about an hour the share of the stock will exceed Hoffman's share, and this terrifies them. Hoffman orders observers to be sent to check where the Chinese man got the money. Hoffman also tells his shareholders that if they can sell their companies and properties, they will have money. In response to an objection, he asks if they really have no brains, and adds that otherwise they will lose everything. The shareholders understand that they have no other choice, so they are forced to do as Hoffman said. After some time, by selling all the shareholders' property, Jake buys out 45% of the shares. His secretary says Jake's stake has reached 40% and is no longer growing, which gives cause for optimism. Hoffman understands that it was a tense confrontation, but he still comes out of it as a clear winner. Smiling, he says that no one can fight them on the financial front as he is an expert in it. He claims that as the larger shareholder, he has every opportunity to wrest the rights from Jake. Suddenly someone comes into the room and says that it's time to wake up and stop fantasizing. Hoffman and everyone else here are puzzled as to how this is even possible, since they believe he was on camera. Hoffman looks at the video monitor and says that Jake should be in his company now. Hoffman notes that this saved him the time of the call, after which he demands that he bend over and apologize. Jake says there's no need for that because the company Hoffman used to run no longer exists. Smiling, he allows the major directors, who had been on Hoffman's side until now but had been deceived, to enter. Hoffman looks at his former colleagues with irritation and asks them if they have decided to betray him. Jake says that it looks like Director Hoffman still doesn't know what's going on, so it's best to tell him everything that happened. They tell him that Jake decided to contact them and offered more profitable cooperation. They say that he said he only needed to create a group to fight back, and after victory, they would share the profits. Hoffman says that's impossible, because Jake and his team now own 55% of the shares. Jake also says that he was well aware that he was being watched because he has powerful friends. He smiles and adds that it was all recorded in advance, so he was able to coordinate what was happening with the stock purchases. Jake adds that he also has advanced technology at his disposal that allows him to generate videos of any content. Jake also says that he has a lot of money and has never had the need to save. Hoffman tries to attack him and says that he must die because he could not win him with endless money. The directors say that he has already lost, and that he still has debts of several hundred billion that must be repaid. Hoffman bows his head briefly to quickly think of options he could still pursue. Suddenly he becomes more brazen, and says that they came to his territory like idiots, and do not understand the consequences. At that very moment, several well-trained people enter the room and point their guns at them. The directors wonder if he thought they wouldn't be prepared for such an eventuality. The guards of these people also point their weapons at their opponents, and are prepared to open fire if necessary. Hoffman feels completely safe and orders his secretary to go into combat mode. The girl quickly rushes forward and delivers several crushing blows to her opponents. After this, she punches the wall and leaves a huge dent in it, despite the fact that she looks like a normal person. The directors look at the secretary in surprise and wonder how a simple person can break through the wall. Hoffman says the woman is a cyborg with tremendous physical strength. One of the directors loses his nerve and orders that fire be opened immediately on the enemy. A brutal massacre ensues, but Hoffman's secretary comes out on top thanks to his increased speed. She defeats all opponents almost instantly, without experiencing the slightest difficulty. The directors understand that they are in serious trouble and that now only some miracle can save them. Hoffman says she is his treasure, having been selected from trained child soldiers and upgraded. Smiling, he says that these directors can be left alive, but the rest must be destroyed. The girl smiles and says that she understood his order perfectly, and then rushes into the attack. Thus, soon the directors are left without a single guard, and they themselves are captured. They fall to their knees and wonder what kind of monster it is and how it can move so fast. Hoffman says that if they wanted to buy his shares, they came to the wrong place, and now they will have to pay for it. He adds that as preferred shareholders they have a fortune of 40 billion, which he will take in exchange for their lives. The directors look at him angrily and realize that this is too high a price to pay for what he demands. Jake, who has been watching the whole thing with indifference, becomes the target of Hoffman, who orders him to sign. Jake decides to instantly snatch the gun from the man standing right in front of him with a deft move. Immediately after this, Jake quickly takes aim and points the gun straight at Hoffman's forehead. Hoffman, enraged, looks at his opponent and silently hopes that he will not have the courage to pull the trigger. Jake limits himself to a powerful blow to the face with a pistol, believing that Hoffman is too valuable to kill. Hoffman falls to the ground and immediately calls on his secretary to deal with the threat. The girl instantly rushes forward to deliver a powerful blow with her cybernetic prosthetics. There is a powerful flash as the metal fist collides with Jake's body. However, once the smoke clears, it turns out that Jake managed to intercept the attack and was not damaged. Everyone watching this cannot believe that a mere man was able to stop the blow of a cyborg. Hoffman thinks to himself that this is simply impossible, because mechanical hands are much stronger than normal ones. Jake says it's just a lousy massage and she better try harder. As a response and measure, the girl decides to use a retractable needle to pierce his fingers, but he manages to react. Hoffman notes that the fighter simply wanted to intimidate him, so he held back his abilities. She unleashes a barrage of blows towards him, but he manages to defend himself with his hands. Finally, Jake delivers a powerful counterpunch that is so powerful that it interrupts her attack. Jake only receives symbolic damage and doesn't even pay attention to such scratches. At the same time, the blow suffered by Hoffman's secretary turns out to be so serious that her prosthetics break. It falls to the ground and short-circuits, preventing it from working properly. Hoffman says that's simply impossible, then orders her to get up, reminding her how much money he spent. Jake puts his foot on Hoffman's head and says that he seems to have run out of cards. Hoffman cannot believe his defeat and says that he could not lose, since victory is his middle name. Jake forcefully pushes him aside, causing Hoffman to smash his face through the hard glass of the building. Only by some miracle does he not fall down after the impact, and is kept from death by a thread. Hoffman asks for help, while Jake has complete control of his life. Jake says the wind is too strong here and he can't hear a word, so he'll put his leg up. Hoffman finally admits his defeat and says that he will give up all the shares and everything he has. He also recommends that Jake look down, where there are plenty of people whose lives he has constantly toyed with by watching them. People notice that the glass has suddenly broken and decide to take out their phones to capture it. Hoffman understands that he will now have to answer to the court for his actions, and will go to prison for a long time. The news is full of headlines about Hoffman's illegal activities. People look at him and start getting angry, saying they will never allow themselves to be treated this way. After some time, Hoffman, along with the other shareholders who colluded with him, finds himself trapped. A huge number of journalists are waiting for them at every corner to take comments. Other Koreans want the man executed for his actions. Some of them break through the police lines and start beating him, causing him to fall to the ground. Public unrest is only growing, and the police are unable to contain the onslaught of angry citizens. Hoffman can only pray to all the gods he still believes in to survive this nightmare. Civilians continue to kick him, telling him to think about the atrocities that brought him here. Hoffman appeals to the police to at least somehow drive away the protesters and save him. Looking at the broken window, he notices Jake's silhouette and thinks that someone promised to let him go. Jake says Hoffman apparently didn't call the police or bring reliable help. This is how the scoundrel, who is ready to do anything for the sake of victory, ends his existence. Jake says that under their new agreement, 100% of the shares bought out go to Kim. The directors note that he admires their efforts, and that friendship alone will be enough for them in exchange for shares. Jake says that he would be happy to be friends with them, and, if necessary, will help them, after which they leave. They understand that it is better not to enter into confrontation with this young man, because he is too influential and calculating. Jake is happy that Kim now owns 100% of the giant company, and he has earned 60 billion. A few days later, Jake is at a presentation with Kim, who is now the full owner of the company. Kim says that if there are people here who believe in her success, she cannot disappoint them. Smiling, she also says that she is announcing the ceremonial renaming of the company. She declares that she will investigate the crimes of the previous owners and sort out this whole nightmare. She notes that this is a difficult task, and she will do her best. adding that she has now found her calling. Meanwhile, Jake is happy because Kim's affection has reached its maximum, and he has earned another 11 billion in his personal account. He reflects that the system has given him such large sums, and he spends only a small part. A few days later, a ceremony is held to fulfill the promise he made to Kim. Kim looks stunning in her prom dress and also graduated with honors. A sufficient number of friends gathered around her who appreciated her good character. They add that she looks beautiful and ask her how she can be so perfect. Kim suddenly runs away from her friends as she notices Jake's silhouette, who has come to watch her. Jake brings her flowers and congratulates her on her graduation, saying that he has been waiting for this moment for a very long time. Kim says she's incredibly happy he was able to come to the ceremony, and he adds that the uniform looks great on her. Kim begins to feel a little embarrassed and says that she is glad he noticed, but he didn't notice the small detail. The slightest breath of wind causes the clothes to flutter, revealing that Kim has removed all of her other clothes except her robe.